Hello and welcome to the Street Crime UK YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share, comment and subscribe. Thank you for joining us today. Today we're going to take an in-depth look into the history of the notorious Nottingham city. As the A453 carves its way between the floodplains on either side of Kegworth and Wilford, leading towards the Clifton estate, the first clue that a visitor is about to enter the city with a rich history is the welcome sign, a Robin Hood motif. This is Nottingham, a city where for some the myths are intrinsic and inseparable from reality. A city that feels like a village where everyone seems to know everyone else and the people are not slow to update each other on the latest gossip or fable. Thousands of tourists arrive each year to seek out the legend of Robin Hood. A fable was born from writings some 600 years old and revolves around two characters, the Sheriff of Nottingham and Robin Hood. One cynical, overbearing, authoritarian figure whose aim it is to take the wealth from the rich by violent means if necessary and distribute it to the poor. Nottingham itself dates back to the early Saxon time. In 600 AD, it fell under the control of a Saxon chief known as Snot, whose peoples populated the ancient caves which still permeate the city and its lace market area today. It quickly became known as Nottingham, the homestead of the people of Snot. In more recent years, headline writers in London would revive the use of the S and label the gun-plagued city Shottingham. It evolved into a centre first for the manufacture of religious artifacts by the 15th century, and then, by the time of the Industrial Revolution, the River Trent, which runs through the city, was crucial to its development. Marking the divide between the northern and southern England, it linked Nottingham with the Potteries to the west and the Humber to the east. It was on the Trent, navigable for some 117 miles, that King Canute purportedly attempted to turn back the tides near Gainsborough in Lincolnshire. The textile industry also brought a lot of prosperity to Nottingham. The area's lace making became internationally renowned, and by 1831 the population swelled to 51,000 people. But this rapid expansion also resulted in what was reputed to be the worst slums in the British Empire outside of India, and this in turn led to the riots in 1831. The first reform bill, which sought to end some of the abuses and corruption by the electoral system by giving more people the right to vote, was rejected by the House of Lords, and those living in poverty took up arms and burnt down the sheriff's lair, Nottingham Castle. The castle was then owned by Pompous, an anti-reformist Duke of Newcastle, whose surname still adorns the streets in the nearby park area of the city. The castle bore the brunt of several days of rioting, and it was another 40 years before it received a replacement roof. From the midst of this angry, disposed mass emerged a gang called, rather inappropriately in the circumstances, the Nottingham Lambs, but they were anything but lambs. Originally, the name was applied to early 19th century gangs who fought on behalf of rival political masters, the Yellow Whig Lambs taking on their blue Tory rivals. Eventually, it came to apply to the ale-swinging brutes who followed renowned bare-knuckle fighter William Thompson, commonly known as Bendigo, who became the champion of England in 1839. Such was Bendigo's reputation that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle penned an ode to him entitled Bendigo's Sermon. You didn't know Bendigo? Well, that knocks me out. Who's your board school teacher? What's he been about? Chock-a-block with fairy tales, full of useless cram, and you've never heard of Bendigo, the pride of Nottingham. Bendigo became an icon to the poor of Nottingham as he demolished opponents across the country. He spent spare hours fishing by the Trent. On one occasion, he rescued 3 people from drowning, though he eventually turned to God, preaching fire and brimstone in the streets. He was also a terrible drinker and incorrigible brawler, and frequently appeared before the court. He eventually became a figure of fun, taunted by small children. Bendigo died in 1880, aged 69. After falling downstairs at his home in Beeston. His funeral procession, one of the biggest ever seen in Nottingham, was a mile long, with thousands lining the streets to pay tribute. In Bestwood Park is a small wooden corpse known as Bendigo's Ring, where it is said he fought some of his matches and where his restless spirit lays in wait, ready to extract revenge upon the children who taunted him during his final years. By the beginning of the 20th century, the city population was 240,000, and Nottingham was a major city in commerce. The majestic council house, which looks over the market square, known as Slab Square, was completed in 1928, causing the famous Goose Fair to be moved to its present location on Forest Fields. But by the Second World War, profits to be made from the lace industry were dwindling, and the city began to rely on other industries for employment, such as Raleigh Bike and Players Cigarettes Factory, which had been built into the national chain by Jesse, the son of the founder, John Boot. Some of the worst crimes in the city were not of human nature. The demolition of the Black Boy Hotel in Long Row in the late 1960s was one such misdemeanor. It was a hugely popular watering hole crafted by the renowned Victorian architect Watson Fothergill and incorporating a huge tower, the Bavarian-style wooden balcony. One of the most striking landmarks in the city centre, it made way for a dual shopfront eventually occupied by Littlewoods. By 1969, some of Nottingham's older homes had been deemed unfit for habitation by the local housing authority. Nottingham was no different to many other urban centres in the post-war period. It was built upon a strong ethic, work hard and play hard. The factories boomed, as did the hard-drinking image of the city portrayed in Alan Stilto's groundbreaking 1958 novel Saturday Night and Sunday Morning, later film starring Alan. It was the first in a series of kitchen sink cinema dramas focusing on the boozing, street fighting, womanizing, white working class male and his view of the world. It encapsulated his schizophrenic existence, the Saturday night alcoholic haze contrasting with the sobriety of Sunday, which preceded the start of the working week. The no-frills hero of the story, Arthur Seaton, is a man who coined the phrase for his and the subsequent generation, "Don't let the bastards grind you down." Set in the terraced Victorian little palaces of Radford, where much of the later movie was filmed, it captures his life working at the local Raleigh factory, where, just as at the nearby Players Cigarette Factory, thousands of Nottingham workers would clock in and out during the week and await the weekend. It doffed the cap to the country of D.H. Lawrence's miner, but now, instead of working at the coalface, he was sweating over a lathe to bring home his wages. It was also the age of the angry young man, and the whiff of revolt was in the air. But what Mr. Stilto, Nottingham, and the rest of the country had missed was that this would realise itself, initially, in antagonism from within the indigenous white working class community towards the communities who had migrated to Britain in the post-war period. After the Second World War, many communities within the British Commonwealth and Europe, which had been allies in the war effort, saw in Britain a chance to throw off the shackles of the old world and embrace a new life in a new country, the mother country. The loss of a large proportion of the young white population of working age during the war created a demand for labour. Among those who took up the challenge and sailed from Jamaica were two brothers, Vincent and Wellesley Robinson. In Nottingham and further afield, they would eventually become known by their respective nicknames, PG Man and Dougie Man. The story of their extended family is a micronism of some of the roots of social and crime problems besetting the Afro-Caribbean community in Britain today. By the late 1950s, many Afro-Caribbean families had made the trip to Britain, but some Caribbean men had already experienced the UK, having been stationed as servicemen, mainly airmen, in the country during the war. They found in Britain a chance of prosperity which was unavailable back home. On the 22nd of June 1948, the steamship SS Empire Windrush docked in Tilbury, Essex, carrying nearly 500 people from Jamaica and Trinidad, some of them ex-servicemen. Though it amounted to a mere trickle of migrants, those who made the transatlantic voyage were pioneers, setting in motion a myriad of social change in post-war Britain. Steve Mitchell, a former serviceman and passenger on the Windrush, later described the alienation that he and other male Afro-Caribbeans encountered when they reached the British cities. People just took their chance, he told radio journalist Alan Dean. I suppose what was the biggest stumbling block to them was being refused accommodation in houses that had vacancies. You could see notices in the windows. They had vacancies, and as soon as they ring the bell or knock the door, they would shut the door in their face. This was the mother country, and they expected it to be motherly to them. However, they were disappointed. All I had was a bit of clothing, nothing else. I landed with £5, no tools, nothing else. A couple of suits, a few shirts, no overcoat, no nothing. I wasn't prepared for the cold weather. I was given a little job, pick and shoveling, to fortify myself for the winter to come. So in that sense, I was very lucky. Mr. Mitchell described another integration problem which would later lead to Britain's first major race riot. Black men meeting white women at dances. There were a lot of white women who would willingly dance with you. Black fellas never had no problem getting white women. It was the men who were making all the problems. You'd go to dances and very few women would refuse to dance with you. With Britain being so ill prepared for integration, it was this tension between the white working class male, portrayed in Saturday Night, Sunday Morning, and the new immigrants from the Afro-Caribbean, which led on the 23rd of August 1958 outbreak of sustained violence in the St. Anne's area. There were two different stories about what sparked the riots that night, but both involved the perception that a black man should not be with a white woman. There were two accounts, said the late Eric Irons, who became Nottingham's first black magistrate in 1962. One story was that a West Indian was in the pub chatting up a white young lady, and when she left the premises, he was assaulted. The other was that someone insulted a West Indian man while out with his white girlfriend. I think the police and everybody were shocked by the speed and the ferocity of the West Indian response. At 10:20 PM, police received a 999 call from a pub in the St. Anne's, Wells Road, after a black man was severely beaten by several youths with his own walking stick. Hours later, the city was recovering from the devastation caused by more than 1,000 young men, mostly teddy boys and West Indian males, going on the rampage. As running street battles continued throughout the night, young men were bottled, beaten, and in several cases, men, mostly white males, were stabbed. The whole place was like a slaughterhouse, said the Nottingham Evening Post. It was clearly an overstatement, yet it captured the feeling of shock that the whole city felt. The following weekend, a larger crowd of 4,000 gathered in the St. Anne's Wells Road area, but the Afro-Caribbean males stayed away. More violence erupted as the white teddy boys turned on each other, creating a turf war between the young gangs of St. Anne's and those who had dared to venture into the city from the Bulwell area. As Mike and Trevor Phillips point out in their illuminating book Windrush, the second outbreak of violence was much more significant. At the time, nearly all the commentators, focused as they were on race, missed the point, which was that if there were no black people available on who to focus their rage, the crowds were equally willing to fight each other. In that sense, it was apparent that the riots were as much about the feelings of exclusion and deprivation experienced by the wide section of the English population as they were about the presence of black migrants. The attention that the disturbances claimed for the conditions in which the people lived was, in itself, a factor for calming the city. It was also about young people defining themselves by the area into which they had been born, or as young black males from the estates in St. Anne's or the Meadows would later describe it, life in the ghetto. By 1958, a belated post-war boom, which had brought many Afro-Caribbean immigrants to Britain, was drawing to a close and cultural tension. Many West Indians found themselves facing a closed door when applying for jobs in Nottingham factories, or even when buying a half of their favoured stout at a local pub. On the other hand, life for everyone in St. Anne's was tough, with poor housing conditions for white and black neighbours alike. As Milton Crossdale, another Nottingham black rights campaigner, pointed out, the riots led to change in public housing policy. Up to 1958, you had a number of people from the Caribbean countries in Nottingham, Mr. Crossdale said. They had jobs, but they had difficulty finding a place to live, or they were in multiple occupations. People from the Caribbean were being shepherded into St. Anne's and the Meadows. You had people crowded into Old St. Anne's, most of them living in multiple occupations. Nottingham, unlike other cities, went on to knock down major estates. Derby didn't knock down whole areas and rebuild them. Leicester didn't do it either. It had a significant effect on the redistribution of people in the city. For me, the most significant thing was how the employment market was being opened up. People began to realise that there was a serious problem. Who would have thought there would have been riots in Nottingham? Riots on their doorstep. You can talk about prejudice, but it doesn't affect them in their front rooms. It doesn't matter at all. You can just get away from it. It's like the famine in Africa. It's only when it's on a TV picture and you're eating a meal in your front room that it actually affects you. A week after the riots in Nottingham, the Notting Hill area of West London erupted in an orgy of violence which made headlines around the world. Into this cauldron of racism and lack of opportunity dropped Vincent and Wellesley Robinson when they arrived in Nottingham from their homes in Spanish Town, Jamaica in the early 1960s. The story has it that Vincent was born on the day in 1938 that the governor of Fiji made an official visit to Jamaica and was so nicknamed Fiji Man by relatives, which over the years became mispronounced as PG Man. Vincent was around 20 when he arrived in Nottingham, whilst Wellesley was a couple of years older. Before long, any aspiration they held were dashed when it became apparent just how difficult it was to get a steady job if you were black. Every time they went to the factory gates with a vacancy sign on it, they were turned away with the words, "Job filled. Sorry lads." They became worn down by the sheer repetition of rejections. Although Vincent, who was a dapper dresser, managed to get a tiny part as an extra in the film Saturday Night and Sunday Morning. He appeared on screen only briefly, seen in the background in a scene involving Albert Finney near the city's castle, but such was his pride that he spent a week polishing his shoes for the part. Many of the new immigrants identified not with England, which had held out a hand of false hope to them, but with their Jamaican homeland, and they began to import a bit of Caribbean sunshine into them dark days. Shebeens, or illegal drinking and gambling houses, began to spring up in Nottingham, and Vincent and Wellesley seen this as a way to provide for their growing families with distorted sound system, which was always cranked up high enough to vibrate through the neighbours' floorboards, and there would be some rice and peas, yams and curried goat, and other tasty Jamaican food, and of course, there would always be a bit of smoke. Cannabis was an essential to the Jamaican soul of the 60s, as was the music which boomed from the sound system, and from this, the rude boy was born. While most the drug-taking white youth of Nottingham were downing amphetamine, for the most part taken from chemist shops which had been burgled, and staying up all night to listen to The Who and the Rolling Stones, their Jamaican counterpart were easing back into their chairs with a smoke of ganja, playing cards or dominoes, and listening to the ska of Prince Buster, the blues of Jimmy Cliff, and later the reggae of Bob Marley and the Wailers. Prince Buster's hit Big Five in 1968 would almost certainly have been banned if the controllers of the nation's radio airwaves understood the lyrics. They also illuminated the baser instincts of the Jamaican male, which would cause a host of social problems in the later years. Right now I'm feeling irie. Want a big fat pussy this December night? Today I smoke an ounce of weed. Tonight I'm gonna plant a seed in her womp, alright? By the late 1960s, Nottinghamshire police had concluded that it was easier to bust Jamaicans for cannabis than it was to bust white youths for popping pills. They only had to follow the pumping sounds coming from the shebeens and the smell of strong smoke wafting out the houses to know that they could make a quick bust. The sound systems were a product of the ghettos of Kingston and Spanish Town, where DJs would load up their trucks with a generator, turntable and huge speakers, and would then go on to set up impromptu street parties. By the early 1960s, Jamaican MCs such as Count Machuki were pumping out music through the wardrobe-sized speakers, capable of delivering 30,000 watts of sound. PG Man and Dougie Man were soon running regular blues nights at their homes in Nottingham. Once they had a little money, they invested in a sound system they named the V-Rocket. V-Rocket would live with the sound system called Saxon, run by a Birmingham crew. And there would be many times in the 1980s and the 1990s when guns were let off into the ceilings of the shebeens to salute the DJs from the two sound systems. With cannabis readily available, it was a safe bet that they would be busted sooner or later. When they were, it triggered a chain of events that would lead, eventually, straight to the front pages of the News of the World, the country's most lurid and popular Sunday tabloid. PG Man was living in Burnaby Road, near to what would become the St. Anne's estate, when things started to get hot. PG Man had already had a few encounters with the police. He spent 3 months in prison in the early 1960s after he was caught of a small amount of cannabis. Dougie Man, who lived nearby in Alfred Street North, had also been busted for a small amount of cannabis, which resulted in a £100 fine. Then, when things started getting much worse, PG Man began working for the police. After his last bust, they had told him that he would be able to run his shebeen, sell cannabis, and stay out of prison if he started informing on his friends and family. Police raids started to occur on a regular basis, and PG Man's friends and neighbours all told the same story. Drugs were being planted, and they were nothing to do with them. There were people like Keith Ansel McLean, nicknamed P-Son, whose home in Truman Street was raided in September 1968 for a small amount of drugs. PG Man testified against him in court for the prosecution, saying that he got the drugs from him, and P-Son went to prison for 12 months. In the end, even Dougie Man was busted, despite his daughter Elaine claiming she had spotted police planting the drugs on top of the radio. The courts did not believe he was an innocent man. Dougie Man faced a 3-year prison sentence, and it became apparent to everyone that mattered that PG Man was in fact working for the police. By now, he had acquired another nickname, Judas. Yet, he was sick with remorse that he had sold his own brother down the river to save his own skin, and vowed to get his revenge on the cops who, he felt, had forced him into a corner. Dougie Man went to London to see if he could get a gun and planned to come back up and use it on the officers who he felt had used him. But one of PG Man's friends, Adam Foster, had a better idea. He knew a News of the World journalist, Simon Regan, and was sure that he could expose what had been going on and hurt the police officers on PG Man's back without resorting to violence. Mr. Regan listened to PG Man's woes as he detailed the troubles of a black man living in a white man's world. Then he set PG Man up with several job interviews in the Nottingham area, including at the Players Cigarette Factory. He then watched how each job vacancy disappeared once PG Man showed his face for an interview. Altogether, he was turned away for more than 40 vacancies. Next, Mr. Regan moved on to PG Man's story of planting drugs on his neighbours for the police. By the summer of 1969, Mr. Regan had a wealth of covert tapes which he believed were enough to show that certain police officers had acted corruptly. They apparently included PG Man going into the police station, being given cannabis, and then arranging to call the police once he had been able to plant it. In August 1969, the country's biggest selling newspaper ran a story under the headline, "Police Plot to Plant Drugs." It detailed in full PG Man's allegations and caused a sensation. The tapes landed on the desk of the then Home Secretary, James Callaghan, who had helped draft the Race Relations Act of 1968. Mr. Callaghan wasted no time in appointing a senior officer from Manchester and Salford Constabulary to investigate. The officers listened to the tape, interviewed PG Man and many of his friends and associates, and believed what they had to tell. The inquiry sent shockwaves through the corridors of Nottinghamshire police, and 3 officers were charged of conspiring to pervert the course of justice. PG Man was a cock-a-hoop, as were his relatives and friends. The officers went on trial at Nottingham Crown Court in October 1970. Opening the prosecution case, Cyril Salmon QC told the jury that they were about to hear a saga of corruption, which revolved around Jamaican immigrants being bullied, coerced and intimidated by the police officers into giving false evidence against family and friends. Police officers, he said, had threatened to arrest and prosecute Jamaican males who refused to become informants, and had turned a blind eye to illegal activities of others involved in prostitution and shebeens on the basis that they had become informants and had given drugs to others to plant on their targets. However, the jury was to be denied access to the damaging tapes made by Simon Regan and PG Man. The judge, Mr. Justice Kilner Brown, decided that there was no proof that the voices on the tapes belonged to the police officers and had ruled them inadmissible. The jury then heard witness after witness describe how police had coerced them into informing after their homes were raided by officers who were looking for drugs. They included Victor Speck Brown, who was arrested over non-payment of a fine and sent to prison for 10 weeks. He told the court, "A Vice Squad officer said to me, 'Tell us about anyone who's selling cannabis and you will walk, otherwise you're going to prison.'" Seymour Oliver said the police had planted cannabis on him as well. Then it was 32-year-old PG Man's turn. He described how he had been forced to write a statement implicating Arsenal P's son McLean into dealing cannabis, resulting in Mr. McLean being jailed for a year. He said the police had told him, "Vincent, you can continue to deal cannabis and run your shebeen if you inform on other Jamaicans." The witnesses went on and on, all telling broadly the same story. But sometimes there were inconsistencies in their testimony, which were then pounced on by the defence barristers. An all-white jury found it difficult to follow the Jamaican accent. After only 38 of the planned 87 witnesses for prosecution had been called to give evidence, they sent a confidential note to the judge. It was the 33rd day of the trial, and the judge ruminated for a while on what the jury had said in the note. Finally, Justice Kilner Brown announced, "I agree with you, members of the jury. It seems to me it would be an absolute waste of time to produce any more witnesses who may be regarded as rubbish by you." The trial was abandoned, and on Monday the 23rd of November 1970, all the officers were cleared. The judge thanked the jury and commended them, saying that the trial had at the very least proved that the coloured community had nothing to fear from the British jury. Nottinghamshire Police Authority was quick to tell the local paper what a travesty it had been that any police officers had had to face any charges. "It is regrettable that the force has been deprived of these officers for so long on the evidence of people who have never done a day's work since they came to this country." PG Man, his friends and relatives had been publicly humiliated, and through successive generations, the resentment that built up around the case would prevent many in their community from trusting authority in any meaningful way again. Some of the young Robinsons were more convinced than ever that the way to live their lives was to be a bad black man, as epitomised by Jimmy Cliff in the cult 1972 film The Harder They Come, the story of a Jamaican anti-hero who shoots a police officer. "I'd rather be a free man in my grave than living as a puppet or a slave," sang Cliff in the title track. By the late 1970s and the early 1980s, some of PG Man's and Dougie Man's numerous offspring were caught up in crime. PG Man alone fathered 17 children, while by the time Dougie Man's eldest daughter Elaine had reached 20, she had 5 children, all by different fathers. One of Dougie Man's sons had fathered 7 children by 5 different women by the late 1980s. It seemed to the women that was how young Jamaican males behaved. They spread their seed and they abandon you. The British ska revival of the late 1970s, spearheaded by Jerry Dammer's two-tone record label, and the popular reggae sounds of the Rastafarian movement, gave Dougie Man's V-Rocket sound system a boost and some welcome earning. But some of the families seemed to see criminality as their only route to financial survival. The young rude boys of the second generation were of a much grittier character than their fathers. PG Man and his peers had always been happy to deal cannabis and take in a bit of cash from running blues nights, but they generally kept away from violence. Some had put a few white women onto the streets, but they looked after them better than the Glaswegian pimp from who they had taken over from. The next generation, though, were carrying knives and even guns, robbing people and trafficking prostitutes all over the country. If you were in London and picked up a prostitute near Paddington or King's Cross during the late 1980s, there was a good chance that they came from Nottingham, and then crack cocaine burst into the ghetto. By 1989, Nottinghamshire police had begun to see symptoms of this new cocaine derivative on the streets of Radford, St. Anne's and the Meadows. It wasn't that they were arresting more people or busting the crack houses which had begun to spring up, or that they were making huge seizures of the drug. It was the sinister breakdown of morality. Crack left an inevitable trail everywhere its users went. Prostitutes beaten black and blue by their cane-carrying, crack-smoking pimps. Men willing to sell their own girlfriends on the streets to buy more crack. And the girlfriends, willing participants, because they needed their crack pipe full too. Robbers who had previously drew the line at stealing a handbag from a pensioner, now not only robbing them but beating them black and blue when there wasn't enough money in the stolen purse to get a rock. It was not just that this drug left the rude boys unable to pay their debts, it was morally bankrupting sections of certain communities in Nottingham, Bristol, Birmingham, Manchester and London. In June 1989, the Nottinghamshire Drug Squad made its first major seizure of crack. Roy Scott, then aged 36, a small-time dealer from Denman Gardens in Radford, was stopped in the street with more than 120 rocks after a tip-off. Each rock of crack, from which you got about 5 smokes, was then selling at £25 to £30. Mr. Scott was jailed for 7 years. It was the largest single seizure of crack cocaine in the country that year, and it came straight off the street. Crack didn't hang around in lockups for weeks like cocaine, heroin, speed, ecstasy or cannabis, where they had dealers waiting for the right moment to shift it at wholesale. Crack, by its nature, is consumed rapidly by its users, and when it's gone, they crave more. It was a high turnover trade. Mobile phones had also made dealing easy, and the dealers distanced themselves from potential arrests further by corrupting the local youth. At the bottom of this huge pyramid business, promoted with crack and heroin, the 12 and 13-year-olds who rode around St. Anne's on mountain bikes would take all the risks. Rocks of crack in pocket, they would make the handovers and get paid a few pounds by the dealer. Career paths no longer meant anything to these teenagers. They weren't bothered if the police picked them up. What could the police do? They told officers that they had found a bag of drugs in the street. As youngsters, they aspired to be footballers or pop stars, not doctors or police officers. And if they didn't make it, they knew they'd be able to make it as a drug dealer in a few years' time. Then they could too have the BMW and some nice jewellery. One of the principal reasons that crack cocaine was turning up with the same regularity and volume as in London was Nottingham's links to Jamaica. Even before crack began to appear, Jamaican criminals on the run, often from London, lie low in Nottingham with a distant relative or friend. But now the violent gangsters known as Yardis were appearing on the streets. Political turmoil in Jamaica caused many to flee for the United States and the United Kingdom. Many gravitated first to London, then began moving to different cities in the country like Nottingham. They hung around the black and white calf on Radford Road and the Marcus Garvey Centre on Lenton Boulevard, and swaggered around in heavy gold, selling rocks at the late night drinking hole in Ilkeston Road, the Tally Ho, later called Lenton and then the Drum. It was popular with some of the black homeboys, but even they knew not to push it when the Yardis were around. They were all unaware that an undercover cop from London was also hanging around too, having managed to convince everyone that he was a Yardie. The Tally Ho was seen as an ideal shopfront from which people to peddle rock without the potential danger of bumping into rival posse members, as what was happening frequently in London. In addition, they had a ready-made market, as the Tally Ho was a favourable haunt for white street girls who would sell their skinny bodies every night on the Forest Road of a few rocks of crack. Politically and socially, Jamaica was going through torrid times. The peaceful movement of Rastafarianism, led by Bob Marley, masked deep troubles. Corrupt politicians working for the two main political parties, the People's National Party, known as the PNP, and the Jamaican Labour Party, the JLP, were recruiting crack dealers from the ghettos of Kingston and Spanish Town at an alarming rate. These politicians needed the fear of Yardis brought to enforce their will and keep the lid on their own criminal activities. This was complicated further by the fact that Jamaica had become a stop-off point in the shipment of cocaine from South America to the United States. Someone on the island had discovered that if you boiled down the cocaine with some baking soda in a pan, you could remove the impurities and create a hard rock which, if smoked, could take you to the moon, but only for a brief few minutes. Young Jamaican men soon didn't care if smoking this stuff was like putting a gun to your head. They were ready to sell their souls for the next hit. It was just about the most addictive drug that the enforcement agencies had ever come across, and pretty soon it was making its way to the UK, and it would soon be taking a leading role in the most violent crimes in this country. The three things you could be sure of if you had bumped into a yardie in the early 1990s were that they would have had a wad of cash on them, some rocks of crack or access to them, and most of all, a firearm close to hand. The first evidence of a wave of mayhem that crack would bring came in the quiet street in a Wallington area of October 11th, 1991. Ian Bedward, a 28-year-old homeboy, had succumbed to the drug, and the paranoia it had brought on made his tempestuous relationship with his partner, Sophie Robinson, Dougie Mann's granddaughter. Her mother was the eldest daughter of Elaine, with whom he had 3 children, even worse still. Mr. Bedward was involved in armed robberies in the city and had robbed some drug dealers of their cocaine. He had armed himself, fearing that they would come after him. One Tuesday after a row, Sophie left their house in Whitby Close for a few days to go down London, leaving the children with him. They rambled on about how some of the Robinsons were mixing with Yardie and mentioned a gunman called Eaton Green, known as Leon, who was selling crack around the housing estates of St Anne's and Radford like a candy store salesman. Mr. Bedward became more and more distraught as the hours ticked by. He lined up his 3 children and shot them through the head as they lay on the sofa. He then sat beside them, pulling the trigger of the Colt 45 resting against his head. The bodies were discovered on Friday when neighbours, worried that they hadn't seen the children and had been unable to get an answer from the house, called the police. Sophie arrived home the same day, just as the police had made their grim discovery, and ran down the street, screaming hysterically. 2 of the children had been killed by the same bullet. One of the letters Mr. Bedward left said, "See you in heaven, 'cause down here is hell." Detective Peter Cole, who later became head of CID, said the horrific scene was one of the worst he's ever encountered in his police career. It was really truly sad and shocking to see just how distressing. We had the letters examined for intelligence purposes, and some information was extracted, which proved useful. Next, it was PG Man's family who had tragedy knocking at their door. Some of his sons had formed a gang with friends from the St Anne's estate, now known in ghetto terms as Stans, and they called themselves the Playboy Posse. In the early 1990s, they got into a war with the Meadows Posse, who would also become known later as the Waterfront Gangs. It was the beginning of black-on-black gang violence that was to blight the city intermittently over the next 15 years. At the heart of it was the territorial drugs business, and in particular, cocaine and its derivative, crack. A number of the Robinson clan had succumbed to crack by the early 1990s and had turned to crime to pay for their drugs. Some of the Robinson girls took to street robbery and prostitution as a means to buy their next rock, organising gangs of shoplifters who would fleece designer wear from the city's fashion houses or carry out street robberies. The rude boys of the 1980s, with their neat clothes and flash cars, who had earned themselves a significant living off the street girls and weed they traded in. The crack had created a major economy in its own right, as the consumption of those little brown rocks spread like a cancer through the ghetto. One of Dougie Mann's sons, Eaton Bubsy Robinson, went to prison for 6 years for robbing women on the street to fund his crack habit. 23 years after tasting his first crack pipe, Bubsy was still at it in 2008. He pleaded guilty to shoplifting from Gap and Madhouse Clothes Store to buy crack cocaine. Another son had been lifted by the police for attempted murder after violence erupted in the Black Club, where 2 Birmingham-based dealers had stolen crack from one of the Robinsons' dealers. Against this backdrop, the men were still able to maintain some semblance of togetherness and organisation through memberships of posses. These small tight-knit groups gave those living in the ghetto of St Anne's and Meadows a sense of meaning, and order among all the chaos that surrounded them. They knew what constituted their patch and who to be wary of, and the Playboy posse knew they had to be on the lookout for the posse from the Meadows. No one knows quite how it all started, but in the early 1990s, gang life within St Anne's and the Meadows estates was flourishing. One of the major flashpoints between the gangs, which acted as a catalyst for the war, was ignited when some of the Playboy posse were ambushed by one of PG Man's sons and slashed and had needed 60 stitches. 4 weeks later, the Playboy posse took retribution and attacked 5 members of the Meadow gang as they came out of a club, leaving one with his skull fractured in 2 places. Then the rape of a 14-year-old girl against 3 of the Playboy posse. More violence then followed. Finally, on the 1st of August 1993, PG Man's 21-year-old son Lloyd, who had taken to carrying a machete for self-defense, got into a dispute with some of the Meadows gang. One of Lloyd's friends had stolen a bike from a youngster, and the Meadows crew were not happy about it. PG Man's family had gathered at his house to celebrate the birth of his latest grandson, and after a while, Lloyd and his brother Daston, aged 19, went off to a nearby Afro-Caribbean centre near Hunger Hill Road. Just after midnight, the pair were about to leave the club when they were confronted by around 15 youths looking for a fight. Daston went to raise his father from bed, but before BG Man could intervene, the Meadows gang had attacked Lloyd, striking him so hard with a baseball bat that the force almost split his head in 2. He died 3 days later in hospital. PG Man was a broken man from that day on. I saw a boy holding a baseball bat walk behind the crowd, come up behind Lloyd and whack him on the head, he later told Nottingham Evening Post. As he collapsed to the ground, I fell to my knees and I put my hands on my head. From that lick, I knew he's dead because it went right through me. I could still hear the crack of the baseball bat against my boy's head. I was broken down bad by Lloyd's death. I am not the same person no more. The young man who struck the fatal blow, Gary Mayer, a 19-year-old amateur boxing champion, was jailed for life for the murder in 1994. 3 more gang members, Sean Cope, aged 20, Dean Johnson, who was 19, and Simon Rowbottom, who was 20, received between 3 and 6 years for manslaughter. In the early hours of the 30th of May 1993, a blues party was well underway in a disused warehouse in the Ashford Street of St Anne's. Among those who had been forewarned about the event was the yardie Ethan Green. Mr. Green had fled to the UK to escape an attempted murder charge in Jamaica and to elude fellow yardies who had scores to settle. By the age of 12, he had left school in downtown Kingston and was mixed in with gangsters who had affiliations with the PMP. They ran areas of the city with the help of corrupt politicians and policemen. By the time of the 1980s elections in Jamaica, the criminal gangs were emerging almost seamlessly. Mr. Green was at the vortex of it, now a gunman doing the bidding of corrupt PMP leaders who wanted to take down rivals working for the JLP. Mr. Green became part of the Tel Aviv crew, named after a slum in the area of Kingston where he was brought up. These were government housing projects built around yards, hence the name Yardie. The Tel Aviv crew was divided into a number of posses or gangs. This included the Rapid Posse, the Kremlin Posse, and the Desert Posse, to which Green belonged to during the 1980s. Before the decade was over, he had been involved in a number of murders, which he would later confess to, spent 4 years in prison, and had been arrested for multiple crimes from murder to armed robbery. Reluctance on the part of the witnesses to come forward shielded him from several life sentences in Jamaica. In 1991, awaiting trial for a shooting, he jumped bail, booked a flight to the UK, and walked through immigration to begin what he hoped would be a new, prosperous life. Mr. Green was a dangerous man who was known to use a firearm at the slightest provocation. He became a frequent visitor to Nottingham from London and was soon known to the police. Nottinghamshire Police Intelligence picked up the information that Mr. Green was selling crack cocaine in the city. His name had cropped up in a few letters written by Ian Bedwood, which were seized by the police. In fact, Mr. Green was the only one of a small but growing number of yardies branching out from the capital and selling drugs in major cities like Bristol, Manchester, Birmingham and Liverpool. According to testimony at a later court trial, two brothers from Birmingham who had recently fallen out with the Robinsons in an apparent turf rivalry were expected at a blues party, which began on the night of the 29th of May. Police suspected these brothers were ferrying large amounts of cocaine into Nottingham. At a party 2 weeks earlier, two of the Robinson clan, Peter and Ricky, Dougie Mann's grandsons, had been severely beaten up. Another of the family, Leslie, who was working as a clerk at a law firm, would later become the main organiser for the Nottingham Afro-Caribbean Carnival. He had his car torched in an attack police believe was linked to the feud. Ethan Green, who had been partying at the Marcus Garvey Centre in Nottingham the same night with some yardy friends, had also been dissed by some locals. One of them had saluted Asher's sound coming from the speakers with a volley of gunfire into the ceiling, which had almost deafened one of Mr. Green's associate, Rowan Bumpy Thomas. And Bumpy wasn't happy about it at all. By 3:30 AM, Ashforth's street party was in full swing, with around 200 punters enjoying heavy bass sounds from the booming speakers. Then chaos erupted. 5 men, one dressed in a bandana brandishing a Luger pistol, 2 others with handguns and another with a shotgun, burst into the building and switched on the lights. The music ground to a halt. The silence was broken by 2 blasts as the shotgun was fired into the ceiling by one of the raiders. Next, they began to strip customers of their money and jewellery. Their leader, Ethan Green, brandished his Luger in the face of a number of men who were present, taking interest in one in particular, Michael Johnson, who had refused to hand over anything and had made his dash to the exit. Mr. Green took aim and fired. The bullet missed Mr. Johnson and instead hit 20-year-old Liebert Bubbler Henry in the foot. 2 other men who refused to take this disrespect without a fight were beaten up by Mr. Green. "We are the Seek and Destroy posse, and this is a robbery," Mr. Green screamed at the terrified partygoers. Liebert Henry, blood pumping out of his damaged foot, pleaded to be let out the building and to get medical help, but Mr. Green refused, taunting them with the words, "Bleed, pussy, bleed." The gunmen had demanded that the men be separated from the women and began to remove jewellery, money, credit cards, mobile phones and drugs. The incident was over within half an hour, but in that time, Mr. Green and his gang robbed more people in one go than at any other recorded British crime. The Birmingham brothers that Mr. Green was looking for did not appear to be among the partygoers, but he evidently felt some part of his mission had been accomplished by robbing the locals and dissing them. At first, Operation Warehouse, as the police investigation was called, had only dug up a few leads to the gunman's identity, but gradually a picture began to emerge of some of the assailants. The main protagonist was a slim young black man in his late 20s with a large scar across his right cheek wearing a bandana, and had answered the name Leon, which Nottinghamshire detectives knew from recent intelligence was Mr. Green's street name. Another man had the nickname Bumpy, according to some of the witnesses. The vehicle Mr. Green and his associates had driven from London was found to be a hire car booked from the company based at Heathrow Airport. CCTV images obtained from the company showed Mr. Green and 2 of his gang meeting Elaine Robinson at Heathrow. Nevertheless, for Nottinghamshire police, the biggest revelation was yet to come. Over the subsequent weeks, officers began to piece together more information about Mr. Green. They found an address that he had been staying at, where there was further evidence of a connection to Nottingham. Photographs of Elaine Robinson and her daughter Sophie, along with Mr. Green's mobile phone number. Information from Jamaican authorities revealed Mr. Green to be a very dangerous yardie, wanted for the involvement of several brutal murders. How had he managed to slip into Britain without being arrested or turned back? In fact, as police in Nottingham were to discover, Mr. Green had been helped in avoiding deportation back to Jamaica. Not only that, he had brought 2 violent associates over from Jamaica on false passports with a little help from some friends in high places, friends specifically in the Metropolitan Police and the Immigration Service. Ethan Leonard Green was a top-level yardie informant, playing a double agent role within the Metropolitan Police SO11 intelligence unit. His code name was Aldridge Clark. By July 1993, some resourceful Nottinghamshire detectives were closing in on Mr. Green, despite the lack of assistance from Scotland Yard. At around 2 PM on the 8th of July 1993, after tracking him through several addresses that they had gained from the social security details, they finally located their man walking down Mandela Road in Nottingham, East London. He was handcuffed and led to a car that would take him up the M1 to be questioned about the Blues Party robbery. But as Nottinghamshire officers were soon to discover, this was far from an open and shut case. The Metropolitan Police work ended up hampering the progress of their colleagues, perhaps on the basis that the ends justifies the means. Ultimately, the criminal trial would descend into chaos. As Nottinghamshire police began to question Mr. Green, a complex story began to unfold. Mr. Green said he had not been at the Blues Party, but could identify the assailant. He then told them to check in with a constable called Steve Barker at the Metropolitan Police's SO11 intelligence unit, and that all would be explained. Mr. Green insisted he was working for the Met and had become involved in gaining intelligence on the local drug scene, particularly as a man with the street name Pepsi had been relocated to Nottingham from London to sell crack. Pepsi was supposedly one of the leaders of the Tel Aviv crew based in Kingston, Jamaica. The Nottinghamshire detectives were highly skeptical. Nevertheless, they would have to check out the story before they could carry on with any questioning, particularly as the repercussions could prevent them from charging him for the offences he was being suspected of in Nottingham. What they began to uncover though, with a little help from the Met, was that Mr. Green and two other men believed to be involved in the robbery, Rohan Colonel Bumpy Thomas and Cecile Thomas, were actively being shielded by Scotland Yard detectives because of their valuable information as informant. Indeed, Mr. Green had been deemed so important to the Yard that he was given an A-grade informant tag, denoting an agent whose information was prized at the highest level. He had his own code name to prevent his identification, a specialist hander who would meet him at pre-arranged secret locations to pay him and debrief him, and a 2-year history of providing top intelligence on Yardies deprived inner city areas. He was, in fact, Scotland Yard's most prized asset in a battle against an unpredictable Yardie gangster. Perhaps the Met thought that Mr. Green was an asset worth sticking your neck out for, as they proceeded on a path that seemed to break the conventions of policing, justice and the law. The detectives from Nottinghamshire were unimpressed. The more they discovered about the nature of Mr. Green's relationship with their London counterpart, the more it strengthened their resolve to see Mr. Green put on trial for the robbery on their patch. They did not doubt that he had provided good information on the movement of firearms around the capital and the arrival of Yardies in London, but to turn a blind eye to an armed robbery of 150 out of 200 people at a party was not something they were prepared to do, or to justify to the victim. As far as they were concerned, Scotland Yard had effectively done nothing to help with Mr. Green's arrest after the robbery. Moreover, some individuals had effectively helped Mr. Green avoid arrest, not least his handler, who had met him during the weeks after the robbery and allowed him to walk away despite the Yard having been told by Nottinghamshire that he should be arrested. Detective Inspector Michael Layton was among the senior Nottinghamshire police officers trying to track down Mr. Green and his accomplices. The team had been given full authority by their bosses to nail the gang, putting them on a collision course with Scotland Yard that would serve neither justice nor public. They were still in the dark about the extent of Mr. Green's role as an informant, even as they tried to solve the major case, and the economy of truth displayed by their fellow agencies was something they could never have predicted. Indeed, it would take the court case to flush out the truth. By July 1993, Mr. Green, along with Rohan Thomas, Cecile Thomas, Stephen Crossdale and Errol Lynch, alleged to be the 4th and 5th members of the gang, had been charged with robbery. 3 Robinsons from Dougie Man's side of the family were also arrested, sisters Elaine, Valerie and their brother Leslie. Detectives were convinced some of the Robinsons had played a role in sponsoring Mr. Green's gang to carry out crack cocaine business in the city and ultimately extract revenge on the 2 Birmingham brothers for humiliating members of the Robinson family. The 3 Robinsons were charged with conspiracy to cause grievous bodily harm. Right up to the start of the trial at Leicester Crown Court, Scotland Yard concealed the importance of Mr. Green's role as one of their most prized agents. In October 1994, a few weeks after the trial opened, tactics that seemed almost Machiavellian were used to protect Mr. Green, who was pleading not guilty. At a first mitigation text, a method sometimes used by the police to tell the judge that the defendant has provided crucial information to help solve a crime and should be sentenced leniently, but without telling the barristers or jury, was received by the judge from the Metropolitan Police. It indicated that Mr. Green had been very helpful in the arrest of a number of cases and should be given credit with a reduced sentence should he be found guilty. Defense barristers tipped off about Mr. Green's role in the arrest and his co-defendants demanded the informant be identified. The prosecution barrister also indicated that senior officers from Scotland Yard were imploring him to abandon the trial. On the 14th of October, with the truth in danger of coming out, an officer went to the court to see the judge, Richard Pollard, and ask him not to reveal Mr. Green's identity. Faced with some unquestionable questions, the judge halted proceedings as a top-level discussion took place between Nottinghamshire Police, Scotland Yard, Barbara Mills, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and Sir Nicholas Liel, the Attorney General. Nottinghamshire Police were astounded to discover that Mr. Green had been given Met information about the weapon used in the robbery, who the assailants were, where they were holed up, and where some of the jewellery had been fenced. They also learned that the Met's intelligence report stated that all this information had been supposedly passed on to Nottinghamshire Police during the first few weeks of the investigation, which was news to them. It was suggested that there had been either an extreme breakdown in communication between the two forces, or that the Met was lying. The trial judge also felt that the Met had misled him and the CPS about Mr. Green's relationship with SO11, and that a senior Met officer had made inappropriate approaches to the judge and counsel in an attempt to get the trial thrown out. After battling the issue back and forth over a number of weeks, Director of Public Prosecutions and the Attorney General ruled that the Met were in the wrong. The role of Mr. Green would have to be revealed in court and the trials should continue. After a month away from the courtroom, however, Judge Pollard had no option but to discharge the original jury and call for a retrial. The defendants were remanded in custody. Faced with nowhere to hide, Mr. Green now changed his story once more and began to admit to a catalogue of crimes in Jamaica. 11 murders, as well as robberies, shootings, and cocaine deals whilst in London on the payroll of Scotland Yard. He described in graphic detail to the Metropolitan Police officers how he had murdered, on behalf of senior PNP politician, 3 yardies suspected of snitching to the Jamaican authorities. He went on to explain how he was spotted carrying out the killing by a passing taxi driver, and so he executed him too, along with his passenger. Crucially, he was prepared to plead guilty to the robbery in Nottingham. By the time the case had came to retrial in June 1995, again at Leicester Crown Court, Mr. Green had already pleaded guilty and had been sentenced to 6 years in prison. A new trial judge, Mr. Justice Smedley, fully aware of what his counterpart Judge Pollard had been put through during the original trial, had some choice of words to describe the conduct of the Metropolitan Police. I am very disturbed at the way in which those responsible for handling Mr. Green as an informant appear not only to have failed to cooperate, but possibly have impeded inquiries that causes me alarm. Meanwhile, SO11 had given Mr. Green a new identity and placed him in witness protection on a prison wing in Parkhurst Prison on the Isle of Wight. It was an area reserved for just a handful of supergrasses, including Darren Nichols, the main witness in the 1998 Essex Range Rover murders, fictionalised in the Essex Boys film. Met clearly still believed Mr. Green could be of use to them if he went back to Jamaica. The retrial jury was told the events at Ashforth Street warehouse were like a Hollywood-style robbery. Barristers for the Robinson trio argued forcibly that their clients knew of no bad blood between them and the 2 Birmingham brothers, and that the gang was simply doing what all yardie gangs do at blues nights: rob fellow partygoers. By the end of the retrial, the jury was unconvinced that any of the Robinson family had been involved in a conspiracy to commit violence against anyone at the party, though it was clear from CCTV images at Heathrow that Elaine Robinson knew Mr. Green well, and that a phone linked to her sister, Valerie, had been used to contact Mr. Green right up until the minute the robbery was taking place. All the Robinsons were cleared of the GBH conspiracy charge. The alleged gang members did not fare so well. Rohan Colonel Bumpy Thomas was convicted along with Stephen Crossdale. Cecile Thomas and Errol Lynch were cleared but deported back to Jamaica. Mr. Crossdale was eventually cleared on appeal, and Mr. Thomas, who had been faced with a 14-year sentence, had some of his convictions quashed as a result of an appeal, which ruled that Mr. Green's evidence could not be relied upon. Meanwhile, Hampshire's police chief constable, Sir John Hoddinott, was given the role of carrying out a major inquiry into the Metropolitan Police handling of Eton Green and another yardie, Dalroy Denton, who had murdered a woman while on their informant payroll. Dalroy Denton was jailed for life in 1996 for killing Marcia Laws. The story of Mr. Green's recruitment emerged from 15,000 pages of evidence collected by Hampshire police. The report, published in 1999, revealed just how far the authorities were prepared to go in allowing a gun-toting killer to help in a battle against the yardies. Mr. Green had arrived on British soil in February 1991 and quickly immersed himself in the yardie hotspots of Brixton and Hackney, where he found former associates from Jamaica doing roaring trade in the crack cocaine business and robberies. By the 21st of May, he had been arrested for traffic offences by a young constable, Stephen Barker. Following a 1 AM chat with Mr. Barker in Brixton police station, Mr. Green took the only available option to avoid extradition back to Jamaica. He turned into a grass. Over the next 2 years, he was able to provide detailed information to Mr. Barker of murders and robberies in London, New York and Jamaica, the traffic of cocaine and firearms into the UK, and the movement of yardies through immigration desks in the UK and the United States. He was paid up to £1,000 a time for the 170 detailed reports that he gave to Mr. Barker. Through their sheer scale meant that they were able to rarely rely on the resources to act upon them. But all this time, Mr. Green was himself dealing in cocaine and robbing other dealers, with a firearm by his side almost everywhere that he went. Everybody carries a gun in Jamaica, so we do the same in England, he told detectives who would later question him. Sometimes we whip it out and shoot up the roof. We're just saluting the music. During his time as an informant, Mr. Green was arrested on 3 separate occasions by other Metropolitan Police units for possessing crack cocaine, but each time his crimes were never reached to the court until the audacious robbery in Nottingham. He was allowed to bring his own associates into the UK, including Rowan Thomas, who had served 14 years in Jamaican prison for shooting a policeman, and Cecile Thomas, another yardie. Both came in on false passports despite the fact it was known by both Metropolitan Police officers and immigration officials that they had violent past and were wanted by Jamaican authorities. Colonel Bumpy alone was believed to have been involved in around 10 murders. 2 weeks after the robbery in Nottingham, and despite knowing he was on the run from their Nottinghamshire colleagues, the Met's SO11 unit sanctioned a visit by Mr. Green to Holland, where he was promptly robbed by some local dealers at gunpoint with an Uzi submachine gun pistol. Later, Steve Barker, after specifically being asked by Nottinghamshire officers and agreeing to help find Mr. Green, had met the fugitive. Whatever was said during the meeting, Mr. Barker did not arrest his informant and had allowed him to walk off. Sir John's report, which went to the Crown Prosecution Service, stopped short of recommending criminal charges being brought against police and the immigration officers involved in handling the yardie informers, including Mr. Green, even though there seemed to have been a possible breach of the Immigration Act. To prove a misconduct charge, deliberate failure or willful neglect would have to have been shown. What did result from the report, however, were the sweeping changes in which informants were being handled by all law enforcement agencies. The recommendations resulted in a new regulation of the Investigatory Powers Act, RIPA, of 2000, which specifies a large number of rules to be followed during the handling of a human covert resources. Not least, those recruiting informants should be kept away from those handling informants, and that the informants themselves would have to sign a far-reaching contract which laid them open to prosecution if it was not followed. It would inevitably mean that Mr. Green's episode would be harder to repeat, but it would also mean fewer officers being able to recruit fewer informants. Ultimately, the intelligence which had been pouring in on those fighting to keep drugs and firearms off the street would often come only from criminals hoping to take competitors and opponents out the game. Officers became reluctant to handle informants, fearing they could be prosecuted themselves if snitches ran riot, as Eton Green had done. By 1997, Mr. Green, still in his cell on the Isle of Wight, was fighting a deportation application from Nottinghamshire police. He was already 18 months past the time when he could have been freed from his 6-year sentence, but found the cell walls at Parkhurst even more inviting than the freedom of the streets. His lawyer argued that a very senior police officer from the Met had promised Mr. Green, his wife, a British citizen, and his mother protection for the rest of his life, and that if he was sent back to Jamaica, it would be sending him to a certain death. as his status as an informant was well known due to media coverage of his case. This time, the Home Office was not prepared to play ball with Mr. Green, and the Home Secretary, Jack Straw, took the personal decision to rubber stamp the deportation order. Mr. Green was sent back to Kingston a few months later. John Grieve, the head of SO11 team that handled Mr. Green, seemed unfazed. He did, however, apologise for not sending Nottinghamshire the right information at the right format at the right time. He told reporters Mr. Green was well worth the investment. It is an extremely unfortunate and to the detriment of the people of London that we no longer have him. Nottinghamshire's police head of CID, Philip Davis, took a different view. Informants are essential, he said. However, there is to be a stringent guideline and procedures which must be observed in the integrity of the system if it is to be maintained. No doubt his officers wouldn't disagree with the sentiments of using informants like Mr. Green in an ongoing battle against seemingly impenetrable problems such as yardie gangs. After all, they have used many such informants themselves. In February 2006, a man whose identity they protected as a witness in a murder case, Trinidadian Trevon Thomas, shot and seriously injured one of their own officers, Rachel Baum, as she investigated a burglary in Lenton. What angered Nottinghamshire police was that their Scotland Yard counterparts had failed to control their source, and then, when presented with an unpalatable truth, tried to protect his identity and had stalled their work to arrest him by withholding information. The fallout led to poor relations between the two forces for years. It also led to tensions between local police and the victims of the Blue Party robbery, who felt that Nottinghamshire and the Met were using the black community as pawns in a game against each other. For Eton Green, it was to be, predictably, perhaps, a short-lived existence in Jamaica. On the 20th of April 2005, police were directed to his Mitsubishi car close to a central sorting office in Kingston. In the boot they found Mr. Green's body, wrapped up and riddled with 5 bullets, signifying a yardie execution. Mr. Green had been lured from his Craigtown home along with 2 other men, who were also shot dead. It seems that Mr. Green, who had been back for more than 3 years, had carried on with his trigger-happy exploits. Police suspected him of a number of crimes, including the murder of a young woman who was found dumped at Constitution Hill the previous year. Mr. Green was the 508th murder victim of Jamaica in that year, and that was only 4 months into the year. He was 37, having passed the average lifespan of a yardie criminal by some 5 years. The scale of the death toll demonstrated just how cheap life was in Jamaica. The ripple effect seen in Britain with yardies like Mr. Green and his associates carried on with a cut-price attitude towards life. By the turn of the century, black-on-black violence had become an everyday occurrence in Nottingham, London, Bristol, Manchester and Birmingham. The difference was the crimes were being committed by a new generation of criminals, so-called homeboys, born and bred into British life, who were now setting up their own posses, rapping in patois, dripping in gold jewellery, and carrying very big guns. In the beginning of the 1990s, as the Robinsons fell under the spell of crack cocaine, a new drugs king emerged who would rise to such an influential level that he would be feted by politicians in Westminster and police officers alike. A researcher had met David St. Anthony Francis at a hospital next to Nottinghamshire Police Headquarters. The meeting had been arranged as part of a research into a television documentary about drugs, gangs and firearm problems being faced by the city in 2004. Mr. Francis, by then a veteran in the crime scene, had been out of prison for a few years. Urban legend has it that on his release, a friend arrived at the Derbyshire Sudbury prison in Mr. Francis' favourite Porsche to pick him up, but the only way that the researcher was able to make contact with him was to visit a jewellery shop in the Sneinton area and drop off a message. He responded promptly, partly because the messages had contained a letter from the former police officer who knew Mr. Francis well, and had effectively used Mr. Francis, albeit unwittingly, as an informant. He arranged to meet the researcher at the private Nottingham Park Hospital, and he was undergoing treatment for diabetes. The hospital is just a stone's throw away from the police headquarters at Sherwood Lodge, a place Mr. Francis was very familiar with. He was not at the hospital when he arrived, but shortly afterwards, a phone call came through. He apologised. "I'm down at the Ferrari dealership having a look at a car. but I won't be long. The researcher thought it was some kind of joke, but then, while he was having a coffee in the hospital's cafeteria, a car pulled up. It was a brand new Bentley. From the driver's side, a bulky white man in his late 50s, who looked a bit like a bouncer, got out. But there was a pause for a few minutes, and Mr. Francis appeared, stepping almost regally out of the passenger door. It transpired that it was his own vehicle, and the Bentley dealership had provided him with a driver for the day so that he could browse some new cars down at the Ferrari showroom. After waiting a few minutes for him to make his way into the building, everyone made their way down to his room. The 41-year-old Mr. Francis, bespectacled and with long dreaded hair, lay himself on the hospital bed, kitted out with his own Versace bedspread, ready to hold court. He was keen to give away very little, but gave off a kind of special charm which you couldn't help but admire. It's been said that you can't get a much better description of him than that was given by investigative journalist Nick Davis in his book, Dark Heart. Dave positively breathes money, wrote Mr. Davis. He wears diamond in his gold teeth. They have been drilled into the enamel by specialist dentists. Half a dozen sparkling advertisements for his success in life. When Dave smiles, the rest of the world sees his wealth winking back at them. In his ear, he has another diamond. On his wrist, he wears a heavy gold Rolex with diamond studs all around it, which he says cost him about 30 grand. There was gold around his neck, more gold around his wrists. When it was put to Mr. Francis about the media coverage, and in particular Mr. Davies' book, in which he prominently features, he said, "It's just as well I'm not the sort of person to bear a grudge, eh?" When the subject was raised about people wanting to do a documentary with him, he was less than enthusiastic. "Why would I want to do that? There's nothing in it for me. My days of all that, meaning crime, are over. I'm a grandfather now. I'm just getting on with things at the shop and keeping out of trouble." The researcher was interested in his views on white criminals, particularly as the vacuum created by his own arrest and conviction for supplying heroin had been filled by a mob known as the Bestwood Cartel, and signs were that the police were about to bring them down. "It's taken them long enough," he said. "I mean, do you think they would have got away with it for so long if they had been black? That's Nottingham police for you. I'm black, so they make me out to be this big dealer. I'm just another black guy dealing drugs to them." Mr. Francis was always quick to play the race card. When the subject was raised of his friend who had been forced to quit a high-profile job because of allegations of impropriety, he said, "Oh well, you see, he's got his troubles now just because he was trying to help out a few brothers. Don't tell me it's not because he's black." The fact was, as the researcher was to discover, that Dave Francis had done more damage to the black community in Nottingham than possibly any other individual. He grew up in Arnold, in a leafy suburb in the north of the city. By the time he was 14, he had already come to the attention of the police for handling stolen goods. He was, as a youth, very much feared at school, taking on pupils much older than him in the playground, and often leaving them bruised and battered. By the time he was a young man, he was beating up hardened thugs twice his age. The playground fights didn't always go his way though. One fellow pupil remembered an incident in which Mr. Francis almost came off worse to a girl. Dave had these huge hands which gave him the tools to be a formidable fighter. One day, this girl, who was very hard and very useful with her fists, got into an argument with Mr. Francis and launched at him. As the fight went on, the classroom resembled a war zone, and there was blood and desks and chairs thrown everywhere, and the teacher just ran off because she couldn't handle it. In the end, after her beating 7 shades of shit out of him, they called it a draw. Mr. Francis so respected her that he then asked her out, even though she said she had left him battered and bruised. By his early 20s, having moved to the Meadows estate, he was a prolific young offender and was on his way to heading the Meadows posse. This gang of black criminals, which was highly organised by 4 main leaders, specialised in armed robberies, burglary, handling stolen goods and drugs. To avoid detection, they wore Jackson 5 style afro wigs and often used stolen cars. If stopped by the police, they would admit to taking the car, but could claim that any evidence found in the vehicle, such as a firearm or overalls that matched the description of the armed raiders, must have been in the car when they nicked it. When a burglar cleared out the gun shop in Carlton, the Meadows posse took control of the Hall of Firearms. These guns would regularly turn up at crime scenes over the next decade. Later, Mr. Francis even admitted to officers that he had control of the distribution of firearms across the city. "Guns are fine if they're in the hands of the people who know how to use them," he told officers. In July 1989, the gang came a cropper after a painting was stolen from a house of an 83-year-old woman in the Bilborough area of Nottingham. Believed to be a Gangsters worth £1 million, it passed through the hands of Mr. Francis and his Meadow posse. They were arranging for it to be handed over to some unscrupulous art dealer for around £300,000. But little did they know, they were in fact dealing with undercover police officers. Mr. Francis stayed on the periphery of the sale and let two other Meadows posse main men, Tony Slacks and Alvin Henry, arrange it. Mr. Slacks met the dealers, who included an undercover police officer and the police informant, at the city's Albany Hotel, and said he was willing to sell the painting for a discount price. It had been almost a year since the burglary, and the posse were keen to shift it. Mr. Slacks and Mr. Henry arranged to meet the art dealer himself at Gamston Airport near Retford in Nottinghamshire, where the exchange would take place. An undercover officer flew up from London in a light aircraft. While the Meadows gang had no inkling that they were dealing with an undercover officer, the police were also unaware that the gang had planned to rip them off. Mr. Henry and Mr. Slacks were armed with sawn-off shotguns and had brought up flex to tie up their victims. When it came to the exchange, Mr. Slacks became suspicious and asked to see the money again. Then he realised it was a setup. "We're both playing the same game," he told the undercover officer. "That's not the money. I was going to rip you off, but you're doing the same thing." The incident descended into chaos as police moved in to arrest Mr. Slacks and Mr. Henry. Mr. Slacks was apprehended as he tried to run off, but Mr. Henry threatened to shoot some of the unarmed officers and managed to escape. He was arrested a few days later. Despite feeling he had been fitted up, Mr. Slacks was given 12 years for his part in the crime, which included possession of 2 firearms. Mr. Henry was cleared of conspiracy to rob, but convicted of firearms offences and sentenced to 3 years. The painting turned out to be a fake and was probably worth just a few £100s. The case dealt to be a severe blow to the Meadows gang, and though they had all grown up together, they began to distrust each other. Then they were caught up in another case, after attempting to rob a store in Nottingham. Again, police seemed to have inside information, and the robbery went wrong, resulting in the arrest of one of the posse, Godfrey Hibbert, an ex-boxer from Meadows, a white man called Kevin Morledge, who had acted as a dog's body for the gang. Mr. Francis called his white helpers Tampaxes because they were on a string controlled by him, and they would absorb any unwelcome problems around him. Had been approached by the police after he was arrested on burglary charges. Mr. Francis evaded the police and was very busy devising a cunning plan to destroy the police's case against the posse. He gained access to the depositions in the attempted robbery case and knew who was saying what to their solicitor and what evidence the police actually had. In Mr. Morledge, he saw an opportunity to wreck the police probe. Officers had been to see Mr. Morledge in Lincoln prison after he let it be known that he wanted to speak to them about a deal. Before they could make the follow-up visit, Mr. Francis smuggled a tape recorder to Mr. Morledge. When 2 officers from Nottinghamshire Police arrived again at Lincoln Prison, they outlined the help to Mr. Morledge, which he might receive if he gave evidence that Mr. Hibbert and Mr. Francis were involved in an armed robbery. Mr. Morledge secretly taped the conversation and then got the tape out to Mr. Francis, who edited the recording to make the case against the detectives even more damning. By the time the case came to trial in December 1989, Mr. Morledge was claiming the police had tried to get him to make a false confession in return for immunity against prosecution. The judge at Nottingham Crown Court dismissed the jury and then heard in closed sessions about the tape recordings, though the police denied making the offers and said that the tape should be scrutinised forensically to see if it had been tampered with. The judge said he had little to no option to dismiss the case against both Mr. Hibbert and Mr. Morledge. 5 years later, Mr. Morledge received £10,000 from Nottinghamshire Police as compensation. Dave Francis was once again safe, and as Mr. Hibbert had ended up going to prison anyway after being convicted of a separate drugs offence, could now crown himself king of the Meadows posse in his own right. But the fact was, by 1991, there was no Meadows posse left, or at least not as it had been. Mr. Francis was still organising the movement of stolen jewellery and gold, but had moved on to the drugs business in a big way by 1990. Though he owned a gold shop, he still made regular trips to Birmingham to see 2 contacts who were prepared to melt it down for him. No questions asked. Still, Mr. Francis saw that the drug business was where the money was to be made. There were 2 drugs which were bringing in colossal profits for those who wanted to trade. Ecstasy sales were booming. It was clubland time in Nottingham, and people were coming from London, Manchester, Sheffield, Leeds and Birmingham to enjoy the sounds and hedonistic lifestyle at venues like Venus, as well as the illegal raves. Mr. Francis organised security for some events, along with nights at the Marcus Garvey Centre, which would spill over into violence when rival gangs fought it out for their neutral turf of Radford. Controlling the doors at large raves effectively meant that control of drugs going into the venues was under the gang's control. Mr. Francis's street dealers could sell pills without any worries, and he could cream off the profits. A genuine ecstasy pill, which most were coming in from factories of Holland, sold for around £20 in the UK at the time. The dealers were making huge profits. Speed was still one of the main drugs of choice in Nottingham. Some said it had been around since the days of the miners, who would take doses to stay awake on long shifts. By the late 1980s, the mines were all but gone, and the speed culture had become a recreational one. The rate of consumption during the late 1980s and the early 1990s was such that the police were often baffled when it came to them making busts. Frequently, they would discover that in a few days it had taken to organise the raids, kilos and kilos had already been sold off and consumed, suggesting a very quick turnover. Cocaine was also increasing in availability. It was already destroying the Robinson family, some who were members of the St. Anne's crew or St. Anne's Massive or Playboy posse. During his trips to Birmingham to melt down the gold that he was accumulating, Mr. Francis hooked up with the two Birmingham brothers whose feud with the Robinsons had led to Eton Green's infamous Blues Party robbery. Mr. Francis believed that he could help the brothers make inroads into the Nottingham drug scene, and at the same time helped to distribute cocaine with some heavy backers who would not fear from other traders in the St. Anne's estate. But this move, together with potential flashpoints at the nights he ran at the Marcus Garvey Centre in Lenton, meant trouble was always just round the corner. It ultimately brought him into conflict with the Yardies, and Mr. Francis decided to strike out further on his own. By 1993, Mr. Francis had served a number of spells in prison and had 30 odd convictions dating back to 1976. They included possession of a firearm, actually bodily harm, unlawful sexual intercourse, and possession of drugs. Now that he embarked on a new criminal project, building up a network of contacts who ranged from influential within politics and the police to the usable young wannabes who saw the chance of a career doing the biddings of Nottingham's premier gangster of becoming street dealers themselves. Mr. Francis was to achieve this by partly getting himself a proper job, a posting as a manager of a local drugs charity project which specialised in 24/7 outreach work for addicts, particularly those who were ravaged by crack cocaine. The charity, the Association for the Prevention of Addiction, APA, later to become Addaction, was setting up units across the country, and Nottingham addicts were among the first outside of London to benefit from the open doors of the crack awareness team to them. Mr. Francis, despite his convictions and his flamboyant lifestyle, was the ideal candidate as far as the APA was concerned. Here was an intelligent, streetwise black man with whom drug users could identify. He blazed through the interview. Former CID boss Peter Coles remembers Mr. Francis visiting him at the time. He had just been to give an interview, and he drove down to the central police station and parked his Porsche up against the garages there. He was very keen to stress his life of crime was over. He said he had made £4 million by that time, and he was going to be a good Samaritan now and help the community. I was aghast. I couldn't understand how this man, who was wearing an Armani suit, driving a Porsche, and had all these convictions, could have got the interview, let alone the job. Didn't anyone think to ask this man, dripping in jewellery, with a Rolex watch worth £50,000 on his wrist, why would he want a job as a minor social worker? These crack awareness teams are beginning to spring up all over the country. Ironically, there was another individual who had done a similar thing down North London. Mr. Francis knew this man very well through the National Drug Supply Network, and some say that Mr. Francis aspired to be someone like him, and I think that's where he got the idea from. It was a perfect cover for him to branch out into large-scale dealing. With Yardies seemingly attracted to Nottingham like bees to honey, Mr. Francis was keen to avoid street dealing and the hassles that it could bring. He embraced his new role with gusto, raising the profile as a bona fide drugs worker, attending Home Office Select Committee hearings at Westminster, and the crack cocaine problem and appearing in the ITV television documentary to talk about the problems of facing crack cocaine users. During this time, he was in fact building up his power base and recruiting people who would later become his dealers. As the main CAT worker, he would be in and out of the police cells on almost a daily basis to offer advice to addicts who had been arrested. He had also had access to depositions in criminal cases. This all provided him with useful information, particularly when it came to who was grassing up who and the police's weak point. Mr. Francis' advice to those languishers in the cell and dreaming of weaning themselves of drugs, usually heroin or crack, was come work for Dave, I'll look after you. Mr. Francis told the newspapers the government was not doing enough to solve the cocaine problem and it was blightening the city, and he sounded very convincing. He waxed lyrical. He spoke loudly about what needed to be done and how the work was to be carried out by him and his band of followers, and it was an essential part of the process. Crack cocaine users are people who have lost their houses, their jobs, sold most of their possessions, and are no longer capable of looking after their children, he told reporters. Their lives are chaotic. There is not a lot of point of giving them 4 weeks' time because they are never going to make it. For years, they are virtually denied that there has ever been a crack problem. Most of the calls we get are about 2 to 3 in the morning when people are down. The two things we don't give them is drugs and money, but we can give them food, liquid if they're dehydrated, and we can listen to their story. At times, we can help them sort out court problems, warrants and aid tests. He wasn't afraid to be controversial in his interview either. The fact is, there is a good side to most drugs. If you're telling people it's all bad, they are bound to start looking up to people who look as though they're having a great time. The issue is that there is a downside as well, and to show people that side and make it clear to them that they're likely to end up in this way, he said. It was the perfect ruse to cover his tracks, for Mr. Francis was dealing in heroin, cocaine and crack cocaine, ecstasy and weed. He was in fact one of the biggest dealers in the Midlands at that time. He'd also got a job which paid him 21 grand a year from the public purse, a job which he drove to in a Mercedes convertible worth £50,000. He also changed his BMW every year. He kept a beautiful mistress who earned a living from high-class prostitution, a house in Jamaica in his mother's name which resembled the White House, several properties in Nottingham, including a 3-bedroom house in Compton Acres, a stone throw away from his Meadows home turf, and kitted out with the latest Bang Olufsen hi-fi, a flat in the appropriately named Francis Street in Hyson Green, diamonds drilled into his teeth and gold dripping from his fingers. He was sitting on an anti-drug and child prostitution problem solving panel alongside the likes of Nottingham South MP Alan Simpson and former Chief Constable Dan Crompton, and had influence over spending of £170,000 a year from the likes of the Department of Health and other government bodies. Mr. Francis's deputy at CAT, Henry Warner, was his first lieutenant in this booming drugs empire, and Mr. Francis had also brought the loyalty of many of those going through the open door offices, or working alongside him by selling them gear or getting them to sell it for him. He was fast becoming out of reach of the authorities, not least because he had built up a wide network of influential people who were tipping off about any investigation into his activities. He was very clever. He knew the road to power and people's weaknesses, and he exploited them ruthlessly. Each time the forces of law and order got close to him, there were people willing to help him. Some were in lowly places, like the young white Tampaxes who had served him. Others were in high places, some of them white middle-class individuals, willing to cry racism if Mr. Francis was criticised, and to say, "This man's a good guy. He's doing great work. We should be applauding him, not doing him down." Others began asking themselves, what does Dave Francis have on these people? What power did he wield over them that they felt an obligation to support him, when many knew or suspected he was one of the bad guys? So frustrated were the police by lack of evidence against him that they even resorted to illegal tactics to try and nail him. On one occasion, an officer arranged for a stolen credit card to be placed inside Mr. Francis's car overnight. The following day, a call was made to a local traffic police officer to pull over his vehicle. It resulted in his arrest and detention in a cell for a few hours, which enabled a warrant to be obtained to search his house and his safe, which in turn helped police gather intelligence about where Mr. Francis was actually keeping his money. But it was still not enough to nail him. He had to be caught red-handed if anything was to stick. During 1997, Mr. Francis came to the attention of the local health authority after complaints were lodged by some fellow workers who had been corrupted by his charm and wealth. They were prepared to stand up and be counted, even if it put their careers at risk. Sue Lokes and Tony Herbert were among a number of ex-workers and clients who knew what Mr. Francis was up to and could not stand to see it happening any longer. In November 1996, they went to Nottingham Health Authority, which particularly funded the crack cocaine awareness program, to complain that Mr. Francis was actually selling huge amounts of crack cocaine, heroin and weed. Not only this, some alleged that he was dealing in firearms and prostitutes. He was, they said, nothing more than a charlatan who was using the CAT project as a prop to hide his drug dealing empire. The APA launched an inquiry, but the following March, Mr. Francis had been exonerated. Worse still, he was taking retribution against those who had spoken out against him. Tony Herbert found his car vandalised. Several of his clients who had been brave enough to speak out in the inquiry received anonymous phone call threats. It was clear that dark forces were at work. How could the APA committee reject overwhelming evidence from more than 20 professional workers whose clients were on the front line witnessing Mr. Francis's actions every day? Most of them had never even met each other, so it clearly could not be tainted by association. When material started to leak out to the Guardian newspaper, it became clear just how much power Mr. Francis had accumulated. Among those speaking up for him were MP Alan Simpson and the chairman of the APA, Sir Geoffrey Errington. Sir Geoffrey told the Guardian that not a scrap of real evidence had emerged which could be backed up, and that the critics were tainting Mr. Francis's character unfairly. He was a good guy as far as we're concerned, and he is jolly worthwhile as an employee, said Sir Geoffrey. We couldn't find a spark of evidence to back up any allegation. These things were just rumours. I don't think that we have been fooled. Mr. Simpson also spoke to the inquiry, telling them that Mr. Francis was a victim of malicious gossip and at the hands of people who had their own agenda. The staff that made the allegations about Mr. Francis were threatened with legal action by the APA if it was repeated. However, by 1997, faced with a particularly damaging article in The Guardian, which outed him as a drug dealer, Mr. Francis decided to resign from Open Doors. Nottinghamshire Police, in the meantime, had launched a secret operation against him, convinced there was truth in the allegations, and this time were determined to nail him. By 1998, Operation Odin was well underway. A meeting took place in the car park off the M1. In a car were two detectives from the Major Crime Unit, and they were waiting for a man who would help them unlock some of Mr. Francis's secrets. The silent stranger who greeted the two officers looked more like a down and out than the specialist operator that he was. He got into the back of the car with stealth-like ease, the two detectives jumping with a start. The mystery man spotted a tattoo on his wrist, a snake round a dagger. The symbol could mean only one thing to the detectives who were babysitting him. He was either a serving or former Special Forces operative. The car weaved its way back towards Nottingham, taking the ring road past the Queen's Medical Centre and out towards the leafy West Bridgeford. Detectives knew that Mr. Francis would be out of the way for only a few hours. He had taken his mistress to Luton Airport, where she would make one of her regular flights to Switzerland. Officers had also carried out the research on all of Mr. Francis's properties to determine which one he was most likely to provide the wealth of intelligence they needed to bust him, and what sort of security they needed to bypass to get in. They already knew that they would have to get past highly sophisticated alarm systems. There was then a small problem about a Doberman guard dog. Their target was his home in Maythorne Close in Compton Acres. Their plan was to break in, immobilise his dog temporarily, and plant a device which would allow investigators to hear his conversation. It was, of course, easier said than done, unless you had a bit of help from some extremely talented individuals. Arriving at their destination, the mysterious tattooed man was out of the car and up the street almost before the detectives had the chance to pull up. He had disappeared around the corner. Within 15 minutes, a call from a senior detective in charge of the operation made it clear that the man was on his way back to the car, having the bug planted safely. There were pieces of equipment which could break down at any time. Every month the batteries had to be changed, and at the conclusion of each operation, the equipment had to be retrieved. These mysterious specialists were invaluable. These were guys who could tell the type of key and lock needed for the property. It could be done in a mere glance. One senior Nottinghamshire officer once said, "They could also break into the most difficult locations, and you just knew that they would not leave so much as even a strand of hair behind." In Mr. Francis's case, detectives would eventually bug a passenger seat in a jumbo jet carrying him to Jamaica in a bid to learn more about his conversations. According to one very senior officer, this may be the only time a police force in the country has undertaken such a radical move to monitor a criminal target. Months of surveillance work would now be undertaken, but the validity of the material coming through the books would have to be tested every month in order to get ongoing Home Office approval. If there was no incriminating material on the books, there will be a problem gaining the authority to use the devices through the following month. The officers listened in as Mr. Francis briefed his foot soldiers. "There are people out there who would love to destroy us, so keep your eyes open and your ears open, and don't say anything unless you have to," he told them. "We can't fuck around. We've got to be the best team, the cheapest and the quickest to get the gear out. Otherwise, other crews will be on top. I don't want anything getting us into the war zone with the yardies." Mr. Francis and Henry Warner's mobiles were bugged, and every day, against the background noise of repeated cable TV soap operas that his crew seemed to have been avid fans of, they heard him organising kilo after kilo of brown heroin. Mr. Francis was only just managing to keep up with the demand of sales as they soared, partly of the consequence of the crack epidemic which was sweeping Nottingham. Crackheads found that one way to reduce the drop from their cocaine high was to smoke or inject heroin. Many were therefore fighting two addictions at the same time. Some who Mr. Francis was pimping himself were among his best customers. The crap kept them going and working through the night, and the brown comforted them when they eventually got back home. It took the pain away for a few brief hours, till they woke up and needed a toke on their crack pipe, starting the cycle all over again. Mr. Francis was making extraordinary profits, and the police knew it. 6 officers monitored conversations round the clock from the listening post in Wilford as Mr. Francis organised his shipments. He was talking to dealers in London, mainly Nigerian contacts he had built up over the years, and he was dealing with people like Ramsey Katchik, a major supplier from Leicester who had made some of his wealth from the city's notorious hot dog wars. Mr. Katchik would later be jailed for 19 years for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. In addition, Mr. Francis had contacts in Manchester, Newcastle and Birmingham. Meanwhile, officers on the ground were taking out Mr. Francis's troops, arrested as part of Operation Odin and its forerunner, Operation Diamondback, and he was clearly starting to feel vulnerable. That would mean, it was hoped, that Mr. Francis would have to start taking more risk and ultimately get his hands dirty, which might just result in them catching him with the drugs. They could only hope for such luck. By February 1999, the end was approaching as the accumulation of material indicated that he was clearly selling heroin and cocaine on a large scale. In the final weeks of his operation, more than 7 kilos of heroin alone passed through Mr. Francis's hands. After allowing 4 kilos to go through in less than 2 weeks, the team was ready to move. They picked up information through the bugs that there was to be another kilo delivery of heroin that evening coming in a hired VW Golf from South London, which Mr. Francis had to organise himself. Better still, Mr. Francis, running out of troops he could trust or who had not been arrested, would be at his flat on Francis Street, Hyson Green, to take stock of what had come in, weigh it and help bag it up. Alongside the bugs, Nottinghamshire police had also brought in a black undercover officer a year earlier who was so convincing he had been accepted as a trusted yardie drug dealer by the local criminal underworld and local police officers. The piece de resistance was that Mr. Francis' inner sanctum had been penetrated. Nottinghamshire police had turned one of Mr. Francis's loyal crew, a heroin addict who they had busted during a low-key operation. The tactics that won him over were reminiscent of a TV series, Life on Mars. According to one of the officers involved, he was taken to a desolate area in the dead of the night by 2 detectives, who then retrieved a spade from the boot of the car, pulled the petrified young man from the car and told him to start digging his own grave. He later provided important information about Mr. Francis and his movement. On the 23rd of February, police made their move. After the VW Golf arrived, of carrying the heroin from London. They waited until they were sure Mr. Francis was inside his flat before they bust in. Their startled target was standing at the top of the staircase, mobile phone in one hand, thousands of pounds of cash spilling out from his pockets. Shocked he may have been, but to the officers, he appeared his usual confident self, almost as if it was a silly misunderstanding. After all, he was Dave Francis, King of the Meadows, a man everyone looked up to. Mr. Francis initially tried to make out that the drugs were nothing to do with him, and that he was renting out the flat to someone who must have brought the drugs in. He was already aware that he would be one of the last to face the court out of an army of some 150 soldiers that he commanded. Most of them had been removed from circulation over previous 9 months in operations Diamondback and Odin. Nottinghamshire police managed to get Mr. Francis only because he had believed his own invincibility and because they had painstakingly removed the tentacles of his operation from the foot soldiers up to the man himself by removing brick by brick the business pyramid which Mr. Francis oversaw. This was a tried and tested technique against a large-scale drug dealer, which usually resulted in the main man being flushed out from his or her safety zone. If the tactic worked, it would result in the target being left isolated. All around him, the network of street dealers who had previously hidden him, supported him, and ultimately protected him. There was also an issue of the assets that Mr. Francis held in various parts of the world. There was, at that time, no assets recovery unit to track down ill-gotten gains, and even if there would have been, it still would have been hard to prove in court that Mr. Francis was the true holder of these assets. It would be a further year before any kind of case came to the court. In the meantime, Mr. Francis converted to the Islamic faith whilst in prison. It meant that he could order his own prison food and have some time on his own set aside for prayer. He could also become a useful tool in the mitigation should he face conviction at Crown Court. He had used the technique once before, converting to Christianity faith whilst in remand previously. Nonetheless, Mr. Francis also believed he held good information that he could trade with the police to reduce his sentence if he was convicted or forced to plead guilty through the weight of evidence held against him. His trusted lieutenant, Mr. Warner, had already pleaded guilty at the first chance that he got, which lengthened the odds against Mr. Francis being able to squirm his way out of trouble. Whenever Mr. Francis had been arrested and he knew he was in trouble, he would always contact his favourite solicitor, said the former CID head, Peter Coles. He would let it be known that he wanted to do a deal with the police. In reality, all this meant was that he wanted us to talk him through a deal, and then he would hope that he could make some kind of use of it in the courtroom and try and sully the case against him. We got very wise to that after a while. By the time he faced Nottingham Crown Court in March 2000, charged with conspiracy and possession with intent to supply Class A drugs, Mr. Francis was ready to accept some guilt, but right up until his last day in court, he told officers he wanted a deal. The full details of that deal are not known, but Mr. Francis had planned to reveal some of the police's covert tactics in open court, which could have damaged future operations which may have led to police considering a deal. There is also speculation that he provided information on drug consignments being awaited for by other major dealers in the city. Whatever the truth is, in the end, Mr. Francis pleaded guilty to possession of half a kilo of heroin with intent to supply. Another charge which could have potentially have added another 7 years to his sentence was ordered to lie on file by Judge Dudley Bennett, jailing him for 7 years. Judge Bennett summed it all up in a sentence: "I have to deal with people day after day in this court who appear before me after committing crimes to fund their drug habit. Because of your involvement in the past with trying to stop all that in your work, you, more than anyone else, should have known the misery of the people who had became addicted." Mr. Francis, with his dreaded hair cut short and tipping his glasses backward on his face, looked like a trendy academic trying to make sense of the argument. He would be able to do this stretch standing on his head, but Operation Odin team were ecstatic. Regardless of the sentence, they were proud that the case had stuck and that they had nailed their man. The command team of Nottinghamshire's police lost no time in helping the headline makers turn Mr. Francis into the city's premier black criminal. There were red faces in Westminster too, with MP Alan Simpson admitting, "Those who said he was bad have been proved right and I was very wrong." Mr. Francis had claimed to speak for the black man in the street and had wanted to help out drug addicts. It has all been a sham. He was dealing addictive illegal drugs to his brothers and used women without remorse. His runners have the rocks that the working girls won, so he has power over them, wrote Nick Davies. Sometimes he sends them down to London, where he has friends who run brothels. Sometimes he keeps them for himself. He was the worst thing that could have happened to Nottingham's black community. He was only concerned with power and wealth. Yet, despite trips to Jamaica and investigations in Switzerland, Nottinghamshire police were unable to trace the millions that Mr. Francis had told Peter Coles he had gained. Once out of prison in 2004, he would enjoy plenty of trips to Jamaica, to the White House he had built with his sullied profits. There was a price to pay for the success of nailing Mr. Francis and his foot soldiers. The vacuum left by the removal of his operation would ultimately lead to the worst sustained outbreak of territorial violence ever seen in the streets of the city of Nottingham, and would pave the way for the growth of a white crime gang whose reputation for brutality eclipsed even that of the Yardies, and would ultimately shatter the reputation of Nottingham. The death of Lloyd Robinson failed to bring any peace to Nottingham. Gang conflict, particularly between St Anne's and Radford posses and the Meadows, continued unabated, and firearms became a regular feature in the city streets. Previously, their use had been largely confined to the occasional armed robbery crew hitting a security van. The Yardies changed all of that, importing the ruthless violence of the Jamaican slums. Shoot or be shot became their motto. The homeboys from St Anne's, Radford and the Meadows, known as the NG Triangle after the NG postcode, embraced the Yardie gun culture and the accompanying gangster rap lyrics, and soon a firearm was a must-have fashion accessory. Using the firearm was an even greater measure of street status. There was almost a mathematical equation to it. The juice of the firearm equaled to the respect you receive from fellow gang members. So some of them would arm themselves with rapid firing Uzis or Ingram Mac-10 submachine gun. Gang members tried to justify it by saying that they needed the gun to protect themselves from rivals who would otherwise rob them. The truth was, many of them got a kick from just carrying the gun. Weapons were easy enough to get hold of, but varied in quality. You could pay more than £1,000 for a smuggled new Beretta handgun that had no ballistic history, but others favoured cheaper, older firearms that were supposedly decommissioned but have now been reactivated by someone with basic engineering knowledge and tools. These sold for less than £100. There were other guns such as the Brocock, that was essentially an air-pressured weapon which, with a bit of DIY engineering, was capable of firing live rounds. The ammunition was difficult to get hold of at first, but soon manufacturing live rounds became a mini cottage industry in the cellar of houses. In Derbyshire, a small family-run farm selling eggs developed a highly profitable sideline. It sold thousands of decommissioned guns throughout the 1990s, all quite legally, until its owner began telling customers how they could reactivate the weapons to working order, firing live rounds. Shop of Horrors, run by William Greenwood and his son Mitchell in Little Eaton, sold more than 4,000 deactivated guns, from Uzis to Kalashnikovs to Lugers and Berettas, and with a nod and a wink they would tell the purchasers how the weapon could be fully restored to its full utility. They even sold engineering kits needed to reactivate the weapon for as little as £45 and offered their own DIY advice. UK restrictions on gun ownership had been tightened considerably after the massacres perpetrated by Michael Ryan in Hungerford in 1987 and Thomas Hamilton in Dunblane in 1996, and the working Uzi was a prohibited weapon in Britain by any criteria. But such weapons could be imported by registered dealers who pledged to deactivate them. This involved cutting away 75% of the firing pin, welding up the chamber mechanism, then plugging the barrel with a steel ball to ensure it can't be drilled out again. The gun would then be sent away to a proof house. There, a certificate guaranteeing that it was useless could be acquired. However, the same useless firearm could be reactivated using basic engineering skills. One drug dealer who was active in the summer of 2001 bragged obsessively about his gun. He said he kept them in a secret compartment in his boot of his car and knew all about reactivating weapons. He had brought an Uzi from a dealer in East London. He was paranoid about Nottingham criminals catching up with him, and he said he needed a firearm around him at all times to protect himself. He was known to the police in both his home county of Lincolnshire and in Nottinghamshire and had passed over the information about gangsters he mixed with. His name was Jeremy Earls. Mr. Earls was a thin, wiry man in his 30s, whose temperament could change like Jekyll and Hyde. One minute he seemed haunted, the next he was a wild old man, bursting with energy. He often used the word suicide and said this is how gangsters made murder look like suicides in order to get away with them. Shortly after August 2001, he shot dead 2 young men in Lincoln. They were half-brothers who had been living in Mr. Earl's old home after a flat swap. One was a talented 26-year-old poet, Andrew Walker, and the other a 17-year-old A-level student, Alexander Woodcraft, who had never even met his killer up until his death. Mr. Earl, a paranoid schizophrenic, had become obsessed about the flat swap, feeling he had got the worst of the deal, and confided in friends that he wanted to move back to his old address because he didn't like the place he was living at in Cambridge. He also believed that a major Nottingham gang boss, who's referred to later in this series as the Taxman, was trying to kill him. In his warped mental state, Mr. Earl shot the half-brothers through the head as one of them lay in bed and the other one was in the bath, and then drove to an isolated area in Lincolnshire, took a large number of tranquilizers, and then turned the gun on himself. He tried to make his suicide appear as a murder, positioning the gun to make it look like someone else had tried to shoot him, and left the tape recording with his solicitor, predicting his own bloody end, saying the tape should only be played in the event of his violent death. It was in a bizarre attempt to engineer a fake conspiracy around his death and those of the 2 innocent men who were killed. The weapon, which ended all 3 lives, was a reactivated Uzi submachine gun pistol, probably bought for less than £400. The police were aware of a reactivated gun problem as far back as 1994, when Sir Paul Condon, then the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, raised the issue. Yet between 1990 and 1994 alone, the Greenwoods of Little Eaton sold thousands of guns to former Sussex Police Constable Anthony Mitchell, who in turn sold them on to criminals. Ballistics evidence of these weapons turned up at crime scenes across the UK and Ireland. Often the evidence would be a body torn apart by bullets. William and Michael Greenwood, partly due to the evidence from Anthony Mitchell, who himself was convicted at the Old Bailey and who gave evidence against the father and son, were sentenced in March 2004 at Derby Crown Court to 7 years in prison. Derbyshire police could account for only 20% of all the weapons they sold, and by 2008 there were still 3,000 unaccounted for. Although a huge investigation continues from the officers of the National Ballistic Intelligence Service. By 2008, these weapons had been positively linked to 8 murders and numerous shootings. Current estimates as to the numbers of deactivated weapons range between 80,000 and 140,000 nationally. In August 2002, police raided 2 houses in Sneinton and Sherwood areas. The homes belonged to 22-year-old Michael Westwood. Officers found equipment to manufacture homemade ammunition and conversion equipment to turn harmless replicas into lethal weapons, as well as empty boxes that contained a number of Brocock weapons favoured by Yardie gunmen. Detective Chief Inspector Ian Waterfield said Mr. Westwood had used the premises at Cedar Road, Sherwood, as a mini factory to manufacture bullets from blank rounds of ammunition and convert firearms deemed safe. At the end of the day, we have no idea whose those firearms have gone to, he admitted. Often, the converted firearms did not have the proper rifling in the barrel, which would lead to bullets tumbling from the barrel rather than coming out in a straight line. As firearm expert Mel Musson pointed out, converted firearms can lead to more indiscriminate damage and a potential for innocent bystanders being hit in a gun battle. From a tumbling bullet, it's going to be a bigger area hitting you and it's going to cause you a larger wound. Mr. Westwood was later jailed for 8 years for the gun offences. The gunslingers, armed by people like the Greenwoods, would hide the weapons at the houses of their baby mothers, down the back of cookers, buried in back gardens, in the toilets, anywhere with easy access, sometimes without the knowledge of the numerous women that they were sleeping with. Dealers were regularly taking firearms into nightclubs, and the people taking firearms with them were getting younger and younger. On a number of occasions, club-goers fled the dance floor when gunmen decided to salute the DJ and fire off rounds into the ceiling, a ritual made customary by the Yardies. By November 1999, an 18-year-old from Birmingham was arrested after letting off his gun in Beetroot nightclub in Nottingham's Lace Market during a fight. Having the firearm to hand while out on the town gave the gunman a feeling of having the juice or power over his rivals. By the time someone had been shot or killed, it was too late to see the damage that was being done by becoming a dedicated follower to this fashion. Black, white, Asian youths were all being corrupted by gang mentality. It started at school, where children as young as 5 or 6 were becoming aware that there was a rivalry between St Anne's, Radford and the Meadows, the north and south sides of the city. They even had their own shopping centres marked out as territory. The Victoria Centre was the domain of St Anne's and Radford crews, while the Broadmarsh Centre was Meadows' posse territory. Young gang members had their postcode tattooed on their bodies to mark their affiliations. As one former gang member described it, the older youths were always on the lookout for young talent that can mould up into their new foot soldiers, the ones who start at the bottom of the ladder, taking all the risks. They want the youngsters who they can get to be the runners for them, or to do other work that does not put police into their firing line. They start off by giving them a few quid, and then that's it, they're in the crew, biking up some wraps of heroin or coke to some address up the road for some older lad. They could see that in a few years they'll be able to command their own lads, do the work they were doing, and they would be the ones with wads of cash and respect. The early 1990s saw very young gangs running amok. One group from the St Anne's estate was dubbed the Brat Pack and became infamous around the city, clocking up crimes and arrests like they'd been born for it. The gang was 14 strong, ranged in the age between 12 and 16, and was of mixed race. They were arrested more than 250 times. One 15-year-old leader managed to amass 500 convictions, but was still out on the streets ready to twat, which is a take without consent, his next card. These youngsters had a great deal in common. They had all come from single parent background. They all lacked stable male role models in their families, and they all believed it was their right to take from others what they did not have. After the demolition of many of the terraced houses in St Anne's and the redevelopment of the area, the city council began to allocate a large number of vacant properties to single parent families. These parents, almost always mothers, were often living on benefits of around £75 a week. It didn't take a mathematician to work out that if the mothers couldn't get the youngsters what they wanted, they would end up, through their own devices, getting it themselves. The Brat Pack was symptomatic of this problem. Members went around the estate taking what they wanted. They craved the best training shoes and the best clothes and saw nothing wrong in stealing. "It's called taxing," said one. It was, just as it had been depicted in the tales of Robin Hood. It was taking from the have and giving it to the have-not, and morality did not come into it. The generation of children brought up through the Thatcher years were infected by the materialism of the age. At the same time as the community spirit was dying, the age of the individual was born. These children had quickly worked out that there was no room for any social responsibility towards anyone else. It was dog eat dog, and only the strongest survived. More than that, having no conception at all of any social discipline, they had, within themselves, a perverted sense of being society's victims. The gang would carry out the most audacious crime, always carrying the business card of their solicitor, and demanding the right of silence if they were ever caught. When they were arrested, they were simply recycled back into the same world by the courts, but this time on supervision orders, and went back to doing what they did best, breaking into houses. On one weekend in May 1992, 4 of the Brat Pack, the youngest 12 and the eldest who was 15, set out to rob an old people's home. They planned the job like veterans, cutting the telephone wires to Mellors Court to prevent anyone calling the police, then storming the building and armed with swords and planks with nails in them. As staff tried to close the door between them and the elderly residents, the group battered their way through and robbed the terrified staff and OAPs. They rifled residents' handbags. They took the money from a one-armed fruit machine and made off with a video recorder and a television. In the early hours of the 30th of November 1997, Shane Thompson, a 19-year-old who belonged to the gang from Radford and St Anne's, was beaten to death outside a pub. The attack was sparked by a seemingly innocent event. Some lads from the Meadows had been in the car park of Tennyson Centre on Forest Road, where a dance had been taking place. A small number of St Anne's and Radford youths saw one of the Meadows crew spit on their car. This was disrespect, and as far as they were concerned, somebody would have to pay. After scouting the Meadows posse, the St. Anne's and Radford crew spotted them outside a Kentucky Fried Chicken takeaway on Alfreton Road. Wearing masks and carrying baseball bats, Mr. Thompson and his crew ran at the Meadow youths and struck an 18-year-old on the head. He produced a handgun and fired 3 shots into the air. The gun was only firing blank, but it caused enough terror amongst Mr. Thompson's friends that they fled upon Alfreton Road. A chase now ensued, with around 15 youths from the Meadows, some now with planks of wood and chains, targeting Mr. Thompson and 3 other youths. Mr. Thompson was cornered near a pub, the 2 in a bush. He was struck, careered into the telephone box, startling its occupant, but struggled on before he was hit with several more blows. The group then launched into a sickening orgy of kicks and blows with baseball bats and other instruments. Mr. Thompson, on his own, could only cry out, "Stop it, you're gonna kill me." The youths eventually ran off and left him semi-conscious on the ground, where he was nursed by the pub manager, who had came out to investigate the commotion. He rang an ambulance, which arrived at 2:20 AM. Shane was able to say a few words to the ambulance staff, but his condition deteriorated soon as he was taken for an x-ray. He died at the Queen's Medical Centre 18 hours later. There were many witnesses to the attack, and a large number of youths from both groups were arrested in the immediate aftermath. Predictably, some witnesses began to pull out from making statements after receiving threatening phone calls. Nevertheless, in October 1998, 6 of the Meadow crew and one of the St. Anne's posse eventually faced a jury. It was a very messy trial. It was clear that not all the offenders were in the dock, and at least one of the Meadows posse had fled to Jamaica with the help of his influential gangster father, even though the prosecution had the help of one of the Meadows gang, who was willing to give evidence about who delivered the fatal blows. The trial descended into chaos, where he could not identify 5 of the 6 charged with murder and violent disorder. On the 5th of November, the trial judge, Mr. Justice Poole, directed that all 7 defendants should be cleared. With some degree of optimism, Mr. Justice Poole wasted no time in telling the courtroom that the case should mark the end of gang violence between the NG Triangle groups. The decent people of St. Anne's, Radford and the Meadow and the other areas are long overdue arrests from the friction between these fractions. It brings nothing but misery and unhappiness to all those concerned, and now would be as good a time as any for calm and common sense to prevail, he said. The communities involved did try to solve some of the deep-seated problems surrounding the gang, but those who mourned another victim of the violence knew that justice had let them down once again. The Concerned Citizens Group, as they called themselves, set up a conference at Nottingham's Albert Hall in an attempt to end the postcode division at the heart of the troubles and tried to bring the communities together following Shane Thompson's death. Hundreds of people attended the Black Youth Summit on Friday 1999, but it didn't stop the violence. It couldn't. Graffiti started to appear on the street signs in St. Anne's, 2-0. This referred not to some innocuous football game, but to the deaths of Lloyd Robinson and Shane Thompson, and was a taunting of the cruelest kind. The prevailing view among many young people was that justice was nothing to do with the system anymore. Justice was just what you meted out in your own way. If the courts could not punish people for wrongdoing, then they would take matters into their own hands. In the intervening period, a youth called Levi Walker, whose uncle Barrington Walker had been murdered in a machete attack outside the Marcus Garvey Centre in April 1996, was himself attacked by a gang wielding knives and a machete. They burst in as he slept at his girlfriend's house in Radford on the 21st of January 1998. Mr. Walker was a regular visitor to Nottingham and claimed that he had been mistakenly identified as one of the killers of Shane Thompson. His attackers had shouted, "You killed our brethren Shane." Mr. Walker suffered multiple injuries and went into cardiac arrest. He was in a coma for 3 months. He later recovered enough to carry out his own violent criminal ventures. As part of the Raiders gang from the West Midlands, he would be jailed for life in 2006 for the murder of a 20-year-old Iraq war hero, Narelle Sharpe, in Smethwick in Birmingham. Mr. Sharpe was shot dead by Mr. Walker as he strolled home after a night out, simply because Mr. Walker, who went by the street name Creeper, fancied the gold chain that the soldier was wearing. Mr. Walker was also one of the gunmen who pumped 5 bullets, execution style, into a rival drug dealer and former Spurs football youth coach Kevin Nunes in 2002. In March 2000, one of those cleared in the involvement in Shane Thompson's death was severely beaten up. Patrick Wilde suffered a fractured skull when he was set upon by the gang as he walked up Cinder Hill Road in Bulwell. Another of those acquitted was soon back at it in the court, facing a charge of attempted robbery and malicious wounding after a machete-wielding incident inside a shop on the Meadows estate, while Nicholas Fogo, a St Anne's gang member, later featured in a number of significant city crimes and was convicted and jailed for life with Ashley Graham for the 2001 murder of 32-year-old Roy Henry. Roy Henry was stabbed through the heart as he tried to prevent a friend from being robbed outside the Simply Delicious Cafe on Radford Road, just a few hundred yards from the police station. The police had only turned up after 4 999 calls had been made, and McCann Dale, who had been cleared in the connection with Mr. Thompson's killing, went on to become a significant drug dealer in the Meadows estate. In 2007, he was caught in his girlfriend's Fiat Punto with a loaded revolver and 5 bullets during a police stop and search on Queen's Drive. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In the aftermath of Shane Thompson's death, firearms became a common tool among the gangs of the NG Triangle. While Nottingham's black gangs succumbed to the lure of crack cocaine, eventually imploding, certain white criminals were making a very tidy profit. One team was led by 2 brothers, Wayne and Dean Hardy, who had started off helping to run their father's profitable scrap metal firm and ended up with a multi-million-pound drug dealing business. These men, who preferred to use their fists rather than resort to firepower, and by staying out of the street gang culture, were able to make millions from a variety of illicit trades. There was also the element of immorality to their drug dealing. Cannabis, amphetamines and ecstasy were fine, but they never got involved with heroin. Their biggest profit were through the contraband of the cigarette trade, which at one point was bringing in £70,000 a week. The brothers were always one step ahead of HM Custom. Even when a load was busted, there were several others going through at the same time, which ensured that they were never out of pocket. Wayne Hardy was helped by an all-powerful figure for the purposes of this story shall be called the Taxman. During the early 1990s, when ecstasy sales boomed, recreational pills and amphetamines were being down like candy. Wayne Hardy was one of the major suppliers in the city. He came a cropper in 1996, however, after investigative TV reporter Donald McIntyre went undercover as a bouncer and exposed the doorman's true nature in a 2-part World in Action program. Despite 9 months of undercover filming, it was not the expose it had hoped to be, and showed nothing more than doormen dealing speed, taking steroids and working out at the gym. Ironically, the biggest drug deal that takes place on film is where Mr. McIntyre himself splashes out several £100s on a ball of cocaine straight off the block, delivered to him by a nervous looking black youth. Mr. McIntyre had hoped to entice Mr. Hardy into a major drug deal, but the drugs went missing when Mr. McIntyre handed over the coke to one of Mr. Hardy's associates, who dutifully told Mr. McIntyre he had to throw it out the car window one evening because the police were following him. The impact the program had was mixed. It didn't bring down Wayne Hardy, though it did put the heat on him. A large number of bouncers lost their job, only to be re-employed later, and Mr. Hardy carried on his exploits. A year later, however, the police did catch up with him when he was busted as he drove back to his flat in Aston Hall in Derbyshire with 25 kilos of cannabis resin. After pleading guilty in September 1998, he was sent down for 3.5 years. An £104,000 confiscation order was placed on his assets. It was pin money to a man who would later have a property portfolio worth millions, with houses in Florida, Cape Town, and interests in a diamond mine. After living for a while in South Africa, he returned to Nottingham in 2005 and was approached by Donald McIntyre to participate in a follow-up program 10 years on from the 1996 sting. But tragedy, which had a habit of pursuing Mr. Hardy, struck as talks about the film got underway. He had already had to deal with a girlfriend who killed their young child and then committed suicide, and a daughter who was addicted to heroin. Then his brother Dean, who had also been approached to take part in the program, was killed by a lorry on Trent Bridge after stumbling into the road just hours after meeting with the film crew. The program was finally broadcast in 2007 as part of Mr. McIntyre's Underworld series and was titled Wayne's World 2. It depicted Mr. Wayne as a reformed criminal who was now more interested in helping former associates run pubs such as the Carlton Hotel and the Porchester. A few months before the program went out, Mr. Hardy paid a visit to a man called David Gunn at Full Sutton Prison in North Yorkshire. He was there to ask Mr. Gunn if he could spare the £80,000 for the drugs that he had supplied him before he had been arrested. "When I get out, Wayne, you can have your money," Mr. Gunn told him. "I hope you can help me out too when the time comes." Another white criminal who became a major player during the 1990s and who had also been heavily involved in cigarette smuggling was Robert Briggs Price. A gypsy, Mr. Briggs Price evaded capture for years, even though police knew he was one of the major players in the East Midlands, financing smuggling operations up and down the country. Mr. Briggs Price was a larger-than-life character. He had grown up with his father's scrap metal business, even using a horse and cart to collect items like a character from Steptoe and Son. He could not read or write, at least until prison gave him the opportunity to learn, but he more than made up for it with his sharp mind. He was the life and soul of any party and couldn't stop boasting, which would end up being his downfall. By 1999, he had made millions from smuggling cannabis and particularly cigarettes into the UK. He lived in a £500,000 home at Latcham Hall near Newark, owned a £2.7 million Millgate House hotel, drove various top-of-the-range cars, and sported a wealth of jewellery. He would invite criminal associates round to play snooker or cards at his 5-bedroom home, where he felt business could be discussed safely in the relaxed surroundings of a home, which boasted a swimming pool and the best security system available. A customs operation was already underway targeting Mr. Briggs Price cigarette smuggling enterprise, and Nottinghamshire police had called in the same mysterious experts they had used in Operation Odin to plant electronic bugs in his property. They wanted to nail him for the drug running. In the summer of 1999, police set up Operation Long Island, the beginning of a major probe into Mr. Briggs Price's firm. Special Forces operatives broke into his home and placed a bug in his favourite armchair. Devices were also hidden in headrests in his Mercedes and Range Rover. Video surveillance was placed on one of the warehouses he used in Bourton, Nottinghamshire, where contraband cigarettes were being taken, and through one of Mr. Briggs Price's associates, they infiltrated his gang with an undercover officer. The bugs caught Mr. Briggs Price boasting about bringing in a ton of cannabis every month, as well as other criminal ventures. Police knew that Mr. Briggs Price was smuggling cannabis, but when they heard on the bugs that an associate of his, John Barton, was looking for business partners to help bring in 100 keys of heroin, they decided they could capitalise on the plan by using an undercover man. Mr. Barton had extensive drug contacts in Holland and wanted to use Mr. Briggs Price's illicit transport network to smuggle £10 million worth of heroin. An undercover officer who went by the name of Jerry was introduced to one of Mr. Briggs Price's associates, and one evening he was invited over to Latcham Hall. Posing as a drug smuggler, Jerry brought with him £200,000 in a bin bag, which he said was to pay off someone else in a nearby car park deal. At the house, Jerry began counting out the money in full view of Mr. Briggs Price. Mr. Briggs Price's curiosity got the better of him, and soon he was asking Jerry whether he wanted to come in on a deal with him to bring some hard stuff into the country. Jerry told him he had a good transport connection through an Irishman called Sean, who was in fact another undercover cop, and said he would be interested. More discussions took place over the subsequent weeks until Mr. Briggs Price was sold on the idea. He told Mr. Barton to get in touch with Sean and go over to Ireland to get it all sorted out. But someone smelled a rat, and Mr. Barton told undercover officers that there were some problems with the shipment at its source in Holland. After a week of silence, Mr. Barton made no further contact. On the 21st of June 2000, police decided they could wait no longer and swooped on a number of addresses, arresting 49-year-old Mr. Briggs Price and 48-year-old Mr. Barton in the process. Mr. Briggs Price was alerted to the police raid when officers shouted through a megaphone for him to come out. He peered out the window of his property, looking perplexed about what was going on. Police had surrounded the place with armed officers, closing off Great North Road, while the rotor blade on a helicopter whirled above. Mr. Briggs Price eventually appeared at the front door, hands above his head, looking tanned in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. He had just returned from a holiday in Florida. It was something like out of Miami Vice, only the weather was not up to scratch. The case took more than 2 years to come to court because of the complications over the transcripts of the bug material. But when it did, Mr. Briggs Price felt the full weight of the law. In 2003, he was jailed for 17 years for heroin conspiracy and 4.5 years, 8 million cigarettes that he had brought in. Mr. Barton was sentenced to 19 years for heroin conspiracy, but had amazingly been given bail by a judge and absconded. He is yet to be arrested, but was last rumoured to be working alongside the drugs cartels in Spain. Mr. Briggs Price has also endured the biggest assets recovery investigation ever undertaken by Nottinghamshire police. The financial investigators eventually slapped him with a 4.5 million bill, which if not paid would result in extra time in prison. By now, investigators were beginning to make some clear dents in the organised crime structure which had been flooding the city with drugs. Major players had been taken out, with the convictions of Dave Francis, Robert Briggs Price and Wayne Hardy. The threat posed by the Yardie gangs had diminished slightly, and some of the posses who had been controlling the NG Triangle were either spent or had taken the eyes off the ball. By 2001, however, a white crime family was slowly building up its influence in the north of the city. This family appeared on the surface to be unsophisticated, lacking the desire to go beyond their geographical boundaries and living up to their image as a mere council estate thug. Yet the fact was, unbeknownst to the police at the time, they had already begun to fill the vacuum left by other crime groups which had been dismantled. They had also forged links with another crime family in the north of Nottinghamshire and were about to unleash a wave of violence upon the city. Led by Colin Gunn, the Bestwood cartel was about to make itself known. On a cold, dark January evening in 2000, a landlord was called out from his home by a tenant. The landlord, Kevin Musgrove, had been pestered all day by complaints about a broken window to the rear of his property in High Street, Kimberley. His tenant was Godfrey Hibbert, someone Mr. Musgrove had got to know through dealings at the garage he owned. Mr. Hibbert would pop in now and again to get his car tuned up, but there was one thing Mr. Musgrove didn't know about Mr. Hibbert, a former heavyweight boxer. He was a prolific criminal and had been one of the main players with Dave Francis in the Meadows posse. One day, Mr. Hibbert overheard Mr. Musgrove talking in his garage about problems he was having getting a tenant, and said he might know some people who were looking to rent. A deal was done and the tenants moved in, with Mr. Hibbert acting as their guarantor. Mr. Musgrove thought nothing more of it. He never met the tenants themselves, and there were a few weeks when the rent didn't come through, and he had complained to Mr. Hibbert, but Mr. Hibbert always sorted it out. Then Mr. Musgrove received a call about a window and eventually agreed to take a look at it and see if it could be easily fixed. When he arrived, Mr. Hibbert was waiting outside. When Mr. Musgrove noticed the broken window, he decided to go inside and take a better look. The doors proved difficult to open, but eventually they got in, and they were confronted by a property which appeared bare and unlived in. "Looks like they've gone," said Mr. Musgrove. "Done a runner by the looks. But what am I going to do about the rent? You vouched for them, Mr. Godfrey. What are you going to do?" But the rent was not on Mr. Hibbert's mind. He was worried about something else. He knew something of great value had gone missing. Several days earlier, police, supposedly acting on a tip-off from a neighbour who had taken down the registration of Mr. Hibbert's car after seeing suspicious activity at the rented house, had broken in and discovered 300 kilos of cannabis worth a potential £1.4 million. The cannabis had actually been at the property for several weeks, having been moved there from elsewhere in the city. It had been brought in from Leicester from a major dealer called Tony Singh Hare, who was later jailed in a huge Leicestershire police operation. The drugs had been brought by Colin Gunn. Mr. Hibbert, who was using a man called Kevin, not Mr. Musgrove, to babysit the property, was keeping it safe for Mr. Gunn until it could be sold. Having discovered the cannabis, the police moved it and had placed a covert camera and listening device in the building, hoping to catch the owners of the drugs. Although it has never been publicly confirmed, the police almost certainly caught someone after they raided the house on an earlier day. Perhaps the Kevin who was merely minding the drugs for Mr. Gunn and Mr. Hibbert had turned himself as an informant to help catch the bigger fish. Mr. Hibbert was well known to the police and had already been into the property earlier that day. The video camera showed him clearly walking into the house at 1:40 PM and putting his hand to his mouth once he realised the cannabis was missing. So why did the police wait 5 more hours for Mr. Musgrove to turn up? They would say later that they had missed Mr. Hibbert going into the property and the raid that took place at the first opportunity they had to make any arrest. At around 7 PM and on the 10th of January, within a few minutes of the 2 men going inside, officers from Operation Firecracker swooped in. They had no evidence or intelligence that Mr. Musgrove was a drug dealer, and he answered all their questions dutifully. He was not told about the bug and was not aware of it until a later date, but all his answers were honest. Mr. Musgrove was, as he later described in court, a person of good character. However, he was charged with conspiracy to supply Class B drugs. Though he was shocked by his arrest and the charges laid by the police, Mr. Musgrove at this point still had faith in the justice system. He was sure that the jury would be able to see that he was no drug dealer, but voice analysis experts, at least one whom was professionally discredited on a later case, were allowed to make claims about the bug conversation, and the jury was allowed to make conclusions about a moment when 2 men talk in whispers for a few seconds, implying they both knew that there was a bug in the property. Surprisingly, Mr. Musgrove was found guilty along with Mr. Hibbert. After the High Street bust, officers were immediately able to gain a search warrant for Mr. Hibbert's small jewellery shop, Go Fast, which is in St. James Street, where after a second search, the first having been fruitless despite the presence of sniffer dogs, they found around £200,000 worth of heroin stashed in the alcove. Though he was certainly involved in the cannabis shipment and had a long criminal record, Mr. Hibbert was not a known major heroin dealer and claimed to believe that the heroin had been planted there. He suspected someone had set him up. Mr. Musgrove received an 8-year sentence at Nottingham Crown Court, and Mr. Hibbert 10 years for the cannabis and 13 years at a later date for the heroin seizure. After the 2 were found guilty and led down to the cells, 2 burly men came to see Mr. Hibbert. The pair were heard by people in the custody area, thanking him for not saying anything, and indicated that they would look after his family while he was locked up. The men were the brothers, Colin and David Gunn. After just a few weeks in prison, Mr. Musgrove began asking a lot of questions about who was behind this drug shipment. He got some answers and he started to rattle some cages. Meanwhile, his wife Diane, who had no doubt about her husband's innocence, put posters and sheet banners around the local area with the words "Kevin Musgrove is innocent" to draw attention to the injustice that she had no doubt had been inflicted upon her husband and family. The posters attracted a lot of attention, and news of the campaign reached Colin Gunn. He dispatched 4 men to Mr. Musgrove's home, armed with baseball bats, and Diane and her teenage son were severely beaten. "Tell that fat bastard husband of yours to keep his mouth shut," one of the thugs warned her. "You put any more banners up and we'll kill you both." That same evening, Kevin Musgrove's garage was razed to the ground. The insurance company later told him that his insurance was nullified because of his recent conviction. A few days later, Diane Musgrove was summoned to a gym by her son, where some men were waiting to meet her. She was told to answer a mobile phone which was given to her. On the other end was a voice she did not recognise, but she was told it was Colin Gunn. "Tell your husband to keep his mouth shut or there will be more of the same," he said. Luckily for the police, the raiders had left the baseball bat behind, mistakenly picking up one in the house which was owned by her son as they left. It had DNA on it and it could be identified to one of her assailants. After a few weeks, the baseball bat went missing from the police's exhibits. No one was able to find it. Kevin Musgrove eventually served 4 years in prison. When he came out on parole, Assets investigators demanded £200,000, which they said was his share of the original value of the cannabis, even though the cannabis was never his and he never made nothing from the sale of illegal drugs. When a researcher met him, he had not long completed his sentence and therefore did not, on the surface, seem to be a great deal to explore. He had been convicted, after all, by a jury of 12 people true and good. But once he had finished telling his story to the researcher, he had no doubt that a serious miscarriage of justice had taken place. His greatest crime was to be naive in not checking out the tenant of his property. The police asked him why he hadn't checked up on his tenant with regular visits. This may be a priority in the current age of hydroponic cannabis growing factories in rented properties, but this was 2000 and such checks were only made then by the utmost circumspect of landlords. The evidence on which he was convicted was circumstantial at best, and though Mr. Musgrove's legal team was giving disclosure in the case, they believed that there should have been more video footage from the surveillance bug. They also suspect that there was a participating informant used by the police, which was not disclosed by his defence team. More information emerged about Mr. Musgrove's miscarriage of justice after the first publication of his book. A deal had indeed been done between a police officer and Colin Gunn, which would broker through a solicitor used by Mr. Gunn. Mr. Gunn would tell them about the drugs found in the house in Kimberley, yet he was given a favourable outlook on his own case, for which there had been an arrest warrant issued after he failed to answer bail on grievously body harm charges over a fight outside the Astoria nightclub in 1998. Secondly, questions were also being asked about why the judge who had heard the original outline of the prosecution case against Kevin Musgrove during his first few appearances at Nottingham Crown Court in February and March 2000, and who had told the prosecution in open court he would not countenance the use of a serious drug dealer as an informant, was replaced with another judge before the case went to trial. A submission regarding these matters and others which raise serious questions over the handling of Mr. Musgrove's case is being drawn up for the Criminal Cases Review Commission, which will decide whether it will refer it to the Court of Appeal. He had to sell everything to pay for a drug debt which wasn't his. He no longer has a garage and has to use the facilities of a friend, but more than anything else, he is desperate to prove his innocence. If Mr. Musgrove's case is placed alongside that of another drugs case which took place earlier in the year, the injustice seems even more acute. In the spring of 1999, custom investigators had been tracking a large shipment of cannabis and amphetamine from a French HGV all the way off of a ferry of Dover. Part of the shipment had been destined to go to the Guns and their Bestwood cartel. Customs men trailed a van which came off the ferry from Calais and watched closely as it made its way to Quarry Farm off the A46 near Newark. There, several men began to load the 40-ton lorry and place items into the transit van. With the players seemingly being caught red-handed, the call sign for the strike was given. 6 men were arrested at the scene, and the custom officers then moved in to survey the smuggled goods. At first they believed they had a 300-kilo haul of cocaine and cannabis. Only later, after analysis, the drugs were properly identified. Altogether there was 156 packages of cannabis and 258 packages of amphetamine sulfate, with a street value of around £4.3 million. The trial was eventually scheduled to take place in Manchester the following year. All the paperwork was completed, and in due course, it would be for the jury to decide the defendant's guilt or innocence. The defendants included a former Nottingham police officer who, according to the evidence given in court, was seen unloading the lorry and helping to load up the transit along with another local man. 4 others from Liverpool, Manchester, West Yorkshire and Blackburn were also in the dock. The case opened at Manchester Crown Court in September 2000, and all seemed to go well until, on the 3rd day, the prosecution and defence teams asked to see Judge Michael Henschel in his chambers. 2 days of legal discussions then began behind closed doors. Then the judge called the jury back into the court and explained that they would not have to sit through the trial any further, or be called upon to make a judgment of any evidence they had heard so far. The prosecutors were throwing in the towel. It was a further day before the customs investigators had anything to say in public, and when they did, no one was any the wiser to what lay behind all of it. Peter Hollier, a senior customs and excise investigation officer, defended the decision as best he could, but some felt there was a hollow ring to his words. "This is an internal customs and excise decision," he told reporters. "We have stayed proceedings. This means they will not stand trial. It was a major boost seizing the drugs before they got onto the streets, and we put a lot of effort into the case. But we are sure this is the right decision." Clearly, there must have been a good reason why the case of Kevin Musgrove had gone ahead, despite there being no evidence of a business partnership between Mr. Hibbert and Mr. Musgrove, other than the tenancy of number 1 High Street. If any suspicions have been raised about the participating informant, then it is unlikely that Mr. Musgrove would have stood trial, and clearly there was a very good reason why Customs chose to stay the prosecution in the case of the Newark drug trial, but no one seemed able or willing to explain to the general public. The likelihood is that it was also connected in some way with another case, or an informant whose position could have been jeopardised by the Newark's case going ahead. But there was one other common thread running through this, aside from the likelihood of informants being used. In both cases, the drugs were destined for Colin Gunn, and yet in neither of the cases was anyone from the Bestwood cartel ever in the dock. This was to be a story which will be repeated a number of times in the future. When Robert Briggs Price was under surveillance during 1999 and 2000, a number of calls were intercepted from a phone linked to Colin Gunn, but National Crime Squad operatives who were responsible for monitoring all the calls going in and out to Mr. Briggs Price wrote off the material, saying it had not been possible to decipher what was contained in the conversation. By the year 2000, there appeared to be some kind of force field around Colin Gunn that prevented the law enforcement agencies getting anywhere near him. The police in Nottingham were also fighting a second front in the form of another outbreak of black on black gun crime in the city centre, and had set up a specialist team, as Scotland Yard had done with Operation Trident, to try and tackle the problem. It was called Operation Stealth, and whilst manpower was concentrated at Operation Stealth, there were few eyes watching what was going on in Bestwood. David and Colin Gunn grew up initially in Eastwood. In part, they were cliched by products of single parent families, along with another brother, Andy, and a sister, Julie. Their father had left the family home when they were young, and they lacked a stable male role model. When the opportunity arose to move to Bestwood, their mother, Carol Mills, who later married a man named Stephen Hudson, grabbed at the chance. Bestwood, once a mining village, but now a sprawling post-war estate of red brick and semi-detached homes, had properties on the northern edge of Nottingham. This would later become their base. Colin, in particular, would come to dislike migrating anywhere outside of it. One event in their formative years gives an early clue to the contradictions within them. As teenagers, they appeared in the local church magazine article which praised their crime-busting heroic. A street robber had attacked a woman and made off with her purse. Colin and Dave gave chase, apprehended the man before giving the thankful woman her purse back. How accurate the report incident is must be open to criticism, but at the same time, as they were apparently battling crime on the streets, they were known as bruisers in the playground at Henry Whipple Junior School, where David met his future, now estranged wife, Sandy. In those early days, the older David had a more fearsome reputation. He and his family had moved from East One bright day in the spring of 2001, a woman is in the kitchen of her modest home in the Dale End Road of the Derbyshire village of Hilton when her doorbell rings. She is expecting visitors. They are the police officers and are well known to her. They are not visiting her on official business. One of the officers, who has recently been working as a detective inspector in the elite National Crime Squad, the NCS, is the woman's lover. Two colleagues from the NCS's Nottingham branch are with him. The scene is an unusual one. Cocaine is being chopped on the kitchen work surface, and in the corner of the room, another man is smoking a cannabis joint. He is a prisoner on day release from HMP Ashwell, serving 6.5 years for drug offences. The detective inspector talks to the prisoner as a long-standing friend. He knows him well. After all, he had personally busted him a few years earlier. The DI agrees with his mistress about who should feed her cat and who should chop up the lines of cocaine. Unknown to any of them, a covert investigation into their activities, codenamed Operation Lancelot, was underway. For 6 months, it had been following the DI's every move, even tracking his car via the Blue Road camera networks across Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. A few months earlier, in the dead of the night, officers from Merseyside Police had broken into a woman's house in the Dale End Road and hidden a listening device and a video camera somewhere in the kitchen area. This, it had been reasoned, was where most of the conversations would take place. Hours of footage turned out to be useless because the household cat's favourite sleeping spot was in front of the pinhole camera lens. But now Merseyside team were rubbing their hands together in glee. They were in business. The target is David Redfern, a highly respected Derbyshire officer of 18 years with a wall cabinet full of commendations, who until recently had been the secondment to the NCS. There is also likely to be collateral damage to those who associate with him. Alongside him is Derbyshire colleague Detective Sergeant Mark Jennison and his Nottinghamshire colleague Detective Constable Heather Charlie Bossart. The two other people in the house are Mr. Redfern's 36-year-old mistress, Nicola Bladen, and David Jones, the prisoner enjoying a day on release. Mr. Redfern had collected Mr. Jones earlier that day from prison and driven him to Mr. Blowden's home. Mr. Redfern would later say in his defence that he was trying to recruit Mr. Jones as an informant. The cocaine goes down well. Investigator heard the sniffs of the participant's nostrils as he inhaled it. The blonde-haired DC Bossart is heard saying that last time she took it, she had gone shopping and it was so good it felt like she was dancing in IKEA. Mr. Redfern advises Mark Jennison how to avoid detection if caught with a wrap of cocaine. What you do is, you hand in a wrap of Charlie to the exhibits desk and say that you took it off an informant. Then, if you happen to get pulled on something and you have a wrap on you, you can say, "This is some stuff I took off an informant. It's not mine, I was just gonna hand it in. Just check. I did the same thing a while back." Honestly, it works every time. Mr. Jennison is restless. His kids are waiting for him in a car outside, and he has to make tracks. The group slowly dissolves. Mr. Redfern has some work to do. He needs to see a potential informant in Nottingham. He was sent back to his home force in Derbyshire the previous year because of something to do with his informant handling. Was it something to do with trying to register one of his informants in Nottingham? He wonders. He is not sure, but he is sure that it's not due to his coke snorting antics. After all, no one knows about that except those in the room with him, and he always has an explanation if he gets caught with anything. He must have felt very safe, maybe because he knew other officers who got up to no good. Who knows if the sergeant smokes a bit of cannabis now and again, or a constable sells knockoff clothing to some of his mates. And no one cares much if a detective turns a blind eye to the Class A drug dealing that his informant is up to. By the end of April 2001, a covert team of Merseyside officers working in Operation Lancelot had compiled enough damning evidence against the 3 officers and their drug-taking friends to make their move. All the material from the covert surveillance was being overseen by a management board from the National Crime Squad. It was a situation without parallel, underlining the seriousness of the situation. The material on the bugs was only known to them and those compiling the transcripts. The sensitivity of the material discussed on the bugs would present hurdles to negotiate once the case came to court. On Saturday the 28th of April, a series of dawn raids at their homes, Mr. Redfern, Miss Jennison and Mr. Bossart were arrested along with 7 other people, including 2 further Derbyshire officers for alleged drugs offences. The officers at the NCS in Nottingham and Belper were in turmoil. In addition, 2 of the NCS's senior officers in the region, Top Boss Detective Chief Inspector Roger Hardy, Senior Manager Detective Inspector Ian Tucker, and Detective Constable David Branston, were sent back to their home force, Derbyshire, in a move unconnected to the drug charges, though arising from intelligence received as a result from Operation Lancelot. It was later revealed in the High Court that they were told that the director of the NCS, Bill Hughes, had lost confidence in the marginal abilities of senior managers, and questions have been raised about the informant handling going on in this NCS unit. D.I. Tucker, who faced no disciplinary charges, later challenged the decision against him in the High Court. He had never been told what he was supposed to have done wrong, but such was the secrecy surrounding the case that even the High Court was unable to make a ruling to hear the case by a judicial review. It was clear that Operation Lancelot had uncovered something more sinister than just drug taking, but taking it further would be a legal minefield, opening up the possibility that previous convictions handled by the NCS unit in Belper could be challenged by jailed villains. This was an unprecedented moment in terms of policing at this level. a deeply embarrassing one for both Bill Hughes and the then Home Secretary Drax Straw, who had set up an elite national crime squad in 1998 to replace the old regional crime squads. NCS were often perceived by both themselves and their colleagues in more mundane police posts as the cream of the cream. Their role was to work in small teams of between 6 and 10 officers, targeting the biggest criminals who were often involved in large-scale drug importation and organised crime. By April 2001, some 61 detectives from a total of 1,400 had been expelled from the NCS and sent back to their home forces. The scandal at the East Midlands units, however, was another dimension. This was to be the first time that officers from one of the most elite police units in the country would be arrested and convicted. The NCS, which would later be swept under the umbrella of the newly formed Serious Organised Crime Agency, was only 3 years old, and some of its officers could not be trusted. By the time the case went to trial at Northampton Crown Court in November of 2002, Mr. Redfern, 42, and Mr. Bossart, 40, knew the game was up and pleaded guilty to possession of a Class A drug. In Mr. Redfern's case, the charges also included possession of intent to supply and perverting the course of justice. Mr. Jennison, who was 41, denied supplying and possession of drugs, but was convicted. Mr. Redfern was jailed for 3 years and 9 months, and Mr. Bladden for 2 years. Both sentences were reduced upon appeal on the grounds that the judge had been manifestly excessive in his sentencing. Mr. Jennison was jailed for a year. Miss Bossart received 100 hours of community service for possessing cocaine. The officers were also dismissed from the Derbyshire force. Rogue coppers are a blight on any police force, but the repercussions when those involved are supposed to be part of an elite detective squad can undermine the public confidence on a national scale. As John Murphy, Assistant Chief Constable of Merseyside Police, pointed out to a conference of the Association of Police Officers in 2007, the police force is a reflection of the people who make up the society which we live in. Society has changed, and so have the people that we recruit, he told a packed audience. Many of them have been involved in drug use. That involves purchasing substances and involves criminal relationships. One thing we have learned is that once you cross that Rubicon, there is no stepping back. Even before officers and police staff join the service, they can be compromised. This makes them vulnerable, and this can result in the leakage of information and much worse. It is not, of course, restricted to new recruits. There are vast amounts of criminal money swirling around the streets, and some of it will inevitably be used to try and seduce and compromise our staff. Criminal corruption is born out of poor culture, a culture where poor standards are tolerated. Almost every investigation we complete tells us the same thing. Opportunities to get rid of corrupt individuals have previously arisen when they have come to notice before for bad behaviour, often resulting in a discipline or even court. The nettle has never been grasped. People bending the rules to get the job done. We can all produce results if we play by different rules. It is tragic watching, as I have, good people getting sucked into criminal conspiracies because they are too weak to challenge the poor behaviour and consequently become increasingly compromised to the point where they can't intervene without incriminating themselves. Intelligence is power, and people want the power that accesses our information and our intelligence gives them. We rely greatly on the public to provide information and intelligence that allows us to do our job. They provide it willingly, trusting us to protect it and use it appropriately. We are not vigilant. Our lifeblood will dry up, and that our hard-won trust to the public confidence will one day be lost. By the late 1990s, senior police officers in Nottinghamshire suspected that there were a number of detectives involved in unhealthy relationships with criminals born out of the less than rigorous informant system. Indeed, the whole system was flawed. On paper, the role of an informant and the role of the police or agency involved, it should be very clear. The informant is usually an offender himself or herself, and in return for a favourable outlook on an offence he or she may have committed, and sometimes a fee, they will give and pass on information that will prevent crimes being committed by others at a greater magnitude. But the simplicity of it all made it ripe for abuse on both sides, particularly when the informant started to control the handler. The trouble would start when the informant would begin to use the handler to get away with their own crimes, to suck information from the handler and to plant information into the system which, whilst looking good for the handler, would also help the informant carry out with their illegal activity. One detective who had two particular informants in Nottingham, who he used to great effect, at least so far as getting a result was concerned. I knew the history of both informants. One was a young black man who was a prolific drug dealer. So prolific, in fact, he was dealing large amounts of cocaine to two Premiership footballers during the mid-late 1990s. This young man, who I shall call Norbert, was willing to do anything to take out rival dealers in the city. On one occasion, there was to be a coke bust on a dealer who was hiding his double life as a takeaway owner in Nottingham city centre. Norbert had told the police about the man and dutifully agreed to go to him and see whether the gear was still there so they could carry out the raid. He was only supposed to do a reconnaissance to see whether the target had anything at the premises, recounted the detective. He came out as planned and gave us the signal to go in as it was a goer. Sure enough, the gear was there, several £1,000s worth, but a bit less than there should have been. What Norbert had done was take a large amount off the bloke on tick to be paid for later, and then left him to be busted. He knew that the guy was probably going to go straight to prison and that there was no way he was going to be able to pay up. Norbert got paid handsomely for the information that he gave us. He was a winner on both counts. Another informant was a heroin dealer who we shall call Pamela. She was another prolific offender who lived with a pimp around a number of prostitutes in the city. She provided good information about the movement of heroin around St. Anne's estate. She got paid thousands of pounds for her information, but was actually passing on the details of large-scale dealers she herself was buying from, and also the details of her own competitors. In 1 year alone, she had salted away £100,000 from her trade in heroin, selling it at £1,000 per ounce. Pamela had security cameras on her door, and, in effect, her own protection. Police let her deal as long as she came up with the results. That carried on until she did get busted for heroin and couldn't argue her way out of it. Results of this kind were clearly achieved, but this was tainted by the fact that the information was being supplied in order to make the informant's drug dealing activities profitable and eliminate her competition. The Nottinghamshire Police Department, which dealt with corruption, had been renamed the Professional Standards Unit, otherwise known as PSU, in 2001. It was headed up by Superintendent Michael Layton, who had been one of the detectives leading the 1993 Eton Green investigation when he was a detective inspector. He took the task of investigating fellow officers with zeal, so much so that he sometimes attracted criticism from peers who felt that his anti-corruption specialists were targeting the wrong people. Ruthless was, though, the very characteristic needed to bring down corrupt officers, who, by the very nature of their work, knew how to cover their tracks, and which methods that PSU might use against them. Nevertheless, the determination of the PSU to nail a corrupt officer could often lead to blind spots and chasing red herrings. This was just what occurred in the early part of 2002, when a police officer who was suspected of corruption came under the PSU's spotlight. This man was a respected detective constable who specialised in handling informants and in undercover and surveillance work. He knew all the main players in Greater Nottingham and also knew the drugs trade inside out. He got excellent results, albeit by walking a very fine line. You don't get results by sitting in your office behind a computer. But by 2001, the PSU had drawn up a list of officers who they believed fulfilled the criteria likely to make them corrupt, and this officer was one they were going to take a closer look at. He ticked some of the right boxes. He was old school. He had been doing the same kind of job for more than a decade, and he also had a large number of informants. He also enjoyed getting his hands dirty. He didn't like paperwork, and he hated being stuck in the office. On the 9th of December, an incident occurred which had major consequences. The detective constable had been involved in an investigation into the shooting at CJ's Bakery on Alferton Road in Radford. A man had been shot in the groin during a black-on-black disrespect argument. The suspect, Christopher Prince Llewellyn, had been arrested during a police chase, and a firearm believed to be linked to him was booked into the Carlton Police Station storeroom, where exhibits are securely kept and locked until they are needed for court. But when Mr. Llewellyn's defence team asked to see the firearm, it could not be found. Mr. Llewellyn's defence team, sensing something was up, or perhaps having been tipped off, although the case was not ready for trial, the judge was not happy about the situation and was demanding answers. The weapon had been placed in the store by the detective constable some weeks earlier, and now he was frenetically trying to figure out where it had gone. He spoke to everybody who could have come into contact with it. There was no doubt that it had gone into the secure store. The supervisor responsible for the storeroom also remembered the detective booking in the weapon because it wasn't a run-of-the-mill item. Yet a series of searches at various police locations all proved fruitless. The detective constable, along with the exhibits officer responsible for logging in the item, was served with a disciplinary notice for property issues. But while the exhibits officer carried out his job as normal, the detective constable was told he would have to be put on restricted duties and moved back to the police station in the sticks until the matter could be resolved. By the time the CJ's Bakery case had come up for trial in March 2002, the gun had mysteriously turned up again in the very store cupboard which it had previously been searched from top to bottom several times. The detective constable was understandably relieved, but also bemused. Weeks and then months passed, during which time Christopher Llewellyn was found not guilty of attempted murder and possession of a firearm. But the officer was still under the PSU's suspicion. On the 8th of November 2002, he received a call telling him to go and see his boss in the office for a chat about informants. When he arrived, his boss, Detective Superintendent Michael Ward, was standing next to Superintendent Michael Layton and another officer, Chief Inspector Vince Terrace, from the PSU. They informed the detective that he was under arrest on suspicion of malfeasance in a public office. In short, he was being done for corruption. He was ushered to a police car by two more senior officers who had been waiting to take him to Workstock police station. They had even tried to handcuff him before he got into the car, but he refused to be humiliated in front of his fellow officers as they relented. The detective constable could not believe what was happening. He felt the PSU officers were deliberately trying to humiliate him. However, it soon became clear that the PSU had been running a fine-tooth comb through his entire life. Such was the depth of the investigation that they had accessed his bank records and telephone calls. He had clearly been the target of a long and protracted inquiry, which raised questions about his informant handling. As he languished in the cell for several hours, his home was searched without anyone being present. Dumbfounded, he then faced a barrage of questions, culminating in the assertion from the interviewing officers that he was a corrupt and dishonest officer. With the interrogation over, he was allowed to go, but not before being told that he was suspended from duty pending further inquiries. The detective constable knew from the line of questioning that the PSU had spent the preceding months tracing and interviewing all his informants. It seemed to him nothing more than a fishing expedition, and as far as he was concerned, the PSU hadn't hooked any fish at all. For a while, the PSU officers had almost felt the same way, until they had approached one of the detective's most prolific informants, whose information led to dozens of arrests. This informant, a heroin dealer, claimed among other things that the officer had pocketed money which should have been paid to her. That specific allegation had been the grounds for arresting the detective constable, he was to learn later on. However, there was no prima facie evidence that could be used to make the allegation look true. The informant was somebody who had recently been to jail for dealing large amounts of heroin. Not the most credible witness by any rule of thumb, but particularly when it came to the case of an officer's word against hers. Still, despite the protestations of the detective's solicitor, it would take another year before the officer heard that the Crown Prosecution Service was not going to recommend any charges against him. Even after that, he was kept suspended from duty, pending further investigations into possible misconduct issues. It was not until January 2004 that he was told that he would not only face any criminal charges, but he would not also face any disciplinary charges. He was free to return to work. The PSU had spent more than 2 years turning his life inside out, and it nearly broke him. He had his colleagues pointing the finger at him, and the stress of a 2-year investigation had nearly ended his marriage. He took the option of retiring on ill health grounds. Not only had the force lost the excellent officer who had given his life to them for the past 26 years, the PSU had also targeted the wrong man. A few miles from the Major Crime Unit office in Sentry House on Carlton Hill, where the officer had been based, another man was busy helping out the Bestwood cartel. He was their clear skin. The shop assistant turned trainee detective Charles Fletcher had been on the job since autumn 2000 and was based at the busy Radford Road police station. In the 2 years the PSU had been investigating their red herring, there had been a real double agent operating right under their radar. Mr. Fletcher had already been able to pass on a wealth of useful information to Colin Gunn and his associates. It would be 2003 before an operation was mounted to look at the information going to Colin Gunn via corrupt officers. Operation Salt was to be one of the most secret investigations mounted by Nottinghamshire police. In the meantime, a war was about to be unleashed on the city streets. By the beginning of 2001, Colin Gunn and his associates had assembled a band of middle-tier dealers to supply the markets at St Anne's, Meadows and Radfords and the areas of nearby Derby. Two of these major dealers, Dion Griffin and Carl Rose, were about to be targeted by Nottinghamshire Police's major crime unit. Intelligence suggested that Mr. Griffin and Mr. Rose were dealing with a Derby heroin dealer named Daniel Walsh, and that Colin and David Gunn, David was now out of prison, were using Mr. Griffin to supply Nottingham's estates outside of Bestwood and even to inmates within the prison system. Intelligence revealed that several prison officers from different prisons had been corrupted by the Bestwood cartel and were allowing heroin to get inside. Operation Opal was set up specifically to target middle-tier dealers used by the cartel. Bugs were placed in Mr. Griffin's hire car and at 30-year-old Mr. Rose's home in Aspley, Nottingham. Mobile phones were also bugged. The material gained from bugs in the car's headrest revealed 28-year-old Mr. Griffin to have a very big ego. He had bragged to customers sitting in the car, "I'm the only one who can get away with dealing in St Anne's, the Meadows and Radford. No one else has got the contacts to get past the territorial problems. I can even get stuff into prison. I'm the top man." During the weeks of surveillance, officers discovered that Mr. Griffin was overseeing up to 10 kilos of heroin per week, as well as large amounts of cocaine and amphetamines. The heroin was coming in from the Bestwood cartel's links to Liverpool's underworld. The cocaine, however, at wholesale price, was less than 25% pure. By the time it had been cut up to go out onto the streets, it would be less than 5% cocaine in the grams people were buying for £30 to £50. It was cut with all sorts of other agents. Such was the demand for cocaine, poor quality or not, that people were still buying it. Having gathered a large amount of information on the Bestwood cartel and what it was up to, in the autumn of 2001, police decided to arrest Mr. Griffin and Mr. Rose. They watched Mr. Griffin meeting two men in Radford, and new drugs had been arrived at the premises. On the 18th of October, at around 12:30 PM, the Operation Opal team burst into the property on Croydon Road. Mr. Griffin and others tried to escape through a window, but they were not quick enough. Police found half a kilo of cocaine and more than £10,000 in cash. At another bust in Derby, police found more than £650,000 worth of cocaine and heroin belonging to Mr. Griffin, and another £7,000 worth of amphetamines. Mr. Griffin was buying his heroin at £18,000 per kilo and selling it on at £21,000. Police estimated that his profits in the limited time that they had looked at him were in the region of £100,000. He had properties in Ruddington in Nottinghamshire and Baymount Lees in Leicestershire. Next, they arrested Mr. Rose, who had made at least £40,000 in just a few months. They found live ammunition and a brocock gun which had been converted to fire live rounds. Mr. Griffin was jailed for 5 years at Derby Crown Court in December of 2002, and Mr. Rose was jailed for 8 years after initially pleading not guilty. Daniel Walsh, who had been supplied with heroin by both Mr. Rose and Mr. Griffin after the police had disrupted his own heroin network, was jailed for 8 years. When he eventually came out of prison, Mr. Griffin, who had more ego than sense, would make more headlines after filming himself on his mobile phone camera driving one-handed at speeds of excess of 130 miles per hour in his Mini Cooper. He planned to put the film onto a website, but police found the footage after he was arrested in connection with a £14 million heroin haul in Ruddington in October of 2007. They were astonished by the footage and chose to prosecute him. Mr. Griffin, much to his dislike, was sent back to prison for 8 months in May 2008. The taking down of Mr. Griffin and Mr. Rose had been only the first phase of Operation Opal, and the detectives on the ground were eager to begin the second phase, which could see Colin and David Gunn being targeted. In autumn 2001, over beers in Carlton Place Station Bar, some of the team discussed how long it would take to get into the heart of the Gunn's operation. The general consensus was that, with the infrastructure for the police investigation in place, including bugs and informants, it could be done within less than 5 months. It was a goer, and better still, they had the ear and support of the head of CID, Detective Chief Superintendent Phil Davies, who had decided that the Gunn brothers were a threat that needed dealing with before they became any bigger. Sometime during the mid-1990s, DCS Davies, along with the previous head of CID, Peter Coles, whom he succeeded in 1996, drew up a list of significant organised crime targets. The major crime unit was the jewel of the Nottinghamshire police crown, and had a track record which was the envy of many. So successful had it been in taking down major targets that a number of police forces had used it as a blueprint. The list of targets Phil Davis and Peter Coles drew up was based around the intelligence they had on which villains were the biggest threat at the time. These included Wayne and Dean Hardy, David Francis, Robert Briggs Price, and Colin and David Gunn. Full of expectation that Opal would carry on to its conclusion, the team had a bombshell dropped on it. The top corridor at Nottinghamshire Police had decided that it was time to wrap up the operation. Stephen Green joined Nottinghamshire Police as Chief Constable in June of the year 2000 from Staffordshire. He was a surprise choice for many, and a departure from the old school, detective-influenced style of his predecessor, Colin Bailey. He told his officers that there would be a radical change at the force. That was what the Home Office wanted. Mr. Green believed Nottinghamshire Police as an institution was riddled with problems. He was going to stamp his authority on the force and breathe 21st century change into the force. The Home Office was behind him. It specifically wanted to sort out the volume of crime and problems and the changes that were needed in the force to achieve that. The Doncaster-born Yorkshireman was 44, an ex-officer with the Royal Signal Corps. He had joined the police in 1978 and rapidly worked his way up. Crucially, however, he had never spent any significant period within a criminal investigation department, something his critics would later hold against him. In June 2000, he made the drive to Nottinghamshire Police Headquarters at Sherwood Lodge. He had already told the local media what he thought the priorities would be. "I do not see my role in Notts as making the police so specialist that they become totally remote from the public. Reducing crime has been a priority, no matter how hard it will be." He was taking over a force which had the third highest crime figures in the country, and tackling this volume of crime would be one of the cornerstones of his approach. "I am aware of the high crime rates, and make no mistake, it's going to be a challenge. I need to understand why it is so high before taking a look at how it can be reduced, but reducing it will be my priority. I want it known throughout the force that I am coming to the table wanting to know how our service is being delivered and what effect it is having." Public often look for words of reassurance from the police, and that is fine, but the best way of reassuring and making them feel safe is to reduce crime in the local area. It's the same with crime detection. I put far more priority on crime reduction than just solving crimes. Detection is just one of the many ways of reducing crime, which is what we all want. Mr. Green's priorities soon became very apparent. Over the next few months, the drug squad was disbanded. The major crime unit, perceived by many officers as the jewel in the crown, was halved in manpower, and detectives were sent back to their divisions. Murder cases would now be dealt with by those divisions instead. Mr. Green spoke passionately about speed cameras during the early part of his tenure, and in 2001, Nottinghamshire became the pilot from 8 police forces, allowed to keep money gained from speeding fines to be used to buy high-tech digital cameras which would catch 3 drivers every second. As he stated in the regional BBC television interview looking back on his arrival in Nottinghamshire, the force desperately needed to be modernised, he said. It has got out of date in a whole range of ways. We had to address the volume of crime. Burglaries, car crimes, robberies, they were all going up and they needed to come down. It would have been impossible to say to the Home Office, and indeed the public, just forget about that because we've got something more important to do. But by 2002, the battle against crime in Nottinghamshire was becoming affected by poor management of resources. Scene of the crime officers were sent out to only 7 out of 10 house burglaries and 2 out of 10 car crime cases, well below the national average. It meant these crimes were now less likely to be solved and would trigger a higher insurance premium for householders, especially in the NG postcodes. For at least 2 months, thousands of people trying to contact the police to report crime over the call system were greeted with a message telling them to call back later. In June 2002 alone, the country's police failed to deal with 14,000 phone calls, including 2,500 emergency calls. It was total chaos, one senior officer said. "We had been undergoing massive reorganisation and it just wasn't working. There were people who just didn't know what was going on and what they were going to do anymore. There were times when 2 different teams of officers would be sent out to a job, and then they arrived to find that neither knew what the other one was covering. If you got burgled, you would be lucky to get an SOCO, scene of the crime officer, out at all, let alone within 48 hours of the crime actually being committed. Added to that, lots of areas had lost their beat officers, some of whom had been on there for years and knew the community very well. The message it sent to the public in Nottingham was that we were afraid to do the foot patrols in difficult areas, and we didn't give a toss anymore, so much so that we couldn't even be bothered to answer the phone. We were only worried about the targets we were chasing. The charges meant that the Operation Opal drug investigation would not be progressing any further than the charges laid against Dion Griffin and Carl Rose. We couldn't understand it, one officer said. We had been geared up to take on the Gun Brothers for a long time that you could have used to measure up these things, and it seemed the perfect opportunity. Everything was in place at the time so we could step up the gear. There was no clear explanation other than the resources required did not merit the worth of the job. The Home Office are on our back, and we have got to spend the money in other areas so we hit our targets. It was a missed opportunity. With hindsight, of course, it's clear that the top brass would have done things very differently had they known what would happen over the next few years. The major crime unit had successfully wrapped up on Operation Long Island, which had led to the arrest of Robert's Big Price. But the view from the top corridor was that the Long Island was to be the last major investigation of that type for the foreseeable future. The cost of such operations was cited as a major factor in the decision, backing a view now held by the Chief Constable and several others at senior command level. It chimed well with the Home Office obsession with targets, and in a climate in which the league table positions meant everything, it was a decision that the new Chief Constable Steve Green had wholly endorsed when he arrived in the June of 2000. Within months of his arrival, he had brought in a few raft of new measures, many of which did not strike a chord with either the public or junior ranks in the police force. There was a view in the top corridor that we would be fritting away valuable resources on targeting individuals. Taking out one or two top villains was not going to affect that many people, said another officer involved in Operation Opal. You had to measure up the impact of taking out the top man had on other criminals, and the reputation you reap from that. The feeling was that those vulnerable resources would become more wisely used to tackle volume crime, problems such as street robberies, burglaries and car crime. But if you look at what's causing all the volume crime, well, it's the gangsters. You need to take a holistic view on things if you're going to solve the problem, and that means taking out the top players. Yes, they will inevitably get replaced by others once you've taken them out, but by disrupting them continually, you don't give them a chance to settle and dominate the situation. We went from going from having a position of a respected reputation in the 1990s for taking out top criminals to a poor reputation where the major crime-lean criminals from outside the city thought Nottinghamshire was a soft touch in 2001 and 2002. There were some strange decisions being made around that time, which basically came about as a result of the new Chief Constable wanting to put his stamp on things. So you had the disbandment of the drug squad, the major crime unit's resources were being halved, and on top of that all, some of us were aware that there was a storm about to hit us in the form of gun crime. The problem was that some of the decision makers were not up to the challenges which they were being faced with. Detectives from the major crime unit were being sent back to their geographical divisions, where they seemed to be at the view that the specialist units were elitist. Well, I suppose you could say they were in a way, because they had expert knowledge, but that is the way to meet the challenges facing you. It meant that when decisions were made to draw detectives from whoever was available in the divisions, instead of from a pool of experts within the major crime unit, senior officers ended up on a hodgepodge team which was not unified in the way that they had been before. Sometimes the teams contained detectives who were not even on speaking terms. Sometimes we had divisional superintendents who wouldn't let people out on the major jobs because they had wanted to keep their own staffing levels to optimum levels, so the senior detective who was involved in Opal. So senior investigating officers were often being left understaffed, scrapping around for detectives, and without the expertise they needed, or knitted team that they also needed. As a result of the specialist units being disbanded, we were losing large rafts of our intelligence system. The disbanding of the drug squad had a major knock-on effect. There were areas where we simply didn't know what was going on anymore. The drug squad had been very good at giving us an early warning system. It told us who was doing what and who the new players were coming through. We had seen firearms used, but mainly connected with armed robberies, or being discharged into cars or buildings as a scare tactic. By 2000, we started to see firearms being used regularly on persons, and this was every day, by very young street dealers who were shooting each other, particularly in terms of young black men shooting other young black men. All of it was connected to illegal drugs markets. That was, of course, where we took our eye off the ball. We were concentrating so much on dealing with the black on black shootings that we ignored what was going on in Bestwood and what Colin and David Gunn were actually up to, until it was too late as far as people were concerned. Had Opal been taken into its logical conclusion, many of the people who were murdered would still be alive today. The former CID boss, Peter Cole, said, "There is a school of thought, not mine I have to say, which would say if you don't have a drug squad, by that I mean an institution which is recording activity in the illegal drugs market, that you can almost say that you don't have a drugs problem. If you don't have something dedicated to tackling a problem, you can never measure anything about it and know just how bad the problem actually is that faces you." As it would later prove, the decision to bring Opal to a shuddering halt was a more than missed opportunity. It was a decision which was to have very tragic consequences. By the time the Gunn brothers were targeted again, they had grown much stronger and much more powerful. A new operation would have to start from scratch, and the force would have to dig deeper to find the resources needed for a successful outcome than they would have in 2001. It would be another 2 years before it got underway and would be called Operation Starburst, a multifaceted top secret project which would be likened to a Russian doll containing operations within operations, and which would at last attack the very core of organised crime. In the meantime, the city's reputation would be shot literally to pieces. Tommy Lau is philosophical, considering that he knows he will never walk again. His life was wrecked one November evening in 2001. Tommy was at a house in a quiet hamlet of East Stoke and was on the phone to his wife of just 8 weeks, who was preparing to make her way over to England from South America. Halfway through their conversation, he heard the sharp crack of glass shattering and felt the sensation like a burning poker down his back. As he turned to look over his shoulder, he could see small wisps of smoke as if it was on fire. Guy Fawkes' night had just been a few days earlier, and he thought he had been hit by a firework. It was all a dream in slow motion, Tommy recalled. When I fell to the ground, I could see my friends coming up to me and saying stuff, but I didn't know what was going on. At first, I thought someone had thrown a firework through the window, especially when I saw the smoke coming out the back. But then it dawned on me what it was, and I was apparently screaming, but I don't remember too much of that. The gunman had fired through the living room window. As he withered with pain, he found that he couldn't feel various parts of his body, and finally realised he had been shot. He was paralysed from the waist down from that moment on. Tommy had nothing to do with gangs, drug dealing or crime. He was just 23 when he became a mistaken assassination target at 5:20 PM on the 8th of November. He was nearing the end of a degree course in fashion at Nottingham Trent University. He had a new wife and he was head over heels in love. Police, who ruled Tommy out as a target early in their investigation, had some obvious leads straight away. The woman in whose home he had been shot was a mistress of a local drug baron. She was having an affair with a young man, who we should call Laurie for this story. And according to the police, he was the intended target. There was clearly a motive if one accepts that the drug baron, at the time on remand in Strangeways Prison in Manchester, awaiting trial for a cigarette smuggling and heroin conspiracy, had sent the gunman, and from the outset, the police certainly felt that he was their prime suspect. However, as time moved on, the less likely it seemed that to most of those who knew anything about the case, that he had anything to do with it. Laurie had done a lot of work for the Gunn brothers at the time, and it was possible that Colin may have become upset about something he had done or owed them. The gunman, who made his getaway on a motocross bike, has never been caught, and the people who hired him have never been identified. That, more than anything else, occupies Tommy's thoughts every day. He mulls it over in his mind, trying to make the connections, trying to make some sense of why he ended up in a wheelchair. The police say they are still working diligently to to identify the shooter, but as each year passes, it looks increasingly unlikely that Tommy will ever get closure on the case. In all probability, he will never get to see anyone in the dock for the shooting, though he remains optimistic that someone will tell him what it was all about. There has been very little information from the public to give clue to the mystery. It is often the way that if a case has not been solved relatively quickly, any leads start to peter out into nothing. Tommy feels let down by the police, and with good reason. It was left to him to organise an appeal on the BBC's Crime Watch programme in 2005, and even then the programme almost disguised where the shooting had taken place, such as was Nottinghamshire Police's paranoia about encouraging another gun crime tag in the city's reputation. Tommy is getting on with his life as best as he can. He had to give up his college course after spending 6 months in a hospital bed and cannot work, but he goes to the gym regularly for weight training and to burn off the steam that builds up in his frustration about being in this situation. He does still try to live life to the full. He just wishes he could put the nightmares to bed. It is hard to believe today that in 1990, Nottingham was voted the most desirable place to live in the UK. That same year, The Independent dispatched writer William Leaf to find out about the city. The comments prove interesting when you read with the passage of time. Mr. Leaf asked a number of residents what they liked the most. "It's a great place to live," said Phil, a well-dressed engineer. Helen, a young housewife recently moved from London, was bowled over too. "There's no need to worry about bringing up your children here. It's so much safer." Mr. Leaf himself wrote, "The nightclubs are friendly and fight free because each one has a rigorous door policy. You can only go in if you're dressed exactly like everyone else in the nightclub." At 2 AM, punters from Rock City, with short hair and flares, stand chatting in a group, ignoring the heavy metal tribe steaming out of New York, in long hair and drain pipes. Policemen wander about grinning. It doesn't seem quite real. It seemed like a very different place nearly 2 decades ago. Someone who lived in Nottingham since 1995 said, "No matter what the crime figures say, there has been a plausible change in the atmosphere of the city. In the darkness of the night, it has become colder, more cynical and more unfriendly in the city centre. There is a brooding, menacing air outside the bars late on a Friday night, where once there was just exuberance. New community support officers are now stationed in the centre, which they say is to make people feel safer. But as the public and criminals alike are well aware, they have no powers of arrest. The Home Office is effectively placing these volunteers in potentially hazardous situations without the powers or authority of regular police officers, but had the audacity to place them in the police-style uniforms. In the 1990s, the city was still seen as a quaint yet vibrant capital in the middle of England. If there were 3 legends which outsiders always connected to Nottingham City, they were Robin Hood, Brian Clough, and the myth that there was 3 women to every man who existed in the city. Only one of the legends was true. Now the city had a 4th legend: crime. The city has been desperately trying to shrug off the label of the crime capital of the UK, or, more often than not, Shottingham, the gun crime capital of the UK since 2002. It's very difficult to get away from this label. The impact that the gun crime tag has had on the city's image cannot be overstated. It has affected all walks of life, from employers struggling to get credible candidates to job interviews, to 2 universities. In 2002 alone, Nottingham and Trent suffered a 14% drop in applications from students. Investors stayed away. Tourists stayed away. Even the Crown Green bowls team, which had toured from Kent to Nottingham every year for more than a decade, stayed away. A few weeks earlier, the British ambassador to Saudi Arabia made a reference to the city's crime problems at a function which landed on the front page of the Times newspaper. Sir Sherwood Coper-Coles told an audience of several hundred people in the eastern Saudi city of Al Khobar an anecdote about a British expat working in Nottingham. The businessman said he felt completely ridiculous having to give the British businessmen from Nottingham assurances about the security here in Saudi Arabia, when Nottingham is the murder capital of the UK at the moment, he said. It's far more dangerous statistically to be in Nottingham than to be in Al Khobar, Daman or Riyadh. The first indications of a massively negative media portrayal of Nottingham came in 2002 when the headline writers in London began their assault on the city, although the headline which probably did the most harm was Assassination City. That came from the Daily Star in 2004, but well before then the writing was on the wall, not least because of the high profile murders of the jewellery shop owner and the grandmother Marion Bates and the schoolgirl Danielle Beacon. But it was 2002 when things got really out of control. In that year alone, there were more shootings than the previous 7 years put all together, and many of them were connected to the Bestwood cartel. When the number of shootings first began to rise dramatically in the late 1999, Nottinghamshire Police unveiled their response, Operation Real Estate. It began in February 2000, after a spat of gang-related shootings in St Anne's and the Meadows, and led to armed officers routinely patrolling the streets of the UK city mainland for the first time. This, in turn, led to a national debate about whether police should be armed at all times. The then Assistant Chief Constable Sean Price, who was in charge of the operation, was keen to play down any conclusions that the police's response was an exaggerated one. There is nothing exceptional in what we are doing here, he said. This is not a Genghis Khan approach. We are only doing what the police have always done, deploying the level of force appropriate to the threat. He admitted that the violence involving the gangs in the NG Triangle had prompted the move. We had a situation where, because of disputes between these rival groups of criminals, shootings were happening. For 2 years, 6 armed officers carrying Walter P990 pistols at their hips worked in pairs between dusk till midnight around the St Anne's and Meadows estates. In the first 6 months, 6 shootings were recorded on the estates, compared to 6 in a fortnight just before real estate was launched. The police also made some 150 arrests connected to the gang violence and recovered 15 firearms in the first year. But the community leaders felt that the use of armed officers stigmatised the areas and encouraged the gangs to go underground. We are being used as a laboratory for a bigger experiment, said Dalroy Brown, community leader of the Afro-Caribbean National Artistic Centre in St Anne's. By November 2001, Operation Real Estate had made 400 arrests and thwarted a number of assassination attempts. More than 100 firearms had been recovered, and 47 Jamaican nationals were among those arrested for attempted murder, firearms and drug offences. Of those who were arrested, the Jamaican authorities wanted to speak to 41 in connection with serious criminal offences in Jamaica. Nevertheless, gun crime overall continued to escalate. In 2001, police in Nottinghamshire dealt with 685 firearm incidences. Back in 1990, the year it was voted the most desirable city to live in, the figure had just been 282. By the beginning of 2002, police had decided a new approach was needed, and in July 2002 set up a project which would be intelligence-led and tackle gun crime across the city. Operation Stealth would be more protective than real estate. Its remit was to stamp out the black-on-black shootings by arresting offenders with firearms before they committed serious offences. But before the stealth team had got stuck into their task, there was another brutal shooting. At around 7 PM on the 19th of February 2002, a young black teenager, Brendan Lawrence, was waiting in his friend's Ford Fiesta XR2 near his home in Watkin Streets on the St Anne's estate. It had been pouring with rain, and Brendan had accepted the offer of a lift from his friend, who had nipped inside the house on Watkins Street. Minutes later, a man in a dark blue hooded Donnay top, wearing Nike Bohemian trainers, approached the car, pulled out a gun and told Brendan to get out. He then shot him twice in the leg, pulled him out the car and shot him again in the chest. The 16-year-old had died on the street. His mother, Janice Collins, would become a tireless campaigner for Mothers Against Guns, a group set up to try and stamp out gun crime. We buried him in black jeans and a black polo neck top he had brought from Next that week, she later told reporters. His friends were pallbearers, and they looked like they were so young. They were only kids. When Brendan died, they kept him for 8 weeks in the mortuary. I couldn't bear to think of him so cold like that. I hated it that we couldn't bury him. Every week, Calvin, his twin brother, would take me down there to see him, and they would pull him out cold so that I could see him and see that he was alright. No mother should have to go through that. Someone must know something. Brendan was not known to be involved in criminality, but intelligence came through to the police that half a kilo of cocaine had been stashed under one of the car seats, which indicated a robbery motive, as the drugs were missing. The killers, who had clearly had information that there was a substantial amount of drugs in the car, had driven off in the Ford Fiesta XR2, which was later found burnt out at Westfield Gardens in St Anne's. Some DNA was extracted from the particularly burnt pack wreckage, but very little headway was made by the police in terms of getting witnesses to come forward, and so it dragged on year after year, despite there being a £20,000 reward for information leading to the conviction. Every February, Brendan's distraught parents, Janice Collins and Ray Lawrence, have made an annual appeal for information, which they hope will lead to the identification of the killer. In the years that passed since Brendan's death, police arrested more than 20 suspects, but without any breakthrough. In July 2009, 2 defendants went on trial for his murder, and a third for assisting the offender. The jury acquitted one defendant of murder, but failed to reach a verdict on the other 2. A retrial was rescheduled. A list of some of the incidents police were called out to in July 2002 showed how indiscriminate the use of firearms was becoming. On July the 1st, 10-year-old Laurel Akim Warner is shot and wounded at his grandmother's home in Wilford. On July the 5th, a would-be robber walks into a newsagent's in Old Basford and asks for cigarettes, and then fires a shot from a handgun, narrowly missing the 57-year-old store owner behind the counter. On July the 9th, a taxi driver who picks up 2 men outside the Commodore pub in Nuttall Road at 6:20 AM is robbed with a handgun to his head and is forced to drive the men to Brockhurst Gardens in St Anne's. The taxi driver later tells the local paper, "I served in the Gulf War, but left the army for a quieter life. It's not really turned out how I imagined." On July the 16th, a 2-year-old boy is shot in the right arm with an airgun pellet as he plays in the Cotman Hay Park off Buvelle Drive in Cottamy at 6 PM. Surgeons were able to remove the pellet. On July the 17th, 2 robbers entered an unlocked house in Knoll Street, Forest Fields, and hold up a 37-year-old woman and her young child at gunpoint in their own living room. On July the 22nd, an armed robber shoves a handgun into the faces of 2 staff in a raid on Mansfield Road Spa in Sherwood at around 12:20 AM. Witnesses then reported hearing a gunshot as the raiders run from the store with the takings. On July the 26th, a 33-year-old man is shot and wounded outside the Drum nightclub off Ilkeston Road in Lenton. On July the 29th, a young couple from Long Eaton are attacked by 3 men wielding a gun and a knife after they spot them acting suspiciously. The man, a 23-year-old sales manager, has a gun pressed to his forehead and his teeth smashed in with the butt of the pistol. He is told this is what you get for interfering. Analysis by Operation Stealth in the Central City area revealed the following. Around 73% of the shooters were black and British born. Educationally, They were almost always underachievers, living in areas where there were limited employment opportunities. The majority were from single-parent families. They were territorially protective, and their role models were drawn from the gangster rap, with lots of bling or jewellery, designer labels on clothes, cash in pocket, firearm in one hand, and doll in the other hand. Their career paths were firmly rooted in criminality, and particularly drug dealing, progressing from street run at age of 12, 11 or sometimes even younger. Their job would be to deliver small amounts of drugs, sometimes on push bikes, sometimes on foot, between people and addresses. For this, they would be given a few pounds, or perhaps a rock of crack or a wrap of heroin to sell for themselves. By the time they were 13 or 14, they might be babysitting a firearm for one of the brethren, or a larger amount of drugs at their home. And by the time they arrived in their late teens, they might be street dealing themselves, or have a pack of runners working for them, just as they had done themselves. Other black on black shootings demonstrated the cheapness with which life was perceived by those living in the ghetto. On the 9th of November 2002, 33-year-old Teresa Jacobs, a female crack cocaine dealer, was shot in the back of the head outside the Drum nightclub off Ilkston Road. Jamaican national Aston Bowler faced trial over her murder, but the case collapsed when the CPS offered no evidence, though Mr. Bowler was actually deported. Almost a year later, at 1 PM on the 7th of November 2003, 24-year-old father of two, Omar Watson, walked into his local barbershop to have his hair cut, but almost as soon as he sat on the chair, a gunman walked in and shot him dead. It was believed his killer had lookouts who had phoned to say he was on his way to the hairdresser's shortly before the murder. On a cold February morning, a young man waits in a telephone box on the St. Anne's estate to hear from his dealer. It's a phone box well used for this purpose. The man though is disturbed by a youth banging on the glass bit outside. He says something. Gradually the man can make out his words. "Hey mate, what do you want, rock or brown? I can do you anything," the youth says, nodding knowingly. The man has not seen the youth before and is intrigued enough to abandon the wait for his dealer's call. He steps out of the kiosk to talk to the 13-year-old. Soon he learns what he can buy from the youngster: heroin, crack cocaine and weed. The teenager gives him his street name, pointing to an emblem sewn on his jacket. "Yeah, that's me, so just ask for ABC." He gives the man a mobile phone number to call, and within a few days, a drug deal is arranged. The next time the man sees the youth is to arrest him. He is an undercover police officer. When the youth is searched, he has almost £1,000 of drugs on him, including 94 wraps of heroin and crack cocaine. ABC's tale is a familiar one. He has been smoking cannabis from the age of 12, buying it on his way home from school as he walked through the St. Anne's estate. Pretty soon he was starting to buy it on tick or credit. He had built up a debt he could not pay off, and the dealers began to threaten him. He told them he could settle it by selling some of their drugs. Within a few months, he was pushing crack and heroin. The courts do a deal with ABC. He is given an antisocial behaviour order which bans him from being on the St. Anne's area. But for every ABC, there are now thousands of others doing the exact same thing on built-up area estates of the UK cities. Operation Stealth proved to be hugely successful in its first 2 years, particularly given that it had limited resources. It was set up in much the same way as that better known Operation Trident, which had been set up by the Metropolitan Police 4 years earlier to tackle black on black crime in the city. Stealth had a team of about 30 officers compared to around 300 at Trident. Yet between July 2002 and October 2004, the Stealth team seized 306 firearms compared to 333 by Trident, and 6,100 rounds of ammunition compared to 1,200 by Trident. The Stealth team also secured 263 convictions over a 2-year period compared with fewer than 200 by Trident. While the success rates were something to be proud of, the intelligence coming through was worrying. There seemed to be an easy access to firearms, particularly replicas, which could be bought across the counter. These replicas could, with a bit of engineering know-how, easily be converted into a fire-live ammunition. The team was also discovering that these firearms were going into the hands of younger and younger offenders. They were becoming fashion accessories for wannabe gangsters, and some were as young as 13. The stealth team could have helped further if the government had been braver with the new legislation. A minimum 5-year prison sentence for possession of a firearm was brought in during January 2003. It would do little to curb the youngsters' taste for firearms, even after some of those close to the victims saw the impact that guns were having on lives. A minimum 10-year sentence would have been a far better deterrent in the eyes of many police officers. In the early hours of New Year's Day 2003, one of Colin Gunn's enforcers was involved in a reckless shooting incident which almost claimed the lives of 3 people. He turned up at a party being held at a house in Jedburgh Walk in St Anne's, and within a short space of time had been dissed by some of the partygoers, who took the mickey out of him over something. The man was known to have a short fuse, but no one could have predicted what he did next. He pulled out a handgun and fired 5 times at a number of the party guests, leaving 2 withering on the floor with injuries to their legs and groin. The man fled. 9 days later, Darren Hayden, aged 38, was picked up by officers from Operation Stealth as he drove down Vernon Road, Highbury Vale in Basford at 1 PM on the 10th of January in his red Ford Mondeo. Mr Hayden, who lived near the gun's mother on Raymead Drive, had convictions for armed robbery and burglary and had recently returned from Tenerife. Police searching his car found a 2-ounce bag of crack cocaine and 1 ounce of heroin worth £4,000, along with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun and ammunition. Mr Hayden was charged with 3 counts of attempted murder at the party. A 3rd person had been shot but not hit, along with possession of a firearm, ammunition and a controlled Class A drug. But as police attempted to get any witness statements from anyone who was shot at the party, the message came back: no one wants to talk about it anymore. We just want to get on with our lives. By June 2003, the CPS had dropped the attempted murder charges against Mr Hayden. He then changed his plea to guilty on the firearms and drugs offences and was jailed for 7 years in October 2003. An aggrieved Kate Carty, the chief Crown prosecutor in the Nottinghamshire area, said the CPS decided that there was sufficient evidence to proceed with the 3 counts of attempted murder. The matter then progressed as far as it could in the Crown Court until notification was received that key prosecution witnesses had changed their mind about giving evidence in court. Disappointingly, other witnesses gave further statements that were at odds with the previously stated positions. We reviewed the case and concluded that its success was dependent on the willingness of the witnesses to attend court. In these circumstances, it was agreed that no further progress could be made on the 3 counts of attempted murder. We believe that unless victims and witnesses are prepared to report crimes and give evidence confidently and effectively in court, the public cannot be protected properly. Despite this disappointment, in June 2004, the Operation Stealth team was celebrating success when 9 St Anne's gangbangers were taken off the streets for life after killing a man in Sheffield. The victim was another tragic case of mistaken identity. Some of the gang were in Sheffield's Meadowhall shopping centre when they were ambushed outside the takeaway and robbed of their mobile phones. On the 18th of December 2002, the gang had returned for revenge in a convoy of 4 cars. They pulled up outside the Afro-Caribbean Club in the Still City's Pittsmore area, believing that the people who had robbed them earlier were there, and fired 2 shots from the lead car. An innocent bystander, Gerald Smith, aged 42, was fatally wounded in the head and leg. Ezra Taylor, 26, of Collision Street, Radford; Craig Brooks, who was 26, of Lawn Walk in St Anne's; Roger Gordon, who was 28, of Hunger Hill Road, St Anne's; Gareth Lindsay, who was 20, of Purleythorpe Drive in Carlton, Richard Powell, who was 26, of Ansbury Circus, Cinderhill, Leon Bryan, who was 20, of Limmer Gardens in St Anne's, Gordon McPherson, who was 26, of Curzon Gardens in St Anne's, Dean Pinnock, who was 20, of Melville Gardens in St Anne's, and Christopher Mackenzie, who was 20, of Melville Gardens in St Anne's, all received life sentences at Sheffield Crown Court in July of 2004. It was the first time that a group had been convicted of murder where no one except the killers knew who had fired the fatal shots. This conviction gets right to the heart of all the violent drug and gun crime in St Anne's, said the Superintendent Nick Holmes, Deputy Commander of the Nottinghamshire Police City Division. It smashes its infrastructure. The gang caused misery to all people of Nottingham, and they have been well known to us for years. We have put a massive effort into tackling drug and gun crime in St Anne's and all over the city, and are starting to see the results. The level of urban terrorism being visited upon these communities was becoming shocking, and while stealth concentrated on black on black gun crime in the city centre, another wave of violence was about to come. All eyes would be soon turning to the north of the city, where a ferocious white gang held a tight grip over the community. David Draycott was in trouble. He owed money, and those he owed it to were starting to run out of patience. He could feel it in the darkness as he pulled his black Mercedes into the driveway of his home in Woodlands Way in Sutton and Ashfield. It was 9:17 PM on the 7th of October 2002. He had just been to his estranged wife's home a short distance away and had received 2 phone calls while he was there, telling him to pay up or he would be in big trouble. He had asked his wife, Andrea, if she could help him with a banker's draft to help him settle the debt. She had never seen him so worried before. Mr. Draycott had borrowed £10,000 for some unpleasant characters for a cocaine deal, but had not been able to keep up with the repayments, and now the debt had escalated to more than £30,000, though he had told his wife that he needed the money to pay off the VAT bill on the sheet metal business that he was running. Drakey, a big bear of a man, always had a smile on his face. He could be a bit difficult to pin down. Sometimes, when asked what he was up to, he would tell people he did a bit of this and a bit of that, and then he'd usually just laugh. He had worked the doors of the pubs and clubs in the Ashfield area, and had come into contact with a myriad of unsavoury people. Wanting to be his own boss, he had sunk money into a sheet metal business, but found it was not easy to make an honest crust. His friends knew he had become involved with people who were selling Class A drugs in and around Nottinghamshire, and they were heavy hitters, but Drakey kept everything to himself. He never told his friends he was worried about the spot of bother he was in. He thought he could handle any trouble that came himself. 2 major drug gangs were interested in the debt that Drakey owed. The Dawes family, who controlled the supply of drugs across the East Midlands from their base in Sutton and Ashfield, North Nottinghamshire, and the Bestwood cartel. As he steered his Mercedes into the drive, Drakey was still thinking about trying to reconcile his marriage. Though he and his wife had been estranged for 6 months, things were getting better. He knew his daughter, aged 8, and son, aged 11, wanted him to go back home, and he and Andrea had become closer in the recent weeks, thanks to a holiday in Devon and Cornwall and a break in Skegness. He had even told his mum that he reckoned he and Andrea would get back together by Christmas. If only he could get these people off his back, he could start making plans again. Drakey was tired and didn't see 2 men get out of a silver Peugeot 206 across the road. They had been waiting there for more than 2 hours. He didn't hear them walk down his drive. He only saw them as he opened his door, and before he knew it, they were pumping bullets into him. Even with his body riddled with 10 shots, Mr. Draycott managed to crawl to a neighbour's house and raise the alarm. He was wheeled into an ambulance semi-conscious and fought hard to stay alive, but 10 bullets was too much even for Drakey. 4 days later, he was dead at the age of 40. Andrea, who had arrived on the scene of the shooting just after her husband was being carried away, issued an appeal at Christmas. No child's last memory of their father should be of him wheeled into an ambulance riddled with bullets. They have had their childhood taken away. If anybody knows anything, but they are scared to come forward, I would ask them to think about themselves in the same situation. How would they feel if their children had lost a father? I would ask them to be strong, because without their help, David's killers won't be brought to justice. A month after the murder, in the early hours of November the 7th on a Thursday, a man called John Shipman was finding it hard to sleep in his new flat in Chiltern Way in Bestwood. Like David Draycott, he was no stranger to violence. Mr. Shipman was not long out of prison, having severely beaten a man up in his home in the Sherwood area in 1998. Now he lay listening to music in his room, but he was worried. The Bestwood cartel were chasing him over a friend's cannabis debt. His mate had done a runner and left Mr. Shipman to bear the grunt. Although it was only a couple of £100, they meant serious business. He was still nursing the bruises from a beating he had taken outside the Anchor pub in Gunthorpe Village on Guy Fawkes night. They had told him then that he would have to find a way to pay the money very quickly. He had asked friends to help, but they were slow to come through. As Mr. Shipman listened to his music, 2 men entered his flat and walked in on him. He knew them, 2 brothers who had worked with Colin and David Gunn, collecting money and selling drugs for them. One had something in his hand. Mr. Shipman pleaded with them, but they refused to hear his explanations. A single shot rang out, and John Shipman lay dead. He was 25 years old. As the 2 men walked out the block of flat, an associate of Mr. Shipman saw them get into a car and made a mental note of the situation. Later, the same man would tell the police what he had seen, and would be forced to go on the run with his family because the gangsters knew he knew and had threatened to murder him. Though 2 of Colin Gunn's associates were arrested for John Shipman's murder, the case remains unsolved to this day. Friends of those arrested claim a rogue police officer tipped off the suspects that a bug had been placed in their sofa, throwing the investigation into complete chaos. Like Andrea Draycott, John Shipman's mother, Josie, has still to receive justice for the murder of her loved one. In the summer of 2003, Chief Constable Steve Green found himself in a building that he had never been in before. He had been summoned to a meeting in London to discuss how certain law enforcement agencies could help him in the battle against organised crime. Mr. Green had problems locating the building and had rang his secretary twice to double check the address. He finally found it and he was ushered into a room. Senior managers from the National Crime Squad, National Criminal Intelligence Service, Customs and Excise Investigation Service, and other shadowy figures who worked with government were there to greet him. "We gather you have a problem in Nottingham," he was told. "Well, we are here to help. You have our full support to make use of, and all the resources that we have to offer. This is a problem that must be sorted out before it goes any further." That problem had become so acute that, in March 2003, David Blakey, one of the senior inspectors from Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Police, HMIC, refused to give Nottinghamshire Police a clean bill of health. They were, he concluded, neither effective nor efficient. If you lived worked or visited Nottinghamshire in April of 2002, you were more likely to have a crime committed against you than anywhere else in the country, Mr. Blakey's report stated. He was particularly critical of the abilities of the police force to deal with drugs and crime. Some senior CID officers had also made clear to HMIC that the disbandment of the drug squad and the use of divisions instead had seriously hampered the ability to fight organised crime. There was a widely held view that the forced drugs investigation function was not robust, wrote Mr. Blakey. The main response to drug investigation at all levels remains with divisions who respond within available resources. HMIC was advised during divisional visits that most drug investigation activity took place at local area command level, and that they were unable to respond efficiently to drugs intelligence. Overall, the redeployment of forced drug squad resources had not increased the drug investigations capacity at a divisional level. There was also reference to the pressures that the CID was under. Mr. Green's reorganisation strategy had been forced upon the CID at the most inappropriate moment, coinciding with the explosion of gun crime in 2002. The report stated that some of the failures to meet HMIC targets were due to the wider force reorganisation and unprecedented resource demands for murder investigations. Regardless of any leap in crime which may have put Nottinghamshire under pressure, it was dealing with 21 new murder investigations that year, against an average of 12. This was either a veiled criticism of the abilities of frontline officers to do their jobs, or an indictment of Mr. Green's reorganisation skills. The Labour MP for Nottingham North, Graham Allen, had been critical of Mr. Green as early as 2001, particularly over the issues of beat bobbies being taken away and replaced with officers in cars, and in 2002 he had raised the issue in the House of Commons. We in the City of Nottingham Division are losing bobbies on the beat, said Mr. Allen. In addition, our police stations are losing large numbers of officers to response units. In effect, those stations are being hollowed out. Was it right, he asked the Home Secretary, that at the time when the government was being congratulated for employing more police than ever before, people on some estates were seeing fewer of these officers? The Chief Constable, however, had stuck to his guns. I would challenge anybody to undertake change of this depth and not have a few plates fall off, he said. It is inevitable, the consequence of trying to tackle so much change. At the same time, he admitted, the beat officer issue was a stumbling block that we had tripped up on. Officers were unsure about their role. Now the table of heavyweight officials who confronted Mr. Green were talking about organised crime and the problems caused by gun-wielding gangsters, including the Bestwood cartel. Mr. Green was stunned by the detail that the officials had. As he would later admit, the tackling of gun crime in the NG Triangle had distracted attention from the city's white gangsters. By 2003, it was clear to us that something else was happening, he later told the BBC in an interview. A few months earlier, when approached by his own senior officers about the problem, he had approved an investigation, but had told them they would have limited resources and that their work would be completed within 6 months. Now he was being told by representatives of national agencies that it would have to be a much bigger operation involving them. Technology only just being field tested by MI5 would be available. National Crime Squad officers would be used for covert surveillance, and part of stage 1 of the operation, a police officer from London would be sent undercover to try and infiltrate the Bestwood cartel. It would be a multi-layered investigation overseen by the clandestine carcass of operatives. Each individual sub-operation against an arm of the Gun Brothers empire would be given the codename of states in the USA, such as Utah and Texas. Less than a handful of officers would know what the overall operation was actually about. Everything would be on a need-to-know basis only. By August 2003, Nottinghamshire's head of CID, Phil Davis, had been given the go-ahead that he had been pleading for over the previous 12 months. Operation Starburst was born. They began with Operation Texas. An undercover police officer was brought up from London to infiltrate one side of the gang. Officers decided that they would target one of the gun's lieutenants, Jamie Neal. The plan was that the officer would pose as a drug smuggler from London who was forced out of the capital and was now lying low in Nottingham. His story was carefully constructed, as it needed to be. Once introductions had been made in Nottingham, Mr. Neal turned up to Mr. Gunn to make inquiries about a bogus villain's background. Associates went down to London to check out his story and found out that it was true. Within a few months, the undercover officer was making significant inroads into the gang and picking up vital intelligence on drugs that were coming in. Then one evening, he was invited to a boxing match. Things were going well until he moved on to a nightclub where Mr. Neal and his associates had booked a VIP area closed off from the public and proceeded to get very drunk. At some point in the evening, one of the gang took offence to something that had been said and launched a ferocious attack on an associate. The undercover officer intervened. He too began taking a beating from Jamie Neal and suffered a fractured skull. The secrecy of Operation Texas meant medics could not be sent to the scene in any other manner than a normal response to prevent suspicion from being aroused within the cartel. Eventually, an ambulance was sent and the officer was taken to hospital, but Operation Texas was now in tatters. Operation Utah was then launched. Bosses decided that it was too dangerous to send in more undercover officers, so results would have to be achieved through total surveillance of the gang, using covert methods including bugs and cameras. Events in the underworld, however, began to move at a breathtaking pace. In the early hours of the 29th of August 2003, after a lock-in at the Sporting Chance on Hucknall Road in the Bulwell area, a group of young men were draining the last dregs of their drinks. The group included Jamie Gunn, Colin and David's nephew, and Marvin Bradshaw, plus 2 other friends. It was 4 AM and they were finally about to go home. They had enjoyed a good evening, even though it had been threatened to turn sour 3 hours earlier when 2 men tried to muscle their way into the pub and had to be forcibly ejected. Jamie knew both the men. They had dealt drugs on the Bestwood estate in the past, and one had been going out with a Bestwood girl, which had caused trouble for one of his Uncle Colin's right-hand men. A scuffle had erupted and Jamie Gunn had smacked one of the men with an ashtray, causing a deep cut to his head. The other man was Michael O'Brien, a renowned hothead. The other, Gary Salmon, told him to cool it and dragged Mr. O'Brien away. Mr. Salmon had an ongoing beef with the Bestwood cartel and was keen not to antagonise any of them. 4 weeks earlier, a white van had parked up in his home in Brooklyn Road. As Mr. Salmon stood in the doorway, a gunman had jumped out the back and fired 3 shots at him. He was a marked man. Jamie Gunn's group began to disperse from the bar and make their way to the car park. Jamie was keen for his pal Marvin to drive the car. He was drunk and didn't want to get pulled over by the police. Marvin, who was sober, agreed and got into the driver's seat of the silver Renault Megane while Jamie was sat in the back. 2 other men occupied the rear and front passenger seats. As Marvin turned the ignition key, the windows were still steamed up, but he began to drive off anyway. Jamie turned and rubbed the glass to clear his window. He saw a shadowy figure wearing a balaclava walking towards the car. There was a loud bang, and glass from the driver's side window shattered over the passengers. Everybody in the car ducked down except for Marvin, who groaned but continued to drive the car until the car finally slowed and came to a halt on the grass verge with the engine still running. Jamie Gunn got out. He did not know what was going on. A car carrying two men in balaclavas screeched off. Through the shattered window of the driver's door, he could see his friend slumped over on the wheel, groaning. "I feel sick," said Marvin. "I want to feel my head. I want to get out the car." Jamie could see that there was a red hole in Marvin's head and had realised his friend had been shot. He took off his red t-shirt, wrapped it around his best friend's head and lifted him out the car, comforting him. "Just stay here with us, mate. It's gonna be alright." But Marvin Bradshaw was dying there on the desolate car park. Part of Jamie Gunn was dying right there too. He just didn't know it yet. Despite the brutality of Marvin Bradshaw's murder, it was barely reported by the media other than local papers. Outside Nottingham, it was simply another gun death and warranted little more than an odd newspaper paragraph. The police were keen to stress that Marvin was a likeable young man who had never been in trouble with the law. He worked hard as a shop fitter, sometimes 6 days a week, and he was very well liked. Although police initially believed Jamie Gunn was the intended target, another man in the car that night had in fact been in Mr. O'Brien's sights. They were also aware that feelings could be running high. They would have a race against time to catch the people responsible before revenge was sought by the Bestwood cartel. Detective Chief Inspector Phil Walker, leading the investigation, told the media, "We have not had many witnesses at all really so far. There was an after-hours drinking session at a pub, and the people who had been in there were a bit reluctant to give us a statement. This was nothing to do with the fear of being caught drinking after hours. Those in the sporting chance that evening had already been told by the Bestwood cartel that this would be sorted out in their own way, not by the police or anyone from Operation Ozone, the name for the investigation into Marvin's murder. Police had the names of Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Salmon, but the Bestwood cartel's tentacles reached deeper and much further than theirs. Within 24 hours, Colin Gunn had put the word out within the criminal fraternity. "We need to find these two before the police. Put the word out to everybody. If you get a bite, you will be rewarded," he told his troops. By the 3rd of September, intelligence was coming in to the police that Mr. Gunn was pulling out all the stops to track down the duo, and that if Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Salomon could not be found, then their relatives would have to be targeted. The cartel's soldiers got to work. On the 7th of September, a brick and then a firebomb were thrown through the window of a house Mr. Salmon had once shared with an ex-girlfriend, Alison Oldham, in Leybourne Drive in Bestwood. On the same day, a homemade grenade was thrown through a window at Mr. Salmon's house on Brooklyn Road. Colin Gunn also learned that 2 associates of Mr. Salmon had helped him get away. On the 8th of September, as one of the two drove a car with a friend, a motorbike with a back passenger pulled up alongside and fired 2 shots into the car, hitting him in the buttocks. Police attributed the shooting directly to the Bestwood cartel. By this time, officers had been visiting Michael O'Brien's mother, Joan Sterland, almost daily as they stepped their efforts up to track down her son. She helped them as much as she could, and said her son had implicated that he had been involved in the murder in a telephone conversation, but she did not feel that she could make a statement. This was also information that the Bestwood cartel had become aware of, almost certainly through a police contact, and it incensed them that she was unwilling to make a statement. The cartel also knew Mrs. Sterling's home address and were aware that Mr. O'Brien had a sister in Boston in Lincolnshire. The police could not work out how Colin Gunn was getting so much intelligence, yet they now knew that anybody connected with the two suspects was in danger. There was a collective sigh of release from the Ozone team when Michael O'Brien was arrested in Leicester on the 9th of September at his girlfriend's house. Mrs. Sterling had been told about the shooting of Kevin White, but not that she or any of her family was in danger, even though there was clear evidence that she was. Mr. Gunn himself believed that a few scare tactics were needed to concentrate Mrs. Sterling's mind about giving the police a statement implicating her son. Late on the evening of the 14th of September, two crashed helmet gunmen left their motorcycle and approached her house on Southview Road. They fired 5 times, twice from a .38 revolver and 3 times from a shotgun. One bullet went through the first floor bedroom window, another through the bathroom window, a third through the front door, and 2 through the downstairs window. John and Joan Sterling dived onto the living room floor and lay there, paralysed with fear, until Joan was able to crawl upstairs to make a 999 phone call to the police from her mobile phone. They were very lucky to be alive. That same day, the Bestwood cartel again targeted Alison Oldham's home in Leybourne Drive with an arson attack, while another former girlfriend of Mr. Salmon's reported seeing a gunman on a motorcycle pointing a shotgun towards her near her home. The next morning, the Sterlings decided to leave Nottingham for good. They were terrified and had no faith in the police being able to protect them from the gangsters. Indeed, they thought that the presence of the officers in their vicinity was aggravating the situation and making them less secure. They had good reason to feel that way. In late September 2003, a young Scot sat in a pub being lectured by a tall, burly, shaven-head man in a Lacoste tracksuit top. The young man quietly took in the message as the shaven-head man explained his plan to rob the jewellery shop. He had recently lost £70,000 of a cocaine shipment and needed some quick cash to pay off the suppliers. The young man had already carried out several armed robberies for the man in the past few weeks, 3 of them over a single 24-hour period. During one raid, he had discharged a gun he was carrying to frighten the victims that he was robbing. The same day, he had also been part of a gang of men who brutally attacked a dreadlocked social worker, Derek Sr., while he was enjoying a pint with his friend in the Lord Nelson pub in Bulwell. The shaven-headed man knew the Scottish lad was a hothead and sometimes a liability, but he could groom him, he thought. He would try and buy off the Rastafarian social worker with a bribe, but for now he needed this robbery carrying out as soon as possible. 2 other men who were working for the gang had already been in the shop and decided which jewellery cabinet to target. The shaven-headed man stressed that he did not want anybody killed. According to an account later given to the police by one of those involved, and outlined to the judge in a legal submission before the trial, the burly man was Colin Gunn, and the young man was James Brodie, one of his underlings. They were planning the robbery of the Time Centre in Arnold, Nottingham, run by Victor and Marion Bates. The robbery would involve a 4-man team led by Mr. Brodie. In a getaway vehicle would be Dean Betton and the getaway driver Craig Moran. Peter Williams, the youngest member of the gang at just 17, would carry a crowbar and assist Mr. Brodie. A high-powered scanner would help the gang monitor the police radio messages. The robbery was set for the 30th of September. Peter Williams would later tell the police that Mr. Gunn continued to outline the plan, ordering Mr. Brody to park his scooter up an alleyway and to make sure that there were no customers in the shop when they entered. Mr. Brody nodded, listening very carefully. Mr. Gunn said Mr. Williams was adamant that he did not want anyone being shot, but Mr. Brody was a loose cannon. Who knew what he might do? On the morning of the 30th of September, Victor and Marion Bates made their way into Arnold, taking the road from the village of Ravenshead. Victor was 65 and Marion 64. Their jewellery shop had a bit of an early trade, but by 11 AM only a handful of customers had come into the shop. A woman looking for a watch for her husband, a couple who browsed through engagement rings before leaving empty-handed, and another man looking for some special earrings for a girlfriend. The shop was empty when, at about 1:30 PM, two young men wearing motorcycle crash helmets with the visors up and rucksacks on their backs burst in. Xander Bates, Vicky and Marion's 23-year-old daughter, was helping out in the shop and happened to be on the telephone to her husband. She was startled by the noisy entrance of the two men storming in. One of them opened his jacket, took out a crowbar and walked towards the glass cabinets, which he tried to jammy open. The other man, slightly older, looked Xanthi in the eye. "This is an armed robbery. Put the fucking phone down now." It seemed unreal. It was like a scene from a movie. Xantha was rooted to the spot, with the phone still in her hand. Marion and Victor heard the shouting from the back of the shop and rushed to the front counter. Marion saw two young men and walked towards her daughter to take charge of the situation. One of the men levelled the gun at Xanthi, who had still had the phone in her hand, and it took a couple of steps forward. Marion rushed in front of Xanthi. Trying to protect her daughter, she stretched out her arms and instinctively screamed, "No!" There was a roar of gunfire from 3 feet away, and Marion collapsed to the ground. The shooter shouted at Marion, now slumped on the floor, "You stupid cow," as all hell broke loose. Victor managed to press a silent alarm button underneath the counter and now had an old fencing foil which he grabbed from the back of the shop. He rushed towards the gunman, later identified as James Brody. Mr. Brody aimed the gun at him and pulled the trigger, but this time the weapon misfired. Then Xanthi jumped on Mr. Brody's back, screaming and grabbing his arm so that he couldn't raise the weapon again at her father. Peter Williams, who had been grabbing jewellery from the cabinet and throwing it into his rucksack, saw his accomplice in trouble and swung his metal bar at Victor, slamming it into the side of his face. Reeling in pain with a fractured cheekbone, Victor remained undaunted and attacked Brody with the foil once again. Mr. Williams raised the iron bar and aimed several more blows at Victor's arms as the shopkeeper tried to stab Mr. Brody. Finally, Mr. Brody threw Xanthi off his back, cutting her lip badly, with the handle of his gun in the process. He made for the exit quickly, followed by Mr. Williams. They headed for a nearby alleyway where they had left the scooter with the engine running, but the gunshot and the commotion attracted the attention of several shoppers who were trying to see what was going on. Mr. Brody brandished his gun angrily and screamed, "Get out the fucking way." The startled shoppers parted and the raiders made their escape. At the petrol station about a mile away, their getaway car is waiting, with Craig Moran driving and Dean Betton in the passenger seat. Mr. Betton's job was to get rid of the scooter while Mr. Moran drove Mr. Brody and Mr. Williams back to a safe house to check their spoils. They found 2 rings, 3 pairs of earrings and a pendant worth just £1,100 in the rucksack. It was the price of Marion Bates' life. The death of Marion Bates again trained the eyes of the nation onto Nottingham. The fears of the white Middle Englander were concentrated into that one brutal murder. The Bates were grandparents, middle class, owned a small business and lived in a village. Chief Constable Steve Green wondered what he had done to deserve such pressures. It was a far cry from the blueprint for success that he had devised and envisioned for Nottinghamshire some 3 years earlier, when he had taken over the force of 2,500 officers and a budget of some £170 million per year. Now it was attracting a reputation for being the worst police county in England and Wales, despite the setting up of a reputation unit costing council taxpayers more than £400,000 per year to tackle the media of the betrayal of the city. By then it was too late. The adverse headlines had sunk into public's consciousness. By the 23rd of September 2003, John and Joan Sterling had moved to a council flat in Goal on the Humberside coast. The place was not a dream home by the seaside that they had hoped for. In fact, it was barely big enough for the two of them. They had received some help from the police in getting a tenancy on a one-bedroom flat, but they felt increasingly isolated. Both were taking sleeping pills and antidepressants, and Joan was suffering from severe depression. Her son had been charged with a brutal murder, and now they were living in a tiny flat in a place they hated, constantly looking over their shoulders. As the months ticked by, the depression got worse. By November 2003, Joan had had enough. She wrote in her diary, "Tuesday, the 2nd of September, 3 police came to our house and said they wanted to speak to my son JJ about a murder. After that, they came every day for over a week. Then he was caught. Then the next Sunday at 10 PM, 2 men on a motorbike came to our house and fired 6 shots. They tried to kill me and John, my husband. The next day, police told us to leave Nottingham. We didn't know where to go, so we just drove. We ended up in Bridlington. We went to the council there, and the manager, Karen Jordan, said, 'Why land on our doorstep? Why Bridlington?' We were in such a state we didn't know what to do or who to turn to. She just told us to come back on Monday, which we did. She took us to a single person's flat in a house with a man living upstairs. We were told to sign a tenancy. We were told we had no choice, so, desperate, we did it. We are on antidepressants plus sleeping pills. The GP, Dr. Moran, wrote us a letter to get us moved on. So did the psychiatrist, but the CID in Nottingham put a stop to it. They said it is too dangerous for us to go back. We have done nothing wrong. We are decent, innocent people. We have worked all our lives, and now we have nothing. We are desperate to get out from where we are. So desperate that, if we are not out by Christmas, you will be taking us out in a box. We just need you to know, we want to be buried in Nottingham, in Wilford Cemetery. This is just because the police in Nottingham can't control the Gunn family, who run the Bestwood estate, and everyone in it. It is disgraceful that the police can't do anything about them. They used me 3 times, and now they don't want to know. Our lives are non-existent. We haven't been out of this bedsit since the day we moved here on September the 22nd in 2003. We are at the end now. All we wanted was to come back home." During a phone call to her daughter Rosie in early November 2003, Joan said she and John had talked about taking an overdose of sleeping pills and ending it all. Rosie tried to cheer her mum up and told her to get to the police and do something. A few days later, Rosie rang her mum back and told her she had looked through a newspaper and seen some adverts for retirement bungalows in the Lincolnshire coast. She gave Joan the phone number, and a few days later got a call back from her mum, who was ecstatic. "Rosie, it's fantastic," she gushed. The place is in Trusthorpe, right next to the beach, and it's quiet, but there's plenty to do. It's a perfect place for us, and it's out the way. We are going to take it. Everything is going to be alright. On the 11th of December 2003, police officers were watching Colin Gunn. Operation Starburst had made him and his brother David its #1 target. Colin had driven to Lincolnshire from Bestwood and was at a caravan site on Sutton Road on the way to Trusthorpe. He was having a dispute with one of his crew who had displeased him. The man had fled Bestwood for the East Coast after bodging up a kidnapping for Colin in Calverton village. Instead of taking the man away from the house in Calverton, he gave him a hiding, and the man had been persuaded to let his victim go free for the £200 he had in his pocket. Colin was furious when he found out and demanded that the kidnappers be dealt with using the most severe tactics. One of them had also bodged the previous shooting, almost killing a child. He had been warned at the time that any more failures to carry out Colin's orders would have fatal consequences for him. Colin called John McSally, his favoured enforcer, over to Sutton to brief him on the job. He made it clear he wanted the man dead, with no mistakes or no messy leftovers. Mr. McSally was staying nearby in a caravan owned by Colin's mum while he planned the job. Mr. McSally approached his target but ended up shooting him through the shoulder instead of the head. Shocked and badly injured, the man lived and made his way to safety. Mr. McSally was later arrested for the shooting but walked straight back out the police station without being charged. On the 14th of December, Joan and John Sterland gathered up their small bundle of belongings and made the journey down to the Radio St. Peter's, their new street, a distinctive name derived from its role from the wartime RAF station in Trusthorpe. They were looking forward to life again, a new start, and could put some of the past behind them. Joan thought she would phone the police just to let them know where they were. They had done little for her, but she felt she ought to give them a call in case the Gunns were up to anything she needed to know about. On the 15th of December, she rang her contact at Nottinghamshire Police to tell him about their move to Trusthorpe. He warned her about the Gunns' connections with the area, but she was adamant that this was where they were going to start a new life. The officer would later be asked in a courtroom whether police had subsequently examined the security issues surrounding the Sterlands' move to Trusthorpe. I had satisfied myself that they were not vulnerable in that location. Yes, he replied. The Bestwood cartel now exercised control over a number of pubs in the Bestwood and Bulwell area, extorting protection money and laundering cash through its books. Colin and David Gunn were now the masters at creating fear to suit their ends. Both played football for their favourite pub, the Scots Grey, and during one Sunday league match in March of 2003 at Bulwell Hall Farm, the visiting team received a reminder of the Gunn brothers' intimidation skills. The Jolly Farmers football team walked into their dressing room ahead of the match to find a severed pig's head in a plastic bag with the message scrawled in blood, "Welcome to hell." Somebody had acquired it from a local butcher. The opposition team lost their spark, suffering a 3-2 defeat after extra time. The Jolly Farmers team secretary, Jeff Best, was urged to make an official complaint to the FA, but was less than enthusiastic. "We have got nothing to say," was his only comments after the match. The Scots Grey pub had been frequently used by the Gunn brothers. Any trouble which flared up on the premises was rarely dealt with by the police. In February 1999, a 35-year-old man was stabbed several times outside the pub in a Friday night farce. When the police went to see him, He told them from his hospital bed that he had no idea who his attacker was, and he did not want them to take it any further. He was, as he pointed out, already in poor shape and knew that talking to the police would be bad for his health. Run-down pubs that they operated, which would otherwise have been boarded up and shut down, were given at least some lease of life with the Bestwood cartel behind them. The cartel was also branching out. Colin had renewed his association with a family-run gang in the north of Nottinghamshire, who were equally as brutal in their methods, and with Jonathan Quinn, another Nottingham criminal from the Bilborough area, who had branched out significantly from the cigarette and cannabis smuggling into Class A importation and firearms to service the north of England. John and Rob Dawes were the generals of the Dawes cartel, based in Mansfield and Sutton-in-Ashfield areas of Nottinghamshire. By 2001, they had come under investigation by law enforcement agencies, who were surprised by the magnitude of their operation. They ran a multi-million-pound drugs empire from a small house in Tudor Street, Sutton-in-Ashfield. Their modus operandi was almost the blueprint of the Bestwood cartel, with whom they enjoyed extensive links, not least through John Dawes, who had worked with Colin Gunn some years earlier. The Dawes cartel would recruit young street dealers, who usually had addictions of their own, to act as runners for them to enforce their rule of law. Their number one rule was that fear brought great loyalty. If you could grab them by the balls, their hearts and minds would follow. Like his pal Colin Gunn, John Dawes eschewed life with a legitimate working world and preferred the black economy where no taxes were paid, other than to those higher up in the drug business ladder who could tax on you. From 1991 until his arrest in 2005, there is no evidence that John Dawes did a single day's legitimate work. He lived almost exclusively, according to his own accounts, as a jobless man claiming benefit. His hot-headed brother Rob, who had a penchant for ordering the shootings of anyone who displeased him, was operating from Spain from 2002 onwards, organising shipments of cannabis resin and cocaine, while the rest of the gang organised wholesale deliveries of amphetamines and heroin, mainly from Liverpool and Runcorn. Until 2001, they operated almost undetected by any meaningful police probe or enforcement agency. Police in Nottinghamshire launched Operation Normality in 2001 with the help of the National Crime Squad and customs investigators. By 2003, it would receive additional resources with the sanctioning of Operation Starburst by law enforcement agencies in London. It found that the Dawes cartel was made up of three generals, John and Rob Dawes and Gary Hardy, another Mansfield man whose father had been high up in the command chain of the Midlands Hell Angels chapter. These three leaders would take a three-way split on each shipment, with Rob organising the smuggling of cocaine and cannabis from Spain, and John organising its distribution across the Midlands, as well as the wholesale importation of amphetamines from Holland and heroin from within Britain. In addition, the Dawes cartel was operating with Anthony Handley and Keith Harrison over cannabis shipments into the UK. These were handled by John and Rob's father, Arthur. By 2001, this close-knit group was importing so many drugs into Nottinghamshire that they had a backlog, so they began to bury large amounts underground in coded locations in woodlands, in Sutton-in-Ashfield, at Sutton Lawn, Mapplewells Recreation Park, and in the woodland near Pleasley. Police would eventually find £500,000 buried in woodland hides near Sutton Parkway train station, together with a sawn-off shotgun and ammunition. The burial grounds for the drugs remain hidden to this day. On the 1st of June 2001, investigators made their first major inroad into the gang. Officers lay in wait as two Dawes cartel lieutenants drove to Colwick Industrial Estate on the outskirts of Nottingham. Police were staggered by the scale of the drug running they also discovered. Inside the industrial unit was around 100 kilos of amphetamines, 6 kilos of cannabis resin, and 11 kilos of paracetamol cutting agents, enough to make 30 kilos of heroin ready for sale on the street. Jonathan Guest, Ian Butler, and Martin Smith were all taken out by the police within a few days. All were linked to the production at Colwick, which was used to cut cocaine, heroin, and amphetamines, as well as to manufacture ecstasy pills and store cannabis. John Dawes decided it was time for a holiday. A break on the Costa del Crime would enable him to rethink strategies, as well as link up with his brother Rob, who spent regular breaks in Spain and was laundering their money in 2 bars and a restaurant supply business near Fu and Grola. He would be able to decide whether new recruits were needed and whether to put the scare into those who were arrested. Fear was needed to ensure that those who had been lifted by the police did not lead it to his door. John and Rob Dawes flew out to Magala with some haste in June of 2001. John had rented a villa for 9 months, hoping that the police interest would eventually disappear. He flew back to the UK in September of 2001 to test the water. Police just kept watching, knowing that if they bided more time, it would all be revealed. They had taken out their middle tier of the Dawes' pyramid, and the gang's general were running scared. Now John Dawes was relying on a 23-year-old to be one of his lieutenants. Ryan Smith would take on the role. On a legal front, the arrested Mr. Guest, Mr. Butler, and Mr. Smith were all beyond help, thought John Dawes. He'd just hoped that the fear that he and Rob had installed into them would be enough to prevent them from grasping for more favourable sentences. When their case eventually reached Nottingham Crown Court in January 2002, Mr. Guest admitted conspiracy to supply amphetamines and cannabis, as well as possessing £150,000 of heroin. He was in prison for 14 years. Mr. Butler, who admitted possession of heroin with intent to supply, received 8 years. Mr. Smith, whose fingerprints were all over the Colwick industrial estate and who was caught with a carrier bag stained with heroin and with £22,000 hidden in his pantry, received 4 years. At the same time as the National Crime Squad officers were tackling this lower end of the Dawes cartel, they had come across links to another gang smuggling large amounts of cannabis from Holland and Belgium via the North Sea. Keith Red Harrison and Anthony Nottingham Tone Handley had come to the attention of the Dutch police investigating the perplexing murder of a middle-aged schoolteacher. On the 24th of November 2002, 52-year-old Gerard Meesters answered his front door in a quiet area of Groningen. He was surprised to find 5 men outside. One handed him a phone number on a torn-off packet of Red Rizzler cigarette papers. They spoke with English accents, and the message was this: "You are Gerard Meesters. Your sister Janet has done something bad. She has stolen something from us. You must ring this number in Spain and tell the man who answers the phone where your sister is. Be aware that if you do not do this, we will come back, and if we have to come back, it will not be for a chat." Gerard was shaking in fear. He had never been involved in crime in his life. He knew his sister had gone off the rails, but he had no more idea where she was than the hoods who had visited him. Gerard contacted the Dutch police and told them what happened. They told him he should take the threat very seriously and consider moving out of his home temporarily. Overnight, Gerard moved himself, his wife, and their 2 children. Police kept watch on the property for a couple of days, but were not there when, 4 days later, Gerard decided he needed to use his computer and returned home to Urenstraat, a sleepy suburban street. As he opened his front door to leave at 7:22 PM on the 28th of November 2002, he was approached by a man who pulled out a handgun and shot him 8 times. Dutch investigators were baffled by the murder. Here is a man who has no criminal background and has been living a very quiet life, but as their attentions turned towards his sister Jeanette, they slowly began to unravel a criminal network which centered on the Dawes cartel. They placed telephone intercepts on the phones of certain Dutch criminals who soon threw up the names of Nottingham, Tony and Red Harrison, as well as Rob and John Dawes. Through a massive total of 20,000 phone calls analysed, 95% of which were in basic drugs code, they had stumbled upon another huge syndicate sending drugs from Holland and Belgium into the UK. What they learnt from the bugs was that Jeanette Meesters had become embroiled in the criminal network whilst living in Spain and had become working as a courier for the Dawes cartel. In autumn of 2002, Jeanette and her friend, Madeleine Bruson, had been given the job of driving a van from Spain to Holland, carrying a large amount of cannabis. The couple were pulled over by Dutch police on suspicion of drink driving after they were alerted to the erratic behaviour of the van. Inside, police discovered more than 350 kilos of cannabis. When Rob Dawes found out about the drugs bust, he exploded with rage. It was a shipment intended for Nottingham Tony and was supposed to be around 1.5 tons of cannabis. According to the evidence later given in court, Mr. Dawes had made the assumption that the rest of the drugs must have been stolen by the 2 women. He set about trying to locate them and sent a message to Daniel Sowerby, a 47-year-old heroin addict who had been working for the gang since the absconding from prison in 2000. The message was clear: put the frighteners on the relatives and family of these two, and we will smoke them out. If the woman doesn't do anything, we'll take it to the next stage. Mr. Sowerby recruited a man called Stephen Barnes as his driver, and the two men began to trace the relatives of Miss Meesters and Miss Bruson. First, they paid a visit to Meesters' old brother, Gerard. Mr. Sowerby and Mr. Barnes returned to Groningen in the 28th of November. Mr. Barnes later said that he had not told the reason for the visit to the city and claimed he thought it was for a drugs run. At around 7:15 p.m. that night, Mr. Sowerby, who was living under an assumed name with a false passport in Breda, a city in southern Holland, took a handgun from a bag and left the car while Mr. Barnes waited for him. A few minutes later, Mr. Sowerby returned and shouted at Mr. Barnes, "Go, go, go, let's get out of here." "What the fuck is going on?" Mr. Barnes asked. Mr. Sowerby replied, "I've been told to kill somebody, which I have. That's all you need to know." The duo stopped on their way back to the safe house in Breda, and Mr. Sowerby dumped the murder weapon. Their victim was Gerard Meesters. A week later, Madeleine Bruson's mother, ex-husband and boyfriend received a note telling them to contact the same Spanish phone number given to Gerard Meesters. Along with a note were cuttings from a newspaper which detailed Mr. Meesters' murder. The implications for the family, should they not call the phone number, were clear. Dutch police set up surveillance on the family's properties. In the summer of 2003, relatives received another note warning them to tell them where Madeleine was or their lives would be in serious danger. Police set about forensically testing the material which had been sent in the post. Incredibly, Mr. Sowerby had failed to check the material he posted to the Brunson family was clean, and Mr. Barnes, who was known to the Dutch police, had left his fingerprint on one of the newspaper clippings. Investigators revealed that Mr. Barnes had since been arrested and was serving a 16-month prison term for a fatal road accident in Rotterdam after driving whilst drunk and high on cocaine. Mr. Sowerby had been also locked up for drug offences. Police visited Mr. Barnes first, and he confessed to driving Mr. Sowerby to the scene of the assassination. Mr. Barnes said he had initially been sent to Amsterdam by the Doors cartel because he had stolen 42 grams of heroin from them. He was told he would have to pay off his drug debt by doing errands for them in Holland, and he was ordered to become a runaround for Mr. Sowerby. After he ferried Mr. Sowerby to the scene of Gerard's murder, he fled to Spain, where Rob Dawes had ordered him for a debriefing. The debriefing session ended with him being severely beaten with an iron bar. He suffered several broken limbs. Mr. Barnes was told he would be killed if he even ever mentioned the murder. A Dutch court gave Mr. Barnes, who was described as a victim of a criminal organisation, an 8-year sentence for his involvement in Mr. Meesters' murder. He had known the Dawes brothers from school and made a number of visits to Amsterdam with Rob Dawes, acting as a drug tester before being exiled to Holland to repay his heroin debts. His lawyer pointed out that once he became a soldier for the gang, he could not just leave. His life and the lives of his family would be in grave danger. If he was arrested or tried to flee, the gang would assume that he was a risk and could compromise their operation. Mr. Sowerby, who was described by the Dutch judge as a very dangerous man, was sentenced to life imprisonment. He had already spent much of his life behind bars. He had previously been given a life sentence in the UK for the brutal murder of a 66-year-old Harold Birdle, who had been beaten to death during a burglary in Lincolnshire in December 1977. Mr. Sowerby had fled North Sea Camp Open Prison in 2001 before initially going on the run in France and then in Holland, where he was recruited by the Doors cartel. Both men refused to give any details of the people they were looking for. "I have to think of my family and my relatives," said Mr. Sowerby. "If I confess to the murder, I have no life anymore. Then I fear for the lives of my brothers, nephews and nieces. I will never confess." Mr. Barnes said, "What happened to Gerard Meesters is not unusual. These people know how to deliver pain in your life." Throughout the investigation, Dutch police were only able to speak to Jeanette Meesters once, while she was in Spain, before they lost contact. "We have no idea where these two women are," one investigator said. "The trail ended in Spain. We don't know whether they're alive or dead." The spin-off for the National Crime Squad investigators in the UK was that, as a result of the Dutch phone taps, they now knew that the Doors cartel was a ruthless, calculating gang, willing to murder on the same scale as the Bestwood cartel, and they were dealing in a much larger quantity and with much more networks than had previously been thought. The telephone taps had also thrown up a link between large-scale drug shipments flowing from Spain, Holland and Belgium, and these cartels ran by the Doors family, Keith Harrison and Anthony Handley, and the Bestwood cartel. All the roads were leading back to Nottinghamshire and southern Spain, where Rob Dawes was still holed up in the near town of Fuengirola. Operation Normality, the pro probe into the Dawes cartel was in full swing. After bringing down some of the Dawes lieutenants and realizing that the cartel was bigger than they thought, officers began to take a closer look at the financial transactions of the gang. They found more than £8.5 million going through their hands between November 2002 and June 2003. In addition, members of the gang were logged on more than 40 flights coming in and out of Magala and Amsterdam over a 2.5-year period. In the midst of Operation Normality, Nottinghamshire police had to deal with the murder of David Draycott, who was shot dead outside his home in Sutton and Ashfield in October 2002 over a £30,000 debt to the Bestwood cartel and Dawes gang. John Dawes was given the police liaison officer on the basis that he might be at risk because people believed he was linked to the murder. Mr. Dawes even had the cheek to offer the detective constable a job. In 2002, he telephoned the officer. "When are you due to hang up the truncheon?" he said. "You know we are always on the lookout for lads like yourself, you know, due for retirements. With the kind of stuff you could help us with, you would shoot up the promotional ladder in our organisation." As officers listened in to calls between the group, they heard the coded names behind mystery figures in the cartel that they were dealing with: the Fisherman, the High Tower, Special Bill and Carlos. As the arrests began to take place in 2003, police also managed to turn some of the cartel's drug runners, despite the threats of violence which were being levelled at them, against them. Crucially, it led to 4 runners: Richard Carrington, Mark Simpson, Lee Blackmore and Christian Barbsby, giving detailed accounts of how the cartel had actually operated. Mark Simpson told the police how he had been recruited by John Dawes after coming out of prison in January 2002. 2 months later, he and a friend agreed to sell heroin for John Dawes. Anything they made above £750 per ounce would be profit. A meeting took place at which Mr. Dawes and Gary Hardy were present and outlined the areas that the runners could sell in. Mr. Dawes told Mr. Simpson he would let him sell heroin in Sutton and Ashfield and that another man would handle Kirby and Ashfield. Mr. Simpson always took the money to Mr. Dawes, usually at his house in Tudor Street, but once at a public house. On 2 occasions, he picked up 10 kilos of amphetamine and Mr. Dawes told him where to drop them, but some of the speed went missing and Mr. Dawes exploded with rage. 10 minutes later, John Dawes came round and battered me round the head with a kosh. Then they got my hands and smashed them, said Mr. Simpson. I was absolutely terrified. I'd even soiled myself. He said that Mr. Dawes had beaten him senseless with a baseball bat on another 2 occasions. If you lied to John, he hit you. He was an absolute psychopath. Richard Carrington told the police how he worked as a courier for Rob Dawes from 2000 until 2002. Mr. Carrington was also involved with John Dawes and saw him operating an electric money counter machine at his house, putting notes into bundles of £1,000. In 2001, Mr. Carrington went to the Colwick unit used for making ecstasy tablets and cutting cocaine and amphetamines to pick up some drugs. He told police how he would usually pack the drugs under a spare wheel on John Dawes' Shogun 4x4. Among the other tasks carried out by Mr. Carrington were shipping of drugs to Rugby and Manchester and moving the money to Holland and Spain for Rob. Mr. Carrington would fly from Heathrow, East Midlands and Gatwick Airport to Amsterdam and Magala with wads of cash secreted in his shoes or in the false linings of suitcases. Lee Blackmore was released from prison in June 2000 and began selling heroin for himself before John Dawes told him he would have to work for the cartel or suffer serious consequences. Mr. Blackmore told the police how Mr. Dawes used a myriad of burial sites, safe houses and runners. Mark Simpson would collect heroin from Matlock and bring Mr. Blackmore 7 ounces a week, which he divided into half-gram bags. He paid Mr. Simpson. After a while, Mr. Barnsby replaced Mr. Simpson and supplied Mr. Blackmore. Both Mr. Barnsby and Mr. Blackmore became very stressed after a load of heroin went missing, and at first, Mr. Barnsby went on the run. He eventually walked into the police station to confess everything, closely followed by Mr. Blackmore. Mr. Barnsby's role was to take heroin to Mr. Blackmore and then divide it into ounces. They were supplying 2 or 3 people every day with an ounce of heroin, selling it at £900 per ton. It would be collected from the Tesco car park in Nottingham once a month. Mr. Barnsby would make a profit of £75 per each ounce sold. He also collected amphetamines from the same place in Nottingham, the smallest quantity being 2 or 4 kilos and the largest being 20 kilos. Like Mark Simpson, he suffered from the gang leader's uncontrollable rages. Mr. Barnsby told the police how John Dawes beat him up badly because he did not like the girl that Mr. Barnsby was going out with. The Dawes brothers' 59-year-old father, Arthur Eddie Dawes, posed as an antique dealer, even allowing another Essex-based cocaine gang with close links to the Dawes cartel to use his addresses for bogus businesses. Between 1997 and his arrest in 2003, Arthur claimed thousands of pounds in disability benefit, but appeared to be quite capable of helping his son transport drugs from place to place. He lived in Ingold Mells on the Lincolnshire coast, in a modest house in Central Avenue with his partner, Rebecca Bridge. When police eventually raided the property, they found £10,000 in cash, 2 banknote counting machines, and a Dutch mobile phone beside a bedside cabinet. In another room was a hold hall with 2 maps, one of Barcelona and one of Santander, with hotels marked in rings. In a sideboard cupboard in the living room was a 2003 diary with the entries in and out for the period from February to the 12th of June, and references to names, places and flights. Also in the lounge were a large number of receipts for mobile phone cards, 10 phone chargers and a number of other items. Among the items in Miss Bridges' handbag was a book containing a number of phone numbers in a mixture of hers and Arthur's handwriting, and the names of middle tier suppliers which had come from Anthony Handley. Arthur Dawes had also been observed at Newport Pagnell service station on the M1 motorway, handing over a Tesco's call bag to the driver of a black London cab. The cab was pulled over as it left the service station, and police found £100,000 in the bag. Mr. Dawes said that the money was for Anthony Handley. By late spring, with a number of arrests having already broken the gang down, the Dawes cartel began to unravel, first as a result of an accident. On the 29th of April 2003, one of its couriers crashed its car containing 2 kilos of heroin. Analysis of a mobile phone in the car showed a link with a major drug supplier, Donnie Quinn. Then John Dawes himself was arrested. Having lost many of his troops, he had been forced to get hands-on in the operation. On the 23rd of May 2003, the police saw his fellow boss Gary Hardy driving a black Porsche near Sutton and Ashfield. It paused at the junction long enough to give the impression that it was waiting there, before pulling around the corner. The police then saw John Dawes at the passenger door. He got into the vehicle. Police saw body movement in the Porsche, as if something was being handed over, and moved in as Mr. Dawes stood on the pavement with a carrier bag, and the Porsche drove off, arresting Mr. Dawes as he got into his car. The carrier bag had contained £14,000 in cash. Other members of the gang were also rounded up, including Arthur Dawes, Rebecca Bridge and Ryan Smith, who had been acting as one of John Dawes' lieutenants. Tony Handley and Red Harrison were the next to trip up. 33-year-old Mr. Handley, who was also known as Spunky, worked with Mr. Harrison as the kingpin in charge of distributing drugs, including ecstasy, amphetamines, cocaine and cannabis, to the west of the UK after they had been imported from Holland and Belgium. When their Dutch counterparts informed them that Mr. Handley and Mr. Harrison's names had turned up on bugs connected with the murder of Jared Meesters, the National Crime Squad officers from the Midlands launched Operation Shearson against them in 2003. Mr. Handley and Mr. Harrison had got to know one another while serving time in HMP North Campsie in Lincolnshire. Mr. Handley was in for an armed robbery and Mr. Harrison was in for manslaughter. Mr. Handley was an unlikely villain. His father was heavily involved with a Hucknall church, and Mr. Handley had been trained as an accountant himself. When he partnered the opening of a sports shop in March 1995, there was little sign of him becoming heavily involved in organised crime. He even gave away his first £100 to help Gladesdale School in Billsborough help replace sports equipment which was destroyed in a fire. But the business went under, leaving Mr. Handley to consider crime as an option to obtain the wealth he sought. His first major brush with the law came in February 2000, when he was convicted of an armed robbery along with 2 others, Dale Wright, who he would later recruit for the drugs business, and Keith Stanleyland, a 33-year-old from Huthwaite. The trio jumped Robert Boland in his Ford Transit and relieved him at gunpoint of 160,000 cigarettes on the A610 near Giltbrook on the 2nd of November 1999. It was while serving some of his sentence at HMP North Sea Camp that Mr. Handley hooked up with Mr. Harrison. After absconding from prison, Mr. Harrison, using the false identity Graham Harley, managed to get a fake passport and driving license and disappear into obscurity in Amsterdam. He had been involved with ecstasy shipments before, and clearly felt he could make even greater profits being in Holland. His name first cropped up in Dutch investigations into Frankius Peter Beekmans, a wholesale supplier of drugs in Holland. When the name of an Englishman called Red turned up on these tapes, they discovered Mr. Harrison's real identity, and a link was subsequently made to Gerard Meester's murder. Mr. Harrison was shipping drugs to Mr. Hanley after buying them from Mr. Beekmans, who was based in the city of Tilburg. Mr. Harrison had looked up other friends from HMP North Sea Camp to assist in the UK distribution, and these included a number of people from Nottinghamshire. Mr. Hanley would arrange for the drugs to be transported over by lorry. Mr. Harrison only had to secure a space in a lorry driven by somebody who innocently thought they were carrying a legitimate load. Millions of pounds worth of drugs would be shipped over to Felixstowe on a ferry from Rotterdam in taped up cardboard boxes. Mr. Harrison was also shipping drugs for other gangs, including the Bestwood Cartel and Jonathan Donny Quinn. It was easy to then use Mr. Hanley for some of that distribution. He would meet the loads and arrange distribution throughout the East Midlands, West Midlands and London. The pair soon enjoyed a very lavish lifestyle. Mr. Harrison had swanky apartments in Amsterdam and Breda, and both men drove around in Mercedes and Audi TTs. Mr. Hanley would talk on his mobile phones while sipping a latte in an internet cafe in Hucknall on the edge of Nottingham, listening to Mr. Harrison complain how bored he was in Holland, and reveal how he spent up to £11,000 a night on raucous nights out in the red light district, picking up expensive hookers while his wife was back home in the UK. Much of their talk was monitored by the National Crime Squad, and it was to do with drug shipments. The duo used basic code words in their phone conversations. Cannabis was referred to as a bit of green. Speeds or amphetamines were them fast things. Ecstasy tablets were the little ones, and cocaine was the expensive stuff. However, Mr. Harrison, who had first became rash when things went wrong, would sometimes fail to stick to the agreement on the code words, particularly when a shipment was intercepted, and would talk explicitly about coke and speed. One officer said, Mr. Harrison was a Billy No-Mates who only got friends by paying for high-class hookers. His phone became his best friend, and that was his undoing. Even when he couldn't get through, he left a trail. He just couldn't resist ringing people up, who we could then link to the trade through the mapping of the phones. When he did get through, he was often saying things that played right into our hands. Mr. Hanley sensed danger and halted calls with Mr. Harrison. With his main contact suddenly unattainable, Mr. Harrison turned to help from his old friend, Donald James, an associate from his West Midlands days of petty crime, and now an underworld figure in Birmingham. He agreed to arrange the next shipment and approached Michael Soward, a boat skipper with 2 previous convictions for drug importation. Mr. James paid around £5,000 towards the hire of Mr. Soward's 21-foot speedboat, the Sundancer, which set out from Ramsgate in Kent in August 2003 to make the pickup at a military yacht club in Nieuwpoort on the Belgian coast. Also on board was Stephen Bower, an old acquaintance of Mr. Harrison, whose job it was to keep an eye on the skipper and the drugs. At the same time, Mr. Harrison drove from his home in Breda with a Ford Focus filled with drugs, accompanied by his Dutch supplier, Mr. Beekens. Mr. Beekens' brother-in-law and another unnamed Dutchman were in a separate vehicle following. He met Mr. Saward and Mr. Bowers with the Sundancer, and all 3 men headed back to Holland. The National Crime Squad and their Dutch and Belgian colleagues knew all about it. Not only did they have the phone's taps in place, but they also had infiltrated the gang. Belgian police arrested Mr. Harrison and his English accomplices, who were later extradited to the UK, while the Dutchmen were arrested back in Holland. In England, the National Crime Squad picked up Donald James. Mr. Beekmans, known as the Tillerman, would later receive a 6.5-year sentence, and his brother-in-law would receive 3 years for his involvement. After being spooked, a feeling which was proved to be correct by the arrest of his pal in Belgium, Mr. Hanley went on the run, holding up in a £30,000 caravan in a remote part in Scarborough in Yorkshire. For 6 months he watched and waited, with the National Crime Squad having little idea where he was. On phone taps, they heard that Mr. Hanley was about to get married, so detectives began ringing round registry offices around the country. Nothing turned up locally, so one officer joked that he was probably going to get married on Grenfell Green, the Scottish border town famous for its quirky marriages. As Detective Inspector John Cullett, who led the investigation, recalled, recalled, "We had tried more obvious locations in Sutton Ashfield and Nottingham. It was a process of elimination. Then somebody had the inspiration of checking the most obvious location, Gretna Green, and lo and behold, they were right. On the morning of the 1st of December 2003, at the Mill Hotel on the outskirts of Gretna Green, a party of 8 gathered ready for a noon wedding ceremony in the chapel on the grounds. A few minutes before the start, Mr. Hanley, still nursing a bruiser of a hangover and feeling uncomfortably paranoid, was getting ready with his best man, who joked about any last request. His bride was in another room alone, looking forward to a future with a man she felt she could keep in her material manner, to which she had become accustomed to over the last few years. But when officers moved in to make the arrest, it was all over within a space of minutes. Mr. Hanley did not resist. The 33-year-old later told police, "I knew the game was up when I looked out the window and I saw a broad-shouldered man go past." A delighted D.I. Kudlip said he was surprised to see us. He didn't say very much. He was trying to keep his dad at bay. The gang was dealt with at Birmingham Crown Court in April 2005. Keith Winston Eugene Harrison, originally from Coventry, was sentenced to 8 years in prison, whilst Mr. Hanley was sentenced to 5.5 years. Other members of the Hucknall trafficking ring were jailed for a combined total of more than 20 years. These foot soldiers, all employed by Mr. Hanley, included Mark Ford, a 32-year-old from Bulwell, who was known as Joe 90 or Goggles because he wore spectacles. Mr. Ford was jailed for 3 years. He had been arrested with 2 other defendants in July 2003 with a consignment of drugs on the M1 near Northampton. Mr. Ford also received an extra 6 months producing cannabis at a property he owned in Nottingham. Alan Ostrichman Walker, a 62-year-old from Cotgrave near Nottingham, received an 18-month sentence. He had been involved in a huge ostrich farm fraud in Nottinghamshire, which had made more than £20 million in less than 17 months by duping people into buying shares. He became involved in the gang as a result of his time at North Sea Camp Prison and agreed to fly over to Britain from his home in Nice, France in 2003 to transport drugs for Mr. Hanley. He was arrested in Newmarket driving a van containing 85 kilos of cannabis. Adrian Haywood, a 36-year-old from Underwood, got 6 years for supplying mobile phones and transporting for the traffickers. He was a motor trader with a workshop in Somercotes, Derbyshire. Officers found 37,500 ecstasy tablets in a search of the premises. Dale Wright, 31, from Skegby, who was the security man for the batches of drugs held in various locations, received 3 years, while Michael the Geezer Seward, 57, who had lived on a houseboat in Kent, got 6 years after being hired to take his speedboat to Belgium to collect drugs for Mr. Harrison. Stephen Little Baz Bower, 35, from Grantham, received 4 years. He acted as a runner and a security man, holding drugs and going on trips to Belgium with Mr. Bower, and after becoming seasick, had unwittingly ensured the entire group decided to prolong their stay at Newport until he recovered. They were there when police swooped the next morning. Subsequent drug seizures included £1.9 million of cannabis in Felixstowe and 1.2 million ecstasy tablets, worth £4.8 million in Holland. By the end of Operation Shearson, police had dealt another big blow to the drug shipments being managed from Nottinghamshire. Large amounts of Class A drugs were seized in Holland, Germany, Ghent, Brussels, Antwerp and Birmingham. With the help of custom and excise, the operation seized 870 kilos of cannabis, worth over £1.9 million, and 16 kilos of cocaine, with a street value of £848,000. Officers were ecstatic with the results. Dismantling this well-established network is a major achievement and is down to the hard work and dedication of all the officers involved, said D.I. John Kudlip afterwards. Mr. Harrison and his cohorts have paid the heavy price of freedom for thinking that they could make easy money through drug trafficking, and we hope this sends out a strong message to the others who attempted to do the same. Another of the gun's associates, Donnie Quinn, had been building up a massive drugs operation of his own. Mr. Quinn was no stranger to the police and customs, having been lifted several times in large-scale cigarette and cannabis smuggling busts, but nothing had ever stuck. He had based himself in the Bilborough area of Nottingham, where in Cockington Road he had a large house which had been pimped up to make him the lord of the council estate. Such was the cheek of the man that he had even had several former police officers from Nottinghamshire who had branched out into the gardening services on their retirement, willing to tend to his expensive garden for him. He had already managed to wriggle out of major busts in October 1999 when 120 kilos of cannabis was found in a lorry in Huthwaite. One of the gang's main men was a 31-year-old tetraplegic called Nathan Graham, who had suffered a massive disability as a result of a driving accident. Mr. Graham would later die of a fatal asthma attack 6 days after being remanded in Nottingham prison. An inquest into his death recommended healthcare for disabled prisoners be much more improved. The cannabis case had been dealt with by the National Crime Squad officers from Derby and Nottingham, some of whom were later embroiled in a cocaine snorting scandal in 2001. When it came to court in September 2000, legal submissions were heard in chambers by a judge and the trial was abandoned, although no reason was ever given publicly. Mr. Quinn still faced trial over a spectacular bust by Customs and Excise at a warehouse on the banks of the River Trent in August of 1999. Investigators kept watch on a disused warehouse for several months as cigarettes were shipped in their millions. Then, a consignment worth more than £2 million came in. They swooped in, some in high-powered rubber dinghy boats. By the end of the 4-week trial at Nottingham Crown Court in March 2001, the jury was unable to reach a verdict. A retrial was sought but had never materialised. Mr. Quinn, perhaps now becoming overconfident, launched himself into large-scale Class A drug shipments and firearms. Using connections he had built up over the years, he began assembling a formidable gang with some 20 trusted lieutenants spanning Nottinghamshire and South Yorkshire. Operation Myopia was started in response by the National Crime Squad's rugby branch in October 2003 and focused initially on the drug trafficking activities of Mr. Quinn, 2 of his lieutenants, Michael MacDonald, who was then aged 35 from Apsley, and Jason Wesley, 35 from Beeston, and the network of couriers working in Nottinghamshire. It soon became apparent that the gang was involved in the supply and distribution of drugs between London, Nottingham and West Yorkshire and had international links, with Mr. Quinn regularly visiting Malaga and Spain. Initial surveillance showed that Mr. Quinn was in regular contact over supplies with the Dawes cartel as well as the Bestwood cartel. He also had strong links with the underworld armors across the country and had access to large caches of firearms, something he would later attempt to use in his advantage. Among his gang was a real-life Robin Hood, actor Mark Dickinson, who played the famous outlaw at the city's Tales of Robin Hood attraction during the early 1990s, would later appear in a film version of Macbeth with Jason Connery and Brian Blessed. He had fallen on hard times. After getting to know Mr. Quinn, Mr. Dickinson, who also lived in Bilborough, was offered a job doing runs for him and soon became one of his most trusted cocaine couriers. The 39-year-old was one of the first to be arrested during the 3-year operation. Officers swooped on Mr. Dixon and watched him drive to the Broad Oak pub in the village of Strelly on the 2nd of July 2004, where he met a lorry driver. As he left, they pulled him over and discovered a kilo of cocaine in his car. He would later be jailed for 3 years and 9 months. Another gang member was a Gulf War veteran from the Meadows, who had first served 1st Battalion Grenadiers Guards in 1991. Dean Cumberpatch, 34, was arrested after being caught driving a lorry with 150 kilos of cannabis for Mr. Quinn and would later receive a 2-year sentence. By May 2004, Mr. Quinn had also become very good at money laundering. He entered into a deal with a group of Liverpool businessmen who ripped off the NatWest Bank to the tune of £15 million in an elaborate fraud. Mr. Quinn became their banker. The idea for the sophisticated get-rich-quick scheme came from a genuine letter sent to all the customers in the wake of NatWest takeover by the Royal Bank of Scotland. It was a warning that while cheque funds would still be shown as cleared on the 3rd working day after being paid in, they could still end up bouncing if the cheque was bad. This was a signpost to the Merseyside villains that it was possible to take money that didn't actually exist from the account. On the Wednesday before the May bank holiday, one of the Merseyside group went into the St Helens branch of NatWest and placed £20 million in bogus cheques into accounts. On the surface, it was a legitimate deal for 38,000 Nokia mobile phones. By the Friday, well before the cheques would show up as having been bounced, the funds were waving their way through a number of other companies to disguise the origins and make it look like a legitimate financial transaction before arriving at a bank in Riga, Latvia. It was an account Mr. Quinn had opened in the name of Alberton Finance Limited. Fortunately for NatWest, Latvia had just joined the European Union and had been warned to be on the lookout for money laundering activities. Realising what was going on, the banking authorities in Latvia informed the City of London police. The account was then frozen, preventing the conspirators transferring much of the cash to Dubai, though altogether £14 million of funds were cleared in Latvia before the game was up. Mr. Quinn would later receive a 3-year prison sentence at Southwark Crown Court for the fraud, to be added to his drug crimes. Meanwhile, his drug smuggling operations were being dealt a severe blow as police took out the middle tier of his gang, leaving Mr. Quinn exposed. Although the gang was surveillance savvy, regularly changing phones and using phone boxes, it did not bank on the National Crime Squad bugging its hire cars when they went for a valet service. Every order Mr. Quinn gave was picked up by the surveillance team. Throughout 2004, the main players in his gang were relentlessly targeted until Mr. Quinn himself was eventually arrested. Once he was presented with all the bug material, he threw in the towel and pleaded guilty. Altogether, 21 members of the gang received a combined prison sentence of 117 years. In 2006, Mr. Quinn himself received an 18-year stretch for conspiracy to supply cocaine, cannabis and amphetamines, and a 12.5-year sentence to run concurrently for the supply of ecstasy. More than £2 million worth of drugs have been discovered during Operation Myope, including 6 kilos of cocaine, 6 kilos of ecstasy, 160 kilos of cannabis, and 25 kilos of amphetamines. Mr. Quinn was not happy about his sentence, particularly as he had given the National Crime Squad officers information about 3 arm catches that he knew knowledge of. He appealed on that basis, but the judges pointed out that although the arms and ammunition had been discovered and that they had been important finds on the battle against organised crime, no one had actually been arrested. It is significant that having been in custody for 18 months, the defendants still retained the ability to locate these weapons, the appeal court judges said. The implication was clear. They were either his firearms or he was involved in their movement. Mr. Quinn was struck with an 18-year prison sentence. With Donnie Quinn locked up and the Doors cartel taken down, Colin and David Gunn were running out of friends. One of the first targets for Operation Starburst was not the guns, but a group of cocaine smugglers operating between Jamaica and the St. Anne's estate. The gang was led by Linford Shepherd and Carl Guthrie, who used female mules to bring cocaine into the city in bulk from the West Indies. Mr. Guthrie, who was jobless and lived on the St. Anne's estate, and Mr. Shepherd had extensive links to Jamaica and were pouring millions of pounds worth of cocaine into the region. Operation Conduit was set up to target them, and within a few months, dealers working for them were being taken out. The base of the business pyramid was being chipped away at. By the time the team got to Mr. Guthrie and Mr. Shepherd, they had taken out 62 of their foot soldiers and seized more than £3 million worth of cocaine. One 29-year-old smuggler, Sandra Cook, who lived in Sneinton and worked as a cleaner at Nottingham Evening Post, had made a number of mule runs to and from Jamaica, but was also ripping off local dealers. In February 2004, she made another trip under the guise of visiting her sick mother in Montego Bay. She was met off the plane, driven to a sugarcane field and executed with one shot to the back of the head. Eventually, Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Guthrie, having ran out of workers, were forced to get hands-on. Mr. Shepherd, the senior of the two, used his son Jonathan Levine to ferry coke into the UK. He was caught and jailed for 10 years. On the 11th of January 2005, Pamela Fogo, a 51-year-old mother of 3 from St. Anne's, was met by Guthrie at the airport. She had already been searched once after the sniffer dogs marked her out, but custom officers had failed to find the cool bag stitched into the inner lining of her rucksack, which contained uncut cocaine worth £320,000. Officers from Operation Conduit, who knew she was carrying cocaine somewhere, followed the two as they took a taxi back to Nottingham, stopping the car on the A453 coming into the city. Miss Fogo received a 6.5-year prison sentence for her mule work, and Mr. Guthrie received 10 years for conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. Mr. Shepherd, who had by now assembled substantial wealth, including properties all over Jamaica, had received a 5-year sentence. It was a successful operation by any standards. By now, the Starburst team was ready to take on the white gangs, starting first with the Dawes family. In January 2004, Nottinghamshire police arrested a young man on suspicion of burglary. Detective Sergeant Darren Mee began interviewing him at Oxclose Lane police station over a suspected break-in, but soon the youth, Peter Williams, stopped the interview and said he wanted to speak to a senior officer. He said he had some information about a murder which would interest them. The senior officer on duty, Detective Inspector Tony Webster, was called out to handle the matter. Gradually, a story began to emerge. "I know something about the Marion Bates murder," Mr. Williams told him. Those involved were Craig Moran, a lad called Betton or Breton, and another lad that I don't know. Craig had the car, which was a dinger, to use on the job. There was also a scooter. I think they brought that. The lad, I don't know his name, was the rider of the scooter, and it's him that did the shooting. "So how do you know all this, Peter?" Mr. Webster asked the young man. "I was there," the teenager told him. "I went into the jeweller's with the other lad, and I forced the lock off the cupboard with the crowbar, and the next thing I heard was a shot. I didn't know he was going to shoot anybody. And another thing, I also know who set the job up and where the gun came from. It was all a gunny's job, Colin Gunn." He said nobody would be shot. Peter Williams was charged with the robbery at the Time Centre and the murder of Marion Bates. But crucially, D.I. Webster, who was working under a heavy load at the time, neglected to write up the notes in his pocketbook until 2 days after the event. A judge would later cite this as one reason for ruling Mr. Williams' confession inadmissible in a court of law. D.I. Webster, who also apparently was unaware at the time of the arrest of police intelligence logs, which stated that Mr. Williams was strongly suspected of involvement of the Marion Bates murder. It was later also discovered that Mr. Williams had been on an electronic tag and, on the day of the killing, should have been monitored by a private security company, Premier, but had removed his tag a week before after being released on licence from Only Young Offenders Institution 3 weeks earlier. He also missed 7 out of the 11 scheduled meetings with Nottingham Youth Offending Team. This breach of bail conditions was not picked up by the company, which should have checked that Mr. Williams was at his home address and under curfew. Later, at the trial of Mr. Williams, Dean Betton and Craig Moran, D.I. Webster revealed his failings in an emotionally charged moment at Wolverhampton Crown Court. "I don't think I've been good enough at my job," he admitted. "I don't expect sympathy from anyone. I have let the Bates family down, the CPS down, and the barristers," he said. Mr. Williams did make those admissions. He did say that, but how I have recorded it wasn't correct. The gist of what he's saying was correct, but having considered it for months, I believe it was a vast error on my judgment on my part in going anywhere near him that night. In the last probably 5 or 6 years, I have suffered from ill health. It is not an excuse for this, but I don't think my judgment has been correct. I came here today very agitated, and because I don't think I have done the right thing. I don't want to drag the force into any further dispute by trying to defend a position that I've looked at for a long time now, and I think I cannot defend in court properly. Discussions took place before the trial commenced, including applications from the defence that could have succumbed any trial had they been accepted. However, the judge, Mr. Justice Goldring, ruled that the trial should go ahead. Mr. Williams was convicted and received a life sentence. Dean Betton, who was 24, and Craig Moran, who was 23, both received 14 years. D.I. Webster broke down completely shortly after giving his admissions and left the witness box in tears, with the judge declaring him unfit to give any more evidence. He subsequently suffered a breakdown and was off work for 9 months, though he later returned to duty. An independent police complaints commission inquiry into the police investigation of Marion Bates' murder found that there was no evidence of any misconduct by Mr. Webster or any of their officers involved, though it did say that there were lessons for Nottinghamshire force to learn in relation to the best practice with regards to the timely completion of pocket notebooks. Inspector Sam Wilson, Vice Chairman of Nottinghamshire Police Federation, pointed out that Mr. Webster had been commended 5 times for his work and had an exemplary record. Tony is highly respected by his colleagues and has never lost his focus on what the job is about, catching criminals and protecting the public, he said. "We are heartened he has been completely exonerated by the totally independent IPCC. Police had intelligence at the time that a car linked to the Bates robbery, a maroon Peugeot, had been pulled over 3 months before the raid, when it was driven by Colin Gunn's common-law wife, Victoria Garfoot. And by February 2004, they had information about Mr. Gunn sponsoring the raid. But it took until January 2005 for him to be arrested. Officers were rewarded with a few nuggets when they came to Mr. Gunn's mother's home in Raymead Drive on the 7th of January 2005. Mr. Gunn was not there, though his solicitor later made arrangements for him to attend the police station. As police carried out searches of the property, they discovered various pieces of torn paper which were clearly the remains of a fax document. The bundle of evidence was bagged up and then the relevant pieces removed by one of the senior officers who realised its significance and its need to ensure the corruption investigation. Operation Salt remained hidden from the rank and file officers. Forensics examinations of the paper found it had been sent by fax from Radford Road Police Station to Limey's clothes store in Bridlesmiths Gate in Nottingham. The piece of paper had fingerprints of Jason Grocott, manager of Mr. Limey's, on it, and the fingerprints of Colin Gunn. The connection between the two was a trainee detective, Charles Fletcher, who was based at Radford Road Police Station. In December of 2003, one of Colin Gunn's runners went on an unsanctioned cocaine run into Lincolnshire. Mr. Gunn found out about it and began to suspect the runner might be a weak link in the organisation. A bullet was fired through a letterbox of his home. Patrick Marshall, who was known as Celtic Pat because of his passion for the Scottish football team, had become a loose cannon as far as Mr. Gunn was concerned and needed sorting out. Mr. Gunn also heard Mr. Marshall was trying to get a gun to settle the dispute with another man called Scotch Al, and had decided to intervene in the situation. He sought out his deadliest gunman, John McSally, to deal with the situation. A junior member of the cartel organised the car, while Mr. McSally told Mr. Marshall he will be able to provide him with a gun. A meeting was arranged in the car park of the Park Tavern in Basford for around 8 o'clock on the 8th of February 2004. Mr. McSally was late and Mr. Marshall was on the point of giving up and going home when a ponytailed enforcer turned up. As the father of one walked up to Mr. McSally to find out where the gun was going to be stored, Mr. McSally shot him in the head. He then made his escape in a getaway car, careering through a bollard as he made his way out the pub car park. Patrick Marshall, 46, lay dying with a bullet wound to his head. John McSally was born in Nottingham in 1956. His criminal career began when he was 11 and his first spell in custody came in 1971 when he went to Borsal for burglary. In 2002, he was jailed after visiting Nottingham pubs with a shotgun, searching for a person he wanted to kill. He received a ridiculously short sentence of 2.5 years for making threats to kill, possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life, and breaching a suspended sentence. The wild-looking man with tattoos on his neck and a greying goatee, his weakness for the penchants of getting drunk and letting his loose tongue wag. During boozy late-night chats, he even told the landlady of his local pub in Basford about some of the shootings he had carried out, saying he had been sexually aroused by it. "Yeah, I did the Mansfield one," referring to David Draycott, and Patrick Marshall, and the black guy from the Heathfield estate. "It's just business," he said. The black guy from the Heathfield estate was Derek Sr., a social worker. In September 2003, he and a friend arranged to meet a colleague in the pub. They went to the wrong one and ended up in the Lord Nelson in Bulwell by mistake. The dreadlocked Mr. Senior was chatting to his friend Esther Robinson when one of 5 young white men playing pool kicked her buttocks while he was walking past the table. Derek asked them to apologise, but instead they grabbed him by his dreadlocks and dragged him into the corner of the pub where they began to kick, punch and beat him with their pool cues. He suffered a fractured eye socket, a rib, and Esther suffered bruises after being attacked when she went to his aid. His attackers even danced around the pub, laughing and joking, holding his dreadlocks in the air. The incident, which happened just after 10 PM, was caught on CCTV. 5 men were all members of the Bestwood cartel. They had been out celebrating a birthday and also the arrest of Michael O'Brien for the murder of Marvin Bradshaw. The men were 20-year-old James Brodie, a young man who had just carried out a series of robberies, John McNee, who was 24, who had a history of violence in virtually every pub he'd ever been into, Joseph Graham, who was also 23, Lee Marshall, who was 24, and Robert Watson, who was 25, whose birthday it was. By the time the case came to court in May 2004, Mr. Brodie had disappeared. He was wanted in connection for the shooting of Marion Bates. One of the Bestwood cartel contacted a drugs worker they knew and asked him if he would approach Mr. Senior and offer him some money to withdraw his complaint. But the 50-year-old had already given police a witness statement. Colin Gunn wasn't happy that his crew would have to face court, particularly as an incident would spark more questions about what had happened to James Brodie. Mr. Senior, who had started growing his dreadlocks 33 years earlier, told police it was the greatest insult I could ever suffer. I am a Rastafarian. It encompasses my life and religion. I have been deeply affected, more than you can possibly imagine. The physical scars and injuries have healed, but the mental scars are likely to never heal. His attackers received sentences between 6.5 years and 2.5 years at Nottingham Crown Court on the 14th of May 2004. 3 days later, Derek Sr. was feeling more vulnerable than ever. He knew how these people might react, having gone to court and seen them sentenced. He had taken to driving his car to the shops, even though it was just down the road from his house. As he got into his car that evening, he didn't take much notice to the motorcycle revving up nearby. It just looked like a pizza delivery man. He had a cardboard box in his hand. He didn't see another man with a motorcycle helmet get off the bike and approach his car. John McSally thrust his handgun through the car window and pumped 3 bullets into Mr. Senior, shouting, "You grassing bastard." Mr. Senior sat in his car with his hands still on the steering wheel, trying to play dead as he battled to stay calm with the bullet wounds in his legs and his armpit. He later told a courtroom, "I was trying to play possum, play dead as it were. Then I got up, I hit the horn, and I screamed, 'I've been shot.'" Derek Sr. survived, but was forced to enter the witness protection program. He has not been back to Nottingham since. Jamie Gunn had took his best mate Marvin Bradshaw's death very badly. He wanted to get it out of his head at every opportunity. He drank heavily and snorted lines of cocaine. His uncle Colin found out and had given him a beating, telling him to stay off the stuff, something other members of his family were not happy about. Colin had even been sent to Coventry for a few weeks. Meanwhile, Jamie continued his mission to get as wasted as he could. Nothing his mother Julie or stepfather Dave Shefford did seemed to have any effect. In July 2004, Michael O'Brien went on trial for Mr. Bradshaw's murder. The Gunn family wondered how Jamie could cope with it all. He couldn't bring himself to go to court and see Mr. O'Brien in the dock. Instead, other relatives would go. Colin especially wanted to stare Mr. O'Brien in the face of the man who had dared to try and kill his nephew. Gary Salmon, the other man police wanted in connection with the murder, was still missing. Colin was happy to hear rumours circulating that he had disposed of not only Gary Salmon, but also James Brody, the young man who had shot Marion Bates and had not been seen since 36 hours after the murder. It all added to his reputation as far as he was concerned. On the 7th of July, tensions began to spill over within the courtroom of Nottingham Crown Court. During a break of proceedings, Colin approached the dock and Mr. O'Brien squared up to him, implying to Mr. Gunn that there was a bullet waiting for him. "Hey Colin, I've got something for you," said Mr. O'Brien as Mr. Gunn walked away from the dock. "Tell that fat Colin I've got something for him, or perhaps that something is coming his way." Mr. Gunn had to be restrained and ushered from the courtroom. He was advised not to return while the case was on. 6 days later, the courtroom again descended into chaos. Mr. O'Brien had been found guilty and was being sentenced to a minimum of 24 years in jail when he launched a tirade of abuse at the family of Marvin Bradshaw. He threw a tumbler of water over them and shouted as he received a 24-year sentence, "Hey you, your son's head looked like a donut. It had a big hole in it with a big red bit in the middle. I'm not bothered, you know. I'm a bad boy. It means nothing to me. I can do this standing on my head. I know where you live as well." Colin Gunn was incensed by the comments. Attempts had been made already to get Mr. O'Brien whilst in prison, but had come to nothing. Police had become aware that the Bestwood cartel had even corrupted prison officers, and they had taken precautions to ensure Mr. O'Brien was safe. Mr. Gunn began thinking about revenge from another angle. He was sure that he could track down Mr. O'Brien's mother, Joan Sterland. He knew that they were in Lincolnshire somewhere because he had traced a phone number for them. Words began to reach Joan's daughter Rosie that the family could be in great danger again as the result of Mr. O'Brien's comments. After several months of quiet, just when they thought they were getting back to normal, the nightmare was back again. On the 13th of July, shortly after her son was jailed for life, Mrs. Sterland rang Rosie and told her that she was really upset with what Michael had said. Crying, she said, "I can't believe he has said that to the family. I want to go and I want to see them and apologise. He should have never have said that to them." "Mum, I really don't think that's a good idea," Rosie told her. "We are all at risk because of what he has said. Just leave it and stay away. Maybe you should ring the police and ask them what sort of risk there is after this." Joan had last contacted Nottinghamshire police on the 19th of April 2004 and spoken to a senior officer. She was keen to know how far the police had got in investigating investigating the shooting at their home in September of 2003. The answer they got was almost nothing. Joan told the officer she had been worried because a few weeks earlier she had spotted one of the Gun brothers along with another member of the Bestwood cartel in Skegness. Following her son's courtroom outburst, she rang the police the next day and told them she thought the Bestwood cartel might be trying to get to the family after what her son had said. They told her not to worry and they were keeping an eye on things and would let the family know if anything had happened. According to Phil Davis, Nottinghamshire police also held a meeting and decided for the first time that they should inform their counterparts in Lincolnshire that John and Joan Sterling were living in the area. 6 days later, officers who were monitoring the Bestwood cartel became aware that a firearm was being moved into the Boston area of Lincolnshire so that a shooting could be carried out. They sat and they waited, keeping tabs on the movement of Colin Gunn in particular. The Utah team had been busy making huge inroads into Bestwood cartel's drugs operation. Bugs had been placed during the autumn of 2003 and they were now achieving the desired results. The biggest bust took place on the A52 just outside of Nottingham in April of 2005. Darren Kirby, who was one low-level runner for the gang, was on his way back from Liverpool after picking up a huge consignment of drugs when he was pulled over by the police. They claimed that they had a faulty light on his car, but in fact, electronic surveillance had indicated exactly who Mr. Kirby was, what he was carrying, and where he was going well before he had left Liverpool. The faulty light story was concocted to lay a false trail so as not to compromise the other surveillance methods which were being used. When officers asked to search the 31-year-old's van, they found 6 holdalls crammed full of ecstasy, around 600,000 tablets. Tests later revealed the tablets, embossed with the Heineken and PlayStation logos, had a very high active MDMA content, around 70%. They had probably originated in the Netherlands. It was the second largest ecstasy haul by the police in the UK, with an estimated street value of £3 million. Mr. Kirby said he had been just paid £500 for driving and needed the money to pay off his gambling debts. He would receive a 15-year jail term, reduced to 13 on appeal, after admitting his guilt. Before that, in June 2004, police had intercepted a huge shipment of amphetamines and ecstasy near Runcorn, which was on his way back to the Bestwood cartel. The cartel put pressure on one of the couriers involved. Someone must have been talking to the police, they said. The courier wrongly assumed his girlfriend had stitched him up. In fact, the information had come from police surveillance and told the cartel. 2 men wearing boiler suits went to her home in Bestwood, claiming they had a pizza to deliver. She refused to answer the door. 2 days later, the same 2 men in boiler suits strode up to the house and fired a number of shots through the window. The 21-year-old was carrying her 13-month-old baby in her arms when the shots shattered her windows. She was hit by 2 bullets, which narrowly missed her baby, but she lived to tell the tale. Police intelligence indicated that one of the shooters was a 26-year-old junior member of the cartel, who was himself shot for botching up a kidnap job on behalf of the cartel. He allowed the kidnapped victim, who had been abducted because of a £200 debt, to go free, and in retribution, Colin Gunn sent the terrifying John McSally to shoot him for his mistake. Mr. McSally was supposed to kill him, but was only able to wound him in the shoulder. The 26-year-old was charged with the attempted murder of Karina Hancock and 2 counts of possession of a firearm, but the charges were later dropped on advice that there was insufficient evidence against him. On the 11th of June, police busted 41-year-old Andrew Gascoigne and 33-year-old Jason Carroll, 2 of the cartel's foot soldiers. Both had large quantities of drugs in their houses and cars, which were going to be cut up and distributed into smaller deals. They searched Mr. Gascoigne's Range Rover and found nearly a kilo of cocaine worth £95,700 in the passenger footwell, and a bag of cocaine worth £19,400 in the glove compartment, as well as sheets of paper with names and phone numbers on them. At Mr. Gascoigne's home, they found £149,000 worth of cocaine in his washing machine, bringing the total of his stash up to £264,200. When the police went to Mr. Carroll's house in Gainsford Crescent, they searched him and found he was carrying a few grams of cocaine and £1,444,000 in cash. He also had some paper with a list of names, phone numbers and an amount of money. Police found £74,100 of cocaine in a cupboard under a sink. There was also £7,260 worth of amphetamines in his freezer, 181 ecstasy tablets worth £905 in a vase, and a coffee tin with some cocaine and some broken ecstasy tablets in it. He had £800 stuffed into a jacket and a wardrobe, electronic scales, and a chemical used to cook the drugs. His total stash of drugs was £83,065. Both men pleaded guilty and were given 10-year sentences in December of 2004. More members of the Bestwood cartel were arrested after a bungled armed raid on the city centre casino on the 11th of November 2004. The gunman, Martin Hogan, was jailed for 12 years and his accomplice, David Martin, got 10 for the hold-up at the Victoria Club in Victoria Street. In passing sentences, Judge Andrew Hamilton referred to the branding of Nottingham as the most dangerous city in England. I visit a number of institutions to talk to students, and one of the first questions they ask is, am I going to be safe in Nottingham? Am I going to be shot in Nottingham? I can assure the public that judges will do everything to ensure that those who commit crime will be given corresponding sentences. Mr. Hogan, 49, formerly of Birchfield Road, Arnold, was found guilty of robbery and possession of an imitation firearm after a trial at Nottingham Crown Court in April 2006. Mr. Martin, who was 27 of Neaton Vale, Sherwood, admitted robbery, possession of an imitation firearm, and a separate offence of an affray. He received an extra 18 months for that offence, to be served after the longer sentence. The robbers had distinguished themselves by committing a catalogue of errors. Mr. Hogan, a convicted thief and burglar, allowed a scarf covering his face to slip during the raid. He pointed the gun at the receptionist before ushering her and other members of staff into a corner of the casino, while Mr. Martin, armed with a claw hammer, emptied out the sports bag. The men tried to make their escape through the fire door, but found it locked. It meant they had to turn back and leave through the main entrance, the court heard. Another member of the gang, Vincent Hawkins, made a poor job of setting light to the getaway vehicle. He burnt himself so severely that he had to call an ambulance and spent 5 days in a hospital's burn unit. Mr. Hawkins, who was 22, received an 18-month prison sentence after admitting to arson. Detectives used mobile phone records to trace all three movements. Back in Bestwood, the Gunn family was getting worried about the impact that Michael O'Brien's trial was having on Jamie. He was going on drug-fueled benders on a nightly basis with some members of the cartel, including Michael "Tricky" McNee. Jamie's mum, Julie, tried to keep him in, but he would say that he was nipping out for a bit and then would disappear for days on end. Jamie couldn't get the visions of Marvin dying out of his head. He couldn't even look at pictures of his best friend. Every time a newspaper story ran about Mr. O'Brien's trial, it just brought everything back. Jamie was in self-destruct mode. He didn't care what happened to him. On the 2nd of August 2004, 21-year-old Jamie Gunn was found lying on his bed at his home in Southglade Road. His family couldn't wake him up. His body had given up. The official cause of death was pneumonia, and his 5.5-month-old son Reese would grow up without ever knowing him. The outpouring of grief from the members of the Bestwood cartel was overwhelming. Colin was down near Hampton Lodge near Warwick when David Gunn finally reached him, just after 9:30 AM that day. Colin phoned Jamie's friend Michael "Tricky" McNee immediately. Maybe he knew something. Colin then phoned another of Jamie's friends, John Russell, to tell him about Jamie's death. Tricky McNee hadn't seen Jamie since Sunday. Colin was crying uncontrollably. Jamie was like a son to him. There was also some guilt. Perhaps he shouldn't have given Jamie such a hard time about the drug taking, Colin thought. But no, he wasn't to blame for Jamie's death. It was somebody else, and that somebody else would have to pay. An eye for an eye, two must die, one for Marv and one for Jamie. The day after Jamie's body was found, Tricky McNee told his brother John what had happened. John McNee was locked up at Ranby Prison near Retford, and phone calls were being routinely bugged. Tricky revealed to his older brother that he had been drowning his sorrows with senior members of the Bestwood cartel in the Royal Hunt pub. "I can't believe it's happened," he said. "I only saw Jamie on Sunday. I had the big man, Colin Gunn, with me, and he was in tears. I've had Baz on the phone as well. He was in tears. It's hit Colin and Baz, Dave Barrett, really badly. I'm fucking off to Scotland for a week. It's gonna take 2 weeks for anything to happen anyway." Colin had already made it clear that there would be revenge after holding an army council style summit at the pub the day after Jamie's death. No point of going for Michael O'Brien. This was personal now. and his cold heart was dreaming up the cruelest revenge he could think of. Something that would leave Mr. O'Brien and his sisters, Rosie and Tonette, in more pain than it could be achieved of taking his own life away. Colin didn't need lines of cocaine to make him feel confident. He already felt supreme already. He had been implicated in no less than 4 murders and more than 50 shootings, and he hadn't been charged with a single crime since 1998. He was, as he thought, invincible. Nevertheless, precautions would need to be taken, including buying some new pay-as-you-go phones for the job. They already had access to a couple of clean guns. Beretta 9000, a gangster's best friend, reliable and deadly. Tricky would not be going to Scotland after all. A flurry of phone calls were already being made to try and trace Mr. Gunn's targets, and the contacts the gang had in British Telecom were working their magic. Joan and John Sterland were effectively walking dead. Just a few days after Jamie's death, Joan received a phone call from Nottinghamshire police. Emotions are running high, Joan, the officer said. Just watch your back. Joan phoned her daughter Rosie late that night. Rosie, I'm really scared. I think the Gunns are going to go all out and try and get to us, you and Tonette. I want you to get out of the house now. Mum, I'm not getting the kids up. It's past midnight. Ring the police and ask them what you should do. A few minutes later, an officer from Nottinghamshire police rang through to Rosie. Your mum has asked me to call you because she's upset, he said. She's heard some more stuff about people from Bestwood. Rosie was angry. Well, I'm not being funny, but you're the police officer. We've been hearing we are in danger for months now, but you would have moved us if we were. You're the ones who know what's going on. So what do you think? Wow, Rosie, I think your mum is overreacting, the officer told her, according to Rosie's account. To be honest, I think it's all just a load of pie in the sky. The day after Jamie Gunn's death, Colin Gunn began planning the most audacious and brutal crime of his career. He would use weapons smuggled into the country from Latvia by a Polish lorry driver. They were clean Beretta 9000S pistols. No history, no comeback. Colin contacted a man from the Carlton area of Nottingham called Kevin Holm, whose father Raymond was best friends with John Sterland and had visited the couple in April that year. Colin knew this because Kevin Holm's sister, Holly, lived with 38-year-old Shane Bird, a long-time associate of the Gunns. Mr. Bird had served a jail term for his involvement in large-scale cigarette smuggling with Robert Briggs Price. On the 3rd of August, there was frantic activity on Colin Gunn's phone. He was calling Mr. Holm and Mr. Bird, trying to get information about where John and Joan Sterling lived. By that afternoon, he had their phone number and postcode, but no full address. He asked Mr. Bird to find out through his contacts. One of them was a former British Telecom worker called Stephen Poundle. Mr. Bird told Mr. Poundle he needed to know the address of J. Sterland in Lincolnshire. Mr. Poundle phoned his mate Anthony Kelly, who worked for British Telecom in Nottingham. Mr. Kelly couldn't access records for Lincolnshire, so he phoned another friend, Andrew Pickering. By 8 AM on the 5th of August, after extensive checks carried out by his former work colleagues, Mr. Poundle had the address of John and Joan Sterling, and by 8:43 AM that day, he had phoned Mr. Bird to let him know. Mr. Bird spent the next hour trying to get through to Colin Gunn, until Mr. Gunn eventually answered his phone at 9:47 AM. It's not Sutton-on-Sea, it's Trustford. The call lasted just a few seconds, but it's all he needed. Mr. Gunn phoned Michael Tricky McNee at 10:14 AM. Tricky, put Scotland on the back burner. The job is on, so get yourself sorted. Mr. McNee had been chosen as one of the shooters. He was itching to extract revenge for Jamie's death. The identity of the other shooter had not been decided. It might be John Russell, who Colin phoned a few minutes earlier after speaking to Mr. McNee, but Colin was also pumping himself up to do it. Such was his guilt and rage over Jamie's death. At 10:37 AM, after speaking to Mr. Gunn, Mr. Bird rang Stephen Poundle. Thanks for all your help, mate, said Mr. Bird. There will be a drink in it for you, so don't worry. Mr. Poundle, Mr. Pickering and Mr. Kelly had all unwittingly been used in a grand conspiracy. As with many others, they will have to live with their actions for the rest of their life. Mr. Bird from Carlton Hill, Nottingham, would later claim in court that the phone calls between him and Mr. Poundle were in order to do a favour for another man who had asked him for a phone number of his aunt, Joan Sterland. The day that the gang got confirmation of Joan and John Sterland's address, they began to work out the logistics of the operation and travelled to Lincolnshire to case out the house at Radio St. St. Peter's. Colin Gunn drove with the 19-year-old Tricky McNee in the car. The classified section of the Nottinghamshire Evening Post would be filled with obituaries for Jamie Gunn for the next 2 weeks, in an unprecedented outpouring of grief for the 19-year-old. Nevertheless, there were many people who had dealings with the Gunn brothers, who knew it was in their own interest to show some respect. There was even a notice from Godfrey Hibbert, who had looked after drugs for the cartel to his own cost. The funeral was set for Friday the 13th of August at St. Mary's Church near Bulwell Town Centre. Notice went out to the people of Bestwood and Bulwell that they would be expected to show their respects by attending. Jamie would be buried near his best friend Marvin Bradshaw at Wilford Cemetery. John Russell and Tricky McNee sent their own death notice to Nottingham Evening Post. It read, "Jamie Gunn, bro, we still don't believe it. You are still with us. If not by our side, then in our hearts and our souls. Don't for 1 minute think we will ever forget you. You are in our thoughts every day, every minute. Just can't believe you're gone, bro. Love you to bits always. Deepest sympathy to Julie, Chef and the family." From Tricky and John. On the 4th of August, Colin and David Gunn, Michael McNee, John Russell and others who have never been identified met at the Kingfisher caravan site where David had a caravan. David stayed there for a few days while Colin drove back and forth to Nottingham. David was back in Nottingham by the 8th of August, while Mr. McNee and Mr. Russell took his place at the caravan. On 6:45 PM that day, Colin went to the Woolsworth store in Skegness and bought a T-Mobile Sagan pay-as-you-go phone to contact other members of the gang. All the gang would need to be using pay-as-you-go phones with no history. For years, the cartel had used this method of communication, often buying their phones from a shop called Dr. and Lock in Bulwell. Clean Mobile was an absolute necessity in their line of business. David Gunn texted his brother, "What time are you here, Fats? The bits are ready. 3 of them. I've got them built and sorted out some menthol." David knew about firearms, how to acquire them and put them together. His police record said as much. The Italian-made 9mm 9000S came with 3 parts, and menthol was often used to clean the semi-automatic handguns so that they had smooth action. However, David would later give an entirely different explanation for his text message to Colin. "I'm texting him to tell him to get some spliffs rolled," he claimed. Colin couldn't roll a spliff to save his life, so I would do it for him. The menthol referred to the menthol flavoured cigarettes that I put in the joints, giving them a minty cool flavour that he liked. At the end of it, apart from you putting me in a few places using my phone, you haven't really got me doing anything. I'm shocked you've even got me here. John Russell was busy smoking himself stupid while Tricky McNee drank and fidgeted. A takeaway meal had been delivered to the caravan. It was the 7th of August. Colin, John and Tricky had been reconnoitering at Radio St. Peter's, and Colin had driven over to Trustfoot 3 times that day. It was obsessive last-minute planning to make sure that nothing could go wrong. A black Volkswagen Passat, stolen a few weeks earlier from a house in Nottingham, would be used to drive the 2 gunmen to and from the target house. Then afterwards it would be ditched and burned. They had already found an isolated spot around 2 miles away in Crawcroft Lane to dispose of the car. It was perfect, no houses nearby. The shooters would then be transported by another car back to the caravan at Ingold Mells or Nottingham if necessary. Mr. Russell and Mr. McNee made another trip to the Sterling's house late on Saturday evening to satisfy themselves about the layout of the property and to ease any niggling last-minute doubts, though Mr. Russell was nearly caught when one of the neighbours spotted him leaping over the Sterling's garden fence. When the morning of the 8th of August broke, it held all promise of optimism that the sunny mornings have, and so it was for Joan and John Sterling when they woke to the sun steaming their chalet. They had barely had breakfast when their neighbour called round. "I just thought you ought to know that I saw a prowler jump over your fence last night," she told Joan. "We think they might have disturbed them because they just ran off." The sunshine went from Joan Sterling's face. She didn't hide her worries well. "Oh right, I'd better tell John about it." Joan went back inside to phone Nottinghamshire police. She felt apprehensive. 5 miles away at a caravan park, Russell and McNee were waiting for their orders from Colin Gunn. They wouldn't have to wait long. By 1 PM, they were acting the fools on the promenade of Trustfoot. Colin had told them to blend in like holidaymakers, so Mr. Russell brought a kite which they attempted to fly. They chatted to a couple of girls on the promenade telling the young women with stories about Nottingham and how they should meet up later for a drink. Then at about 2 PM, Colin rang and gave the order to strike. Perhaps he was close to Radio St. Peter's. If he was, then he would have seen the Sterlings' neighbour leave the house with relatives to go for a walk. She would not be returning until 4 PM. It was a good time to commit a murder, with a few witnesses in the vicinity to hear the gunshots. The VW Passat drove up the curb next to the chalet and the hazard lights came on. Two gunmen swiftly jumped out of the car, carrying a holdall which hid the Berettas. The blue overalls and caps and silver gloves that they wore gave Joan and John Sterling the impression that they were on official business. Perhaps it was something to do with the call they had made to the police. Either way, the assassins walked straight into the house and carried out their deed with swift precision. Bullet casings lay strewn across the floor. Joan and John Sterling had just been murdered in cold blood by 2:20 PM. As the assassins left the house, a taxi driver spotted them getting into a car. They screeched off towards Crawcroft Lane, tailgating a car as they tried to overtake in narrow lanes. Whoever was at the wheel of the Volkswagen Passat drove like a madman, and the two gunmen were seen arguing as their car sped down the road. Before setting the vehicle alight, Tricky McNee dumped a load of bullet casings into the car. It would all help burn the car to a cinder and destroy any forensic evidence. By 3 PM, the two assassins were back at the Kingfisher's Caravan Park in Ingold Mills. By the evening, they would be laughing, having a few points, and even texting the girls they had met at the promenade earlier. Colin Gunn had planned the assassination meticulously. Within 24 hours of the murders, journalists had made the link between Mr. and Mrs. Sterling's brutal slaying and the jailing of her son Michael O'Brien at Nottingham Crown Court a few weeks earlier. The story was all over the national papers by Tuesday morning. Worst seaside couple shot in revenge, said the Daily Mail. Couple shot dead in gang revenge at the seaside. Middle-aged victims linked to pub killer by the Daily Telegraph. Mystery killers gunned down two perfect grandparents in their seaside home. Revenge of the hitmen by the Express. Couple's new life ends in murder. Police find bodies after tip-off by the Guardian. Execution, gangland murder of the sneering killer's family by the Mirror. And two executed in a murder feud by the Sun. Couple's murder is linked to pub shooting case by the Times. All focus shifted toward Jamie Gunn's funeral, which was being held the following Friday. Jamie's mother, Julie, gave tearful interview to the newspapers, but journalists who tried to speak to other members of the family, such as Colin Gunn, were chased down the road with baseball bats. Julie described how Jamie had lost the will to live after seeing his best mate murdered. She said she had heard rumours about the Sterlings, but it was not to do with us. Jamie couldn't look at a picture of Marvin for ages. He just used to break down, said Julie. It took 9 months for him to say Marvin's name again. No adult should have to see what he has seen. The estate is eerie at the moment. It's in shock. The support we have had has been amazing. Some people have had to deal with it in their own way, but we have had an army. But the army was crumbling. Everybody knew Colin Gunn was behind the Sterling's murder, and Jamie's funeral would be the last show of any significant support for the Bestwood cartel. One former member said, "Yeah, there were attacks on this person or that, but most of that was business, keeping people in line and off their patch. When the Sterlings got done, that was it. People started seeing what was happening. Colin was out of control. You can't go off shooting someone's grandmother just to get at someone else." That was Colin's downfall. There will still be people who will try and say he's good and he got stitched up by the cops, but he did a truly evil thing that day, and people started seeing him in a different light. That was the day he lost the support of the estate. More than 1,000 people turned out for Jamie's funeral. A black horse-drawn carriage took the coffin through the streets of Bulwell and up to Wilford Hill Crematorium after the service. The streets were not only lined with hundreds of locals, but with also Mercedes and BMWs. It was a depressing day, full of menacing darkness and teeming rain, and with men in black suits, wearing dark shades, as if they had just walked on the set of Reservoir Dogs. Only this was for real. It was a gangster's funeral, and Jamie Gunn was buried in a brand new Lacoste tracksuit, which was specially brought by the family. After the service, the local vicar, Reverend Christopher Gale, said, "I did think about calling for there to be no revenge, but it's a difficult time, and you have to be sensitive. You have to remember that people are grieving at the loss of their 19-year-old son." A few weeks later, the family of Joan Sterling attended her funeral at Wilford Crematorium. It was a much quieter affair. The imprisoned Michael O'Brien did not attend his mother's funeral either, or John Sterling's the previous week. The family could not even bury their dead in peace. Helicopters swarmed overhead, and men in dark uniforms patrolled the perimeter of the graveyard with semi-automatic handguns. It took the police more than 24 hours to go and see Joan's daughter Rosie to inform her of her mother and stepfather's murder. They didn't even realise she was at risk. A dedicated witness protection team didn't even exist until 2005 in Nottinghamshire, and several officers who worked witness protection had breakdowns. They had never been properly trained for the task. Rosie Sterling was scathing about the way the matter was handled. They turned up at 4:30 in the morning, 2 police officers, she said. They said, "We've got some news for you might want to sit down. There's been an accident in Lincolnshire, 2 people are deceased." I said, "Who?" They said, "We believe it's John and Joan Sterling, and they have been shot and they are dead, basically." I said, "You know who's done it, you better go and arrest the gunnies, hadn't you?" They said, "Wow, can you notify the rest of the family and then we'll leave it to you?" And they walked out. They weren't even here for 5 minutes. I didn't know what to do next. I said to my partner, "I can't believe they've just left us." Lincolnshire police rang me the next afternoon and asked if Notts police had been in to see me yet. They said, "We've got your sister Tanette, but who's looking after you?" They said I should complain about Nottingham police. They sent someone down from Lincolnshire police who spoke to me and then asked me if I would identify my mum. From that minute, we were put into a hotel with my sister and our mobile phones taken off us, and we were told we couldn't go back to Nottingham. We were kept under armed guard and I couldn't even be allowed out of the hotel room, and if anyone saw us we had to be moved. I spoke to Lincolnshire police and said, "You knew she was in danger, so why didn't you go straight round to my mum's house?" They said, "Oh, she didn't want flashing light." I said, "She meant she didn't want people drawing attention to her, not that she didn't want them to hurry up. She didn't want panda cars. Not that she didn't want them to come round. She was frightened to death. For my mum's funeral, we couldn't even grieve properly. I gave instructions for her to be buried in her own clothes. I found out afterwards from the funeral parlour that she was buried in a hospital gown. The funeral itself was appalling. I had to sign a document that if I went to it, it could result in my injury or death. I went, obviously. The whole road was closed off specifically for it. I sat and told the officer in charge we wanted a horse and carriage, and he said we would have accommodated that. We told Links we would do whatever you wanted. I'm not very happy about that. It really upset us at the time. I don't understand what's going on with these 2 forces. To be honest, I've not been back to the cemetery since that day. I've asked them if they could arrange it and they said no. It's like they've got rid of us now. After everything that's happened with my mum, we've now been told that we don't fall under the criteria for witness protection because we weren't actually the witnesses. I said, "Well, what do we fall under?" And they said, "We don't know." I changed my surname and I did that myself. They wouldn't do it for me. The police kept us in Lincolnshire for at least 2 weeks. We were in a hotel overlooking a lake for the first 4 days, and then we were moved to a disused agricultural college in Lincolnshire. It was a right state. All the firearms police were downstairs and we were upstairs. Me and my partner and the kids, my sister, her partner and her kids. We had a room each. It was appalling. There were no carpets on the floor, the kitchenette was dirty, and if we wanted any shopping, they had to bring it to us. The kids weren't allowed to play in the field at the back. The firearm guys didn't want to sit outside with them. My partner at the time needed to go home to sort a few things out. They said they would take him to his home and bring him back the same day. I got a phone call at night time saying he doesn't want to be part of this. He wants to finish with you and he isn't coming back. I was like, what? I had my mobile phone. I hadn't given it to the police, and I spoke to my partner and he said, "Are you alright? What's going on?" They said they would come back and get me tomorrow, but they've rung me up and said, "You don't want me to come back." I said, "No, they just told me that you don't want to come back." He said, no, and he was going mad. I went mental and walked out. I told them they were just trying to save money, the way I saw it. I walked 6 miles to the nearest village, being followed by them. I phoned my partner and asked him to come and pick me up. The witness protection people said they would drive me and my partner and come and collect us in a few days. I just want a normal life now. Everything was cleared out of our homes and put into storage. We were in a privately rented house for 18 months and that was being furnished. When I actually got my own home, they said they would bring the stuff down, but everything was just green with mold all over it. The clothes had even been chewed by mice. Half of it was even destroyed. They didn't even empty the fridge. There was food in there that had been in there for 18 months. Even my cooker had oil in the tray. My mum's things were delivered to me that had just been thrown into boxes. All the stuff was just chewed by mice. The only time I'd been to the house in Trustford was in February 2004, before my mum died, and this shows you how frightened she was. She met me at the station and we got off the train. We went to the station for 30 minutes, waiting to see if we knew anyone who got off the train and see if we'd been followed. She wouldn't leave, her and John. That's how scared she was. So for them to say she didn't want the police to come round is bullshit. My mum was terrified. She was frightened for her life. And for them to make out that she was blasé about it, but she was not at all. If she was, she would have gone back to Nottingham. In the days that followed, there were a lot of drawn out faces at Nottinghamshire Police headquarters. The murders had not only shaken the most hardened of officers, but they now realised that they were in the middle of a huge mess. Senior officers wondered why nothing had been picked up on the books. The National Crime Squad officers carrying out surveillance had not alerted them to any specific information that indicated a double slaying was about to take place, and all main members of the cartel were being watched and listened to around the clock. But the clues were already there, particularly after Michael O'Brien's trial and the death of Jamie Gunn. It seems incredible that no one realised the extreme danger that the couple were in. For their part, Lincolnshire police were very angry. They soon discovered that they had not been fully briefed on the threats towards the Sterlings, and if they had been given a comprehensive history about the couple, as Nottinghamshire claimed, they had no evidence to show for it. No love was lost between the two forces. An employment tribunal back in 1996, in which a young female detective from Lincolnshire sued her force for sex discrimination, had soured relations with Nottinghamshire for years. Initial inquiries into the matter, which led the detective, Sedina Fleming, receiving a substantial payout after suffering a vendetta at the hands of senior male colleagues, were conducted by Nottinghamshire officers, and this led to a bad blood with some of their Lincolnshire counterparts. Nevertheless, Detective Superintendent Graham White, who headed the Lincolnshire police investigation into the Sterling's murder, was determined to bring the culprits to justice. Everybody knew who had carried out the killings. It was plain as day. Evidence would be needed, however, and that evidence was in the technology which had given birth to the mobile phone. Analysis began on the mobile phone numbers used that day of the murder in the Trusthorpe area. Computer programs analysed and matched those numbers with any known to be used by the members of the Bestwood cartel, or which had been later used in Nottingham. Gradually, the numbers were whittled down. The use of pay-as-you-go phones made the checking more protracted, but eventually, officers isolated numbers which they could carry out some meaningful checks on. One was a phone which had been brought in a Woolworth store in Skegness at 6:30 PM on the 4th of August. It was a T-Mobile Sagum. When officers scanned CCTV footage of the high street from around that time, they saw the unmistakably burly, shaven-head figure of Colin Gunn walking near the traffic lights. From that phone, they derived other numbers that had been called. Most had gone dead on the day of the murders, but a few were still active. By early September, police began to reel in the members of the gang. As if the murders of Marion Bates and the Sterlings were not enough, the tragic killing of a 14-year-old girl was to bring the violence of the city's gang into an even starker relief. Danielle Beacon was gunned down whilst walking home from the annual Goose Fair, held every October in the Forest Fields. It had become an event often used by rival gangs from the NG Triangle to settle long-standing disputes. Police were often tipped off about impending trouble, but in October 2004, there were no such warnings. In the early hours of the 9th of October, Danielle was with a large group of friends as they entered the Chase area of St Anne's. Danielle was no angel. She had probably smoked cannabis that night, according to what was later found in her bloodstream, and had a lot more money in her pocket than her mum could account for. She mixed with many families who were dealing drugs on the estate, but was about as innocent as she could be, given that St Anne's life was running through her veins. She had grown up with crime all around her and had recently been living with her father Dale in Derby, who was now holding large amounts of cannabis at the time. Just 5 days before Danielle's death, Dale, who had moved away from St Anne's in 1995, was at Derby Crown Court pleading guilty to possession and growing highly potent skunk cannabis. In a subsequent court case less than a year later, he was convicted of possessing skunk and was again given a rehabilitation order. Danielle, or Baby D as she was known on the street, had decided to move back to Nottingham where her mum Paula and many of her friends had grown up and lived. It was a decision with fatal consequences. At around 12:30 AM, as the youngsters walked from Valley Road, a gold Citroen Zara saloon appeared and drove towards them. The car appeared to stall, then the engine revved and one of the tinted windows on the passenger side opened. 3 shots were fired, popping like firecrackers. The youngsters scattered screaming, all except Danielle, who fell to the ground. The others saw a gloved hand come out the window of the car, making a sign of a W, signifying the Waterfront gang, as the car drove off. Danielle was just yards from the safety of her home, and her mother rushed out to tend to her, but it was too late. Danielle's last words to her mother were, "I'm not going to make it, I'm dying." She lost consciousness, and despite attempts at the Queen's Medical Centre to save her, died soon after she arrived at casualty. Meadows gang members Junior Prentice Andrews and Mark Yardy Kelly were arrested among 20 others during Operation Holly after Mr. Kelly's car was traced down following the shooting. Mr. Andrews had come out of prison just a few months earlier after being sentenced to 4 years for a brutal robbery. He was a small-time heroin dealer on the Meadows estate, but was heavily into gang culture and rap music. Sometimes, he carried a small handgun in a Prada bag around his neck. Mr. Andrews had a number of tattoos on his body suggesting gang membership, including an NG2 signifying the Meadows estate, a smoking gun with the initials WFG signifying the Waterfront gang, and TRU meaning the real untouchables. Crucially, police seized a mobile phone belonging to him that contained a long rap message. It was footage of him walking through the St. Anne's estate in the early hours of the morning by himself. On the footage, recorded just a few days before Danielle's murder, Mr. Andrews was heard talking into the phone as he recorded road signs in St. Anne's. He rapped into the phone with a little patois. "I'm here, Prentice, on my own like a real G. Waterfront's most wanted. I'm on the creep. I haven't even got no gun. I go anywhere on my own. I'm a real killer. You can't see any waterfront man come this way. I rob enough man down there." Which waterfront man could say they've been down here at 2 o'clock in the morning? "Look, I'm here on my own. Now you get me. Look at that Prentice on his own, rolling around the Ville, St. Anne's, like it's Meadows. I don't really know anybody like me who's a real killer. I come up here and I haven't even got my bulletproof vest. I've got one at home. Prentice walking about St. Anne's Ville this time of year with no gun, no vest. All I've got is one broomstick. Waterfront. I've been, I've sworn, and I've conquered." On another recording, Mr. Andrews is heard rapping, "When we shoot to kill, we shoot the Ville, St. Anne's for real. How many people are gonna get popped before you realise it's ride or die? And that means I'm ride and you're gonna die." Mr. Andrews and Mr. Kelly were convicted and sentenced to life with a minimum tariff of 32 years each in prison. Mr. Kelly's tariff was reduced to 29 on appeal. He had been born in Jamaica, hence his Yardy Mark nickname, but had strong gang connections to Birmingham and eventually became a member of the Raiders gang from Smethwick. This gang had strong links with the infamous Johnson crew, whose war with the Burger Bar crew in Birmingham culminated in the 2001 New Year's Day murders of Letitia Shakespeare and Charlene Ellis outside a hair salon. The Raiders helped supply the drugs to the Meadows gang. For all bravado that he showed, Mr. Andrews had not killed before, and it was highly unlikely that he intended to shoot Danielle Beacon that night. The bullet that killed her had almost certainly ricocheted off either the pavement or the building before hitting Danielle in the abdomen. Mr. Kelly and Mr. Andrews had gone to Clifton that night after drinking with a group of young men in the Toll Bridge. They had even got into a chat with a professional footballer who was in the pub, bolstered by some cocaine that they had snorted in the toilets of the Toll Bridge. Mr. Andrews and Mr. Kelly then went on to burgle a property in Clifton. They had been looking for someone who owed them money, and their mission then took them to St. Anne's, but they were unable to locate the person they were after. When they saw the crowd walking through St. Anne's, somebody in the car decided to let off a few rounds to tell them that Meadows had been there. There were at least 2, probably 3 others in the car when Danielle was shot dead, and fingerprints taken from the murder car were matched to 3 individuals known to the police. All were young men who had links to the killer and the Meadows, but they all had alibis for the time of the murder. Of course, they could have innocently been in the car on a previous occasion, but it helped not one bit in terms of closure of the case for Danielle Beacon's family, who were left with the feeling that not all those responsible had been caught for the murder. On the afternoon on the 8th of November, 3 months after the Stirling murders, a probe was planted inside Radford Police Station as part of Operation Salt, picked up a conversation between DC Charles Fletcher and Jason Grocott, Mr. Fletcher's former boss at Limey's clothes store. Colin Gunn was trying to find out what the police had on him. Mr. Fletcher explained to Mr. Grocott the difficulties he would have in finding out about the murder inquiry and other operations against Mr. Gunn because of the secrecy surrounding the investigation units. It wouldn't be common knowledge to anybody except those who knew they were going to get him, said Mr. Fletcher. There's those different squads, murder teams, who are looking into various things. You've got Stealth as well, which is out on Oxclose Lane, and they're like their own unit with their own DIs, DSs and DCs. We just fucking deal with the shit on the streets. So as something like that, it would be quite sophisticated. It would be kept in-house with a specialised team. Bobby wouldn't necessarily hear about it because he's got no fucking need to hear about it. And what Stealth do? They do a separate entity in the section of CID. So we don't know anything that they do unless we hear about it when we see them in custody or we go into the office for a cup of tea or something. But Stealth, and those operations like that keep everything dead secret because they don't like any fucker to know. So for me to hear that would be a very rare thing, and it would be an off chance of me just wandering by and speaking to someone in that team. But the chance of that are fucking approaching zilch. As Mr. Fletcher pointed out, for me to find anything, I would have to ring Lincoln and they'd think, who the fuck are you? You'd have to go through the right channels. On the 25th of January at 5:22 PM, another call was made by DC Fletcher to Mr. Grocott. Colin Gunn was now worried that he was a wanted man. Their chat was deliberately vague as they tried to skirt around the subject of their call without saying anything too incriminating. You know me other mate. He can't work out why that bloke has said to him at the weekend that he's definitely now wanted and it's coming up that he isn't. Right, he was wondering whether or not if the NCIS, the National Criminal Intelligence Service, and things like that are up, would he not put it in the PNC as not to frighten them off? Yeah, that's always a possibility. That's a tactic. Yeah, just leave it, that's a tactic. It's a tactic that you could do. Will you check them two out for me? Yeah, the big fella, Colin Gunn, and Baz, Dave Barnett. Yeah, and just give us a tinkle on yeah, I will do. On the 4th of March 2005 at 14:05 PM, video surveillance picked up footage of DC Fletcher putting pieces of paper into his pocket at Radford police station. He then made a phone call to Jason Grocott. I've just done a few things, nothing new on Darren Peters and Jamie Neal. There's a couple of bits on and a few bits on the fella, so I printed that off. So right, so what are you doing tomorrow? What day is it tomorrow? Saturday. Are you working? We're in the shop all day. Right, I'll pop in and come and say hello. I'm working at 8 to 4. Alright, and what's that? You've got one on Neil and the big lad. And the big lad's not. He's back on, is he? Yeah, there's a few bits on there now. Nothing fucking remarkable. And Peters is 0, yeah? Yeah, I suppose he is. He's just, the last one that was talked about, what was the last one you talked about to me? Oh, there's more. There's a couple on there, sorry. Right, okay then. Well, that's cool then. That's brilliant then. Well, yeah, there is. I think there's one. It's on about him fucking in a hospital or something and buggering off back to Spain or something. He what? In hospital then went to Spain? Yeah, I think that's the one. Right, okay. Operation Salt had been underway for a year, and DC Fletcher's computer at Radford police station had now been cloned so that all the keystrokes used by the officer on his keyboard could be replicated, showing what he had written and the searches he had made or had attempted to make on the force's intelligence database. By December 2003, Operation Salt logged searches Mr. Fletcher made on the police national computer for the names Dean Betton and later Craig Moran. Mr. Fletcher also searched for Colin Gunn's name on a regular basis to see if it was coming up with anything on the Marion Bates murder investigation and on other shootings, including the attempted murder of Joan and John Sterling in 2003. Between December 2002 and September 2004, DC Fletcher searched for Mr. Gunn's name on the computer 30 times. He printed out sheets of intelligence at least 25 times between those dates. In the wake of Marvin Bradshaw's murder and the arrest of Michael O'Brien, Mr. Fletcher passed on information on the home of Joan and John Sterling at Southview Road in Carlton. Information provided by Mr. Fletcher to Colin Gunn included a report about a man who had gone to the police police, saying he had been threatened by Mr. Gunn over his domestic situation. Mr. Gunn had allegedly told the man, "You're a dead man if anything happens to this woman." Another report given to Mr. Gunn mentioned how he had threatened a police officer with, "I know where you live," when he was being questioned. Mr. Fletcher also gathered intelligence on Mr. Gunn's connection to a dark-coloured BMW, about houses he owned or was linked to, and details to pubs police believed he had financial interest in. There was a report about Mr. Gunn smashing a man's hand with a hammer after the man had lied to him. Mr. Fletcher was also able to tell Mr. Gunn the extent of the police knowledge about security at Mr. Gunn's home in Revelstoke Way, Rise Park. Mr. Fletcher told him that officers were aware of CCTV coverage in the house and that it was relayed to a utility room. Slowly but surely, Mr. Fletcher began compromising police investigations into members of the Bestwood cartel. One prosecution against Darren Peters, a racehorse-owning associate of Colin Gunn, involving a road rage incident in Netherfield, collapsed after Mr. Fletcher gave out the name and address of a witness, who was subsequently visited and threatened, leading to him withdrawing his statement. "I want to know how the fuck they got my address," complained the witness. One of Colin Gunn's more psychopathic henchmen, who seemed more incapable of going out of his home for more than a few minutes without attacking someone, assaulted a man on the estate in 2005. So severe was the beating that the man received that it was almost classed as an attempted murder. He suffered broken arms and legs. DC Fletcher carried out MOT checks on the status of the investigation, and the man was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Fletcher told Mr. Grocott that no one would be charged unless they could get a statement off the victim. The victim was saying nothing. Despite the enormous police pressures on the Bestwood cartel that winter, they continued to wreak mayhem. It was though they were untouchable. On the afternoon on the 18th of December, a gunman walked into the family-run Aspley Pawnbrokers in Aspley Lane in search of a 34-year-old Lawrence Atkin. This man, wearing a balaclava, just came into the shop with a shotgun and shot straight at my leg, said Mr. Atkin. "I fell to the floor in complete agony. I don't have any idea who may have done this." In fact, Mr. Atkin knew who had ordered the shooting, but was too scared to say. He dare not even utter the name Colin Gunn. The crime was to owe a small debt to Mr. Gunn, and the shooting was a warning to settle it. His father, Reg, who ran the shop, said they didn't know if their son would be able to walk again. Lawrence just said he was off when this bloke came into the shop with a double-barreled sawn-off shotgun. He pointed it at his ankle, and then there was just a bang. It was all over in a few seconds. He was a stocky chap and he had a balaclava and dark clothing. Mr. Atkin underwent 7.5 hours of surgery and 2 blood transfusions to save the lower half of his right leg. The gunman was John McSally. After accomplishing his mission, he jumped into a white Vauxhall Astra with 2 other men inside and drove off. Within a few days, DC Fletcher was passing on the details of the police investigation to Mr. Gunn via the usual intermediary. "Tell your big mate not to worry," he told Jason Grocott. "The bloke knows who did it, but he's not talking." It was another vital tip-off to Mr. Gunn. Mr. Fletcher was also compromising informants. He gave away details on one file about a woman who Mr. Gunn had been with briefly and who said Mr. Gunn had told her he was involved in the shootings of John and Joan Sturland. DC Fletcher put Mr. Gunn's mind at rest, texting Mr. Grocott that there could never be a prosecution as the evidence was just purely circumstantial. He passed on more information in January 2005 about a sickening assault involving the Bestwood cartel in the Lizard Lounge nightclub when a man had lost part of his ear. Mr. Fletcher was on holiday at the time, but when texted that the big man needed to know about it, went straight to Radford police station and gathered all the intelligence on the attack. He also made checks on behalf of Mr. Gunn about the assault on a man in a pub in Nottingham in March 2005 and on a near fatal assault on another man carried out by one of his henchmen. Mr. Fletcher even falsified records in a road traffic accident to prevent the prosecution and 2 other members of the cartel who had been pulled over without insurance. On one occasion, Mr. Fletcher's own mistakes on the computer backfired when Colin Gunn's girlfriend, Victoria Garfoot, had received a parking ticket and Mr. Gunn rang through to try and get Mr. Fletcher to get it cancelled. He went into the computer and punched in the name but misspelt it and came up with an entry for another woman who had a previous conviction for prostitution. Mr. Fletcher passed on the information to Mr. Gunn with a disastrous consequence. Mr. Gunn went absolutely ballistic and confronted Victoria, accusing her of being a whore, said one officer. Then he gave her a severe beating Victoria would remain loyal to Colin despite numerous police attempts to turn her, and described her man in relatively glowing terms to the Nottingham Evening Post. No one says Colin has been an angel. He sells a few bent cars and that sort of thing. He's being blamed, but where's the evidence? The police just don't like him, but everyone round here likes him. We're not just scum like everyone makes out. Two things emerged from the probe into Charles Fletcher. One was positive and the other was negative. Several officers were caught in the dragnet which had been set up to catch him. One was a constable called Phil Parr, who worked in the vice section. Mr. Parr had a passion for scooters and was friendly with Javed Rashid, who worked at Icon Scooters, which was owned by one of Colin Gunn's lieutenants, David Barrett. After Mr. Fletcher came up with the false information about Mr. Gunn's girlfriend being involved in prostitution, Mr. Gunn had been increasingly obsessed with checking out the information. He got Mr. Barrett to ask Mr. Rashid to ask DC Parr about it because he worked in the Vice and he would probably know. In November 2004, DC Parr received a text on his mobile phone from Mr. Rashid. Mr. Parr made the check and then went to the scooter shop to tell Mr. Rashid about it. Mr. Barrett was there and Mr. Gunn was waiting in a parked up BMW nearby, unknown to DC Parr. National Crime Squad officers had the shop under surveillance, something that Mr. Barrett later became aware of after being tipped off by someone within the police. PC Parr had no idea Mr. Gunn was the final recipient of the information, and a promising career was ended as a result, all for doing a favour for a mate. He admits he failed the highest standards set by the police force by doing the check, but he was in no way linked to the criminal gang operated by Mr. Gunn, as DC Fletcher had been. I can't deny I did something that was wrong, but I was tarnished with the same brush as Mr. Fletcher, and there's no way I'm a corrupt officer, Mr. Parr later said. I did something that I shouldn't have done, but it was a favour for someone. I thought it was a mate. Mr. Parr would be later jailed for 12 months at Birmingham Crown Court after pleading guilty to misconduct in a public office. As he has pointed out, he will have to come to terms with the shame of what he did, but some paedophiles and violent offenders have received lesser jail terms. His career was over and he lost much of any pension he could claim from an otherwise unblemished 10-year career. A number of other officers were even more hard done by in the fallout that came from the surveillance of Mr. Fletcher. Detective Constable John Fawley, a highly respected officer, worked at Radford Road Police Station near Mr. Fletcher's desk. The probes that had been in place for Mr. Fletcher caught him talking in colourful terms about some yardies who planned to murder an officer outside Oxclose Lane Police Station. Mr. Fawley explains what happened to him and another colleague who had been caught on the bugs chatting inappropriately. On June the 21st, 2005, the phone rang at my home. Charles Fletcher had been arrested. Mr. Fletcher was a young trainee detective I'd worked with for several months. He was brash, overconfident, and had a tendency to engage mouth before brain. I sighed. An hour or so later, my colleagues and I sat and listened to a horror story. We were told Mr. Fletcher was a criminal, in league with some of the most violent criminals in the city. He was selling information to criminals who operated extortion rackets and ran Class A drug rings. We all knew them well. We had all seen their handiwork. I'd stood at the foot of the bed at the Queen's Medical Centre while a man who had most of his foot removed by a shotgun at point blank range refused to speak. We knew it was a punishment, shooting for a debt. The chances of anyone talking to us were nil, and so proved it. Through Mr. Fletcher, these people had access to everything about us, where we lived, where we socialised, even where my daughter goes to school. How safe were we? He'd betrayed us. That afternoon, 2 of us were summoned to HQ. Naively, I imagined we were going to be offered support in help to coming to terms with these devastating revelations. To my astonishment, I was served with notices stating that I was to be subject to a disciplinary investigation. For 8 months, our offices had been bugged, unconnected to any criminal investigation, and out of hundreds of hours of recordings, I had been overheard on 4 occasions making inappropriate and unprofessional comments. More seriously, and with tedious predictability, the allegation of using racist language also appeared. I'm the first to admit that the language in a CID office can be, at best, irreverent. We've attended the post-mortems of gunshot victims, cut, hanged bodies down from coat hooks, and sat across tables from paedophiles who have committed the worst crimes and had to pretend to be sympathetic. Mr. Gallo's humour is, and has always been, necessary to remain sane, but always in private. To all intents and purposes, my career ended at that moment. I was placed on restricted duties. I was to sit behind a desk and do nothing of value. I was never to do any meaningful work again. Neither I nor none of my colleagues are racist or homophobic. One of us is openly gay. From that moment, I was airbrushed from history. It was as if my 30 years had never happened. When one comes near the service's obsession with racism, an unblemished 29-year service counts for nothing. I always thought that if I ever was faced with difficulties, I would receive help and guidance. Wrong. Most senior officers were almost behind barricades if I went too close. My despicable crimes, by the way, behind closed doors and in private, were nasty remarks about, firstly, a Jamaican who was trying to recruit a shooter to have one of us murdered outside Oxclose Lane police station as we left work, and secondly, about a woman who had invented a rape allegation that led to 2 innocent students being incarcerated for hours. I admit on both occasions it was quite likely I did make derogatory comments. To refer to a group of people as Jamaican pond life, as I did, could be considered rude. The group I referred to as this were killers and drug dealers. If I'd had said Broxtowe pond life or St Anne's pond life, then it's not a problem. What utter nonsense. I retired a year later, but was connected with corruption and tainted with racism. I always suspected, but it took me almost 30 years to discover, that this organisation does not value any individual. Careers and reputations are ruined in a whim. We were treated like a newly discovered coven of the Ku Klux Klan. Mr. Fletcher's legacy wasn't only to destroy himself. On a positive note, the feather associated with the anti-corruption probe ended some unblemished careers. The force tightened up their procedures for dealing with applications to join the police. Detective Superintendent Russ Foster ensured future applications to work for Nottinghamshire Police were thoroughly vetted in the wake of Mr. Fletcher's probe. In August 2007, DS Foster announced that a 6-month investigation had discovered that at least 6 people, so-called clean skins, working on behalf of organised crime gangs, had applied for jobs in the force. They were identified and groomed to infiltrate this force with the aim of providing intelligence to the city's organised crime leaders, he said. There was nothing obvious on their applications to suggest who they were. It was only after extensive work by me and my team that we identified their associates and their links with some of the biggest crime groups in Nottingham. On the 26th of January 2005, Operation Utah, which had been investigating the Bestwood cartel's drug dealing activities, suffered a serious breach of security which sent shockwaves through the team. 2 detectives, a constable and a sergeant from the National Crime Squad, were taking tapes for examination to the Forensic Science Service in Birmingham. It was a routine job, but given the sensitive nature of the material, only a handful of people knew about it. One part of the tapes had a police interview with Colin Gunn. The other was recorded material from bugs which had been put in place by the Utah team. The detectives' jobs was to process the tapes and, using voice recognition technology, see if the voice matches. On the way back from the job, the 2 detectives decided to stop off at Cruise and Harbour's pub in Swarkstone, Derbyshire for a pint. They left all the material in the car, along with their notebooks and other material relating to Operation Utah. This material identified senior officers involved in the job, including Detective Chief Superintendent Phil Davis, the head of Nottinghamshire CID. It also identified a house in Bestwood where police were listening in on conversations between members of the cartel, and a building in Epperstone, which was being used as the secret headquarters of Starburst and Utah. The officers were in the pub less than an hour, but in that short time, the locks on their cars were sprung and all the material was stolen. Within 2 hours, telephone bugs picked up a call from Newark. A young man was calling Colin Gunn and was telling him what was on the material he had stolen. Mr. Gunn told him to destroy it. The ramifications were huge. Once the theft was known, security at Epperstone was stepped up, with 24-hour patrols around the perimeter. The house, used for eavesdroppings, eventually had to be brought by Nottinghamshire Police at a cost of more than £100,000, and the people living in it had to be moved to a safe house and put up the witness protection. Then, on the 10th of February, police received an anonymous letter. It said that there would be an attempt to assassinate 2 senior Nottinghamshire police officers, including DCS Phil Davis. Threats had already been made against Detective Superintendent Ian Waterfield, then head of Operation Stealth, and the Chief Constable himself, Steve Green. The information resulted in Phil Davis having to move out of his house while security was upgraded and the threat diminished. It also led to a debriefing for senior officers on how to exit their homes if there was an imminent threat to their lives or their families. 2 days after the threat was received, John McSally was arrested with 5 bullets in his pocket. Evidence suggested that Mr. McSally was on his way to a job with a boiler suit in his car and a pair of Wellington boots. To this day, there has never been any public acknowledgement of any detailed investigation into the theft of the confidential material by the Serious Organised Crime Agency, SOCA, which later replaced the National Crime Squad, or any other body. The thief, who has never been named, was quietly dealt with in court in Derby, where he asked for 100 other offences, mainly thefts and burglaries, to be taken into consideration. Refused to release any information about him on the orders of its Chief Constable Mick Creedon, saying the offender's life could be at risk. A senior Nottinghamshire detective involved in Operation Utah said that when we heard about the material going missing, it was like a Jesus Christ moment. We thought, what the hell are we dealing with here? Very few people knew what the car was carrying that day. The fact that the theft took place in the car park of a pub in Derbyshire, the fact that someone from Nottingham was the thief and had been in a pub 20 miles away, the fact that the person knew Colin Gunn's mobile number, and the fact that Colin Gunn was contacted within a couple of hours of the theft. It was like, wow, you've got more chance of winning the lottery than of this being pure coincidence. Someone somewhere had told Colin Gunn that that vehicle contained important information, and the vehicle was targeted as a result. Something was wrong, and we passed on our grave concerns to the relevant people. I'm extremely surprised that SOCA say they didn't even conduct an inquiry, because the National Crime Squad was certainly aware of it, and once SOCA took over the National Crime Squad's responsibilities, it would have been passed over to them. David Gunn was arrested by Nottinghamshire police involved in Operation Utah that February. The bugs they had placed in the headrest of his BMW had nailed him, and he had been caught talking too loosely on the phone. After a few drug shipments were intercepted, Mr. Gunn told his associates, "They've got another load. Hope it's not a whole lot. It's just a poxy bust really. They're trying to take out all the little sergeants, but they can't get to us, the colonels or the captains." Mr. Gunn was also caught talking to associates on the phone about where he could launder some of his money in South Africa. Police moved in and arrested 41-year-old right-hand man Terry Witts, who had recently married a schoolteacher. They also moved in on Mr. Gunn and arrested him. The pair, along with their friend Kevin Warsop, were linked to a small shipment of more than £20,000. Mr. Gunn had been watched seeing off a taxi carrying some of the drugs. The Bestwood cartel was even ripping off some of its own customers by recutting large amounts of vacuum-packed drugs and then resealing them as if the stuff had just come in wholesale. It was just another way to keep the profits high, even if the customers were not going to get as high as they were led to believe. But if there was any relief at their arrest of David Gunn and the impending arrest of Colin, it would be blown away by the following month when a reporter was to personally experience how Chief Constable Steve Green handled the media. The reporter had suggested an article for the Sunday Telegraph on the troubles facing Nottinghamshire police after a number of officers from both the front line and senior level approached him to voice their concerns about the state of the force. Many claimed it was on the brink of collapse. The reporter had also been told some of the details of Operation Starburst, and he knew that there was an Independent Police Complaints Commission (IPCC) investigation underway into the shooting of the Sterlings, indicating there had been serious failings on the part of the force. Nottinghamshire police were also refusing to give investigators any access to material from the bugging of the Bestwood cartel, citing legal complications over the ownership of the material. After raising the issue with Daniel Foggo, who worked as a reporter at the Sunday Telegraph, he decided that he would first try to contact the person that they assumed was the head of Operation Starburst. When they approached Detective Chief Superintendent Phil Davis, he initially agreed to meet and have a chat about it in the following week. But then Mr. Davis said he had spoken to his boss, Steve Green, about their approach and had told him that the reporters seemed very well briefed about the challenges facing the force. He said Mr. Green had decided he would speak to the reporters if they approached him. One of the reporters then rang Mr. Green, told him what we knew about Operation Starburst, and said that they were considering running a story about the issues being investigated by the IPCC. Mr. Green was clearly unhappy about this, claiming that they might compromise covert operations, a dubious claim to make when they were approaching the subject in response to a manner and would be under legal constraints about what they could print anyway. On Friday the 10th of March 2005, Mr. Green agreed to an interview over the phone, but Operation Starburst was off the agenda. Daniel Foggo is an experienced reporter and someone who does not pull any punches, so he began to question the chief constable about various problems facing the force, based on what the reporters knew. They were both staggered as he began to admit the failings and pressure the force was under. The interview was completed before the end of Friday afternoon and the tape was recorded. When the story emerged on Sunday morning, neither reporter realised the impact it would have. The story made the front page of the Leeds Sunday Telegraph on the 13th of March. Police Chief, we cannot cope with violent crime. One of Britain's most senior police officers has admitted that his force is being overwhelmed by violent crime and cannot cope. Steve Green, the Chief Constable of Nottinghamshire, said that among his principal causes of crisis were government reforms that compelled him to use officers for clerical tasks instead of frontline duties. Steve Green says, "We are in a crisis situation. The situation was so bad that he was preparing to farm out murder investigations to other police forces because his own detectives did not have the time to tackle them." Nottingham has been one of the worst affected areas for gun crime, which hit record levels across England and Wales last year. Mr. Green said ministers have a fixation on keeping up numbers, but had in fact been responsible for policies that had taken police away from frontline duties to do jobs that should be carried out by our civilian staff, such as writing Home Office reports. "We are reeling with the murders," he said. "We are in a long-standing crisis situation with major crime, and it won't go away overnight. Having police doing back office jobs is one of the factors hampering us. I want to increase the number of operational cops by reducing the numbers doing back office jobs. It's frustrating to know that I could make better use of the money I've got, but I'm constrained from doing it because office numbers is a political football. All parties have the same fixation." Mr. Green said he was prevented from putting more police onto frontline duties because if he reduced the number of officers doing clerical work, he would lose a large amount of his fundings from the Crime Fighting Fund, a Labour measure that gives extra money to forces that keeps officer numbers high. "Our accountant has said that if there was a way out of it, he would tell me." Mr. Green, whose comments will increase pressure on the government over its law order policies, said his force was heavily in debt. He regularly had to borrow detectives from other constabularies to tackle a spat of large drug-related murders. "We are now routinely going into foreign forces to get additional officers. One option they were on the verge of adopting was to farm an entire murder inquiry to another force. I'm not aware of any other force ever having to do such a thing," he said. Nottingham's crisis has been prompted to a sharp rise in the number of murders and other violent crimes. Since 2001, the force has had to investigate 21 Category A murders, those classed as being high profile with no immediate suspect. Before 2000, it was dealing with one Category A murder every 12 to 18 months on average. Its officers are currently running 30 murder investigations. Nottinghamshire residents are also 3 times more likely than the national average to have their car broken into, 4 times as likely to be burgled, and 5 times as more likely to be robbed, and twice as likely to suffer a sexual attack. Nottinghamshire was also among the bottom 4 underperforming forces in official figures. Mr. Green's decision to speak out follows another fatal shooting last week. Paul Thomas, who was 34, had left the pub in Radford, Nottingham, when he was gunned down just after 4:30 12:30 PM on Thursday. Firearm offences in England and Wales rose to a high of 24,094, with levels in Nottingham the 5th highest head per population after London, Manchester, Liverpool and the West Midlands. The Association of Chief Police Officers said that other forces were experiencing similar pressures to Nottinghamshire because of the need for officers to carry out bureaucratic tasks that should be done by civilians. "We've been raising it with the government for some months," said a spokesman. "There is a fixation with police numbers and an inflexibility over budgets, which is not producing effective policing. We can recruit officers, but not necessarily civilian staff." David Davis, the Shadow Home Secretary, said Mr Green's predicament was an example of the government's ring fencing of money, together with the forces being swamped with bureaucracy. He said, "We will do away with the national policing plan that creates these targets so that those police they have can be properly used." The story broke as the general election campaign was about to get underway and crime was on top of the agenda. Shadow Home Secretary David Davis wasted no time in wadding into the debate. Privately, he was critical of Mr Green, but publicly he said the comments showed how Chief Constables' hands were being tied up by red tape across the country by a Home Office which was not funding them adequately. The daily newspapers were champing at the bit to follow up the Sunday Telegraph story. For a Chief Constable to be so clearly unable to cope and speak about it publicly was almost unheard of. Mr Green was in the soup as far as the Home Office was concerned, but he would find support from the media and fellow Chief Constables over his stance rather than criticism. Only those who knew what was really going on inside the force knew that many of the problems were linked to his handling of the resources at his disposal. Nevertheless, he realised his job could be under threat, and his press officer, Margaret Kirk, began to brief journalists that Mr Green had been blackmailed into agreeing into the interview. It was an extraordinary claim to make, effectively alleging that the reporters had forced him to tell the truth by committing a criminal offence. "We weren't the only ones who were angry. Her Majesty's Inspector of Policing was fuming." The comments from the Chief Constable about his force being in crisis had come only a few weeks after Dennis O'Connor, a senior HMIC inspector, had given the force a clean bill of health. Sir Ronnie Flanagan, Chief Inspector of HMIC, soon had the Home Secretary Charles Clark knocking on his door demanding answers. Downing Street entered the fray too, with Tony Blair's official spokesman making a veiled criticism of Mr Green's leadership. "Everyone recognises there are problems in Nottinghamshire, but there are different views about the cause of these problems," the spokesman told the reporters. Home Secretary Clark demanded an urgent investigation into Mr Green's claims, which would be carried out by HMIC, and within a couple of days, HMIC investigators contacted the Sunday Telegraph's editor, Dominic Lawson, to see whether they could get access to the tape-recorded interview. He was happy to oblige, but said HMIC would have to make a formal request by letter. Otherwise, Mr Lawson argued, it could be set as a precedent for handing over privileged material to a third party. In the end, HMIC did not follow up with its informal letter of request. Meanwhile, MP Graham Allen lodged a complaint against Mr Green to the IPCC. "I believe he has been guilty of serious misjudgment, not just in giving the interview, but in his original decision to take beat officers off the streets of Nottingham," Mr Allen told the Observer newspaper. Mr Green, perhaps sensing his job was in jeopardy, told reporters, who by this time were hoping for an all-out war between a Chief Constable and the Home Office, that the interview was a big mistake. "For whatever reasons I gave the interview, I must concede that the interview itself was not my finest hour," he said. "With hindsight, I was wrong to accept the word crisis during the interview, but nevertheless, investigating murders is a major challenge to us." Marion Bates' widower, Victor, pulled no punches. "Nottingham has always been as lawless as it has been under this Chief Constable. The man is a menace to law and order," he told reporters. "The way the criminals in Nottingham have been allowed to flourish under his regime is ridiculous. It's frightening. There are less police officers on the street, and we now have a community warden who has no power. It must have cost the lives of over 15 people over the last 2 years, including my wife. The criminals have been encouraged by a system that prevails. Crime is now a lively occupation investigation because the chances of being caught are so little. Later, Mr. Green, who would eventually leave Nottinghamshire Police in June 2008, was critical of Victor Bates' stance, claiming that he was being led by others with an agenda of their own. I have listened to what Victor Bates has said, and he is perfectly entitled to his opinion, he told Nottingham Evening Post. I have no problem with Victor. I respect he's been through too much. It's the people who have been advising him that are beneath the contempt. Their actions have meant that the opportunity Mr. Bates had to exercise the power he had to do good was wasted. Steve Green also claimed he had fallen into a trap because his mind was preoccupied with the arrest of Colin Gunn. I tried to give the journalists honest answers, as I always do, but I do not get paid to fall into elephant trap. I recognise I fell into that one. All I can say is my attention was focused on the operational matters, and I just didn't see it coming. On the day I did that interview, Colin Gunn was arrested for the Sterling's murder. We should have been in celebration mode. Instead, we were fighting off that as best we could. However, Mr. Green's memory was faulty. In fact, Colin Gunn was not arrested until Thursday, the 17th of March 2005, almost a week after the interview was carried out. Nottinghamshire officers picked him up and they started driving out on the A52 and passed into Lincolnshire. Mr. Gunn was surprised. "Where are we going?" he asked. "Just a trip to the seaside, Colin," replied an officer. "Why? Are you missing Nottingham already?" Colin was interviewed at Skegness police station by Lincolnshire detectives. "I had no direct or indirect involvement with the murders," he claimed. "John Sterling was known to me as he used to drink with me and my friends. I have never had any bad feelings towards John or Joan Sterling. It was, of course, a blatant lie." By now, the drains at his bungalow in Revelstoke Way were severely blocked with phones and SIM cards and other evidential debris. A plumber would be called out some 2.5 years later because of the damp patches inside the 3-bedroom property. He just built over the blocked drain to solve the problem. Who knows what secrets are held on the phones, but to the knowledge of the reporters, they remain where they are to this day. A huge armed presence ringed the courtroom at Nottingham in March 2005 for the trial of the drug smuggling Dawes cartel. Police spent more than £500,000 on the security operation, not because they feared John Dawes would try to escape, but for his protection because they thought he might turn and offer information on his brother Rob, who was still at large in Spain, and his partner Gary Hardy, and not at least the Bestwood cartel. "We believe there was a genuine risk to the Dawes," said Detective Inspector Peter Jones. "Our thinking was, when convicted, he may want to mitigate and give his side of the story. If he is willing to give evidence on others he is working alongside, he becomes valuable." Over 9 weeks, a jury heard details on how John and Rob Dawes headed a ruthless organisation making more than £1 million a month from illegal drugs trade. At the end of it all, John Dawes and his father Arthur, Rebecca Bridge and Ryan Smith were all convicted for their parts in the operation. John Dawes was jailed for 24 years, Mr. Smith for 14 years, Arthur Dawes for 8 and Miss Bridge for 4. Operation Normality had been a huge success, and while Rob Dawes and Gary Hardy remained at large, police felt it would be only a matter of time before they tripped up. The case had shown just how much power an organised crime group could achieve. In such a short space of time, the Dawes cartel had managed to corrupt officials in various organisations and rule through fear. D.I. Jones pointed out the similarities between the Dawes cartel and that run by the Bestwood mob. John Dawes thought he was untouchable, but no one is untouchable, no matter how violent or intimidating they are. There was information that suggested that this organisation was able to penetrate the police, social services, and the local authority of other organisations through intimidation or other means. When the Trustfort murder trial got underway in March 2006 at Birmingham Crown Court, David Gunn sat in the dock alongside his brother Colin. The jury were unaware that David had already pleaded guilty the previous year to a conspiracy to supply amphetamine, a crime for which he would eventually be jailed for 8.5 years, and for which Terry Witts and Kevin Worsop were also jailed. 8 defendants now faced the jury. Colin and David Gunn, John Russell and Michael McNee were joined by Shane Bird, aged 39, of Carton Hill, Nottingham, Kevin Home, 38 of Cliff Road, Carlton, Andrew McKinnon, 21 of No Fixed Address, and Linnell Douglas, 20 of No Fixed Address. All denied conspiracy to commit murder. In the public gallery was Victor Bates, who had decided to attend the trial to see the face of Colin Gunn, who he knew had been implicated in his wife's death. Opening for the prosecution, Timothy Spencer QC said the killers were calculated and ruthless and merciless. The murders were carried out with clinical efficiency. No disturbance, no sign of haste. The targets were located quickly and shot just as quickly. In other words, as part of a well-organised, well-planned gang operation. There was, he said, evidence of a command structure in a way that the couple's murder had been organised. However, there was very little direct evidence. In fact, the case was one of the most difficult ever handled by Lincolnshire Crown Prosecution Service. Eyewitnesses and forensics were lacking, to say the least. It would take a jigsaw of circumstantial evidence to build up a picture of those responsible, in particular the detailed mobile phone records that the prosecution claimed placed the defendants at the heart of the crime. The prosecution sought to show how each of the accused was implicated through the use of phones they had brought for the sole purpose of planning and organising the murders, and had then thrown away afterwards. Specifically, those included 11 murder phones, used over hundreds of miles in a 10-day period. Over 7,000 calls had been analysed and more than 100 statements about the phone usage disclosed. With all the benefits of hindsight, Mr. Spencer went on. It could be said that if the police had acted more quickly to the Prowler report, then this killing could have been prevented, but they didn't, and it's as simple as that. He admitted there were unanswered questions in this case, and there will be unanswered questions at the end of it. The prosecution suggests that we have the greater part of this gang. We suggest we don't have it at all. John Russell's defence was to claim that he was half drunk, flying a kite, chatting to girls when the Sterlings were shot dead. Andrew Hall QC, defending Mr. Russell, also disputed prosecution claims that his client had taken blood-stained clothing to a laundrette the day after the murders. The court heard that Mr. Russell had more than 80 previous convictions for drug dealing, burglary and stealing cars, but no record of violence. He claimed that he was on the East Coast with Michael McNee to look after a caravan full of amphetamines and supply local drug dealers. He is a professional criminal and no doubt a considerable menace to the people of Nottingham, said Mr. Hall. But that's not the issue. The issue is he a killer? He continued, on that Lincolnshire coast, it was a high season. It was the summer and the pubs and clubs were full of young people. It was a busy time for those who wanted to sell drugs. It is perhaps unsurprising to find the two of them by the coast in August. If it wasn't for the seriousness of the case, the notion of John Russell half drunk and trying to get some girls back to the caravan while acting as a lookout would be comical. Mr. Hall told the jury that the prosecution was grasping at straws and had a weak circumstantial case. Defendant Shane Bird admitted he had used a contact to illegally access information on the couple before they were killed, but denied knowing anything about the murders until he heard about them in the news 2 days later. In a transcript read out that takes place to the courtroom, the jury heard Mr. Bird make the tearful denial to the police that he was involved. What you are trying to suggest is that I knew about it before, and that's not on, he told the officers. It's all come out over the news. Things go through your mind, like, was I anything to do with that? Was that anything to do with the number that I got for them? And it made me physically sick. In the same interview, Mr. Bird could not explain frequent phone calls made a few days before the shootings to David Gunn. The record showed the calls to Mr. Gunn were made back to back with calls made to Mr. Bird's British Telecom contact. It was suggested to Mr. Bird that the calls were about the Sterling's address and Mr. Bird's progress in obtaining it. He denied the suggestion from the police. When he came to take the stand, Shane Bird was more in control of his emotions than he had been in the police stations. He told the courtroom, I was proper upset thinking the number might have something to do with the murders. It actually broke my heart. Mr. Bird, who owned 2 scooter shops in Ingold Mells, Lincolnshire, had made no fewer than 1,600 phone calls on his mobile phone in the first 8 days of August 2004. His phone was tracked to the Trusthorpe area in the days leading up to the murder, but he argued that his business in Ingold Mells required his attention and his presence in the area, and it was nothing unusual. On the day of the killings, Mr. Bird went to Leicester Racecourse to watch a horse that he owned compete in a 7 furlong race. By the time David Gunn decided to take the stand, the case against him was looking increasingly flawed. During a cross-examination, Timothy Spencer suggested to Mr. Gunn that he decided to stay in Nottingham on the day of the murder so Colin could oversee things on the East Coast, ensuring that at least one of them had a watertight alibi. There had to be a show, and you and your brother decided that you could not both be on the coast when the Sterlings were shot, Mr. Spencer said. You are an intelligent man. You realise the value of being in Nottingham on Sunday and being with your partner all day. Your role was to be an organiser, to set her up, and that's why you did not go to the caravan on the coast. It needed one of you to be on the spot, hands-on, making sure things went to plan, and that was his role. David Gunn had previously told the police in interviews they had no evidence against him. At the end of it, apart from you putting me in a few places using my phone, you haven't really got me doing anything. I'm shocked you've got me here, he said after being arrested. Now he was being even more empathetic in his denials. Trevor Burke, his defence barrister, asked him about the suggestion that the messages he sent concerned about 2 Beretta handguns. That is complete nonsense, Mr. Gunn told the court. I've never even seen a Beretta firearm. He also said neither text message had been received in any case. He had spoken to his brother later on another number and told him he was on his way to Lincolnshire with a cannabis joint on the 5th of August. It suggested you handed one of the firearms in anticipation of the murder, said Mr. Burke. No, that's not true, replied Mr. Gunn. The jury would believe David Gunn's explanation about the mental text message, and ultimately his alibi. With David Gunn in the clear, the calls that Shane Bird had made to him became an irrelevancy as well. The jury deliberated for more than 26 hours. On the 29th of June, they returned and delivered guilty verdicts against Colin Gunn, Michael McNee and John Russell. The other 5 men, including David Gunn, were acquitted. At least 12 security guards packed the dock, with the police stationed at the door. The judge pronounced sentence the following day. He jailed all 3 for life and ordered that Colin Gunn face a 35-year sentence before parole would even be considered. It meant that in all possibility, Colin Gunn would be spending the rest of his life in prison. Colin could not yet be named in the press because he still faced a corruption trial involving DC Charles Fletcher, but it did not stop him launching a tirade of abuse against the jury and the judge, Mr. Justice Tracy. Colin was the first to hear the jury's verdict. He turned to them menacingly and snarled, "Thank you, you scumbags. I hope you die of cancer." As he was led away, he called the female foreman of the jury a slag and a whore. He then directed his anger at the judge, calling him a paedophile. The judge, undeterred, continued making his statement about Colin Gunn. This was a murder which shocked the nation. You are a crook, a villain, a large-scale drug dealer. You were the leader of this criminal gang. To your gang, your word was the law. The utterly evil nature of what you did shows that you, as a criminal man, are prepared to commit the ultimate act of criminal violence as and when it suits your purpose. You are prepared to do that due to your perverted desire for revenge. You are a man who would not let anything stand in your way. You would, I do believe, do the same thing again. John Russell gave the judge the middle finger as he was sentenced. David Gunn subsequently issued a statement which read, "Since my arrest, I protested my innocence, and yesterday the jury, thank God, believed me. The last 18 months have been the worst of my life. Being incarcerated and not being able to see my partner and my children has broken me. I hope now to rebuild my life with my family and close friends. And finally, I am truly sorry to the Sterlings family lost." His estranged wife, Sandy, told the Nottingham Evening Post. Colin had asked David and I if he and a few friends could use the caravan in Ingold Mills for a break, as it had been a really tough time for all the family after Jamie died. When we heard what had happened to the Sterlings, we were both shocked. I always knew David had nothing to do with their deaths. He did drive down to join Colin and the others for a drink, but he didn't stay long. But a few weeks after being cleared of conspiracy to murder, David Gunn faced sentencing for the amphetamine seizure. When he was sentenced at Derby Crown Court, the prosecutor, Andrew Eastill, described Mr. Gunn as the leader of an organised crime group who was at the heart of a massive trade of amphetamine. The self-confessed colonel, alongside a second-in-command, Terence Witts. Through covert surveillance, the court heard police tailed the two men as they arranged the collection and distribution of thousands of pounds worth of Class B drug on a weekly basis. David also talked about his connections in South Africa, which was set up to help the jobless gang launder their money abroad as they strove to avoid detection. He was convicted, by his own words, by a reams of damning evidence from an electronic device placed in his car and in around his houses Mr. Gunn was using throughout 2004 and 2005, allowing the police to discover more about their businesses than they thought possible. Mr. Eastill told the court, any doubt about David Gunn's role and authority in the operation was taken away by the listening device in the car. The bugs had recorded him regularly talking about new loads or deliveries. Mr. Gunn's barrister, Craig Ferguson, used his client's association with his notorious younger sibling as mitigation. By virtue of his name and association with his brother Colin, it is plain that he has achieved a certain level of notoriety. Many judges in Nottingham will know of the Gunn family by virtue of their day-to-day jobs. The issue arises as to whether there is any prejudice, whether he can receive a fair sentence. Mr. Ferguson said that there was a distinction in character between Colin and David Gunn, an argument, he said, that was proven by David Gunn's acquittal for the Sterling's murders. But Nottinghamshire's Chief Constable Steve Green held a very different view of David Gunn's role in his brother's gang. We dealt with it as a single kind of business, Mr. Green later said. We acknowledged the centrality of Colin Gunn to it, but as far as we were concerned, David was part of the inner sanctum. He may well spend less time in prison than his brother, but he will never leave our radar screen. For the rest of his natural life, he needs to look over his shoulder. The amphetamine conviction meant it would be some time before David Gunn would be able to walk the streets of Bestwood again. But by 2008, however, he had already enjoyed a couple of home visits in preparation for his release in April 2009. It was over for the Bestwood cartel. Yet 2 days after Colin Gunn and his underlings were sentenced, Bestwood erupted in riots. 30 youths overturned, smashed up and set alight cars, ripped down fences, knocked down walls and built barricades across Raymead Drive during a 3-hour standoff with police. They also waved placards demanding the release of the jailed men. It was a hollow gesture. This is the last hurrah of the remnants of the people who knew that their time has gone, said Nottingham North MP Graham Allen. Their leader has been given nearly 40 years in prison and is not likely to see the light of day, so they now are feeling the squeeze. These people have realised that their days are numbered and they can no longer rule in the roost of Bestwood. Pat Chambers, one of the community leaders of Bestwood, said that the estate needed to leave the memory of the Gunns behind. The godfather, that was Colin Gunn. He was the boss and everybody was frightened of him. If you had a problem, you didn't go to the police. You went to Colin and Colin sorted it. But there was a tenderness as well, and he had a very good PR in the fact that he helped people. He gave them money for fireworks displays for the kids. People loved him. He was a Robin Hood because if you was in trouble financially, he would help you. At any given time, you could call on him. It took a long time for this culture to turn itself around, and now it's turned round and we are on the way up. Detectives Chief Superintendent Phil Davis, the man to whom a lot of credit must go to in pursuing the Bestwood cartel to the end, and who spent many a night sleeping on the floor of the operation room as the investigations gained intensity, describing the 90-odd operations against the family as akin to fighting a form of terrorism. The difficulty in getting the Mr. Biggs is similar to that trying to take down the IRA leaders in Northern Ireland in the early 1970s. There was no evidence behind the alleged IRA activity. Some criminal networks in Nottinghamshire were organised like IRA hierarchies using the cell system. Anyone tried to deal drugs or commit other crimes inside their patches would at least get a good beating. One of those cells, what might be termed as an intelligence unit, was the next to be dealt with. Jason Grocock, David Barrett, Darren Peters and Kevin Warsop all pleaded guilty in 2006 at Birmingham Crown Court to conspiring to commit misconduct in a public office in connection with a corrupt detective Charles Fletcher. Mr. Grocock and Mr. Peters were jailed for 4 years, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Warsop for 3 years. The police also finally caught up with Jamie Neal. Though the 39-year-old was a wanted man for his role in corrupting a police officer and for questioning about an attack on an undercover officer, he had been flying in and out the country numerous times from Portugal or Spain for more than 12 months. He was working the doors of a nightclub in Portugal when police finally lifted him and brought him back. He had promptly pleaded guilty to conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and commit misconduct in a public office at Nottingham Crown Court and received a 3-year sentence. Mr. Fletcher himself pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit misconduct in a public office and 2 counts of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. He was jailed for 7 years in October 2006. In return for his services, he had received discounts on designer clothes at Limey's store. His conduct was unsophisticated, said his lawyer, Hugh Davis. In payment, he received suits which are of no use to him where he is now, and he will be out of fashion when he gets out to wear them next. His motivation is source material for forensic psychologists rather than his counsel. Perhaps he found it exhilarating to be involved with criminals. After his conviction, Mr. Fletcher sent a letter to his former colleagues attempting to explain why he had done what he had done. The letter read, "I suppose you're wondering why it's taken me this long to write and offer some sort of an explanation. To be honest, it's taken me this long to come to terms with the shame of my actions, but most especially to the betrayal of all my old colleagues. The answering why. I feel my greed, vanity and naivety were to blame, and the fact that I didn't have the strength or courage to face up to my wrongdoings and tell someone before the inevitable happened. I was blind to the consequences of my actions and chose to ignore them. So selfishness has played a big part in my downfall, as I showed no regard for how my actions would affect my family, friends and those close to me." Detective Superintendent Russ Foster, the head of the professional standards at the force, said that Mr. Fletcher had been less than comprehensive in his version of how Mr. Gunn had corrupted him. There are 2 hypotheses. One is that he infiltrated Nottinghamshire police purely to supply to organised crime groups or the criminal fraternity, or he joined Nottinghamshire police, became vulnerable, suspectable, and was corrupted by these individuals while serving as a police officer. I'm not certain which of these 2 theories are correct. Mr. Fletcher has given us no indication. In May of 2007, it was the deadly John McSally's turn to face justice. He had been arrested after walking into his favourite pub drunk and waving round a revolver, saying he had a job to do that night. The landlady persuaded him to leave the revolver in the pub safe, and Mr. McSally drove off to his home in Plaza Gardens in Basford with the bullet still in his pocket. The brave landlady then phoned the police and told them what Mr. McSally had said, adding that she had managed to persuade him to leave the gun. Armed officers were dispatched to Mr. McSally's home. They pounced as he got out of his Nissan 4x4 and seized the bullets from his pocket. They were .38 caliber and matched a .38 revolver later recovered from the pub safe. Mr. McSally could only say, "You planted those on me." A jury at Leicester Crown Court did not agree. They convicted Mr. McSally, aged 50, of the murder of 46-year-old Patrick Marshall outside the Park Tavern in Basford in 2004, and of the attempted murder of the youth worker Derek Sr. in May 2003. The pub landlady, who had been in regular contact with the police from the middle of 2004, gave vital evidence to help bring him to justice. Mr. McSally boasted that he had shot Derek Sr. for 3 bags of sand, which he explained was £3,000. He even boasted about shooting Joan Sterland, and although later evidence emerged that he had been somewhere else that day, his phone was linked to the Lincolnshire area in the days leading up to the murder, suggesting that he may have been involved in the planning. The judge jailed him for life and told him that he would serve at least 35 years. "You are an incredibly dangerous man," said Mr. Justice Pictures, ready for the money to kill without a second thought. Mr. McSally, who according to his boast had carried out 5 murders and at least 11 punishment shootings, did not react to the verdict other than to tell the judge that the sentence would be no problem. Police believed that Mr. McSally had received some help with the getaway car on Patrick Marshall's murder from a man called Craig McKay. They recovered the Volvo used in the murder, which had Mr. McKay's fingerprints on it shortly after the shooting. In the glove compartment was a bill addressed to Colin Gunn and 3 pictures of his brother David. After the shooting, Mr. McKay was found severely injured by the side of the A608, close to junction 27 on the M1. Police believed he had received a punishment beating with baseball bats for being sloppy and leaving the material in the car. However, Mr. McKay, 33, from Bestwood Park Estate, a heroin addict with more than 40 offences on his record, denied any involvement and was cleared of Mr. Marshall's murder, while his girlfriend was cleared of perverting the course of justice by allegedly giving Mr. McKay a false alibi, in a message clearly aimed at the local populace traumatised by the constant gunplay. Detective Chief Superintendent Neil James, head of crime for Nottinghamshire Police, said afterwards, "We would like to pay tribute to the courage of the witnesses and their willingness to support the investigation. A conviction would have been less likely without their evidence. I would also like to reassure the communities of Nottinghamshire that we possess the skills, experience, and the determination to continue to pursue relentlessly the individuals who have historically terrorised communities and committed serious acts of violence. We will leave no stone unturned. Our structures remain in place to tackle these issues and dismantle serious organised crime to prevent it from escalating. We will not tolerate a culture of lawlessness. Our objective is for people who live, work and visit the county to feel safe, reassured and enjoy a good quality of life. We are committed to providing a service we are proud to deliver and one that the public expects." The landlady, who is now in the witness protection program, had her own share of tragedy to deal with, as well as the stress of helping the police. Her son had unfortunately handled the gun in the safe and was himself arrested in connection with Patrick Marshall's murder. The young man would later commit suicide while still under suspicion for the murder he did not commit. Charles Marshall, Patrick's brother, said on behalf of the family, "The last 3 years has been very hard on all of our family. Today means we can start to rebuild our lives. We all miss Patrick, and only time will heal the wounds which we have seen from his death. Our dad was diagnosed with cancer about a year and a half ago and told that he had a limited time to live. At least he has survived to see justice done today. As it says on the plaque on our brother's grave, justice is fine." In the summer of 2007, Colin Gunn, now more than a year into his life sentence, went back on trial for the corrupting of police officers. In an unusual move, the Crown Prosecution Service applied for evidence of his bad character, chiefly his conviction for conspiracy to murder, to be revealed in court, arguing that the jury needed to know about the deaths of the Sterlings to understand this case and his motivation for seeking police intelligence. At the start of the trial, Mr. Gunn sacked his legal team and refused to take part. He failed to appear in court for most of the case. Not surprisingly, Mr. Gunn was convicted. The Crown's case was that using the go-betweens, he asked for and received confidential information from Nottinghamshire's police officers, said reviewing lawyer Stuart Laidlaw of the CPS Special Crimes Division. Thankfully, the information he received had limited consequences, in part at least because the main police contact was under surveillance and the police were managing the risks that arose. Colin Gunn wanted to know what the police knew about various investigations which were of interest to him, such as the murder of the Sterlings, the shooting of the jeweller Marion Bates in Nottingham, and intelligence checks, or MOTs as they were referred to, on the suspects. With this knowledge, he hoped to keep one step ahead of the police. In August 2007, Mr. Gunn was jailed for a further 9 years, the sentence to run concurrently with his life term. Only then he could finally be named in the media after previous legal restrictions and the floodgates broke open. Nottingham's godfather of crime, declared the BBC. Brutal gang lord who fell victim to his own drugs, headlined The Guardian. Gangster #1 finally unmasked, blazed The Sun. The Nottingham Evening Post, which had been waiting for 5 years to expose the extent of Mr. Gunn's evil empire, produced a special 32-page pullout which flew off the newsstands. As the CPS lawyer Mr. Laidlaw said, for a long time, Colin Gunn stayed one step ahead of the law. The law has now caught up with him. By the end of the first decade of the 21st century, it was clear that new technology now defined our way of communicating and interacting with the rest of the world, including the criminal world. Just as the birth of pay-as-you-go mobile phones empowered the street drug dealer in his daily task of evading the feds, so cyberspace became a place where organised crime could prosper in relatively covert comfort, and crime lords could galvanise and rally their soldiers more effectively. For law enforcement agencies, these same technologies offered a wealth of intelligence material. It was a mobile phone which convicted Colin Gunn and his cohorts. Nevertheless, By November 2009, it had become apparent to Mr. Gunn that the internet offered him a chance to communicate with his friends and members of the Bestwood gang on a much wider level and with much greater speed than the flow of letters that he was constantly penning from his prison cell, some of which failed to reach their intended destination due to the high level of security imposed on such a notorious Category A prisoner. Mr. Gunn enjoyed his letter writing and encouraged other prisoners to write to his family on the outside, which resulted in a letterbox for his mum Carol bulging with cards and greetings on their birthdays and at Christmas, with regular postings from, among others, one Kenneth Noy, linked to the 1983 Brinksmat gold bullion job and serving life for the so-called M25 murder of Stephen Cameron. Mr. Gunn had become friendly with Mr. Noy whilst at Whitemoor Prison in Cambridgeshire, where the two had found much in common. Mr. Gunn's mum kept messages flowing to and from Colin and those he could not contact directly. She even relayed messages between Michael Tricky McNee and John Russell, who were in different prisons. Both Colin and David Gunn were moved around the prison system from their date of incarceration in 2005. In Colin's case, it was unsurprising given that he swiftly made the name for himself in prison. First, while on remand at a maximum security Belmarsh prison, he and a fellow inmate attacked 9 Muslims who were remanded on terrorist charges after he felt they had disrespected Christmas. Then, at Franklin Prison, he attacked a prisoner who had upset him in the gym, leaving him battered and bruised. In October 2007, he hooked up with fellow inmate David Bieber, an American who shot dead a West Yorkshire policeman on Boxing Day of 2003. The two men were gym fanatics. Mr. Bieber hatched an escape plan which involved using a helicopter and firearms. Colin Gunn asked if he could come in on it. The plan failed before it got anywhere and ended up in the pages of the News of the World. Yet in letters to friends on the Bestwood estate, Colin expressed deep frustration at having been moved several times between the top security prisons at Belmarsh, Franklin and Whitemoor, before finally arriving at Long Larton Prison in Evesham in October of 2009. Police and prison security were well aware of the ability of both brothers to take over the wings of the prisons and had been paying close attention to their activities on the inside. On the outside, representatives of the gang were said to be negotiating with the Turkish mafia to buy a 20+ room property in Cyprus and even set up a business running a brothel with the consent of the local hoodlums. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, Colin had become a company director of several firms he hoped would help him launder money. The companies have all since been dissolved and Colin was arrested before he had the chance to become the real-life Tony Soprano and take over a waste management company. When David came to be released on parole in April of 2009, he was immediately clear that the authorities would not be giving him a free bus ride back to his old haunts. As part of his licence conditions, he was banned from certain areas of Nottingham, including Bestwood, and from key potential meeting locations, such as the service areas on the M1 motorway. He was to reside at a bail hostel in Northampton until he had proved he was keeping to his terms of the licence. Mr. Gunn launched an appeal against these restrictions, claiming that the licence conditions imposed were unreasonably excessive, disproportionate in their impact upon his family and private life, and were not rationally connected with the reason for why they were imposed, the protection of the public and his rehabilitation. He also argued that the high level of risk assessment on him that led to these licence conditions was not supported by evidence. His appeal, however, was rejected by the High Court. So angered was he that he turned to the Nottingham Evening Post to publicise his plight. "I have been unfairly treated," he said. "I was convicted of drug offences, nothing more, and yet they have marked me as a danger to the public. I think that is completely wrong." He failed to point out that he had been convicted of violence offences in January 1993 and of threats to kill in November 1998, resulting in the jail terms totalling of more than 5 years. He told reporters, "I don't have any grievances against anyone. All I want is to have this ridiculous ban from my home overturned. If I have done anything else wrong, then why won't they arrest me?" He was particularly miffed by an argument that crime would rise if he was allowed back out onto the estate. "That is one thing they keep bringing up to use against me. It is wrong. If it wasn't for us, it could have been out of hand. And we never used the name, the Bestwood Cartel either. You just don't speak to your friends like that." "We were just a group of school friends." He said he had restrictions placed on him that made it difficult for him to see his 6 children and 3 grandchildren, and put forward the unlikely thesis that it was also preventing him from getting a proper job. "I want more access to my kids," he added. "When they told me I was coming to the hostel, I said to them, what is there to stop me from fleeing to Spain? I think that's why they put the curfew on. I really do believe I was better off in prison. I had better access to my kids from there." The fact was, within a few weeks of being out, he'd already hooked up with his old pal Darren Hayden, and the 2 of them were seen together in a Ferrari visiting haunts in Eastwood and enjoying a meal with the former co-defendant Shane Bird, who had been cleared with David of the murder conspiracy charge and who had visited him regularly in prison. David asked associates about a pub in Eastwood which he hoped to take over. However, neither he nor Hayden enjoyed freedom for long. Mr. Hayden was soon back in prison, facing a 7-year sentence after setting up a £1 million amphetamine deal with supplies from associates in Liverpool. The drugs had been stashed away for nearly 2 years, awaiting Mr. Hayden's return from prison. A single fingerprint on the goods and video surveillance was enough to convict him at Nottingham Crown Court in February 2010. As much as David Gunn talked about wanting to shrug off his past, it continued to haunt him. As a result of his appeal to the High Court in April 2009, information came to light about what he and Colin had allegedly been up to in prison. Police had been monitoring both brothers and amassed intelligence on their visitors to Lowdham Prison in David's case and Whitemoor in Colin's case. A submission to the High Court included intelligence from both the prison and police that indicated both brothers were still a danger to the public, and a report from the Public Protection Board, MAPA, the Multi-Agency Public Protection Arrangements, outlined the intelligence they had been presented with. A police representative reported that David Gunn was part of the Gunn crime group and that Colin and David were still working with the crime group from within the prison system, with a particular emphasis on Bestwood. There is intelligence to suggest that Colin is the first in the hierarchy and that David is second or third in command. Anything that happens in Bestwood is attributed to the Gunns. Crime has decreased in the north of the city since their arrest. GBH, abduction, control and supply of drugs, this has all been reduced since the Gunns have been in prison. Community competence has grown on the estate and a sense of normality has returned. Now that it is known that David Gunn will be released, the estate is closing down and there will be an unwillingness to give police any intelligence. Nottinghamshire Police assessed the Gunn organised crime group as being the top threat of harm to the whole community. The court also heard prison security reports dating back to July 2007, which claimed the Gunn brothers were involved in a gang forming, intimidating staff, and had a vast history of drugs, mobile phone history, and were an escape risk. In addition, police had carried out new intelligence assessments in January 2009, which laid bare some of the fears of the authorities. The assessment stated, intelligence suggests that upon his release, Mr. Gunn will resume a position of control within the organised crime group and will settle scores with witnesses and others involved in the trial against him and his brother Colin, and with others who he believes have acted inappropriately whilst David has been in prison. There are individuals who are believed to owe David Gunn, and he will be enforcing those debts upon his release. The Gunns are believed to have a contract out on Michael O'Brien, currently serving life and held responsible by the Gunns for the death of Jamie Gunn. David Gunn has had close ongoing associations with individuals involved in the supply of firearms and Class A drugs, and who are believed to deal on behalf of the Gunn brothers. David Gunn is still receiving an income from his activities, with some of this money being forwarded to him whilst in prison. The report stated that David Gunn was still considered a high risk to the public with regards to firearms and Class A drugs, and came to the conclusion that whilst in prison, David Gunn has continued associating with known criminals and still exercises a significant degree of control within the community. Upon release, it is his intention to make his presence more prominent and reasserting himself. Mr. Gunn, for his part, vigorously denied that he was a gang member or that he had been concerned with gang activity while serving his sentence. He called his risk assessment ill-founded and inaccurate. His lawyer argued that there was insufficient hard evidence to support it, but Mr. Justice Blake, sitting at the Royal Courts in Justice at the Strand, was not swayed. David Gunn also announced his intention to sue Nottinghamshire Police after they mistakenly crushed his 3 Series BMW car, which should have been used as part payment in the £18,000 assets recovery case against him. Police were able to retrieve £8,000 from the sale of jewellery, and the remainder had been due to come from the sale of the now obliterated BMW. But David's decision to go to the media appeared to have backfired. Within weeks of speaking to the Evening Post on the 12th of August 2009, police arrested him at the Bail Hostel in Northampton. He was found with more than £3,000 but was unable to explain where the cash had came from. He was recalled to prison on that basis that he had flagrantly disregarded his curfew and was placed in HMB Ramby, the former army camp at Retford, Nottinghamshire, where he remained until he was shipped out to the Category A prison at Full Sutton, North Yorkshire the following April. The move to ghost him out of Ramby coincided with the reports that an inmate had been scolded on the order of Mr. Gunn, though there had been reports from staff that Mr. Gunn was at risk of being attacked himself. Colin, meanwhile, was also finding that prison life was no holiday camp. In a series of letters sent out from Long Lartin, where he was being held in November 2009, he raged at the authorities' treatment of him, particularly over the prison visits and opening of his mail. "All my visits are in the special room for high-risk visits," he wrote. The high risk is an escape classification, which means there is far more security for me than other Cat A or Cat B prisoners even get. At our visit table, a screw sits almost on it, taking notes of all of our conversations. I'm trying to keep my head down in it. I need to get off the managing challenging behaviour strategy that they put me on. It's not a good look. He also revealed that he was glad that he had been moved from Whitemore, as the regime at Long Lartin was much more relaxed. "I was at Whitemore for 18 months and was relentlessly pursued by the security department, who seemed to think that I was the only criminal in there. My name was put up for anything that went off in there. Assaults, drugs, phones, you name it. All this without one bit of evidence. All intelligence, which we know means they made it up. And the word intelligence means we were never able to see this on paper." Long Lartin was a really good move for me. Things are only going to get worse at Whitemore. Things got so bad for me there. The security department started opening up my legal mail. I took none of this lying down and let my pen become my sword. I had a lot of meetings with the security governor at Whitemore, all along the lines of me being influential and the prison service getting lots of security reports about me. At one stage, 70% of the intel reports involved me. This is absolute crap. It was just a phrase to use to refer to me as their ultimate goal of putting me in isolation. In early October, I had the Mufti squad at my door. Mufti is an acronym for prison officers dressed in riot gear and expert restraint techniques. I was videotaped and taken off to segregation for concerns of bullying. I asked who I'd bullied, and again it came back, intel. At the same time, some Mr. Gunn's family members and associates in Bestwood were raided by the police as part of a money laundering investigation. By now, even the guards at Whitemore appeared to have had enough of Mr. Gunn's name turning up on their intelligence reports. Family and friends had the pigs raiding for money laundering. Coincidence? Yeah, right. Nothing was found. The pigs searched for masses of money and took computers, phones and anything else they could find. Then, on October the 22nd, I was lying on my bed one mid-afternoon and they came in and told me I was moving. As usual, when I move anywhere, it's total secrecy. The whole prison gets locked down, phones turned off, everything. And then I'm on the move, flanked by armed police, helicopters, all overkill. But what do you expect? So now I'm in Long Lartin on the new wing. This is the 3rd time I've been here and about the 20th time I've been moved in the 4.5 years since I've been locked up. Colin signed off the letter in his usual manner. Chin up, chest out, thugs love. One of the reasons Whitemore prison officials had come down on him was because Mr. Gunn's supporters had set up a website for him outside, putting forward his case. He and his supporters viewed this book as a wholesale character assassination which had damaged his credibility. But the publicity the website received in the Nottingham media antagonised people on the outside, including Graham Allen, the MP of Nottingham North, who was outraged that such a prisoner should be allowed a public platform. The website was quickly frozen and Mr. Gunn was refused contact with the individuals who were running it. Nevertheless, he was so pleased that the website had worked. It had more than 15,000 visitors in the short time it was fully active, that he began to think more on the idea of using the internet as a platform to get his message out. In one of his first posts from Long alerting. He was clearly in a cheery mood. Good news from seeing the security governors. He had no problem with me blogging, and it's not illegal to do so. I provided him with all the up-to-date laws on it. Unlike Whitemore, it does not concern them here. By early December 2009, friends of Colin had set up a Facebook page, and had messages began to fly back and forth at such a rate, it was hard to believe he was not responding on a mobile himself. The bulk of the material, however, was undoubtedly being exchanged on prison visits and through the normal mail channels, including further letters which were posted onto the website. On the January the 10th, he had posted a new letter on Facebook which revealed he had spent some time over Christmas brooding over the matters that had left him sat in a cell and feeling bitter about his predicament. I was blamed for most things that went on in Nottingham, and of course without evidence. I have never had a drug charge against me, and my criminal convictions before these convictions was in my younger years. I'm no angel, but I had fuck all to do with the murders, and I aim to show fresh evidence this year. Cannot comment too much, or the letter will be delayed or not sent at all. I admit I'm up against it, but I will never give up in the others out there who I thought were friends and have already given up on me, and I do not hear a thing from people who I honestly thought was friends. It turns out those people have no balls and were mere cowards who sought protection. Rats, they know who they are. I will bump into those people again, I know that. He also had strong words to say about his book and its author. What a joke. Shows what an idiot Carl Fellstrom is. My Gracie could have wrote a better book. What's worse though than Mr. Fellstorm himself was all the gossipers, the people who believed it. Anyone who knows me knows I would never have done any of that shit Mr. Fellstorm wrote about. Anyone who believed it, fuck 'em, rats. I'd love anyone to have the balls to try and say it to my face. Cowards, all chatting shit with a hooter full of Colombians. Still, I suppose it gave the mug something to chat about. In the later years of his criminal life, it was true that Colin Gunn played less of a direct role in the terror that visited upon his enemies. Instead, he directed others to do it. But as the judge in the Sterling's murder trial, Mr. Justice Treacy, put it, to your gang, your word was the law. You would, I am sure, do the same thing all over again if it suited your book. Mr. Gunn was particularly incensed by the implication that he had been helpful to some police officers, and he published letters from Nottinghamshire police that stated categorically that he had never been registered as an informant with them. He failed to mention the informal and covert meetings he had with police officers stretching over a number of years, in which he had sought to manipulate the criminal justice systems to his own advantage with some degree of success. During 2002, a detective constable under surveillance by the Nottinghamshire's anti-corruption unit was seen meeting with Colin Gunn several times. The officer was subsequently questioned under caution, but was never charged with any offence. By Christmas 2009, Mr. Gunn's Facebook page was live and would become, in the opinion of the authorities, dangerous. He accumulated more than 500 Facebook friends in just a few weeks and posted on a regular basis. This was achieved by receiving the hard copy of messages sent to his Facebook page from friends on visits or through the post. He would then write out the messages to be copied back onto the site as he replies. However, it did not appear the speed of the replies indicated in some cases he was replying directly back onto the site, and he was not using intermediaries. In one case, he was replying back to Michael McNee, who was in HMP Franklin in Durham, and at this point, he certainly had access to a mobile phone to send out messages to Facebook. In one exchange between the two men on the 13th of December 2009, Mr. McNee, who was using the name Riley McNee, wrote to Colin, "Yes my pal, hope you're cool, chin up, chest out. You just remember who was the best looking one from Bestwood, and you're the second one by the way bro. Love you mate, Tricky." Mr. McNee even used Facebook to end a relationship with one girl and begin a new one with a young woman who changed her surname to his within a space of a few weeks. Mr. Gunn was also using Facebook to communicate with the Friends of Ours network from Mansfield, the Dawes cartel with whom he had been pally with since the 1970s. One posting from Helen Dawes, wife of the Dawes cartel general John, said, "Hi hun, just a little something to make you chuckle. Heather took out 5 screws, prison officers, yesterday, and Johnny received your letters yesterday. He's doing okay. Love you lots, H." Colin also made contact with Darren Peters, convicted for his part in the police corruption case against Charles Fletcher, who was now free and eager to visit Mr. Gunn in Long Lartin prison. By February 2010, investigations were coming to a startling conclusion that there were hundreds of inmates now using Facebook through mobile phones smuggled into prisons. Other faces mentioned earlier in this documentary were using the network to chat to people on the outside, including Ashley Graham, serving life for the brutal murder of Roy Henry, who was going under the names GZ De Niro and Mr. J. Darren Kirby, a Bestwood cartel runner caught with a huge shipment of ecstasy, went under the name Daz Kirby. Gavin Dawes, jailed for 14 years for the biggest heroin seizure ever in Nottinghamshire, also had access to a mobile phone. Mr. Dawes had joined the Free Colin Gunn Facebook page, and his own post boasted that life was cool inside HMP Loudon, where he joked he had his own ensuite cell, Sky Television and an Xbox. Shortly after this posting, he adopted the surname Beaton, his mother's surname, presumably to avoid detection. The Ministry of Justice was not blind to the problem of prisoners using mobile phones. Years of poor wages for prison staff had led to some officers to go native, taking bribes from prisoners in order to bring in phones, drugs and other contraband. During Nottinghamshire's police Operation Utah into the Guns, a number of prison officers had been identified as having taken bribes from the Bestwood cartel to provide favours, although none was ever charged. Corruption has been a problem which has grown in the prison system in parallel with the growing black market economy. Dealers could expect to get up to 10 times more for drugs inside prison than on the outside. The introduction of mandatory drug tests had led to more prisoners turning away from cannabis towards Class A drugs, which could be flushed out of the system much more quickly. Cannabis sometimes showing up to more than 30 days after being last used. Some prisoners were building up large debts from their addiction to drugs, and would be subjected to bullying and threats, which might even extend to their families on the outside. The nature of the relationship between the prisoner and keeper places staff in a potentially vulnerable position, whereby the tail can wag the dog, resulting in some prison officers being compromised. All these ingredients provided a flourishing organised crime network within the system, where gang leaders could take over the wings of some prisons and not only continue to run their empires on the outside, but also expand their networks to take over the prison community. The upshot of all this in the prison system, which is not only unfit for purpose, but was also creating more criminality. Over the past 5 years, numerous examples have been given of people being sent to prison who had a minor drug issue before they went in, but at the end of their sentence had left with a full-blown Class A addiction. Often these people will be back in the system within a few months as they drift back into a life of crime in order to pay for their addiction, an addiction which they picked up from prison. In one case, a young woman who had been sent to prison for continual shoplifting walked out after 12 months as a substantial heroin addict. Before her fall from grace, Helen had a steady job. Then her marriage broke down and she began to drink too much, eventually getting sacked. Unable to pay her bills or look after her family, she resorted to shoplifting. After her prison sentence, she was desperate to kick her habit, but it had such a grip on her that she not only sank from shoplifting to prostitution, but also began to corrupt other young women, some barely even 16, into her business, and they also became heroin users. Sitting in a squalor of a terrace house in Normanton, Derby, it was profoundly sad listening to her story among these teenagers as she confidently jacked up her veins and tried to kid herself that the following week she was going straight, getting off the smack and getting a proper job. It was a pipe dream and she was soon back in prison. The Facebook site was a fascinating cauldron of information which showed just how Nottinghamshire's criminals and others further afield were connected to each other. Beefs or arguments regularly blew up over the pages between rival gang members all over the country. Nottingham was no exception. On some pages, the colours and bandanas of various gangs were displayed. Red for St Anne's, black for Radford, and blue for Meadows, and green for Snetton. Gang members paraded their homespun philosophies, rapping lines from well-known songs, and often using their street names with acronyms attached to denote which area or stance of life. MPR stood for Money, Power, Respect, or Make Paper Regardless. GWOP stood for George Washington on paper, as in the US dollar. TOPV denoted someone from the Top Valley area. RAD, a member from Radford or NG7. SV, a gang member with affiliation to St Anne's area or Stansville. WFG, the Waterfront Gang, from Meadows or the NG2 area of the city. Snents meant Snenton, and BPG meant base pound gangster from the Basford area of the city. MOB was also a favourite abbreviation, taken from a song by Tupac Shakur, the US rapper gunned down by a LA gang in 1996. The abbreviation denotes money over bitches, meaning money was more important to these wannabe gangsters than the love of a woman. Without money, the street dealer would not be able to keep the babe on his arm. A favourite one-liner, also called, though not exclusively, from Tupac was "Only God can judge me," furthering the idea that they were outside the operation of normal rules of society. The avatars that these young men used on their Facebook pages included the usual suspects: John Wayne, John Gotti, Tony Montana, the Cuban gangster portrayed in Al Pacino's Scarface, Tony Soprano, and Don Corleone from The Godfather. These were fictional characters in the main, yet in the eyes of these young gangsters, they portrayed the values they aspired to. It was apparent that we now had a generation of drug dealers growing up who were so influenced by the gangster rap scene and fictional characters from gangland dramas that they were importing a fake ghetto into their lives, a way of life which in reality existed only in a very limited way. This was the life they had, in part, decided to embrace because they found little of any meaning in the world. Secondly, a young gully or street dealers were not just following the money trail in a random way. Making paper was their ideal, their religion. They personified the purest form of street capitalism. The hoodies were the new entrepreneurs, aggressively taking over drug dealing markets with their commercial, albeit illegal, products. Supply and demand was their mantra, and if necessary, they would use extreme force to dominate those markets. Money was their god, and would lead them to power and ultimately the respect of their peers, something they believed they could only achieve otherwise as a rap artist or a professional footballer. Anyone who got in their way in the pursuit of this dream or dissed their belief was regarded as the enemy. Universally, the Facebook pages within this group of young people showed contempt for the police and rule of law, often backing groups such as I Hate the Police and such. Street life was their world, and there is a different rule of law operated: dog eat dog. Often the commentary of their pages would include shouts on the status updates like "Free all my SV guys," referring to the criminals on the St. Anne's estate who had been locked up. Elsewhere, there would be a few lines about how the feds or snitches were undermining their dealing activities. Homage was paid to firearms, often illustrated by pictures lifted off the internet with an assortment of weapons. In many cases, there were photographs taken on mobile phones of young people in possession of firearms, whether real or replica, in locations in Nottingham. The lingo deployed by many of these youths was often a mix of Jamaican patois and gangster rap, and sometimes bore little relation to the language of their own families in Nottingham. Indeed, some were from white, European and even Asian backgrounds. Nevertheless, they believed this was their voice. Video games like Grand Theft Auto and television dramas such as The Wire were also playing a powerful role in shaping this lost generation in terms of how they perceived the world around them. In effect, the ghetto was now being defined by a fictional world and not a real one, and the danger was that the more the young guns embraced that life, the more likely it was that someone would use a firearm or a blade to make the fictional life they were leading that little bit more real. By January 2010, Colin Gunn's Facebook presence was about to be terminated. Having seen him accumulate more than 550 friends on his own page and another 2,000 on the Free Colin Gunn page, the authorities believed his continued use of this medium was a threat to their efforts to stop his influence within the prison system. On January the 23rd, he wrote what would be his final letter posted onto the site. He was in a cheery mood and he was keen to set the record straight on what had happened to his relationship with Victoria Garforth, his long-term common law wife and mother of his children. Everyone knows me and Victoria fell out and I got rid about a year ago. I had to. I believe Victoria's mental state was suffering. I told her to go and find someone else and she did. I have no problem with all that, just so everyone knows. Nothing was done behind my back. I truly believe that Victoria deserves some happiness. Don't get me wrong, it was a tough decision, but there was nothing there for me or from me. Just clearing that up in case people was wondering why I allowed it. I won't comment on her new fella. I think we all know the dance there. All I'll say is, what a guy. Haha, fuck them. They deserve each other. There's certain rules that have to be kept. and I'm happy for her then. Mysteriously, properties linked to Victoria's relatives and her new fella suffered a number of suspicious fires during 2009 and the early part of 2010. The fires were investigated and confirmed to be arson attacks, but there was no evidence that there was ever linked to Mr. Gunn. Mr. Gunn carried on his missive, looking forward to the inquest of the Sterling's death, and remarking that he hoped for more information that would come to light, which could help him in his appeal against his conviction. He also joked that he wanted more letters from the ladies and asked that they could include photographs as well, as he needed something to work with while alone in his prison cell. But it was the final lines of his letter which would land him once more in the front pages of the national newspaper. "I'm sound though, strong as fuck, plodding on," he wrote. "I will be home one day, and I can't wait to see the look in certain people's eyes and see the fear of me being there. Those no good to have done nothing for me. Of course, I won't do anything to these people. I'm too nice of a man. A look would do. Till next time, then I will enlighten you as to the behaviour of certain individuals. To a little plan I executed a while back, suckers. Chin up, chest out, thugs love, Colin." Whether his bitterness had got the better of him, or whether he intended the words to be taken as a joke among cartel members, they were sized up upon as evidence, as he was intending to take some sort of revenge. On January the 31st, the Sunday Times published a story about it. Justice Secretary Jack Straw quickly became involved and negotiated a rapid response from the owners of Facebook in the United States to get the pages shut down immediately, without any recourse to the complicated laws which govern such material over the internet and which would otherwise have taken weeks to resolve. "We have made requests to Facebook to remove 30 prisoners' sites, and they have responded positively to removing the sites without one single refusal. Within 48 hours, it will be done," said Mr. Straw. "It's unlawful and against the prison rules." Mr. Gunn was reportedly fuming, not least because, in the aftermath of his exposure of the story, the prison's governor decided that he must also lose any privileges he had accumulated and should be placed in segregation without access to private phone calls. Michael McNee's site was taken down too, but within a week he was back, having taken over the Facebook profile which belonged to his mother. The authorities had been considering the cell phone problem for some time, as well as other pieces of technology such as gaming consoles, which provided a capability for communication with the outside world. In 2008 alone, prison staff in the UK seized more than 4,000 mobile phones and SIM cards, which had been smuggled in for the prisoners. In August 2006, power that such phones gave to prisoners became evident when 19-year-old Liverpool gang member Liam Smigger Smith visited a friend's at Outcourse Prison on the Merseyside. Mr. Smith, a member of the Strang Gang from Norris Green, had a verbal spat with inmate Ryan Lloyd, a member of the rival Cockstuff crew, in the visiting area. When visiting time ended, Mr. Smith left the prison, but not before Mr. Lloyd, who was on remand for firearms offences, made a call from an illicit phone to summon his crew to Outcourse. Within 40 minutes, Mr. Smith had been shot in the back of the head at point blank range outside the prison gates. Mr. Lloyd, also 19, and 4 other young men were subsequently convicted for their part in the murder. In May 2009, Bill Hughes, the Director General of the Serious Organised Crime Agency, expressed concern that some gang leaders were also using game consoles to pass on coded messages in forums. Prisoners, he said, had also been using the consoles to charge up the contraband mobile phones. An officer working at the prison in the northwest of England said that the contraband culture was an epidemic where he was working. "On the wing I've been working on, the prisoners don't even try to hide it," he said. "They can get pretty much anything in there, and the officers just turn a blind eye to it, even though there is also information about the packages coming in. Some evenings, when you're doing the rounds, you can hear mobile phones ringing and the smell of cannabis. It's that obvious, but no one says anything, because they all just want a quiet life." In May 2010, a government study concluded that there was as many as 1 in every 10 prison officers were corruptly accepting money to help gangsters flood prisons with drugs and mobile phones. The report from the Police Exchange think tank cited prisons in Nottingham, Liverpool, Birmingham and Manchester, among others, as having acute corruption problems and said that 85% of inmates interviewed found it easy to get hold of drugs. The authorities changed tactic and announced that they were considering a signal blocking technology. By the beginning of 2010, 3 prisoners had been picked for trial to see if the technology could be introduced without having an impact on people about going their normal business with mobile phones near the perimeter of the prison. At the time of this, there was also a plan to roll out the program nationwide. Colin Gunn, meanwhile, had been forced back into the old snail mail routine of handwritten letters, hoping that sensitive material sent through his legal channels as privileged documents would not be opened by the prison security unit. His flirtation with the internet was over for now, and 2010 was looking like a bad year for him in other ways. News had reached him that in early March, his close friend within the gang, Luke Scriven, had hung himself while on day release from prison after a bust-up with his estranged wife. Mr. Gunn organised to help for the family for the funeral from his prison cell, along with a personal message of condolence placed in the Nottingham Evening Post. Indeed, there have been a number of tragedies on the Bestwood estate in the preceding 12 months, including the death of Stuart Loans, stabbed at a party by a 22-year-old Robbie Maffer, who was at the time the boyfriend of Laura Gunn, David's daughter. Mr. Maffer received an 8-year sentence for manslaughter in May 2010. Jack Gunn, Colin's 18-year-old son, was arrested after being involved in an incident in September 2009 in which an 18-year-old was stabbed by members of the Raiders gang from Top Valley. A subsequent trial at Nottingham Crown Court resulted in Jack being convicted but walking free because the time he had served whilst awaiting on trial was enough to cover the 12-month sentence he received for the violence disorder. He was sentenced by Judge Dudley Bennett, who told him, "I think to some extent you were taken advantage of because of the notoriety of your father. I'm satisfied you had no idea about this night." Colin, who had predicted his son would be home by March in letters to his friends some 2 months earlier, was happier with the result. However, by that same March, Colin had been told to pack his bags once more for a return to HMP Belmarsh. He told his friends he was glad to be out of Long Lartin, but the travel distance to Woolwich would inevitably mean fewer visitors. There was no appeal in sight, despite all the bragging, and the inquest into the death of the Sterlings would not deliver anything that questioned the case against him. His supporters continued to be overly optimistic, blind to the overwhelming evidence against the big man. Their Free Colin Gunn page carried on until it was deemed to have breached Facebook rules on offensive content, though the only thing of offence on the site appeared to be pictures of Colin Gunn posting bare-chested against the bonnets of various top-of-the-range cars bearing the Gunny number plate. Facebook took down the page in May 2010. On the day, it announced its response to privacy invasion fears among users, but it re-emerged the following day under the name of the supporters of Colin Gunn. Mr. Gunn's Category A status continued to be questioned by his supporters, but it was appearing increasingly likely that his 30-plus year future staring at walls of a prison cell had all but been cemented. Bernard Langton and Rhys Staples had much in common. Though not friends, they had crossed paths amicably in their home city. Both shared a passion for football. Both were fathers of 2 young children, and, according to those close to them, both were rarely without a smile. On the 25th of May 2009, these 2 young men from Nottingham were 5,300 miles apart, but both were about to make fatal decisions that would lead to the same tragic destination. 27-year-old Mr. Langton, known as Nad, was cheeky, an outgoing young man who made his money as a medium-level drug dealer, mainly running a string of houses producing hydroponically grown cannabis. Originally from the city of Liverpool, he made his way to Nottingham, living in Lenton and the Bulwell areas of the city. He had a partner, Nadine, and 2 young children. He had been in trouble with the law in July 2004, serving 4 months in prison after running down and killing 59-year-old pedestrian Kevin Kent on his Yamaha motorbike and fleeing the scene. He eventually handed himself in when his conscience got the better of him. Mr. Langton enjoyed clubland to the full, and it was no surprise that in the early hours of the hot bank holiday weekend, he decided to visit a newly opened venue in the city's lace market called Paris, formerly known as Geisha, to finish off what had been a banging night out. It was about 1:45 AM in Nottingham, and the neon-lit streets still held an abundance of promise for young clubgoers who knew there was no work to get up for on Monday morning. Some of Mr. Langton's companions mentioned that Paris might be full of people that they had an ongoing beef with. Nad shrugged. He was up for a good night out, not trouble. He had his knife on him just in case. He walked in, nodding to the doorman. They didn't dare search him. On the other side of the world, in the quiet Costa Rican coastal town of Talamanca, it was 6:45 p.m. 19-year-old Rhys Staples, nicknamed Doubler, had ditched a promising football career in Nottingham. Now he was thousands of miles from home and planning to make a purchase of high-grade crack cocaine. He had told friends he was taking his girlfriend, Kylie, on a Caribbean holiday, but he was here to make a deal. He would buy enough crack that, once it was cut for sale, would bring in around £27,000. It still had to be transported back to the UK, but Rhys knew what had to be done. It had all been planned before he had set foot in Costa Rica. Although he would not be the primary recipient of any profits, others who had brought the plane tickets for him would see to that and keep the wolves from the door. Sure, the pressure pulsated through his body and his heart beat faster when he thought about what he was doing, but that was all part of the game. Besides, he chuckled to himself, when he was done, he could dine out for weeks telling his friends about the smuggling vacation adventures. Back at the Paris nightclub, Nad was clocked by a number of people as he walked in. Many hollered to him, but there were others lurking who had a history of Mr. Langton and his friends. It went back to an incident several years earlier when a friend of Mr. Langton's had been shot in the back near the city's Showcase Cinema. One of those who had a beef with him, Alex James, now pushed his way through the teeming club. Without warning, Mr. James struck Mr. Langton over the head with a champagne bottle. Mr. Langton reacted instinctively, pulling out his knife and stabbing Mr. James in the leg. Someone close by then whipped out a handgun and fired off 2 shots. People screamed, "Get down, somebody's got a gun." Friends of Mr. James, seeing the blood running from his leg wound and hearing the gun discharge, thought he had been shot. Even as the people began running from the upstairs bar down the stairs onto the street, an armed police response unit was being sent to the scene. Among the crowd was 34-year-old Dion Griffin, a braggart who had situated himself in the gangster life for 2 decades. Mr. Griffin was a mid-level drug dealer, always looking to step up and leave his mark. He had been convicted previously in Operation Opal, which had focused on dealers being used by the Bestwood cartel, and had also been suspected of ordering a number of shootings in the past. In one case, a 27-year-old man from the Applesby area had displeased Mr. Griffin and was kidnapped outside the Lord Nelson pub. The victim was beaten and tortured for 3 hours, and then, whilst pleading for his life, was shot several times and left for dead on Moore Road. The man, who police say was very lucky to be alive, managed to crawl to a telephone box and dial 999. When medics arrived, they were kept back for several minutes whilst armed officers quizzed the victim about who carried out the shooting. Such was their belief that he would not survive. Whilst there was little doubt that Mr. Griffin had ordered the kidnap and the shooting, he had distanced himself enough to avoid being charged. Now, in the early hours of May the 25th, Mr. Griffin cemented his notoriety. He summoned Anthony Tony Tirado, his personal enforcer. Mr. Tirado was armed with a handgun and pulled out a pair of black gloves. Together, they went searching for Vernon Langton, working their way through the Paris club as people spilled out onto the street. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Tirado, and an associate from Birmingham went outside and spotted Mr. Langton with blood streaming from his head wound, walking, then trotting down the street. Still thinking Mr. Langton might be armed, Mr. Tirado hid behind a pillar, then walked out onto the street again as Mr. Griffin ordered him to take him down from 20 meters. The sound of 4 gunshots erupted, and Mr. Langton was hit twice in the back as he fled down Pilcher Gate. He staggered before tumbling down a set of stairs near the Picture and Piano pub and the living room restaurant. Mr. Griffin and his cohorts fled. Armed police and ambulances, already summoned to Paris, arrived to find that stabbing victim Alex James had been put in the car by his friends, arriving at the Queen's Medical Centre at 2:18 a.m. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Tirado and others, in another car, made their way to the hospital to check on the condition of Mr. James, arriving at 2:22 a.m. But in the city centre, paramedics arriving at the Lace Market were not given immediate access to Mr. Langton because the incident was still considered live and no one knew if the gunman was still around. By 2:35 a.m, Mr. Langton was finally on his way to the QMC, already unconscious. His ambulance drove to the accident and emergency bay of the hospital at 2:45 a.m, followed by a police van, only to be met by a distinctly unwelcoming crew led by Mr. Griffin. They were intent on preventing the young man getting into the hospital for treatment. Even as Mr. Langton was taking his last breaths, Mr. Griffin stood at the centre of the group, screaming at the paramedics and the security staff at the hospital. "I hope you're dead. If he comes out, we'll finish him off. He's gonna die. He's not coming in here." 8 minutes elapsed before staff could get Mr. Langton into the hospital, but by then it was too late. He was officially declared dead just before 3 a.m. In Costa Rica, Reese Staples was having problems confirming his flight to the UK. He was also trying to judge the right time to swallow the crack cocaine he and Kylie had brought. When the couple eventually arrived back at Luton Airport on June the 5th, they were greeted at the airport by a man who had sent them on their mission, Stanley Leach, a Jamaican national living on the Broxtowe estate. Mr. Leach was married, but was having an affair with Kylie and clearly had some kind of hold over her to demand that the pair become drug mules for him. Reese insisted that he take the risks and swallow all the drugs himself. The 22 pellets of crack had been secured in cut-off fingers of latex gloves, which were then sealed with wax and wrapped in cling film. The disruptive stages of the flight back to the UK meant that Reese had to re-swallow some of the packages he had swallowed 25 hours earlier, but nevertheless, he and Kylie walked unhindered through the customs at Luton Airport. Reese was able to give Mr. Leach 3 of the cocaine packets he had excreted, but constipating agents he had taken to make sure the drugs did not pass through his body too quickly meant that a further 19 packets remained inside him. The day after arriving back, Reese was on the streets around Radford and Basford on his home turf. He didn't feel very well. He told Kylie he suspected some of the drugs were now leaking into his body and said that he thought he might be dying. Desperation began to boil over him, and in the early hours of June the 7th, he was picked up by a routine police patrol in the Basford area of suspicion of causing criminal damage to a car. At 1:15 a.m, he was arrested and taken to Oxclose Lane Police Station, where he was placed in a cell. What took place during the next 3 hours is still not clear, but at 5 a.m, officers in the custody suite area were alerted that their prisoner was suffering some sort of seizure in his cell. Like Bernard Langton, Reese Staples died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Nottinghamshire police, in line with policy of deaths in custody, immediately called the Independent Police Complaints Commission to investigate whether any of their officers had failed in their duties. The outpouring of grief among those who had known Reese was overwhelming. More than 4,000 people signed up to a Facebook page in tribute to him, and hundreds attended his funeral, many wearing t-shirts emblazoned with his smiling face. Few could understand what had led a 19-year-old away from his path as a promising young footballer to become a drug mule. Unfortunately, part of the answer was there in the double lives being led by many young people in the deprived inner cities. The aspiration these youngsters had set themselves were often so unrealistically high, a lucrative career in football, music and modelling, that when these dreams were dashed away, they saw few options other than becoming a drug dealer or living a gang life. Reese Staples had first come to prominence in 2004 when, as a 15-year-old from the city's Trinity School, he played for Nottingham Forest under-16s and then signed for their rivals Notts County. It wasn't long before Premiership clubs lined up at the Meadow Lane to secure the signature of the surging, goal-scoring midfielder. He was potentially the best thing to come out of the club since Jermaine Pennant, who went on to play for Arsenal, Leeds United and Liverpool. Manchester United, who had been on the receiving end of Reese's talents when he was with Nottingham Forest, won the race to sign him, ahead of Aston Villa and Blackburn Rovers, after he was impressed on a trial. But things did not work out at Old Trafford, and less than a year later, Reese was on his way back to Nottingham. He returned to the Forest Youth Academy and was given the number 34 shirt of the full squad. By 2006, he seemed back on track with the Forest youth team, regularly turning up for key performances, which helped take him through to the 5th round of the FA Young Cup, and during the 2007 and 2008 season to a 15-match unbeaten run. But it appeared he had two personalities. There was Reese, the promising young footballer, and then there was Doubler, the Radford gang member, wearing his black bandana and drinking brandy. In the early hours of New Year's Day 2007, as Doubler, he was involved in a mass fight at a private party at the Variety Club in Radford. 3 people, including Reese, suffered serious stab wounds. He was rushed to the QMC by friends, who acted quickly enough to save his life. The violence he suffered that night seemed to sap his self-confidence. He continued with Nottingham Forest throughout 2007 and 2008, but his head was somewhere else. In October 2008, he was released by them and snapped up by a town league team, Carlton FC. Away from the pressure of professional football, Reese's confidence and passion for the game returned, but he could not stop Doubler dragging him back into the gully life that cracked in the streets around him. It was no different for Bernard Langton. Both were victims of a lifestyle which, if they had the strength of mind, they would surely have wished to escape. Instead, they were lured to their end by the intoxicating draw of another life, gambling on the promise of street credibility and financial security. Both men would be remembered by those closest for the smiles and the brightness they beamed into others in their short lives. But there was also the terrible legacy of sadness they left, that of unfulfilled hopes, and not least, the unfortunate situation that 2 sets of children would now have to grow up not knowing their dads. In May 2010, the individuals identified by the police as playing part in pulling Reese Staples back into the ghetto were jailed at Nottingham Crown Court. Stanley Leach, 38, was sentenced to 5 years and 3 months for conspiring to import and supply crack cocaine. Kylie Hodgson, 24, who had a child by Reese, was sentenced to 3 years after admitting to importing the drug, which police estimated would have been worth up to £27,000. The 135 grams of high-grade coke that made up the shipment was not a large amount and may have just been a test run in preparation for regular excursions. The authorities seemed to be perplexed as anyone about why Mr. Staples chose drugs over football. Judge Milmo, QC, said it's impossible to work out why a lad of 19 who spent time with Nottingham Forest Academy got involved, to put it bluntly, in drug smuggling. Bernard Langton's death was the first gun fatality in Nottingham in 3 years, since the killing of 17-year-old Nathan Williams in September 2006. Drug dealer Courtney Hunt, aged 21, was later jailed for life for shooting Mr. Williams through the heart in the Meadows Bridgeway shopping precinct after a teenager had taunted him for being fat. The introduction of airport-style scanners at the entrance to some of the city's clubs offered reassurance to some, but there were criticism from the owners that it had been put there to put people coming to their club. The fact was that gang members were increasingly treating clubs as their own offices and extended cribs. Questions were rightly being asked about how 2 people had managed to enter the clubs that night carrying firearms. One club, plagued by gun problems on the outskirts of the city, had its license revoked after testimony from the police that the licensee had been cleaning up evidence after one particular clash in which a car was shot up. It did not take police long to arrest those responsible for Bernard Langton's death, thanks largely to the CCTV footage from the outside of Queen's Medical Centre and around the Lace Market, which had caught the flashes of the gun being fired. 8 people, including Dion Griffin and Anthony Trinidado, were arrested. Their trial got underway at Birmingham Crown Court on May 2010, with experienced QC Peter Joyce leading the prosecution. The full scale of the terror visited upon Nottingham that evening emerged in what was described by the judge as something akin to the Wild West. One of the 4 shots fired by Mr. Trinidado had gone through the window of a pub, hitting the optics behind the bar. It was only by luck that no passing revellers were gunned down that night. The court heard how Mr. Griffin had a hold over Mr. Trinidado, appealing to the younger man's perverse ambitions to become a fully fledged gangster. Mr. Griffin's word was law to Mr. Trinidado, who was more than happy to carry out the demands of his ego-fueled boss. The evening after the shooting, the 2 of them had fled to Skegness, where Mr. Griffin, like Colin Gunn, kept the caravan for holding up. After a couple of days, Mr. Tirado was feeling the heat, not least because Skegness was full of people from Nottingham. He sent Mr. Griffin a text saying, "Ask what time I'm getting off. It's flaming here." Mr. Griffin replied with a calculated coldness of a man who had been there before. "No drama," he texted Mr. Tirado. "Just chill, no more text." Shortly after, a third man, Andrew Pleasance, aged 39, organised £100 town for a taxi for Mr. Tirado to disappear down to Gloucester, where he intended to hide out. Despite dumping more than 10 mobile phones they had used before and after the murder, the three were convicted on the basis of CCTV footage and the ability of the police to forensically map the signal movements through mobile phone masts and calls made between the missing phones. After a trial lasting more than 6 weeks, the jury found Mr. Griffin and Mr. Tirado, who both lived in the Top Valley area, guilty of murder. Mr. Pleasance was found guilty of assisting an offender and was sentenced to 4 years. The jury failed to reach a verdict on the third man from Birmingham who was accused of murder, sentencing Mr. Griffin and Mr. Tirado to life with a minimum of 28 years each. Mrs. Justice Sharp said the scenes at the hospital were utterly disgraceful. She added, "This was nothing less than a cold-blooded execution motivated by revenge. Innocent passerbys could easily have been struck by a stray bullet, and the public could have been caught up by something that resembled something from the Wild West." After the case, Mr. Langdon's mother, Christina, recalled upon her son's good nature. "I really miss his cheeky smile," she said. "He was always laughing and had a very bubbly character. He liked to make all of us laugh and was a brilliant dad. His daughter was only one when he died. He would always be spending time with his son, going to the park and taking him to the cinema. It's hard to believe he's gone, and they will have to grow up without him. People who did this have taken away my son from me and ruined my life. Everyone needs to wake up and know what's going on around them, and to understand gun crime devastates families." One man, who is not featured in this documentary yet, remains one of the most powerful organised crime figures in Nottingham. For legal reasons, we shall call him the Taxman. The Taxman is a legend in his own right, controlling the money end of drug dealing throughout the East Midlands. He also has legitimate business interests stretching across the country. Many drug dealers who need collateral for the products they need to smuggle into the UK will go to the Taxman for funding. It is a profitable route for them if they believe they can turn around their drugs quickly to beat his extortionate interest rates. If their shipment gets busted, they know what to expect. They may be in debt to the Taxman for the rest of their life. The Taxman prefers his borrowers not to pay up in full, so the bills keep going up along with the interest. He is known to take protection money when business executives come to him seeking help after being pursued by other crooks. On one occasion, a businessman who was being threatened by the Bestwood cartel approached the Taxman to sort it out, saying he was not prepared to pay the cartel, but would pay the Taxman if he could deal with it. Taxman said it would cost a couple of grand to do it, and, true to form, the matter was sorted. The businessman was not aware that the Taxman had split the money with the Bestwood cartel. The Taxman had business dealings with other villains such as Wayne Hardy, Dave Francis, and members of the Dawes cartel. He was probably worth in the region of £50 million. Most of all is the climate of fear that he generates, and not his wealth, which enables the Taxman to consolidate his power. Police have questioned him several times, but have never managed to nail him. He has the ability to slip from their grasp every time. On one occasion, National Crime Squad detectives came close after they stumbled across what they believed was a multi-million-pound money laundering exercise. It involved a major land development that went bust after large amounts of money had been invested, not least several £1,000,000 of his. At least, that's what the paperwork showed. Detectives believed that in reality, he was probably losing money that had come into him in cash from trade in illegal products. After the 2-year investigation sifting through all the financial records for the deal, they had enough, they believed, to put a file together for the Crown Prosecution Service. It was not enough for the lawyers, and because no one was willing to talk, they didn't have a case. Taken over companies which have been about to go to the wall, owing him money, and he has used these companies to launder some of his illegal millions. The wall of silence that pervades his everyday work means that he can go about it safe in the knowledge that it is highly unlikely that anyone will squeal on him or be able to get close enough to hurt him. Other major factors that prevents the law enforcement agencies getting close to him is that he has friends in the police. The Taxman has a number of former police officers who he can call upon for help, and some of them have even gone to work for him. One senior officer said, "I'm getting sick and tired of losing officers," and then the following day I find out that they have gone to work for him, the Taxman. It often means that he is aware whether we are snooping around him, and he can then adapt to any investigation and close up any chinks in his armory. He is able to legitimately have large amounts of cash going through his books at any one time, and that is the kind of business that drug dealers like best of all. It means that they can wash the money and it cannot be traceable without an extremely determined investigation. The taxman also knows that senior police officers are loath to sanction any major investigations into him for fear of failing and falling foul of expensive lawyers he can afford to hire. He is well respected and known by almost all the major villains in Nottingham, and by many legitimate businessmen as well. He does not overtly display his wealth, but lives comfortably with his wife and children just a few miles from the city in a house worth £750,000. He also resolves disputes such as problems between rival criminal gangs, and has a huge influence with the criminal traveller community. On one occasion, a man charged with killing a member of a travelling community was under threat after a court case against him collapsed. He went to see the taxman to sort it out, otherwise he would be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. The dispute was resolved, but for 12 months the man was forced to carry out money collecting duties for the taxman, visiting poor families who had been so desperate they had to borrow money and had fallen behind with the payments. The authorities continued to keep a close check on the taxman, and he was arrested again in the spring of 2008 after a major drugs trial involving members of the Doors cartel was being prepared. The Serious Organised Crime Agency wanted to question him about transactions with Gary Hardy and the business partner of John and Rob Dawes. They believe Mr. Hardy sent him money for the sale of drugs in the city nightclubs. The taxman had already given officers from soccer his explanation and they went on their way. He remains as elusive as ever. No sooner had the police dealt with John Dawes than they had begun to set their sights on Mr. Hardy. He had been spotted at the scene of a drugs deal involving Mr. Dawes, and police suspicions grew that he was a senior member of the Doors cartel. On the 23rd of May 2005, Operation Normality was about to be brought to its conclusion with the arrest of John Dawes, with a decision having been made to arrest Mr. Dawes at the earliest opportunity. Undercover police officers followed Mr. Dawes diligently that day. They knew Mr. Dawes had a meeting that day to pick up some money, but they were not sure who would be turning up at the liaison. Mr. Dawes hung around at the junction of the Sutton Ashfield town centre until a black Porsche appeared at high speed. It stopped at the junction long enough for John Dawes to get into the passenger seat. Gary Hardy was the driver. A plastic bag, which it later transpired contained £14,000 in cash, was handed over to Mr. Dawes by Mr. Hardy, who promptly sped off in his Porsche without looking back. The police officers had been given no instruction as to what to do as far as Mr. Hardy was concerned, so they let him go. Mr. Dawes was arrested with the money. In interviews later, Mr. Dawes refused to admit that Mr. Hardy was the man in the car who had given him the money. Safe to say that the money was for Apex Windows. Mr. Hardy was, on the face of it, a successful businessman with his company, Apex Windows, showing off more than £1 million in assets and enjoying ever-increasing profits. He was also the former chairman of the local football side, Eastwood Town FC. Mr. Hardy went on trial in June 2008, along with his brother Paul and his mother June Mears, accused of conspiring to supply heroin, cocaine, amphetamines and cannabis. Also accused was Carl Busby, who faced money laundering allegations. The trial was held under the tightest security ever seen at Nottingham Crown Court, with a large amount of police cars carrying secret witnesses under the protection programme, one of whom was Jonathan Guest, one of the gang's lieutenants. The witnesses were ferried in and out, flanked by the police motorcycle riders and a helicopter which brought traffic to a standstill at the beginning and the end of every court day. Mr. Guest had pleaded guilty in 2002 to conspiracy to supply amphetamines and cannabis, and possessing £150,000 worth of heroin. He was still serving his 12-year sentence in 2006 when he decided to approach a solicitor in London and then got in touch with Crime Stoppers from prison. He spoke to Notts Police in November 2006. Mr. Guest told the courtroom how he was kidnapped and moulded into an organisation, sent on drug runs and left in charge of amphetamines factory in Colwick. The former university student became involved in the drugs trade over an unpaid business loan to Rob Dawes. He told how Mr. Dawes had pointed a gun at his head because he could not sell the Range Rover to pay off the debt. Mr. Guest then became desperate, stole one of his grandparents' cheques and wrote it out for £15,000 to give to the man. Mr. Dawes told Mr. Guest the cheque had better not bounce, as he was going to put it through a car dealership in Kirkby and Ashfield belonging to Gary Hardy. When the cheque did bounce, Mr. Guest knew he was in deep trouble and his debt continued to increase. As the problem developed, I ended up taking more money from my grandparents to pay off the debt, Mr. Guest told the court. I believe it was £40,000 in total. That was just a figure they came up with. I was in debt to them, they owned me. Returning from a holiday, Mr. Guest knew Mr. Dawes would be waiting for him. They took me away in a car. I spent 6 months in an attic, in a house more or less under lock and key. Mr. Dawes would also pick up Mr. Guest from the house and use him as a bar prop, ordering him to get drinks at the bar and then taking him back to the house. As their trust grew in Mr. Guest, he was given a Renault Clio and trusted to deliver cash, sometimes to Rob Dawes and sometimes to John Dawes, in bundles of £1,000 notes. On one occasion, I was asked to go to London with a holdall. I believe it had £100,000 in it. Mr. Guest often used to meet drug contacts on the motorway junctions. He would be given their name and a description of their cars, and was ordered to make a quick cash exchange. He also started delivering drugs to Matlock, where he would be told to go to a car park of a garden centre. A man in a Toyota pickup truck would oversee the exchange. His soldiers came on motorbikes and collected the drugs off me and drove off at bikes on speed, said Mr. Guest. It was literally pass the drugs to the person on the motorbike with his visor down. Mr. Guest had first met Gary Hardy in the Devonshire Arms in Sutton and Ashfield. Mr. Guest came to believe that Mr. Hardy was one of the 3 drug generals operating in the area. Each would receive £8,000 from the £40,000 that 1 kilo of heroin would bring to the streets. Mr. Guest, who would hide the heroin in buckets in the ground in the woodland, said he was collecting a kilo every 7 to 10 days. Gary Hardy had also held a drug dealer's lottery for a Mercedes car that he owned. 30 tickets were sold for £1,000 each, and among those who brought one each were David and Colin Gunn. The winner was determined by the bonus pool number each week on the national lottery. The trial heard how Mr. Hardy was one of the 3 generals of the Dawes cartel. Witnesses who had been part of the gang told how they were often asked to keep watch over a lorry trailer containing cocaine worth up to £30 million and hundreds of kilos of amphetamines and cannabis. Mr. Hardy himself had a fleet of luxury cars, which could not have come from his legitimate business dealings. Richard Latham QC, prosecuting, said, "Gary Hardy, we suggest, for at least 10 years leading up to the arrest on the January 4th, 2007, was a major player in the drug scene in Nottingham and the north of Nottingham. He had a cash-rich lifestyle, a stable of hugely expensive cars, Porsches, Ferraris and Mercedes, and he bought and sold properties, and his children were educated privately. To the outside world, he had a legitimate source of funding for his lifestyle. He was a director of a number of companies, but the companies were not successful and incapable of paying for his everyday expensive lifestyle. In August 2008, after a 3-month trial, the jury came back with its verdicts against Mr. Hardy. The 45-year-old was found guilty of conspiracy to supply heroin and amphetamines. Nottingham Crown Court also convicted him of money laundering and possession of criminal property. His mother, June Mears, aged 66, of Pearl Avenue, Kirkby and Ashfield, was found guilty of conspiracy to supply amphetamines and conspiracy to supply cannabis, and his 47-year-old brother, Paul, was found guilty of conspiracy to supply heroin, amphetamines, cannabis resin, and possession of criminal property. Paul Hardy's girlfriend, Zoe Chapman, 29, of Willow Avenue, Kirkby and Ashfield, was convicted of conspiracy to supply amphetamines. Carl Busby was cleared of money laundering charges. Gary Hardy was jailed for 20 years, Paul Hardy for 12 years, Mrs. Mears for 3 years, and Mrs. Chapman for 3.5 years. Before Gary Hardy was led away, still maintaining his jovial facade he had throughout the proceedings, Judge Henry Morrison told him, "Those who deal in drugs are dealing misery to addicts. Heroin has a devastating impact on their addicts, their family and society. You dealt in large quantities of heroin and amphetamines and made large sums of money. It was easy profits for you, but it also means a long sentence. However, you are not in the same league as John Dawes. You will serve 20 years in prison." In August 2008, 2 more Dawes cartel members were jailed. Gavin Dawes, a 30-year-old cousin of John and Rob, was jailed for 15 years for involvement with a £14 million heroin consignment found in a garage in Ruddington, just outside of Nottingham. Nottingham Crown Court heard how Mr. Dawes was laundering at least £1 million a month for his cousins. Fellow gang member Brian Peck was jailed for 12.5 years after both men pleaded guilty. It followed a joint investigation by Soccer and the Nottinghamshire police. The haul included 65 kilos of heroin, 89,000 ecstasy tablets, and 10 kilos of amphetamine, and had been stored in the garage by Peck. Assets recovery investigators, however, failed to locate all the millions which the Dawes cartel had earned in their drug dealing. After the hearing at Southwark Crown Court in September 2008, Judge Michael Pert placed an assets recovery order of just £355,000 on John Dawes, concluding that although it was accepted during the court proceedings that Mr. Dawes had made over £8 million during the course of his criminal activities, most of the assets could not be located. Another trial linked to the seizure of the heroin in Ruddington revealed that, at a conservative estimate, at least £1 million in cash was being washed every month by the cartel. A doctor from Leicester, Mohammed Aziz, was convicted after helping Gavin Dawes wash the fruits of drug dealing through a series of money transfers at the exchange bureaus. Police discovered that Mr. Aziz's phone was hot with texts confirming regular cash transactions of £150,000, which were often heavily coded or encrypted. Mr. Aziz, who was codenamed Spack by the gang, was trapped when the police discovered a ledger of transactions in Mr. Dawes' car, which implicated Mr. Aziz. Along with a number of others involved, he received 3 years jail time. In January 2009, another one-time associate of the Dawes cartel, who had built up his own drug smuggling operation, was caught by Dutch police as part of a British-led operation. Anthony Spencer, a 61-year-old career criminal from Coventry, had spent 40 years of his adult life behind bars, but was still organising shipments of amphetamines and cannabis to Britain. Soccer and the Dutch monitored his Midlands-based gang and bugged mobile telephones as they talked in code about the product being moved from Amsterdam to the UK. They used words such as garden work and green paint for cannabis, paperwork for money, and DVDs, CDs or film for synthetic drugs such as amphetamines. They also used words such as horse and jockey to discuss when drugs were being transported or when the couriers were arriving or leaving. As Mr. Spencer made one more trip to finalise the details of the shipment, armed Dutch officers moved in on him and the drugs stored in the farmhouse just outside of Amsterdam. During Mr. Spencer's trials, details emerged of the technologies now being used by organised crime. Mr. Spencer's defence team presented the trial judge with a skeleton argument claiming that a roving bug had been utilised by the Dutch at the request of Soccer, and planned to argue that the intercept of the evidence gained was inadmissible. Dutch investigators and telecommunication experts were flown into the UK in preparation to defend the intercept evidence. Under the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, which governs surveillance and eavesdropping in the UK, telephone intercepts materials is inadmissible as evidence in the British court unless it is recorded overseas, and then only with proper authority of that foreign state. Telephone bugs usually intercept audible material while a phone call is in progress, but anomalies in the material received by defence barristers in the Spencer case indicated that the police were able to record conversations taking place even when a call did not appear to be in progress. In a legal argument to the trial judge, defence barrister Charles Benson QC stated, "We are aware that a different technology now exists, known among other things as a roving bug. This enables a prospective eavesdropper to access the headset of the telephone in question and use it as a transmitter or a microphone, whether or not the call is actually in progress. Indeed, any conversation within some 10 feet of the handset thus can be overheard." Mr. Benson alerted the trial judge to one conversation between Anthony Spencer and a member of the gang, which had purportedly been bugged by the Dutch authorities when both men are known to be in England. However, despite having flown in Dutch telecommunication experts in preparation to defend the use of the bugs. Late guilty pleas were accepted by the prosecution, which meant the issue was not debated in open court. Mr. Benson's proposition to the trial judge, and one which was accepted as a wholly possible by security experts, was that the mobile phone can be connected by remotely infecting it with a piece of software, either by text message or other message not visible to the target. The method had been considered urban myth until in 2006, a court application made by the FBI in a case against two mafia families revealed that the roving bugs were being used in the United States. In 2009, the US National Security Agencies voiced their fears that the European-based terrorists and organised criminals had been turning to Skype software, which allows phone calls to be made over the internet as a way of thwarting the state eavesdropping. Mobile telephones, unlike personal computers, have no firewalls, making them easy targets for the implanting of rogue software through text or other means. The technology has been available for a number of years, and to my knowledge, was first used by the FBI against mafia targets, one security expert said. Basically, if you have the phone number and the IMEI number, the International Mobile Equipment Identity number, of the target, and you have the collaboration of the phone network service providers, a piece of software can be installed which turns the mobile phone to a roving microphone, or as a roving bug as it is known. The software can be installed physically or remotely without the knowledge of the target. The software can then be used to trigger the phone as a mic at will or by the voice activation, so you can not only hear two sides of the conversation on the phone, but also any activity within a few feet of the infected telephone. One recently retired head of the UK CID force confirmed the technology has been available to the security services and soccer for a number of years now. I can only tell you that it has been never used or made available to my own force. While the debate over the inadmissibility of bugging materials in the British courts is ongoing, it may be only a matter of time before the authorities are forced to concede that they only have the prospect of a conviction in some gang-related cases if such intercepted material is allowed into court. Anthony Spencer pleaded guilty, along with his lieutenant, former prison governor Jogendranath Rajkumar, aged 59, also from Kersley, Coventry. Mr. Spencer was jailed for 5 years and 3 months, Mr. Rajkumar for 3 years and 9 months. 6 men also pleaded guilty to their roles in the conspiracy to import and supply 140 kilos of amphetamines and cannabis. Robert Dawes, John's brother, was proving a more difficult catch to land. Intelligent, ruthless, and with powerful connections, but wanted in 3 countries, the UK and Spain for drug smuggling, and Holland for questioning over the execution of teacher Gerard Meesters. He escaped arrest until June 2008, when he was caught when he flew into Dubai from Spain. The Spanish authorities had been after him for several months in connection with a multi-million-pound haul of cocaine. Caught up in the Dawes' sting, which had been conceived, planned, and executed by officers of the soccer, was an innocent British pensioner. Trevor Wade wakes every morning in the small cell of Leon, northern Spain, which has become his home since September 2007, and wonders what he has done to deserve his misfortune. Trevor is no spring chicken. He is entering his late 60s and has a history of poor health, including prostate cancer, angina, and a crumbling spine. He and his wife Anne and their 2 children were looking forward to a quiet retirement when Trevor's ill health forced him to give up his first work as a lorry driver and then his work for a private firm of investigators. When a supposed friend asked him to accompany him to help him out with some driving on a 4-day trip to Spain, he worried about leaving his family for a few days, but Anne convinced him to take a break, told him that it would do him some good and would get him out from under her feet for a bit. But the decision was to propel Trevor and his family into a nightmare of momentous proportions. Trevor had known Carl Hayes for some 8 years through the haulage business and thought he knew everything he needed to know about him, but he had no inkling that Mr. Hayes had become indebted to the cartel run by Rob Dawes and had been working for them more than 5 years, helping to smuggle drugs and launder money. As far as Trevor was concerned, when he set out from his Lincolnshire home in September the 5th, he was simply helping out Mr. Hayes by doing a bit of driving from England to Spain so that Mr. Hayes could pick up some payments due for the fruit and vegetable transports he carried out between Valencia and the UK. After an uneventful journey through France, the Mercedes car the 2 men were travelling in began its journey into Spain. As they approached Madrid, Mr. Wade was told by Mr. Hayes that the car was overheating and he needed to pull over to allow the engine to cool. In a letter from his cell in Leon, Spain, Mr. Wade explained what happened next. When we pulled up, I got out the car to stretch my legs, and then I saw this man approaching Carl, who was still in the car, and began talking to him. All of a sudden, Carl got out of the car and handed his keys to the man, who then got in and drove off. I couldn't believe what I was seeing and asked Carl what it was all about. He said, "It's okay, he's English and he's going to check the water system for me." I told him he's crazy and he would never see the car again. I was puzzled, but he assured me that the car would come back, so then we went back to the bar for a coffee and to wait. After about 45 minutes, the car came back and the Englishman now had another man with him travelling in a red Ford Kia. The three of them all began talking and I just kept out of it, thinking this was none of my business. But when I got back in the Mercedes, I noticed a large carton on the back seat of the car which had not been there before. I alerted Carl to it and he said it was nothing to worry about, that it was just cigarettes which other men had asked him to bring to Valencia. I knew Carl transported fruit and veg from Valencia, so I assumed that this must be where he was going to pick up the money that was owed to him. We drove off from the coffee bar and the red Kia was in front of us. Carl said the other two men were going to show us a road out towards Valencia as far as the service station a few miles away. I knew we needed some more diesel, so I said no more. When we got to the service station, Carl got out to fill the car up while I went to the service station to pay. After paying, I walked back out, and then just as I was about to get into the car, I was grabbed from behind and pushed against the car. I could see Carl on the floor surrounded by other men, and they were all armed. At first, I thought the petrol station had been robbed and that they wanted our car as a getaway, but then I realised as they handcuffed us, as well as the men in the red Kia, they were plainclothes policemen. Unbeknown to Mr. Wade, the carton in the back of the car and 5 others in the boot contained 200 kilos of cocaine with a purity of 82%. It was worth £7 million wholesale, or approximately £22 million at street value. Mr. Wade, along with Carl Hayes, Andrew Cunniff, another British subject, and a Colombian, was charged with requiring to distribute cocaine. Soccer had Mr. Hayes on their radar for more than a year, and having allowed one shipment through, had tracked the Mercedes car electronically from Boston, Lincolnshire to Madrid. Also in their sights was another British lorry driver, Brian Kelly. As the job progressed, Soccer investigators sent communicators to their counterparts in Madrid, detailing what they knew about Mr. Hayes and Mr. Kelly, and linking them both to rob doors. One Soccer officer stated, "Our information indicates that Brian Kelly, born on the 20th of April 1954, is en route to collect 100 kilos of cocaine from Spain and transport it to Belgium. After receiving a legitimate cargo, Mr. Kelly will then go on to meet Mr. Dawes' partners in Madrid and collect another 100 kilos of cocaine. We have received information that Carl Hayes, on behalf of Mr. Dawes, has travelled by car to Spain this afternoon to be able to see that the lorry meets its destination. The following day, a new note was sent by Soccer to Madrid. Our information indicates that Mr. Hayes is travelling to Spain to supervise the delivery of a quantity of cocaine to Brian Kelly. We suspect that given the distance of travel, that Mr. Hayes has a travel companion. We suspect that the last time Mr. Hayes did this journey, he collected the drugs and passed them on to Mr. Kelly. Mr. Wade's case was backed by statements made to Soccer by Carl Hayes and his partner Paula Sharp, who ran the transport firm Soccer suspected had been used by the Dawes cartel. Mr. Hayes claimed he was acting as an agent provocateur to try and nail members of the drug gang after his son had died from a drugs overdose. He has been visited in the Spanish jail at least 5 times by Soccer officers who had offered to help him to get a reduced sentence from Spanish prosecutors in return for information about Robert Dawes. I have made it clear in my statements that Trevor's involvement in this situation was as a favour to me to help me drive from the UK to Spain, said Mr. Hayes. As a friend, I should have made all the facts and the full intentions known to him. Had I done so, I'm sure that Trevor would not have been in my car with me that day. Trevor and his family don't deserve this, and if he were to die in prison, the damage to his family would be unimaginable. More corroboration that Mr. Wade was innocent came from Paula Sharp, Mr. Hayes' partner at Sharp's haulage. She stated, "Carl was needed back in England for the weekend. for other duties, and so I made a suggestion that he took Trevor Wade with him to share the driving and hence get back for the weekend. This is indeed what happened, and Trevor Wade has been innocently caught up in the consequences. Soccer's own communications to the Spanish investigators indicated that there was no intelligence that Mr. Wade was involved in the drug deal. Indeed, communications stated that there was an unknown man in Mr. Hayes' car, who they presume was merely a travel companion for Mr. Hayes, given the distance of travel. Mr. Wade's wife, Anne, has been campaigning for his release through the Fair Trials International, the Foreign Office, and her MP. She is the only breadwinner in her family now, working long hours to keep the family afloat financially as well as mentally. Every day she tries to find a way through the mountain of bureaucracy which is preventing the truth in coming out. I have only been able to go to Spain to see Trevor once, and I fear that he will die in prison without being able to see his 2 children ever again. I am at the end of my tether. There is in no way that Trevor would have agreed to accompany Carl Hayes if he thought he was doing anything dodgy. I just can't believe that this has happened. I keep thinking I will wake up and it would all have been a bad dream. But this has been going on for 2 years now. Now Trevor has been told it will be another year in prison before his trial even starts. He is just being left to rot in prison, while the guilty ones are either going to go free or being offered cuts in their sentence. The Foreign Office and Fair Trials have been doing what they can. Soccer have not been very helpful. Soccer officers have been to visit Carl Hayes at least 4 times in prison in Spain, and have told his ex-wife they have agreed a deal for him which will give him a reduced sentence in exchange for his information. I have asked them why they have not been to see Trevor, and they have told me it's because he is not involved and has nothing to offer them. The whole thing stinks, particularly when you look at the way the British government did everything they could to help free the Lockerbie bomber and get him back to Libya because of his prostate cancer, when he has been convicted of killing hundreds of people. Stranger still was the languid response of the law enforcement agencies in both countries towards the main target, Rob Dawes. There was a huge intelligence file on Mr. Dawes, including identification of businesses he had on the Costa del Sol and business interests in Dubai, where he sometimes based himself. He was being tracked all over the globe. Trevor Wade had been arrested on the 6th of September 2007, and yet it took another 9 months for the authorities to track down Mr. Dawes. He was only arrested because he had made the mistake of thinking he was immune from international warrant in Dubai. As of July 2010, 2 years after his arrest, there was no sign of him being extradited to any of the countries which had accumulated so much information about his brutal methods and drug smuggling. Meanwhile, Trevor still sits in his cell, wondering what's been going on. At worst, like Kevin Musgrove, he is a victim of his own naivety, guilty of trusting someone whose background and intentions were concealed from him. He learnt the hard way that no matter how closely one follows the letter of the law, it sometimes pays to be more careful about who your friends and business associates are. Prison life in Leon would have broken many lesser a man, but what he lacks in physical strength, he makes up in mental fortitude. He and his supporters are determined to see him back home with his family. Every evening, he gets to make a 5-minute phone call. During one of these calls, he told of his daily routine. We get up at 7:30 AM, and then it's down for breakfast, which is usually a cup of coffee and a 2-inch piece of sponge cake. Lunch can be anything from a bowl of soup, which is usually tinned French beans mixed with water, and a roll. 2 days a week we get some fish, which is boiled to nothing, and a bit of liquid, which is usually cold and slimy. We usually don't get any fresh vegetables at all. Anything is army surplus tin stuff, which comes from the barracks nearby, I guess. If we are lucky, we sometimes get a sausage or a slice of fat pork belly at the weekend. The only thing I can honestly say I look forward to is a bit of Spanish tortilla we get sometimes. There's no kind of work or education regime here like you might get in a British prison. They stick us outside in the yard for a few hours every day, and in the winter and spring it's bloody cold sometimes. There is nothing in the cells except a bunk and a chair and a table I'm sharing with 3 other people. There is no distinction between prisoners here. I am in with terrorists on one side and paedophiles on the other. Bloody scary at times. Trevor's situation contrasts sharply to that of Gavin Dawes, cousin of Rob and John Dawes. He was, at the time of Mr. Wade writing the letter, residing in HMP Loudon Graham in Nottinghamshire. He has good 3 meals a day, access to an Xbox, Sky television and a phone in his ensuite cell. Mr. Dawes is serving 15 years. Amazingly, he has access to his own Facebook page from his prison cell, and in his own word, is living a life of Riley. He may well be out in 5 years, and allowed to go on home visits in 3 or 4 years. Meanwhile, Soccer insists they cannot extend any further help to Trevor Wade. Soccer has an obligation, under the relevant statutory disclosure provisions, to make available to Spanish prosecutors any material in our possession that would assist in Mr. Wade's defence or undermine the prosecution's case, said a spokesman. But the proceedings in relation to Mr. Wade and Carl Hayes lie firmly within the jurisdiction of the Spanish authorities. We do not have the authority to offer a benefit to any prisoner on behalf of another jurisdiction. As in the case of Kevin Musgrove, it is to be hoped that justice will one day be served. Mysteries continue to surround the disappearance of James Brodie, the man who pulled the trigger in the Marion Bates murder. Rumours, some wild, circulated regarding Mr. Brodie's fate from the day he disappeared, including that he was shot dead on Colin Good's orders 24 hours after the botched jewellery raid, and then he was fed to pigs, or that he was buried under new buildings on the site of the old Sporting Chance put, or that he fled and is now safely hiding out in Portugal, Spain or Ireland. In October 2007, there was a fresh appeal for his whereabouts, but all inquiries, which even had police digging up farmland in Finland, drew a blank. Rumours also circulated that an extensive dig was carried out on a land in Bidworth and was connected to the search for Mr. Brodie's remains. Either way, the police remain convinced that Mr. Brodie was executed within 48 hours of Marion Bates' death because it was feared his capture would bring down the rest of the gang. Arrests were made in April 2010 for the murder of David Draycott. Police have been able to use new technology to recreate the scene of the shooting, which they said provided significant new evidence. But after a few days of questioning, the two men arrested, aged 22 and 33, were released without charge. In June 2008, Vincent P.G. Man Robinson passed away after a long battle with cancer. In September 2008, Kevin Warsop, who had been arrested with Colin Gunn back in 1998 over an incident over the Astoria nightclub, threatened to shoot police officers and blow up his house during a 24-hour siege at his home in Raymead Drive, Bestwood. The standoff began when the 39-year-old Mr. Warsop refused to let officers into the property after his wife had dialed 999 following a domestic incident. Mr. Warsop made the gun gesture at the officers and said he had a firearm. "Just see what happens if you come in," he told police. "Just see what happens to the first one of you that come through that door." A nearby school was closed off the next day as the siege continued. Homes were evacuated and the gas supply to his house was cut off. The siege eventually came to an end when 5 officers entered the house and arrested Mr. Warsop after a struggle. No gun was ever found. Mr. Warsop was subsequently jailed for 21 months after admitting making threats to kill and threatening to damage property with intent to endanger life. Nottingham Crown Court heard that the father of the 2 young children had been taken parenting courses while in prison and intended to move from Bestwood to avoid criminality. He recognises, even knowing where his roots are, that he is going to have to move away if he's ever going to put his past behind him, said his barrister. On the 1st of February 2010, an inquest into the deaths of Joan and John Sterland finally got underway, 5.5 years after they perished so brutally on that sunny day on the East Coast. Nottinghamshire police had already agreed to pay the Sterland's children compensation amounting to less than £20,000 in recognition of their failings. Given the circumstances of the couple's death, it came as no surprise that this was not an ordinary inquest. There was tight security at the Lincoln Crown Court, with members of the public and press barred from the building and instead directed to the local magistrates a mile away, where a video link had been set up to view proceedings. Michael O'Brien, Joan's son, who was serving a life sentence for the murder which sparked the killings, was also allowed to watch the proceedings over the 3 weeks from a room in prison. Almost all the police witnesses in the case were given aliases, being referred to by letters of the alphabet. The outcome would be decided by a jury, and the members of that jury were directed not by the usual coroner for Lincolnshire, but rather by barrister Karen Monaghan, a QC from London Law Chambers Matrix, who had been called in to oversee the complexities of the case as a human rights law specialist. Karen Monaghan made it clear that the jury would have to consider a number of specific allegations when considering the evidence, key of which were whether police corruption had played a part in the deaths of the Sterlings, and whether police had failed in their duty towards the care of the couple. From the outset, it was clear that the covert nature of the investigation into the Bestwood cartel had hindered the normal flow of information and intelligence within the police force about any threat to the Sterlings. Secrecy had been so tight that the senior investigating officer heading Operation Utah, the probe into the guns, did not even know who the Sterlings were until the news reached him of their murder. Other police witnesses said that their belief within the force was that the murders were beyond the capability of the Bestwood cartel. As one senior officer put it, Mr. Gunn usually sought out and injured those who were involved in organised crime. As far as they were concerned, the punishment shootings being carried out on the estate at the time were a case of bad on bad. Yet, one former detective superintendent pointed out that early on in the investigation into the crime empire, intelligence suggested Mr. Gunn had a team of hitmen, at least 6 shooters, who were willing to carry out jobs in return for payments or drugs. This list included Michael McNee and John Russell. Added to this, the intelligence log revealed more than 100 snippets linking Mr. Gunn to the procurement and use of firearms over the period of that year. All this was information available to some senior officers many months before the slaying of the grandparents. Other information to emerge from the inquest included a more detailed account of just how much danger Joan Sterling had put herself in order to help the police nail her own son. One of Colin Gunn's original motives for sending the shooters after the couple when they were living in Carlton, Nottingham, was that Mrs. Sterling had not given up on her son. However, it emerged in evidence that in fact Mrs. Sterling had received a phone call from Michael O'Brien in which her son had demanded £50 for food and drugs and confessed to the murder of Marvin Bradshaw. Mrs. Sterling duly related this to the police and a meeting was set up in a supermarket car park in Bulwell. Unknown to Mr. O'Brien, armed police maintained watch as the money was handed to a friend of Mr. O'Brien, and by following his car, police were able to arrest Mr. O'Brien a few days later in Leicester. After her own home in Carlton was shot up, Mrs. Sterling asked Nottinghamshire police officers to make it known to Mr. Gunn that she had helped police trace her son. Officers refused the request, saying it was not appropriate. Perhaps most controversially, it emerged that the police told Joan Sterling that they could not give her protection because she had refused to give them a signed statement implicating her son. Nick Gargan, Deputy Chief Constable at the National Policing Improvement Agency, told the inquest that the witness protection arrangements for the couple were poor and inadequate. He said it was wrong that officers had given Mrs. Sterling the impression that she could only get protection if she made a statement against her son, and other solutions had not been sought by senior officers. Command level officers had not considered the option of threat to life policy, something in place at the Metropolitan Police, where they could have given the Sterlings more protection without going into witness protection. Not only did they not offer the required level of protection, it emerged that there was a record of new Lincolnshire safe house addresses on a Nottinghamshire police computer at least 3 weeks before the murder. A prison inmate who had drug dealings with the Gunns claimed the addresses had been compromised by DC Charles Fletcher, but an anti-corruption officer stated that although Mr. Fletcher had logged onto the computer about the Sterling's old addresses at the Carlton after the shootings in 2003, he had not accessed the computer for the Trustthorpe's addresses. It was conceded that the information about the addresses eventually came from a British Telecom employee making a reverse X directory number check. When the jury returned with its verdict, after more than 3 weeks of evidence, there was an inevitability about the result. All 6 major failings, Nottinghamshire police were identified by the jury, which also found British Telecom had failed the couple. Police had failed to take reasonable steps to protect the couple, failed to put inadequate protective measures in place at their Trustthorpe home, failed to manage intelligence and information properly, failed to investigate the reprisal attacks after the murder of Marvin Bradshaw, failed to perform a proper risk assessment on the couple, and failed to warn them of Mr. Gunn's links along the Lincolnshire coast. It seems perverse that the design of the operation to bring down the Bestwood cartel, in particular its inherent secrecy, prevented some officers from passing on and receiving vital information. This information indicated that the Sterlings were in extreme danger. The failings, highlighted by the inquest, gave heart to Mr. Gunn and his supporters, who felt it would help in any bid for an appeal. But an important fact had become lost amongst all the backslapping of the cartel supporters. Colin Gunn was not arrested and convicted on evidence submitted by Nottinghamshire police. It was Lincolnshire's Operation Carew, the biggest inquiry in history of the force, headed by its most senior detective Graham White and his team of officers and Lincolnshire Crown Prosecution Service, which had finally brought the crime lord and some of its henchmen to justice. After the termination of Steve Green's contract as Chief Constable in 2008, Nottinghamshire Police looked to improve its poor standing in the league tables of crime prevention and detection. But by the time of the Sterlings inquest, the force was in turmoil. Following Mr. Green's departure, the police authority selection panel once again went for a successor who had no background in crime detection or CID. Julia Hodson, the daughter of a Derbyshire coal miner, was variously described as a well-liked and, when she needed to be, feisty. A former acting chief of West Yorkshire Police, she was the first woman to be appointed to Nottinghamshire Post. She inherited a difficult situation, with the country's force still lying at the bottom of the league tables for many areas of crime. Added to this, there were Machiavellians going on in the background, with several councillors looking to remove Police Authority Chairman John Clark. The lack of unity, both within the police authority and at the command level within the force, became public knowledge in December 2009. First came in the resignation of Police Authority Chief Executive David Wilcock, who had been on the job only 2 months. His leaked resignation letter shook the authority to the core. Whilst it is not unusual to find multiple challenges running a parallel in the public sector, wrote Mr. Wilcock, to find so many in one organisation with no inherent capacity to support self-improvement is extraordinary. In my experience, the current situation has not happened overnight. It seems to have accumulated without action over a period of time without being tackled. John Mann, the MP for Bassetlaw, publicly criticised the force in the same week during the Prime Minister's questions in the House of Commons, suggesting that an organisation malaise was hindering the Nottinghamshire's crime-fighting abilities. The day after Mr. Wilcock's revelations, documents leaked to the city's daily newspaper revealed that Deputy Chief Constable Howard Roberts had been embroiled in a private clash of personalities with the head of HMIC, Dennis O'Connor, the Chief Inspector of Constabulary. It was a dispute that Mr. Roberts' claim went back to 2005, when Nottinghamshire was under public scrutiny following Steve Green's declaration that the force couldn't cope with the murders on its patch. The public nature of the spat, which only came to light after it was discussed at a closed police authority meeting, was a huge embarrassment and led to the inevitable witch hunt for the person who had leaked the material. The dispute centred on Mr. Roberts' belief that his career possession was being impeded because he had stood up to criticisms from Mr. Connor when the Home Office called in investigators to probe Mr. Green's can't cope comments. Mr. Roberts suggested HMIC had subsequently taken to sabotaging his applications for various high-profile police posts. He also believed HMIC had played some part in blocking a 12-month extension to his contract at Nottinghamshire, which had been rejected by police authority members. Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Roberts declined to comment on the revelations. The fact was that HMIC was already taking a keen interest in running Nottinghamshire Police. Indeed, it had been gazing over the shoulders of Nottinghamshire Police Authority and command team since 2005. Some even felt its presence was hindering the ability of the Chief Constable to make robust decisions and resolve some of the problems besetting the force. I think Julia Hodson has got her work cut out to deal with the mess she was left with, one former senior officer said. She could have not foreseen the malevolent political landscape which has been building around the force for the last few years, ever since Steve Green's ill-advised outburst. The chapter of Nottingham devoted to meddling and muddling outside influences, all of which appear to be speeding up to the march towards a crisis. HMIC finally showed its public hand when a Daily Telegraph article speculated that some authority that Julia Hodson's job was on the line and that the force was locked in a cycle of underperformance. HMIC admitted it was monitoring Nottinghamshire closely and was working with it to produce an improvement plan. Before the end of January 2010, HMIC declared it was facing an enduring issue of Nottinghamshire Police's underperformance and that a team of experts would be sent into the county to plan improvements which could be enacted within 90 days. It was an unprecedented move in policing terms and one which placed a question mark on Miss Hodgson's long-term future. A team of experts included 2 current chief police constables and a police authority chairman from outside the forces, the chief executive from British Transport Police Authority, and a captain of industry in Tony Wilkinson, former chairman of the Wilkinson hardware stores. It would be headed by Adam Penn-Burton from the Cabinet Office, who had recently overseen the biggest shake-up in history of the civil service. Before the team had completed its findings, the police authority chairman of 10 years, John Clark, announced he would be stepping down. At the same time, he denounced the leaks from the police authority, which he said had been referred to Derbyshire Police to investigate the offences under the Data Protection Act. I'm fed up with information getting out and being blamed for poor performances when I'm in a non-operational position, he said. I can't work with information I'm given, be it details of counter-terrorism or organised crime, if someone within the organisation is leaking information. I'm proud of my record in helping achieve the reduction in crime in Nottinghamshire, but on a day-to-day basis, there are people out there trying to undermine. The way I've been treated by some people, I believe, is absolutely scandalous. He didn't identify where he believed the mischief was coming from, but the HMIC review team, when it made its findings public 2 weeks later, stated poor leadership from the police authority was impeding the progress of the police force. The leadership of authority is ineffective. The authority is not seen as adding value to policing in Nottinghamshire. By virtue of his long-standing positions, the chair and the chief executive must accept primary responsibility for this. Alongside this criticism, the review team declared Julia Hodgson unable to push through her vision because she lacked the capable chief officer team. It is a precondition for the authorities and force's future success that these issues are resolved, the review team added. With Clark's departure announced, the usual jockeying for position began, with City Council leader John Collins taking the reins as chairman, elected in a secret ballot. Vacancies for deputy chief constable and 2 assistant chief constables were filled to strengthen Miss Hodgson in the top corridor. Before that had happened, the latest HMIC report into Nottinghamshire branded the force as the worst in the country. It could not sink any further. Some officers speak of a deep malaise in policing in this country, one that may have much to do with our social changes that have taken place among police officers and law-abiding public in the past 4 decades. A former head of CID from a force close to Nottinghamshire said that he had begun his 30 or so years in the force living among a community he actually served, pounding the streets to beat Bobby, as many officers did. He got to know his community, he drank in the local pub most evenings, and he gathered intelligence on who was who and who was doing what. He made sure he was present in the community he lived in, as an individual, as a family man, as a neighbour, but as above all, as a police officer. And he was respected. Even if he had to arrest someone he had been talking perfectly fine with the previous day. He said, what happened was, as time went on, police officers' pay got better and officers stopped living on the estates. They didn't want to live there because they could afford to live somewhere else. And all the police's houses that were on the estates got sold off, and suddenly the connection between the police officer and the community had been eroded. The police officer wasn't someone you could relate to or connect with anymore. That also meant police didn't know what was really going on the estates as well. The changes in the way Britain's streets are policed, the reduction of police patrols, and the expansion of police vehicles has exacerbated that feeling of detachment, creating a gulf that could easily be exploited by organised crimes and gangs. The growth of the black economy has also seen otherwise honest people increasingly both at risk of being criminalised and becoming victims of crime. Faith in both the criminal justice system and the police to deliver what the public demand is at an all-time low. In Nottinghamshire at least, it seemed the bottom had been reached. In 2002, HMIC Inspector David Blakely had stated, if you lived, worked or visited Notts, you are more likely to have a crime committed against you than anywhere else in the country. 8 years later, HMIC assessed Nottinghamshire as the worst force in the country, and only in Greater Manchester or London were you more likely to be a victim of crime. It seemed that Nottinghamshire's outlaws still ruled the roost. In March 2010, Janice Collins, the mother of Brendan Lawrence, finally saw his killer brought to justice. After 8 horrendous years, she watched as Renee Sapon, aged 29, a gang member from the St Anne's area, received a life sentence with a minimum 22-year term. The judge, Mr. David Clark, was reminded to reflect on how Brendan's death had been the start of so much pointless tragedy in the city. This killing in February 2002 was the first killing by shooting of a young black victim on the streets of Nottingham, he said. It was not to be the last. The killings that followed gave this city a reputation as a lawless place. Men are now serving long sentences for those offences, and Nottingham is throwing off that unfortunate reputation. It has taken a long time to get a conviction. The jury had failed to reach a verdict at the previous trial of Mr. Sarpong and had found another defendant not guilty. This time, the relief for Janice Collins was evident as she shouted "yes" and punched the air as the jury returned its verdict. "It's been absolutely horrendous," she confided afterward. "I've never slept through the night in 8 years. You are walking the streets and going to the shop and doing what you're doing, and it's constantly on your mind. You know who shot Brendan. Well, we know now. It's taken 8 years, but we got there." Organised crime continues to flourish in Nottingham, despite the work of all the agencies tackling the problem. Alongside homegrown gangs, there are now Chinese and Vietnamese gangs running cannabis hydroponic farms in empty houses and industrial units. Law enforcement agencies fear that foreign, particularly Eastern European gangs, are making an impact on the city, sometimes filling the gaps created by successful prosecution of local drug lords. Drugs, prostitution, credit card fraud, and people trafficking are their areas of expertise, and they appear more adept than the British gangs at laundering their gains. Meanwhile, firearms and knife crime remains huge problems among the youth of Britain. The answer lies not in a number of arrests to be made, but in the offer of a positive future for the young, a future that does not involve them becoming drug dealers or gang members. There is hope in groups such as Unity Football Team, set up by Maurice Samuels in 2005 after the murder of Danielle Beacon, and made up from youngsters from the 3 areas of the warring NG Triangle: Radford, the Meadows and St Anne's. There is also a no-gun organisation set up by Clayton Byfield, continuing to get the message out to young people that guns and knives do nothing but take lives away. These groups offer something positive to the young people, despite the lack of support and funding. From little acorns, great oak trees grow, as they say, and these projects offer some hope that there is a brighter future than one which the individuals and communities have often seen in the past, and be ready to give up doing the right thing and willingly accept the rule of the gun.